Chapter 1. Redemption. Is there any hope for the malicious female antagonist? In the depths of winter, the howling northern winds swept the accumulated snow from the rooftops. The sunlight pierced through the clouds and showered the earth, yet not a trace of warmth could be felt. The cold was penetrating. The sound of crunching snow echoed as a maidservant entered Yongning Pavilion, carrying a medicinal dish. In stark contrast to the biting chill outside, Yongning Pavilion was a haven of warmth and vitality. The charcoal burning in the incense stove emitted a fervent heat, while plush cushions adorned the soft couch nearby. A young woman reclined gracefully, holding a book and resting with her eyes closed. Draped in a delicate, lithe gown, her long, silky hair cascaded around her like dark satin. With delicate brows, slightly furrowed, and ethereal beauty that resembled a goddess emerging from a mural, she was a vision to behold from afar, yet too sacred to be approached. The maidservant cautiously placed the medicinal dish on the table, though it still produced a faint sound. The woman on the couch slowly lifted her eyelids, her long, curled lashes casting a soft shadow on her fair visage. Upon seeing this, the maid fell to her knees, her voice trembling. "Miss, forgive me, I was wrong, I know I was wrong." Qiao Wanyan frowned slightly, and her maid Ziyuan stepped forward, exclaiming, "You clumsy fool, disturbing the miss's afternoon rest. Just wait until I teach you a lesson today." Ziyuan seized the young maid by her collar, raising her hand to strike, but just as her palm was about to land on the maid's face, a melodious voice like a clear spring interrupted from behind. "You're giving me a headache, let her go." Qiao Wanyan massaged her temples, her beautiful eyes half closed, her mood far from pleasant. The winter chill was truly unbearable, and after attending a banquet at the Grand Tutor's residence half a month ago, she had returned with a cold. Confined to her chamber to recuperate, boredom prompted her to send in to fetch some storybooks to pass the time. Little did she expect that the book she casually picked up was a rare edition, with contents that coincidentally mirrored her own life and those around her. In the tale, she was the most cherished daughter of her family, celebrated for her talents and beauty, the foremost among the noble ladies of the capital. Her childhood sweetheart was the son of the most favored concubine, destined to become the crown prince. Even if she could not ascend to the position of empress, she would still be a highly esteemed princess. Yet, she became a treacherous character, abandoning her childhood sweetheart for the allure of power and vanity. Her existence served merely to highlight the protagonist, her elder sister, Qiao Yihuan. She discarded her once cherished companion, He Yanli, without hesitation, trampling him in the mud and humiliating him, all because years of devotion had ended in vain. Ultimately, her affections shifted to the second prince, who was favored to become the crown prince, only to find that the crown prince's heart belonged to her elder sister Qiao Yihuan. With schemes and malice, she sought to harm her sister, willing to pay any price for power and status. In the end, after much turmoil, she gained nothing she desired and met a tragic demise at the hands of Qiao Yihuan's admirer. Conversely, Qiao Yihuan achieved everything without effort, as countless men eagerly risked their lives for her, ultimately becoming the crown princess with a future of unparalleled glory. The two daughters of the Qiao family, one endowed with all resources and affection, squandered her fortune. The other, an unappreciated daughter, crafted a fulfilling life from her meager hand. In recent years, she has indeed mirrored the tales from storybooks. She has exhausted every scheme and stratagem to win the favor of the crown prince, yet he remains infatuated solely with Qiao Yihuan, not sparing her a single glance. In the recent dream, an ethereal voice echoed repeatedly, "Abandon your greed and cleanse your soul, strive to be a person of kindness, and cultivate a genuine friendship with Qiao Yihuan to support her modestly. Only then can you truly thrive." Qiao Wanyan gazed at the flickering flames in the incense burner, reflecting upon her character's tragic fate within the story. She was mercilessly slain by one of Qiao Yihuan's admirers, meeting a gruesome end far from home. The words inscribed in the story were so horrifying that she envisioned her own future demise in the dream. Her face was left a bloody mess, her tendons severed, her tongue cruelly cut out, and her eyes gouged from their sockets. She was tormented to death in the most excruciating manner. Nodding thoughtfully as she clutched the storybook, she suddenly realized that the book had vanished without a trace, despite the fact she had been holding it as she drifted into slumber. "Ziyuan, where's the storybook I was holding?" Ziyuan appeared perplexed, As well, she had seen her mistress with a book while she slept. Just moments before waking, she had laid eyes on it, yet now it seemed to have vanished in a thin air. After searching for quite some time, it was as if it had simply ceased to exist. At that moment, a maid's voice resounded from outside. "Miss, the madam requests your presence." Qiao Wanyan rose. "Then, you need not accompany me, stay behind and search diligently for that storybook." She had only glimpsed Xiao Yihuan ascending to the position of crown princess, with many pages still unread before she succumbed to sleep. After her grooming and adornment, Qiao Wanyan donned a thick, white cloak and stepped out. Her beauty was exquisite, akin to the peach blossoms in full bloom during spring, her skin as smooth and radiant as sheep fat jade. Even without any embellishment, her complexion glowed like rosy dawn upon fresh snow, captivating all who beheld her. The servants, despite being accustomed to her presence, could not help but be ensnared by her beauty. To the new attendants in the household, the young lady appeared to be a gentle and benevolent mistress. However, as time passed, they discovered that she was, in fact, the most challenging to serve. "Lower your voice, do not let anyone overhear." Have I spoken incorrectly? The eldest young lady is also a mistress. Why must all the finest offerings be sent to Yongning Pavilion first? The second young lady suffers from cold, and it's as though we are tending to an ancestor, while my lady only has a blanket for warmth. Why is that? Enough. If it weren't for the eldest young lady's indulgence in nurturing butterflies, the coal would suffice for her needs. Xiaoying shot her a glare. What do you know? The master is biased despite both being daughters. Fairness is a foreign concept. It's simply because the second young lady possesses a beguiling appearance, leading to the belief that she is more likely to marry the crown prince. Little do they realize, it is our eldest young lady who has captured his heart. A nearby maid attempted to interject, but upon catching sight of the approaching figure at the moon gate, she immediately knelt in fear. Xiaoying turned as well, her heart racing at the sight of the newcomer. Yet moments later, she stood resolutely in place. She had spoken no falsehood, the truth was laid bare, so why should she feel any trepidation? Though the eldest young lady possessed a kind heart, Xiaoying could no longer bear to witness the injustice. The crown prince indeed harbors affection for the young lady of her family. It is common knowledge throughout the capital. Qiao Wanyan approached her, the counsel from her dreams echoing persistently in her mind. Do not antagonize the protagonist, Qiao Yihuan, nor trouble those around her. Strive to be a virtuous person and redeem yourself, for only then can one survive. A sharp sound of a slap resonated through the air. Qiao Wanyan regarded her with a gaze akin to that reserved for refuse. Redeem oneself? How could a nefarious supporting character ever hope for redemption? Chapter 1. Redemption? Can a malicious supporting character truly redeem herself? In the depths of winter, the howling northern winds dislodged the snow from the rooftops. The sun pierced through the clouds, casting its light upon the earth, yet offering no warmth, the cold biting through to the bone. The crunch of snow underfoot echoed as a maidservant entered Yongning Pavilion, carefully carrying a medicinal dish. In stark contrast to the frigid winds outside, the interior of Yongning Pavilion was a haven of warmth and vitality. The burning charcoal in the incense burner exuded a searing heat, while a plush sofa adorned with thick, soft cushions was occupied by a young woman, half reclining with her eyes closed, a book of tales in hand. Dressed in a delicate, light-colored silk gown, her long, smooth hair cascaded around her like dark satin. With elegant brows and a celestial beauty, she resembled a goddess emerging from a mural, an ethereal presence to be admired from afar but never desecrated. The maidservant cautiously placed the medicinal dish on the table, but a faint sound inevitably escaped. The woman on the sofa slowly lifted her eyelids, her long, curled lashes casting gentle shadows upon her fair visage. Seeing this, the maid fell to her knees with a thud, her voice trembling. "Mistress, please forgive me, I have erred. Qiao Wanyan frowned slightly, while the maid Ziyuan stepped forward, exclaiming, "You clumsy fool, you've disturbed the mistress's rest. Watch as I teach you a lesson today." Ziyuan seized the young maid by her collar, raising her hand to strike, but just as her palm was about to make contact, a melodious voice, as refreshing as a clear spring, rang out from behind. "You're giving me a headache, let her leave." Qiao Wanyan rubbed her temples, her beautiful eyes half closed, her mood far from cheerful. The winter chill was unbearable, and after attending a banquet at the Grand Tutor's residence 2 weeks ago, she had caught a cold upon her return. Confined to her chamber to recuperate, she found herself languishing in boredom, prompting her to send Ziyuan to procure some storybooks for diversion. Little did she expect that the volume she randomly selected was a rare edition, the content reflecting her own life and those around her. In the tale, she was the most cherished daughter of her family, renowned for her talent and beauty, the foremost among the noble women of the capital. Her childhood sweetheart was the son of the most favored concubine, destined, if not to become the empress, to be a noble consort. Yet, she was portrayed as a malicious supporting character, abandoning her childhood companion for the allure of power and vanity. Her existence was merely to accentuate the protagonist, her elder sister, Qiao Wanyan. She heartlessly discarded her childhood sweetheart, Yanli, in his moment of misfortune, trampling on his dignity in the mud, driven by years of frustration leading to a hollow victory. Ultimately, her affections shifted to the second prince, who was named the heir apparent, though alas, the prince's heart belonged to her elder sister, Qiao Wanyan. Scheming, poisoning her sister, her malevolence knew no bounds as she pursued power and status at any cost. Yet, after much turmoil, she achieved none of her desires and met a tragic end at the hands of Qiao Wanyan's admirer. In contrast, Qiao Wanyan, with no effort at all, had countless men willing to brave fire and water for her, ultimately becoming the crown princess, destined for a future of unparalleled glory. The two daughters of the Qiao family, one possessing every resource and affection, squandered her fortunes. The other, an uncherished illegitimate daughter, crafted a beautiful life from her meager hand that in recent years, she has indeed mirrored the characters from the tale. She has exhausted all her cunning and stratagems on the crown prince, yet he only has eyes for Qiao Wanyan, not even sparing her a glance. In a recent dream, an ethereal voice echoed, urging her to relinquish her greed and cleanse her soul, to become a person of kindness, to cultivate a genuine friendship with Qiao Wanyan, and to serve as her humble foil. Only then could she hope to survive. Qiao Wanyan gazed at the flickering flames of the incense burner, recalling the tragic fate of her character in the tale, brutally slain by one of Qiao Wanyan's admirers, meeting a wretched end far from home. The words from the narrative were so harrowing that she envisioned her impending demise in her dream. Her face mangled and bloody, sinews severed, tongue cruelly cut out, and her eyes gouged from their sockets. She was tortured to death in the most agonizing manner. Qiao Wanyan nodded as she contemplated the tale in her hands. Yet she realized with a start that the book had vanished. She had been holding it while she slept. Ziyuan, what has become of the book I was holding? She inquired. Zun, equally perplexed, noted that she had seen the book in her mistress's grasp just moments before she awoke. How could it have disappeared so swiftly? After searching for what felt like an eternity, it seemed to have vanished into thin air. Just then, a maid's voice called from outside. Miss, the madam requests your presence. Rising, Qiao Wanyan replied, Ziyuan, you need not accompany me. Stay and search diligently for the book. She had only glimpsed Qiao Wanyan ascending to the position of crown princess, and there were many pages yet unread before she had succumbed to slumber. After preparing herself, Qiao Wanyan donned a thick white cloak and stepped outside. She was strikingly beautiful, her visage reminiscent of peach blossoms in full bloom during spring, her skin smooth and fair like the finest mutton fat jade. Even without adornment, her complexion radiated like rosy dawn upon fresh snow, captivating all who beheld her. The household servants, though accustomed to her presence, could not help but be drawn to her beauty. The new attendants in the manor regarded her as a gentle and benevolent mistress. However, as time passed, they soon realized that she was the most challenging of all to serve. Speak softly, do not let anyone overhear, one servant whispered. Have I misspoken? The eldest young lady is still a mistress. Why should all the finest provisions in the manor be sent first to Yongning Pavilion? The second young lady is suffering from a cold, while our eldest young lady has only a quilt for warmth. How is that fair? Be quiet. If it weren't for the eldest young lady's need to nurture butterflies, her charcoal would suffice, another retorted. Xiaoying shot her a glare. What do you know? The master is biased, although they are both his daughters. He cannot treat them equally. It is merely because the second young lady possesses a bewitching appearance that he deems her more likely to wed the crown prince. He fails to realize that the crown prince favors our eldest young lady. Another maid attempted to interject, but upon seeing someone approach through the moon gate, she immediately knelt in fear. Xiaoying also turned, her heart racing at the sight of the newcomer. Yet, moments later, she steeled herself to remain standing. She had spoken the truth. What was there to feel guilty about? The eldest young lady was kind-hearted, yet Xiaoying could not bear to witness the injustice. The crown prince undeniably harbors affection for the young lady of her family. It is common knowledge throughout the capital. Qiao Wanyan approached her, the counsel from her dreams echoing persistently in her mind. Do not antagonize the protagonist, Qiao Yihuan, nor make things difficult for those around her. Strive to be virtuous and redeem yourself, for it is the path to survival. With a sharp sound, a resounding slap reverberated through the air. Qiao Wanyan regarded her with a disdainful gaze, as if looking at refuse. Redemption? What chance does a malevolent supporting character have for absolution? Chapter 2. The evil woman knows the plot. It's simply a fatal blow. Xiaoying's heart brimmed with discontent, yet she dared not voice her defiance. Instead, she merely covered her face in indignation. Qiao Wanyan's cold voice broke the silence, commanding her to kneel. Xiaoying refused. But one of the maidservants behind Qiao Wanyan delivered a sharp kick to her leg, forcing her to kneel begrudgingly before her. Fox Vixen, is this how your mistress teaches you to disrespect your superiors behind their backs? Xiaoying gritted her teeth, contemplating the afternoon outing with her mistress. Was this not delaying her departure? Qiao Wanyan regarded her with a disdainful glare. You may remain kneeling here until sunset. As for your mistress's charcoal, due to your insolence, she shall have none for next month. With that, she turned to leave. To serve as someone else's sycophant? She had diligently cultivated her knowledge from a young age, mastering the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine, flowers, and tea. Why should she be reduced to a mere ornament for someone inferior? Was it because she lacked kindness? Lacked foolishness? Lacked the ability to be easily manipulated by men? Is it a fault to crave power and admire vanity? It merely signifies her ambition. Inside Qiyun Hall, upon entering, a matron removed her cloak. Jean Sure beamed upon her arrival, her eyes glimmering with affection, as if gazing at the most exquisite creation of her life. Satisfaction, fondness, and pride radiated from her. Due to her frail health, Jean Sure had consulted numerous renowned physicians, all declaring that she would never bear another child. For many years, she had only this one daughter. Yet, she had never begrudged her love for her daughter due to the lack of sons. Instead, she felt joy at Qiao Wanyan's birth. However, a hint of sorrow now graced Jean Sure's face. Yan, your grandfather has sent a shipment of shoe brocade. When you return later, choose some colors you like. Qiao Wanyan blinked her enchanting, peach blossom eyes and settled into a chair by the hearth. Mother, has something occurred? Jean Sure sighed, knowing she could not conceal the truth. This morning, after court, your father learned that Prince Jing will soon return to the capital. Jean Sure sought a reaction from her daughter, but Qiao Wanyan's expression remained unfazed, seemingly unperturbed by the news. Yan, Prince Jing nearly lost his life to self-harm out of love years ago. Now that he returns, I fear he may seek revenge upon you. She was well aware of the past. Prince Jing had remained in Baiming City, but now, with his unexpected return, she feared for her daughter's safety given his vindictive nature. Out of love comes hatred. She had heard that for many years. Prince Jing had not kept a single woman by his side in Baiming City. Despite others sending beauties to please him, none had remained. He had once declared his disdain for all women, particularly one he loathed most in the capital. Qiao Wanyan gently clasped her mother's hand, her voice soft. Mother, I was once the moonlight in his heart. Time will only allow him to forget my flaws. In the tales, everyone adored the gentle, delicate, and understanding Qiao Yihuan. Not a woman like herself who struggled with pride. The art of feigning innocence and cunning was not beyond her capability. She desires to be favored by all. To have those who once obstructed her path to glory pave a broad avenue for her, to be the object of admiration for the multitude. If a woman cannot wield dominion over the world, then let those in power be under her influence. Enough said, you understand my intentions. By the way, mother, please select a piece of shoe brocade and send it to Qiao Yihuan. The Jin family is perplexed, for such exquisite fabric is rare even in the capital. Why bestow it upon her? Qiao Wanyan smiled. I have my own plans. After a brief stay, Qiao Wanyan rose to depart. The book she sought remained elusive. As though it had never existed, no trace of it to be found in Yongning Pavilion. In the afternoon, after a fortnight of confinement, Qiao Wanyan finally ventured out. The beauty with cloud-like hair and floral visage alighted from her carriage, her brows resembling distant mountains, untouched by ink, her lips akin to sand, unadorned yet alluring. Unlike her usual meticulous makeup and flamboyant attire, today she bore a natural simplicity that lent her an air of innocent purity. She appeared as a fragile treasure, evoking a desire to protect and cherish her, stirring the deepest tenderness within one's heart. Huibao Building, the most renowned jewelry shop in the capital, offered exquisite hairpins and ornaments at steep prices, yet Qiao Wanyan was a frequent patron. "Miss Qiao, it has been a while since your last visit. We have received a new batch of hairpins. Would you care to peruse them?" The shopkeeper beamed, his eyes nearly squinting with delight at the sight of gold. Accompanied by the shopkeeper to the second floor, Qiao Wanyan admired the treasures presented before her. They were all splendid. "Wrap them all up," she instructed. The shopkeeper's smile was uncontainable. "Certainly. Wait, this one should be wrapped separately. It is the most beautiful. Please make the packaging exquisite, as it is a gift for my elder sister." Upon hearing this, Ziyuan was taken aback. "Miss, why would you give the most exquisite piece to her? I heard that the eldest young lady's maid, Xiaoying, insulted you as a seductress. You have yet to fully recover from your cold and are venturing out. It pains me to see this. And now you wish to gift such a beautiful hairpin to her? It infuriates me." On the staircase leading to the second floor, Hijiu paused upon hearing their conversation. "Xiaoying, isn't she the personal maid of Yihuan?" Qiao Wanyan smiled gently. "The shoe brocade my grandfather sent today will be paired perfectly with this hairpin for my elder sister. Besides, it is not my sister's fault that her attendant lacks propriety." Ziyuan was perplexed by her mistress's unusual demeanor today. Under normal circumstances, had anyone dared to call her a seductress, they would have suffered severe consequences. Yet now, it seems she was merely punishing the maid with kneeling, and even contemplating gifting such a lovely hairpin to her mistress. "Miss, could it be that your cold has worsened?" Zhen, agitated, exclaimed, "If the servants are ignorant of the rules, it is the master who must correct them. The crown prince dislikes you. Perhaps Xiaoying has been spreading malicious gossip behind your back. I believe you should persuade madam to sell Xiaoying off, to prevent her from offending you again." "Enough," Qiao Wanyan replied, in an unusually good-natured tone. "I know you mean well, but Xiaoying has grown up alongside my elder sister. I cannot act so harshly. Moreover, I have come to realize that it is indeed a good thing for my elder sister to find a suitable home in the future." "Miss." Ziyuan was so anxious that she wished to rush to Mingxiang Pavilion at that very moment and thrust Qiao Yihuan back into her mother's womb. Qiao Wanyan gently spoke. "I have also come to terms with it. If my elder sister can marry a worthy gentleman, then I shall remain unmarried for life, accompanying our father and mother." Ziyuan felt as though she were trapped in a dream. No, a nightmare within a nightmare. After settling the payment, as Qiao Wanyan approached the staircase intending to descend, she unexpectedly encountered the crown prince, Hijiu, ascending towards her. Her eyes widened with shock and disbelief, and instinctively, she took 2 steps back. After a brief moment, she bowed gracefully and said, "This humble girl greets His Highness the Crown Prince." Chapter 3. How delightful it is to play the green tea role. Hijiu stood there in a tea-white brocade robe, his handsome visage exuding an extraordinary grace. His hair, akin to black jade, was neatly tied back, and within his deep-set eyes was reflected the suppressed admiration and adoration from Qiao Wanyan after her initial fright. Hijiu glanced at the exquisitely wrapped brocade box in her hands. His encounters with the second daughter of the Qiao family had been few, and each time she had approached him while speaking with Yihuan. Though he did not know her well, he had gleaned some information from Xiaoying. Yihuan did not live comfortably in the Qiao household, primarily due to the presence of a willful and domineering second daughter. It was not uncommon in grand estates for legitimate daughters to bully their illegitimate counterparts. However, Yihuan was the one he cherished. And seeing such a gentle and kind woman being mistreated by her own sister filled him with disdain for such frivolous and insipid characters. Even though the second daughter of the Qiao family possessed remarkable beauty, he was not one to be swayed by mere appearances. True beauty lies within. Yet, he had just heard Xiaoying refer to the second daughter of the Qiao family as a seductress. Such disrespect towards a master would have resulted in dire consequences within the Eastern Palace. Hijiu maintained an indifferent demeanor, inquiring if she had come to purchase hairpins and accessories. Qiao Wanyan lowered her gaze, her delicate nod exuding an ethereal purity akin to snow. Yes. A simple word, devoid of further embellishment. He Jiu frowned slightly, feigning fragility. It seemed she was aware of Yihuan's gentle nature and had deliberately adopted a similar demeanor. Truly a woman of cunning. Qiao Wanyan paused momentarily, then spoke softly. Your Highness, I caught a chill some days ago and have yet to fully recover. I must take my leave due to my physical discomfort. He Jiu was somewhat taken aback, noting her unusually simple attire and frail appearance. This was due to an illness? The sound of footsteps echoed behind him, and He Jiu turned to observe Qiao Wanyan's slender, fragile silhouette, his gaze darkening. A nearby attendant, Jingyuan, remarked, Your Highness. It seems Miss Qiao was aware of your presence, which is why she spoke those words. She is not a virtuous person. I have suffered her harsh words in the past when I obstructed her. He Jiu withdrew his gaze. His visit had been a spontaneous decision to purchase a jade bracelet for Yihuan. How could the second daughter of the Qiao family have known in advance? Moreover, based on his impression of her, after he had inquired about her purpose in buying hairpins and accessories, she would have immediately resorted to flaunting her sisterly affection, striving to project an image of deep sibling bonds, just like those mundane characters. He Jiu returned to his thoughts. The nature of the second daughter of the Qiao family had nothing to do with him. Emerging from Huibao building, Ziyuan felt a twinge of regret, lamenting the missed opportunity to tarnish the reputations of Xiaoying and the young lady. What a loss it was. Miss, it was such a rare chance to meet His Royal Highness. Why didn't you engage him in conversation? It was indeed a remarkable coincidence that after a fortnight of seclusion, the young lady happened to encounter the prince. Qiao Wanyan smiled silently, fully aware that her departure from the manor was intentional, as she had foreseen the prince's visit. According to the tales, Xiao Yihuan was meant to venture out today, coincidentally crossing paths with the prince at Huibao building. However, now that Xiaoying had been punished to kneel, Xiao Yihuan lacked the company and thus had no desire to leave the estate. Gently brushing her hair, Qiao Wanyan's eyes sparkled with delight, appearing in good spirits. How amusing it was to feign a delicate and harmless demeanor. Today, the prince's gaze towards her lacked the usual disdain. Indeed, men are often drawn to those they can easily manipulate, preferring the innocent and unassuming. Miss, that impertinent maid Xiaoying is truly insufferable. Selling her off would save you a great deal of trouble. Qiao Wanyan's lips curled into a charming smile. Dealing with a mere maid was but a flick of her fingers, and she retained her for her significant potential. Pouting, Ziyuan conceded, All right. I may not be as clever as you, miss. Whatever you do is undoubtedly right. Qiao Wanyan affectionately caressed Ziyuan's cheek, exclaiming, Ziyuan, I particularly cherish your forthrightness and unfiltered thoughts. Today, I'll have the kitchen prepare a grand pig's trotter just for you. Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with joy. You are truly wonderful. Miss. However, she couldn't shake off the feeling that something was amiss with the miss's praise. Putting it aside, she thought, whatever the miss does is indeed right. The miss's sudden kindness towards the eldest lady was perplexing, but as long as the miss was happy, that was all that mattered. The winter weather was harsh, and having remained in the manor for several days, Qiao Wanyan's chill had finally subsided. Ziyuan, feeling restless these past few days, especially now as she clutched a letter and approached Yongning Pavilion, became increasingly anxious upon seeing her mistress. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. Miss, perhaps we should retreat to your grandfather's house in Yongzhou to avoid the storm? Qiao Wanyan was reading near the incense burner when she heard this and looked up, extending her hand. Whose letter is that? Hand it over. Eagerly, Ziyuan complied. Miss, Prince Jing returned the day before yesterday, and I feel terribly anxious. With his immense power, his return to the capital surely spells revenge against you. With the prince hosting a welcoming banquet, inviting both you and the eldest lady, it is inevitable that you will encounter Prince Jing. Qiao Wanyan found it amusing. If he truly intends to seek revenge, do you think he wouldn't find me in Yongzhou? Ziyuan frowned. Regardless, it might buy us some time. Ever since she learned of Prince Jing's return to the capital, she hadn't slept peacefully a single night, while the miss remained remarkably composed, eating and drinking as if nothing were amiss. If they were to attend the welcoming banquet, the miss would surely become the subject of ridicule throughout the capital. Qiao Wanyan opened the letter, confirming the invitation addressed to both herself and Xiao Yihuan. At that moment, Qiao Shangshu and Madame Jean entered. Unsurprisingly, they intended to persuade her to feign illness to avoid the banquet, and after much discussion, Qiao Wanyan successfully convinced them to leave her be. How can this splendid performance commence if you do not attend? She has eagerly anticipated this welcoming banquet for quite some time. On the day of the banquet, Ziyuan rose early, cradling the freshly crafted shoe brocade dress. The shoe brocade, sent from Yongzhou 2 days prior, was a color that Qiao Wanyan adored, prompting her to request the embroiderers to work tirelessly overnight to complete it. Despite the time constraints, the craftsmanship was not compromised. Qiao Wanyan's father, the current Minister of Revenue, had a respectable monthly allowance. However, maintaining a large household and engaging in social obligations should not permit his daughter to squander money frivolously. Yet, due to the affluent background of Qiao Wanyan's mother, whose family was one of the imperial merchants, wealth was abundant. Thus, at tenfold the price, countless embroiderers eagerly vied for the opportunity. Draped in the crimson shoe brocade, the dress featured intricately embroidered patterns at the collar, while the skirt was adorned with outlines of peonies stitched in golden thread, filled with a ginger-white hue. Under the sunlight, the peony blossoms on the fabric appeared almost lifelike, radiating a captivating and delicate brilliance. Although Ziyuan possessed a straightforward disposition, her makeup application was meticulous. She adorned Qiao Wanyan's face with an exquisite makeup look, complemented by a flower motif on her forehead that served as the finishing touch. With a slight upward curve of her lips, Ziyuan felt a pang of regret for not being a man. No, not just any man, but one of high status and power, worthy of such a lady. Rising from the mirror, Qiao Wanyan quietly stood at the door, gazing at the clear blue sky on this splendid day. The servants within Yongning Pavilion could not help but gasp in awe. Despite her temperamental nature, the young lady's beauty was like a radiant gem, her striking features beyond mere description. By the time they departed, Qiao Yihuan had already been whisked away in the luxurious carriage of the Eastern Palace, leaving Ziyuan fuming. Though Qiao Wanyan remained largely unfazed. At the Zhuiyue pool of the Eastern Palace, Qiao Yihuan, with a bare face and clad in a cloud-blue dress, was draped in a white cloak. While she could not rival her sister's beauty, she possessed a delicate charm of her own, particularly in her understated attire. She evoked an instinctive desire for protection in others. Helu Jiu approached, taking the hot water bottle from Jingyuan and presenting it to her. "Yihuan, have you been waiting long?" Seeing the shy smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Qiao Yihuan replied, "I am delighted to wait for your highness, no matter how long it takes." She added, "By the way, your highness, you mentioned last time that butterflies are not seen in winter. I have been keeping some at home. If you would like, I could have someone deliver them to you another day." Helu Jiu nodded slightly, his gaze drifting to her attire before noticing the single plain silver hairpin in her hair. Tentatively, he spoke, "Yihuan, you are in the bloom of youth. Why do you dress so plainly every day? It is truly a pity to waste such a fine age." Qiao Yihuan pursed her lips and smiled. "I am accustomed to frugality and do not concern myself with material possessions." Beside her, Xiaoying murmured softly, "The young lady is indeed kind-hearted. It is clear that the madam has reduced your monthly allowance, leaving us without funds for new clothes." Qiao Yihuan swiftly turned with a playful reprimand. "Do not speak nonsense in front of His Highness." Afterward, she gently clarified, "Your Highness, do not heed her words. Such things are unfounded. I simply do not share my second sister's passion for extravagant attire, and my expenses in this regard are modest." He Jiyu's expression was filled with compassion as he remarked that the garments made from shoe brocade would undoubtedly suit her. He promised to choose some colors that would complement her and send them over in due time. Qiao Yihuan's lips parted slightly in surprise. Although she had claimed to dislike such things, his words nonetheless touched her deeply, evoking a sense of pity in those around them. This reaction stirred within Jingyuan, who could not help but wish to procure more fine gifts for her. The eldest daughter of the Qiao family truly had little of value. How pitiable. "Your Highness, it is unnecessary," she replied. "Such exquisite fabric as shoe brocade is far beyond my worth. I have never even laid eyes on it, let alone adorned myself with it." He Jiyu's gaze darkened, akin to an unfathomable abyss. Yihuan had never encountered shoe brocade, and indeed, Qiao Wanyan had once claimed that Madame Qiao had gifted her a piece, which was evidently a fabrication. A woman full of ulterior motives. "Yihuan, you deserve all the finest things in this world. Wait a little longer. I shall persuade my father and mother to make you my crown princess," he vowed. Qiao Yihuan's cheeks flushed crimson, and she bowed her head. "Your Highness, I believe in you. Even if I were merely a consort, I would accept it willingly." "Big sister, there you are. I have been searching everywhere for you." A melodious voice chimed as Qiao Wanyan approached gracefully. He Jiu glanced at her. Unlike the understated elegance he had previously observed, today she was adorned like a blooming flower. Xiaoying furrowed her brow and murmured, "Here she comes again," interrupting the conversation between the young lady and His Highness. Although Qiao Yihuan felt a twinge of annoyance, She maintained her composure and smiled. Second sister, I was meant to come with you, but His Highness sent someone to escort me, so I arrived ahead of you. Qiao Wanyan's eyes sparkled as she curtsied to He Jiyu. So that is the case. No wonder I couldn't find you. Her brows arched playfully. But why aren't you wearing the shoe brocade that mother sent you? I chose the color specifically for you. I thought you would wear it today, and it would look splendid. Did you not like the hairpin I gifted you? Disappointment flickered in Qiao Wanyan's eyes, as if her heartfelt intentions had been misdirected. Qiao Yihuan was taken aback by her affection, yet felt a wave of panic. She instinctively glanced at the crown prince, whose expression remained neutral, devoid of emotion. But her own heart raced uncontrollably. Fortunately, Xiaoying intervened. Miss, it is my fault. Madam indeed sent the shoe brocade. But I placed it in the cabinet and forgot about it. The hairpin I set aside because it seemed too antiquated for today's attire. He Jiyu lowered his gaze to Qiao Yihuan. It was true that the maidservant had acted somewhat indiscreetly. While it was natural to defend one's master, the lies had rendered her words utterly implausible. Qiao Wanyan seemed unperturbed by the sudden shift in demeanor, not fearing that the crown prince might harbor suspicions. For years, her encounters with him had always been in the presence of Qiao Yihuan. Whenever she approached, he would make excuses to leave, as if wary of displeasing her sister. The crown prince hardly knew her. Any understanding he possessed was merely gleaned from the words of others. Yet, how could such understanding compare to witnessing the truth with one's own eyes? He Jiyu remarked, Yihuan, that day your sister went to Huibao Tower to purchase hairpins. I happened to be there as well. The hairpin she chose for you, the one with the delicate steps, is not overly antiquated. It suits you perfectly. Qiao Yihuan stiffened, gazing at him in bewilderment. Chapter 5. Whoever obstructs my path, I shall sever their means of survival. Qiao Wanyan grasped her arm. Indeed, sister, that hairpin was the most exquisite among the accessories I selected that day. You usually dress so plainly. You ought to adorn yourself beautifully so that your future brother-in-law will be even more captivated. The curve of Qiao Wanyan's smile was just right, akin to the gentle warmth of the spring sun, dispelling all worldly gloom, pure and astonishingly beautiful. In such a demeanor, there was no trace of maliciousness or spite. She was clearly the most innocent camellia, vibrant and carefree. Qiao Yihuan's cheeks flushed instantly. What brother-in-law? Sister, do not speak nonsense. Xiaoying glared at her fiercely. Just yesterday, she had been high and mighty, striking herself in anger. And today she feigned the demeanor of a dutiful sister, all to curry favor in front of the crown prince. He Jiyu, catching a glimpse of Xiaoying's barely contained disdain, discreetly withdrew his gaze. You sisters may converse at your leisure. I shall make a brief visit to Zhaohua Palace. The others bowed in acknowledgement. Instead of departing directly through the moon gate, He Jiyu paused behind a concealed rockery at the corner. The dense, withered branches obscured the view, rendering the presence of two individuals invisible from the outside. Conversely, from behind the mountain, one could clearly observe the commotion by the bamboo liquid pool. Are we not headed to Zhaohua Palace? Prince Jing should have arrived by now. He Jiyu's gaze remained fixed on the edge of the bamboo liquid pool. Yihuan possessed a gentle and kind disposition, reluctant to punish those around her. However, Xiaoying, as her maid, was indeed rather undisciplined. Yet, he was uncertain whether the two daughters of the Qiao family genuinely shared a deep sisterly bond with Yihuan. Whether Qiao Wanyan was merely pretending to befriend Yihuan or truly cherished their sisterly bond could be discerned here, devoid of outsiders. No one would maintain a fade in such solitude. Although their conversation was inaudible, their expressions and actions revealed much. Ziyuan whispered a few words into Qiao Wanyan's ear, prompting her to approach Qiao Yihuan, smiling sweetly as she took both of her hands in hers. Qiao Yihuan was taken aback by her affectionate demeanor, which even seemed to carry a hint of seeking her approval. If Wanyan truly wished to befriend her, she would gladly put aside past grievances to foster a cordial relationship, provided she refrained from vying for the crown prince's affections. Sister, you are fully aware of that shoe brocade. Why then, do you lie? Qiao Yihuan frowned slightly, questioning her with a smile that inexplicably sent chills down her spine. Dear sister, you misunderstand. I genuinely do not know about that shoe brocade. Qiao Wanyan lightly sked, her smile unwavering and enchanting. With a playful pout, she said, You're deceiving me. A sense of unease gripped Qiao Yihuan. Wanyan's tone made her feel an inexplicable guilt, compelling her to acquiesce to her whims. Would the crown prince truly find her unappealing upon seeing her in such a state? Qiao Wanyan tilted her head slightly, a soft and sweet smile gracing her lips. Sister, I am not a virtuous person, and you too may not be as innocent as you appear. As humans, we all possess a selfish side. Xiaoying suddenly pushed her away, glaring at her with a defensive stance. Second miss, do not go too far. My mistress is kind-hearted and not at all like you. Qiao Wanyan, far from the panic they anticipated, merely clutched her chest, wearing a look of astonishment and hurt as she gazed at them. Xiaoying, have you spent all these years with such a fiery demeanor to protect your sister? But have you forgotten that your contract is in my mother's hands? If I so wish, I could sell you off. At that point, there would be no one left to protect your sister. Xiaoying's fists clenched tightly, her gaze fixed on her, breathing uneven with rage. In the tales, although Xiaoying and Qiao Yihuan were of the same age, Xiaoying's actions mirrored those of Qiao Yihuan's mother, as she meticulously cared for and protected her. Such loyalty could hardly endure the threat posed to her. Qiao Wanyan leisurely stoked the flames of conflict. Your sister wishes to marry the crown prince, yet I too desire the position of crown princess. Whoever obstructs my ascent shall find their path to survival severed. You vile woman! Xiaoying erupted in fury, her inner rage igniting as her mind buzzed with tumult. In a moment of impulsiveness, she shoved Qiao Wanyan, who stood by the bamboo pool, into the water. Ah! Qiao Wanyan exclaimed, but with precision and determination, she grasped Xiaoying's hand, and together they fell into the lake. Xiaoying, Qiao Yihuan, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, stood at the water's edge, frantic. Xiaoying flailed about in the water, while Qiao Yihuan knelt at the shore, reaching out to pull her back. Fortunately, Xiaoying was not far from the bank, and with all her strength, Qiao Yihuan managed to bring her to safety. However, Qiao Wanyan had already vanished beneath the surface. Ziyuan shot a glance at Qiao Yihuan, then called out loudly, "This is terrible. My mistress has been pushed into the water. Someone, come quickly." The icy lake water stung painfully in the depths of winter, and Xiaoying, soaked to the bone, shivered as she hugged herself. Overwhelmed by the fear of nearly drowning and the impulsive act of pushing the second miss into the water, she felt a profound conflict within. If the second miss were to perish, the master and mistress would undoubtedly implicate the eldest Mississippi. Yet, if the second miss truly died, there would be no one left to bully the eldest Mississippi. Xiaoying's heart waged a fierce battle, anxiously watching the lake's surface, silently wishing for no one to emerge, while also hoping for her to float back to life. Meanwhile, Qiao Yihuan knelt on the ground, holding Xiaoying, when she sensed a shadow looming over her. Looking up, she discovered it was the crown prince. "Your Highness?" He, gazing at the lake's surface, which mirrored the sky without a ripple, narrowed his deep-set eyes slightly. "Your Highness, please send Jingyuan to rescue Wanyan. Wanyan is still in the water." Jingyuan looked to his master, seemingly awaiting orders. With a splash, He removed his fox fur cloak and leaped into the water. "Your Highness." Qiao Yihuan stood frozen in disbelief at the scene before her. Ziyuan, on the verge of tears from anxiety, found herself in a peculiar state, wanting to laugh yet unable to cry. These foolish individuals remain unaware that the young lady from their household is quite adept in water, having learned from her cousin during her time in Yongzhou. As Qiao Wanyan held her breath before diving in, climbing onto the shore was a task of utmost simplicity for her. Yet, she chose otherwise, allowing herself to sink to the lake's depths, mesmerized by the enchanting reflections created by the sunlight on the water's surface. The initial plunge had been bone-chillingly cold, but once fully submerged, the chill dissipated. The gentle water enveloped her, her inky hair and flowing gown dancing gracefully, as if she had merged with the aquatic realm, becoming a breathtaking sight for He, who had just leaped into the lake. With her eyes half closed, Qiao Wanyan reached out for a lifeline. In the next moment, bubbles escaped her mouth, rising in a delicate stream, her exquisite peach blossom eyes closing as she sank deeper. He's heart tightened as he swiftly dove toward the bottom. Chapter 6. The First God of Death in Daiyo, Yanli. Qiao Wanyan had meticulously cared for herself over the years. Her delicate figure, combined with her buoyancy in the water, made her feel as light as a feather when He grasped her wrist. The once demure smile on her face transformed into a look of confusion as she lost consciousness, devoid of any lively expression. He pulled her close, releasing her wrist only to encircle her slender waist, swimming toward the surface. He, known for his frigid composure akin to the clarity of freshly fallen snow, found himself consumed by a singular thought as he held the unconscious Qiao Wanyan. How slender her waist is. Are all women this delicate? As they both surfaced, Ziyuan stood anxiously at the shore, while Qiao Yihuan approached the water's edge. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Although Jingyuan harbored a disdain for Miss Qiao, he could not help but notice how drenched she must have been upon emerging from the water, and as a man and a princess guard, he deemed it improper to gaze upon her. He turned away, discreetly surveying the surroundings. He managed to bring Qiao Wanyan to the surface before finally stepping onto dry land. Qiao Wanyan's heart ached. The icy lake water posed a risk of illness for the prince. Wanyan too. If she catches a chill, she may languish in bed with illness. Qiao Wanyan offered her cloak to He, urging, "Your Highness, please wear this. If you were to fall ill due to this, it would be a grave sin upon my family." He accepted the cloak, but instead of draping it over himself, he averted his gaze and enveloped Qiao Wanyan in it. The ground was still dusted with snow as he lifted her, concealing her within the cloak, and promptly assisted her in expelling the lake water she had inadvertently swallowed. After a few painful coughs, Qiao Wanyan slowly lifted her eyelids, her eyes clouded with moisture, trembling slightly from the shock. Once she assured herself of her survival, she buried her face in Heju's chest, breaking down into tears. Qiao Wanyan frowned slightly, a flicker of an indescribable emotion flashing in her eyes. Ziyuan, worried for her master, felt a surge of uncontainable joy within. "Well done, miss. You truly are remarkable." He felt a certain rigidity in his body, not due to the biting cold, but rather from the sight of Qiao Wanyan weeping pitifully and vulnerably against his chest. It did not surprise him that a noble young lady would cry in such circumstances. However, witnessing her sorrowful demeanor while cradled in his arms imparted to him a profound understanding of the phrase "one's heart aches at the sight." Moments earlier, hidden behind the rockery, he had observed everything clearly. Though the words exchanged between them were inaudible, it was evident that Qiao Wanyan was not merely putting on an act in his presence. Her demeanor towards Yihuan remained consistent, whether he was near or afar. Conversely, Xiaoying appeared to be reprimanding Qiao Wanyan, even shoving her into the water. He speculated that perhaps Qiao Wanyan's revelation regarding the hairpin and shoe brocade had enraged Xiaoying, exposing her deceit and prompting such a furious reaction. Such a maidservant, remaining by Yihuan's side, would inevitably lead to her downfall. With her voice hoarse from crying, Qiao Wanyan suddenly turned to search for Xiaoying's figure. Upon spotting her, she extended her delicate, fair hand, pointing accusingly, her tone revealing the unapologetic temper of a highborn lady. "You dare to push me into the water? I shall inform mother and have you sold." Such a domineering tone was, to He entirely justifiable. His initial impression of Qiao Wanyan was that of a capricious and spoiled young lady. While she might not be as wicked as Xiaoying portrayed, she certainly possessed her share of little temperaments. It was only natural for her to voice such a response when her servant was so brazenly mistreating her. Qiao Wanyan immediately interjected, "Sister, it is all my fault. My poor guidance has caused you this grievance. If you must blame someone, let it be me. Xiaoying has been with me since childhood. If she were sold away, I truly would not know how to endure." Qiao Wanyan sobbed incoherently. "I do not want that. If she dares to push me into the water today, what might she do tomorrow?" Observing her anxious state, He spoke earnestly. "Yihuan, such an unruly servant should no longer remain by your side. Today, I shall find you a trustworthy person to serve you in her stead." Qiao Yihuan's eyes widened in astonishment. She fell to her knees with a thud. "Your Highness, Xiaoying has grown up alongside me. Our bond is akin to that of sisters. I cannot bear to see her sold away." Following this, she added, "Sister, if you remain unsatisfied, I shall leap into the water right now to assuage your anger. How does that sound?" As she spoke, she attempted to jump into the water. Ziyuan, inwardly amused, thought, "Jump, do hurry and jump. May the cold water claim you." However, He released Qiao Wanyan and swiftly stepped forward, halting her from leaping. His eyes filled with both pain and helplessness. Seeing this, Ziyuan cursed under her breath and approached, tightly embracing her mistress in an attempt to offer some warmth. Qiao Wanyan cried, "Sister, why must you force me? I am the one who has suffered. Why do you make it seem as though I am depriving others of their livelihood?" Her gaze burned with intensity, while Qiao Yihuan, feeling guilty, could not meet her eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. He lowered his gaze. Indeed, Miss Qiao had been wronged, and the maid's disrespect warranted punishment. "I shall take it upon myself to decide for you. Shall Xiaoying receive 50 lashes?" Though professing to act on behalf of Qiao Wanyan, the true intentions of those present were evident to all. Qiao Wanyan bit her lip, her delicate beauty reminiscent of spring water and pear blossoms, revealing both grievance and defiance. Yet, in the presence of the crown prince, she dared not refuse, averting her gaze as tears streamed down her face silently. The absence of sound only amplified the poignancy of her unvoiced sorrow, making it all the more unbearable. It was clear to Jingyuan that Miss Qiao had indeed suffered a great injustice. Yet the crown prince's blatant favoritism towards Miss Qiao was undeniably biased. Ziyuan, I wish to return home, Qiao Wanyan expressed. Your current state would tarnish your reputation if you leave the East Palace. Stay and change your attire, He Jiyu advised. If you do not wish to attend the banquet, I shall have someone escort you back. If you still wish to enjoy yourself, remain until the banquet concludes, and depart alongside your elder sister. Qiao Wanyan remained silent, attempting to rise with Ziyuan's assistance. Jingyuan clicked his tongue. The crown prince's words went unheeded, and indeed, Miss Qiao was quite spoiled and stubborn, displaying an audacity that was rather excessive. However, as the crown prince showed no inclination to reprimand her, he chose to keep his thoughts to himself. Internally, Qiao Wanyan scoffed, while it was vital to feign compliance. Unyielding submission without a hint of temper would only lead men to perceive her as easily manageable, unworthy of their earnest consideration. My lady, are you unwell? Ziyuan inquired as she noticed Qiao Wanyan stumble slightly. My foot has gone numb. I cannot walk, Qiao Wanyan replied softly. At that moment, a deep, resonant voice filled the air with mocking disdain from a distance. A numb foot does not equate to a broken leg. Why can you not walk? Chapter 7. Those who betray true hearts deserve self-destruction, lest they tarnish the hands of others. Everyone turned to see a young man, barely of age, approaching. He was strikingly handsome, with an aura as chilling as frost and snow. The hazy sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading upon him like a divine light, revealing an otherworldly presence. He bore the countenance of a tragic, compassionate celestial being, yet his expression was wicked and capricious, akin to a malevolent spirit dwelling within the radiance. It seemed that anyone before him was as insignificant as dust, utterly unreachable. Qiao Huan was the first to respond, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, the Crown Prince Jingwang. This man was none other than He Yanli, the childhood companion whom Qiao Wanyan had callously cast aside. 5 years prior, He Yanli, once the 9th prince, had become a pariah due to his maternal family's entanglements, falling from a favored candidate for the crown prince to a discarded pawn. That fateful rainy night, he had sought out Qiao Wanyan in a state of disarray, only to be met with her fury and scorn, leading to his merciless rejection. She was unaware of how he had returned that night. Only later did she hear whispers of his attempted self-destruction at home, narrowly saved by timely intervention. Following this, he secluded himself in the national temple for 3 years, and upon his return, was appointed to Baiming City. A year later, he was bestowed the title of Jingwang, becoming the first god of death in the Great Yu dynasty, feared for his ruthless nature, commanding an army of 300,000 in Baiming City, operating beyond the emperor's orders, a presence that the capital dreaded. He Yanli did not spare her a glance, his gaze, fierce as a serpent's, fixating on Qiao Wanyan's astonished expression, concealing an unmistakable hatred within his depths. He distinctly remembers that rainy night at the back door of the Qiao residence, when she spoke those heart-wrenching words to him with an expression of disdain and contempt. You are now unworthy of the position of heir apparent, in my eyes. You are as insignificant as weeds. How dare someone like you stand before me and defend my sight? Childhood friends? Had you not been the most promising candidate for the throne, you wouldn't even qualify to be my childhood companion. Do not seek me out in the future. I cannot bear the thought of you making me lose my appetite. Qiao Wanyan was somewhat taken aback. According to the stories, he should have been at the banquet in Zhaohua Palace. How could he possibly be here? She had yet to complete her entanglement with the crown prince. Yet He Yanli had arrived at this moment. He Yanli approached step by step, and feeling a surge of anxiety, she knelt down with a thud. Realizing her own weakness, she spoke to salvage her dignity. This servant pays her respects to His Highness, the Jingwang. Qiao Yihuan glanced at the stunned Qiao Wanyan and hurried over to support her. Wanyan, quickly pay your respects to His Highness Jingwang. He Jiu observed the myriad emotions of fear, unease, and astonishment on Qiao Wanyan's face. Initially, he understood why the 9th prince had chosen to take his own life, why he had spent 3 years in seclusion at the national temple, and why he had traveled to Baiming City. Now that he had returned, it was certain that he would seek retribution against Qiao Wanyan, but that was of no concern to him. He had sent an invitation to the Qiao family bearing Qiao Wanyan's name solely to ensure that Yihuan could come. Who would be punished was of no consequence to him. Yet, having shown favoritism towards Yihuan just moments ago, he now felt a twinge of guilt towards Qiao Wanyan. The weight of power was pressing down, and it felt unjust to pressure a young girl who had suffered and wished to return home. He could not simply stand by and do nothing. Why had the ninth prince come here? The biting cold wind contrasted sharply with the warmth of Qiao Palace. Ninth prince, let us go together, he suggested. He Yanli stepped before Qiao Wanyan, and seeing the face he had dreamt of for 5 years, he suddenly smiled. Yet, that smile was sinister and malevolent. No matter how Qiao Wanyan looked at it, she could discern no kindness within it, only a chill that raised the hairs on her neck. He Yanli wielded military power, revered like a deity among the people of Biming City. In the past, he had been a radiant figure, a breath of fresh air amidst the chaos of the world. But now, he embodied the greatest villain of the tale, the thorn in the path of the male protagonist, He Jiu, as he ascended the throne. She had read the story until the early hours of the morning, getting through most of it until Qiao Yihuan became the crown princess, at which point fatigue overwhelmed her and she fell asleep. She had no knowledge of whether He Jiu managed to retain the position of heir or if He Yanli had laid waste to the capital. Her presence here, of course, was driven by the desire to see someone. He Jiu glanced at Qiao Wanyan. Qiao Yihuan gently remarked, Your Highness Jing Wang, my sister is drenched and needs to change her clothes. I shall take her away now. He Yanli raised an eyebrow. It seems you two share a close bond. Qiao Yihuan bit her lip, hesitating to respond directly. Eventually, she offered an awkward smile. My sister is still young and somewhat mischievous, as her elder sister. It is my duty to care for her. He Yanli's cold gaze landed on her face. I detest the most hypocritical individuals. He has never believed that one could endure years of bullying by another and still harbor goodwill towards them. Qiao Yihuan's lips turned pale, unable to fathom why he would humiliate her so. Ninth prince, do not go too far, He Jiu said, her brow slightly furrowed, feeling displeased. Yihuan is the purest soul in this world. Surely he must be aware of that as well. Zi Yuan cautiously remarked, Your Highness, the young lady is soaked. It is quite cold outside. May I take her to change into dry clothes? If she remains here much longer, she might freeze. He Yanli replied nonchalantly. Your young lady has always valued her beauty. If she were to perish in her prime, she would retain her charm forever, would she not? Qiao Wanyan retorted. Do you hear the absurdity of your words? Her eyes half closed. Her porcelain skin now bore a sickly pallor from the cold. She softly called out, Yanli. He Yanli's gaze flickered with an unusual emotion as he stared at her in silence for a long moment. We are not so familiar. Do you not think it improper to call my name so casually? Qiao Wanyan bit her lip, holding back the tears welling in her eyes. Yet, as she looked down, the tears cascaded down like a string of pearls. Wretched man, do not expect me to call your name in the future. Jing Yuan, a mere bystander, observed her state and felt that the ninth prince was a villain, mercilessly tormenting an innocent young lady. How could the second Miss Qiao, who was deemed wicked, invoke such pity when she cried so effortlessly? There must be some poison in her, indeed. One should keep a distance from treacherous women, especially those who feign vulnerability. He Yanli furrowed his brow slightly. What is there to cry about? Merely pointing out her lack of decorum has brought her to such distress. How could she have uttered such heart-wrenching words in the past? She was utterly delicate. He Jiu then interjected. Are you not going to assist your young lady in changing her clothes? Zi Yuan immediately rose, glancing at the ninth prince's expression, seeing no sign of dissent. She swiftly helped Qiao Wanyan depart. He Jiu approached Qiao Yihuan's side, and He Yanli glanced at the two, stating, I shall not disturb my elder brother any longer. I will take my leave for the Zhaohua Hall. Jing Yuan's countenance darkened. How dare he refer to himself as this prince in front of the court? Such arrogance. Yet, one was the crown prince with little power, while the other was a prince commanding 30,000 troops from Biming City. Even if he acted presumptuously, he had the means to do so. Mo Shao slightly nodded and turned to follow the ninth prince out. Once they had exited the moon gate, he asked, Your Highness, the second Miss Qiao once wounded you deeply. Do not show her any mercy. He Yanli's lips curled into a cold smirk. Mercy? She is insatiable, filled with schemes. A person who betrays genuine affection deserves to self-destruct, lest they stain others' hands. Chapter 8. He Yanli, dreaming of becoming a princess? In the Fuyan Hall, a palace maid delivered luxurious garments made of shimmering brocade. Zi Yuan was somewhat astonished that the prince had sent such fine fabric. The maid explained, Miss Zi Yuan, the East Palace lacks a mistress and has not prepared women's clothing. This set of shimmering brocade was a tribute from Yunnan, just retrieved from the storeroom. I hope Miss Qiao will not find it lacking. The maidservant of the Eastern Palace spoke with utmost politeness. And even the fiery and straightforward Zi Yuan could not help but smile as she expressed her gratitude. Sister, you are too kind. How could my young lady disdain anything from the Eastern Palace? Thank you, Your Highness. After closing the door, Ziyuan joyfully dashed into the inner chamber. In the winter, the heated dragon under the floor of the Eastern Palace radiated warmth, and Qiao Wanyan immersed herself in the bath, bidding farewell to the chill that had encompassed her. The steam rose in ethereal wisps, and amidst the hazy atmosphere, her long hair cascaded over the edge of the tub like a waterfall. Qiao Wanyan was fair-skinned, her complexion akin to refined jade, and crystalline droplets cascaded from her shoulders. As she gently raised her delicate arm, ripples danced across the water's surface, subtly revealing her enchanting form. Ziyuan momentarily gazed in awe, feeling a sudden heat rise to her cheeks, and she quickly tilted her head back, nearly staining her dress with a blush of blood. Miss, the maidservants have brought a dress made of shimmering silk, Ziyuan announced. Qiao Wanyan lifted her beautiful eyes to glance at the exquisite fabric in Ziyuan's hands. The shimmering silk was a precious material, rare even for her grandfather to acquire. This fabric originated from a neighboring kingdom, and only the royal family of Dao possessed it, as it was a tribute from their allies. She recalled that this particular set of shimmering silk had been gifted by the crown prince to Qiao Wanyan. After Ziyuan set down the garment and staunched the flow of blood from her nose, she complained, Miss, although His Highness has sent such fine material, he has been too biased towards the eldest young lady regarding Xiaoying. She received merely 50 lashes, which is far too lenient for that wretched maid. Qiao Wanyan closed her eyes, savoring the warmth enveloping her. The thought of dealing with Xiaoying seemed as trivial as crushing an ant. Yet, the loyalty and impetuousness of Xiaoying towards Qiao Yihuan presented an opportunity. Losing her would be a pity. Ziyuan, perplexed, failed to comprehend the crown prince's intentions. It was evident that despite her beauty, the crown prince had favored Qiao Yihuan just moments ago. Qiao Wanyan refrained from further comment. In times past, if she had fallen into the water, the one to rescue her would certainly not have been the crown prince, nor would he have dealt with Qiao Yihuan's affairs. His favoritism towards Qiao Yihuan was understandable, for it was her he currently admired. If his affections were to shift towards her due to this day's events, she would deem him unworthy of any genuine trust. Gradually, she aimed to alter his perception of her, relishing the challenge of winning his heart piece by piece. With a deep exhale, she instructed, after returning today, go to the bookshop where the storybooks were purchased and inquire about the author of the one I previously read. Yes, Miss, Ziyuan replied. Though her hands were rough, she was the most skilled among the Qiao family servants. In no time, she had styled Qiao Wanyan's hair into an exquisite Qiao Yinjin Xiang bun, adorned with magnificent hairpins that shimmered brilliantly. Clad in the resplendent shimmering silk dress, Ziyuan felt her mistress was truly a sight to behold, a breathtaking flower of wealth and beauty in the capital. As they exited the Fuyan Hall, Jing Yuan awaited in the courtyard. Second Miss Qiao, His Highness has instructed me to escort you to Zhaohua Palace. Qiao Wanyan replied. Please inform His Highness that I am feeling unwell and shall return for today. Jing Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Miss Qiao Er's temperament typically made her eager to cling to His Highness whenever they met. Yet now, she expressed a desire to depart? Surely, her claim of feeling unwell was merely a pretext. Had she truly come to terms with her aspirations, relinquishing her fixation on the title of Crown Princess? Was Miss Qiao Er genuinely not jesting? He remained skeptical. Qiao Wanyan's eyes shimmered with a faint light. The exquisite fabric of floating light brocade, delivered by His Highness, was far too precious. Should I don such finery at the banquet, it would undoubtedly invite trouble and rumors upon His Highness. Moreover, with my elder sister present, I wish to avoid any misunderstandings. Jing Yuan pondered whether he hardly recognized her anymore. Was this truly the Miss Qiao Er from his memories, so considerate and understanding? I shall send Miss Qiao Er back, he resolved. After dispatching the pair of them, he intended to return to Zhaoyi Palace, only to be halted by a palace maid. Upon arriving at Zhaohua Palace, he leaned close to He Jiyu and whispered a few words, only to see a look of surprise cross her face. Clearly, she had not anticipated the depth of Miss Qiao Er's thoughtful nature and her concern for herself. Countless women would revel in being misunderstood by the world. Could it be that she truly no longer clung to the idea of marrying him? If there remained any doubt before, now, with the floating light brocade as a test, it was certain that Qiao Wanyan had indeed settled her heart. This was for the best. If she remained composed, he could assume the role of a caring brother-in-law. Jing Yuan shifted slightly to the left, blocking Qiao Yihuan's view, and discreetly handed a pale lotus-colored pouch from his sleeve to the crown prince. Your Highness, this is Miss Qiao Er's belonging. He Jiyu glanced at it. noting the pouch's exquisite craftsmanship and the subtle scent of deep wood. Now, knowing that Qiao Wanyan felt displeased due to his favoritism, should Yi-Huan return it? It might lead to a quarrel, causing Yi-Huan distress. He Ji-Yu accepted the pouch, resolving that it could be returned to her another day. Today, he had gained a qualitative understanding of Qiao Wanyan. She was merely a somewhat spoiled yet fundamentally kind-hearted young woman. Previously, he had heard that the minister Qiao and his wife doted on their second daughter immensely, thus her slightly willful demeanor was understandable. Now, her consideration to avoid being troubled by rumors and to prevent Yi-Huan from misinterpreting her attire showcased her intrinsic goodness. He Ji-Yu shook his head, realizing that understanding a person through the words of an ill-mannered maid was indeed a skewed perspective. He Yen-Li, with his distinctly articulated fingers, caressed his wine cup. Watching as the crown prince tucked away the pale lotus-colored pouch, his gaze darkened with a sinister edge. The design of that pouch belonged to Qiao Wanyan. To send a pouch? It was evident that she was a vain and power-hungry individual, having focused her affections on the crown prince throughout the years. If she aspired to become the crown princess, he would not grant her wish. Chapter 9. Seeking assistance from others pales in comparison to relying on oneself. After the welcoming banquet, the crown prince and King Jing entered the palace in the evening. The king had not returned to the capital for 5 years, and the emperor had arranged a family feast, bringing rare joy to the palace. Within Kuan-Ning Palace, the empress sat resplendent in her fine garments, firmly declaring, "No matter how many times you say it, this palace shall never consent to a concubine-born daughter marrying into the Eastern Palace as the crown princess." The queen's expression darkened as she furrowed her brows, feeling displeased at the mention of this matter. "Are you not aware of my circumstances within the palace? As the legitimate son, you nearly fell victim to that wretched woman's son, concubine Hui. Now, you intend to take an inconsequential woman as your primary consort. Are you seeking to sever your own future? Had it not been for concubine Hui's family misfortunes, the crown prince would not be Ji-Yu. He Ji-Yu dared not defy excessively. Mother, Yi-Huan may come from humble origins, yet her gentle and kind nature makes her a suitable candidate for the crown princess. The queen scoffed coldly. Gentleness and kindness can be feigned by anyone. Your primary consort must be a woman capable of solidifying your position. If you insist on marrying, then take Qiao, Yi-Huan's sister, the legitimate daughter of the Qiao family. He Ji-Yu rose. Mother, I refuse. The queen felt a pang of bitterness and helplessness, yet remained unyielding. In her time as queen, she had been humiliated by that vile concubine Hui. As the mother of the nation without real power, everything in the harem was dictated by concubine Hui. Ji-Yu had witnessed this injustice as a child, fostering a deep disdain for those venomous women who would stop at nothing for power and status. Were it not for this, how could Ji-Yu have developed an affection for someone as weak and innocent as Qiao Yi-Huan? However, a woman of such temperament cannot maintain the position of crown princess or queen, nor can she assist Ji-Yu effectively. Her ideal choice was the granddaughter of the prime minister, yet regrettably, that girl had married earlier this year to a rather mediocre man from her hometown. The legitimate daughter of the Qiao family excels in both talent and beauty, far surpassing Qiao Yi-Huan. He Ji-Yu remained obstinate. Mother, I am not one to covet mere beauty. My heart belongs to Yi-Huan. I shall marry no one else. Miss Qiao is admirable, but I would only become her brother-in-law, harboring no ulterior motives. You. The queen felt a headache coming on. Unfilial son, unfilial son. He Ji-Yu slightly bowed. I shall take my leave. Wait. Your father has been troubled lately by the plight of refugees in Qingzhou. With the harsh winter approaching and the new year near, these refugees are left homeless. This matter is not one to be taken lightly, but with Prince Jing returning to the capital, you must assist your father in alleviating his burdens. He Ji-Yu's expression shifted. As the crown prince and the child of the emperor, it is his duty to serve the nation and his sovereign. He recalled that Qingzhou is not far from Yongzhou, where Yi-Huan would visit each year for the New Year celebrations. In the Wishing Moon Tower, Qiao Wanyan sat in an elegant booth, observing the performers on the first floor. The table before her was laden with an abundance of fruits and confections, a true indulgence. Suddenly, Ziyuan rushed in. Miss, I inquired with the bookshop owner, but he claimed to have read all the books in the store, yet had no recollection of the one you seek. Hence he knows nothing of its author. Qiao Wanyan's delicate brows furrowed in contemplation. The book was missing, and the writer eluded her grasp. Could it be that the book existed solely for her, disappearing after she had read it, never to be seen by others? Yet, she had not finished it. Ziyuan continued, Miss, the new year is approaching, and we have always returned to Yongzhou with the master and mistress for the celebrations. We must decide when to purchase gifts for our relatives back home. Every year, Qiao Wanyan would accompany her parents and Xiao Yihuan to her grandfather's home in Qingzhou to celebrate the new year. Being the only daughter in her family, her mother was cherished by her father, who naturally extended his affection to Wanyan. The thought of a family reunion brought joy to her grandfather. As Wanyan popped a candied fruit into her mouth, she resolved that even if her parents chose not to return this year, she would undoubtedly go to her grandfather's house for the festivities. According to the tales, this year, while in Yongzhou, Xiao Yihuan would unexpectedly rescue a young boy from an underground black market. This boy, a fierce cub with a wary demeanor and exceptional skills, would eventually be gradually influenced by Yihuan, becoming her most trusted shadow guard, dedicated to ensuring her safety and harboring a silent affection for her, willing to guard her in silence throughout his life. Yet, this very boy would one day take his own life in a brutally tragic manner for Yihuan. Wanyan intended to purchase the wolf cub before Yihuan could, opting not to win him over with love as Yihuan might, but rather to control him with drugs, inflicting slow torment to satiate her own malice before ultimately ending his life. It was better to eliminate potential threats with her own hands than to seek divine intervention. Originally, the entire family was set to return to Yongzhou, but due to an unfortunate sprain that rendered Jinshi unable to travel, Qiao Shangshu would not allow her to go alone with the children to her father-in-law's home for the new year. After much contemplation, he decided to let his two daughters return to Yongzhou while he and his wife remained in the capital to enjoy their private time together. Wanyan wished to keep Yihuan at home, but Jinshi would not permit it. As the matriarch, she could govern the household affairs as she pleased, but she had to maintain the image of a dignified and fair mistress in public. Having come from a merchant background, she already felt inferior among the wives of officials in the capital. If rumors spread of her mistreating her illegitimate daughter, it would truly tarnish the Jin family's reputation. At the entrance of the Qiao residence, Qiao Shangshu and Jinshi cautioned, "Yanyan, you must be extra vigilant on your journey. Do not converse with strangers, and do not wander off without company." Wanyan found their concerns somewhat amusing. "Father, mother, I am no longer a child. You needn't worry. I will take good care of myself and my sister." Qiao Shangshu felt a pang of bittersweetness. His daughter had indeed grown up. "Yanyan, you need not worry about your sister," he said, casting a stern glance at Xiao Yihuan. "You are the elder. Ensure you take good care of your younger sister. If even a single hair of Yanyan goes missing, I shall not be lenient with you upon your return." Yihuan seemed accustomed to this, nodding slightly. "Father, rest assured." Qiao Shangshu's affection for this daughter was far from warm. Had it not been for her mother, a servant who inadvertently became pregnant, he would not have acknowledged her as an outsider. It was precisely because of this outsider that his father-in-law nearly forbade him from marrying Yanyan's mother. For all these years, Yihuan had never been one to express her affection. Her clothing and provisions were on par with Yanyan's, and he had never treated her poorly. Yet, she was always indifferent towards him, unlike Yanyan, who sweetly called him father. Minister Qiao reiterated his instructions for an extended period, to the point where Qiao Wanyan felt her ears might develop calluses. She playfully clung to his arm and said, "Father, do not worry. I have committed everything to memory. If you continue, we might not even leave the city by sunset. Besides, since you are aware that my sister and I are venturing out, it would be more prudent to arrange for additional guards." Upon hearing this, Minister Qiao chuckled softly. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will be heading to Qingzhou today to address the issue of refugees. He will pass through Yongzhou on his way, and along this route, he shall accompany you. What need have you for further protection? Xiao Yihuan felt a mix of surprise and joy. "Is what you say true, father?" "Indeed, it is true. I have already spoken with His Highness, and he will await you at the tea house 10 miles outside the capital. Yanyan, you must do your best." How could this child be so composed? It was as if she had known all along. Chapter 10. Departure. As the snow began to fall gently, large flakes descended from the heavens like feathers. Qiao Wanyan held a hot water bottle, gazing out at the snowy landscape through the carriage window. The wheels of the carriage creaked as they rolled over the ground, which was adorned in a silvery blanket, resembling a serene and picturesque painting. After traveling for about the length of an incense stick, they finally arrived at the tea house. Xiao Yihuan was the first to alight from the carriage and, unsurprisingly, spotted He Jiyu seated inside, enjoying his tea. Her heart leaped with joy, and she hurried over. "Your Highness." Qiao Wanyan descended from the carriage more leisurely, casting a glance at the crown prince's companions, all donning plain attire. Upon entering the tea house, She found the crown prince himself dressed simply, resembling an elegant young gentleman. She approached, her voice sweet and melodious, akin to the delightful taste of preserved plums. "Good day, young master." Qiao Wanyan raised an eyebrow. "Sister, why do you address His Highness in such a manner?" Qiao Wanyan, feeling the cold, was wrapped in a heavy fox fur cloak, revealing only her stunningly beautiful face. Her eyes sparkling like autumn waters. "I noticed that all of His Highness's companions are in plain clothes, and he too is dressed simply. Father mentioned that His Highness is heading to Qingzhou to deal with the refugee matter. I surmise that he wishes to conceal his identity to obtain the most genuine information and does not wish to reveal his status, which is why I presumptuously addressed him as young master." After speaking, she turned to He Zhiyu. "Have I spoken incorrectly, Your Highness?" A glimmer of appreciation flashed in He Zhiyu's eyes. "You are not mistaken. It is perfectly appropriate to address me as young master along this journey." Only then did Qiao Wanyan smile again, but He Zhiyu stated plainly, "Speak your mind." Qiao Wanyan glanced at her sister, Qiao Huan, whose expression appeared somewhat stiff and forlorn. Summoning her courage, she said, "Father mentioned that my sister and I could travel with young master, so he might look after us. However, it is rather improper for two unmarried ladies to accompany a young man, as it may cause complications for him." He Zhiyu remained silent, quietly observing her, awaiting her next words. He too had contemplated this matter. While traveling together indeed suited his intentions, it might cast a shadow on the two young ladies' reputations. Qiao Yihuan looked at her sister in confusion. What was she trying to convey? Did she truly not wish to journey with the crown prince? Did she no longer desire to marry him and wish to obstruct her own interactions with him? Qiao Wanyan suggested, "Why not let the young master pretend to be the husband of my sister? This way, if anyone inquires, it will spare the young master from excessive explanations." Qiao Yihuan's face flushed with embarrassment. How could Wanyan say such a thing? This was simply unacceptable. She cast a fleeting glance at He Zhiyu, only to hastily avert her gaze, lowering her head, overwhelmed by shyness. He Zhiyu chuckled softly. "Wanyan's idea is delightful, but we must first consider Yihuan's feelings." Qiao Wanyan approached, linking her arm with Yihuan's, her eyes twinkling with mirth. "It would be quite a burden for my sister to pretend all the way, yet it would aid the young master and alleviate numerous troubles. What say you?" Qiao Yihuan's face burned as if it were bleeding, the heat palpable. It seemed Wanyan genuinely did not wish to vie for the prince's affections, and although she found it difficult to adjust to her sister's transformation, perhaps it was merely a reflection of her previous ignorance about the true nature of Wanyan, having interacted with her too little. In truth, Wanyan was indeed quite admirable. Xiaoying's backside still ached terribly, and she harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the second young lady. Yet now, she found herself perplexed by the second young lady's intentions. Had she truly changed for the better? No, there must be some deception at play. This malicious woman, one whose nature was as difficult to alter as the course of a river, would not easily transform for the good. Ziyuan felt darkness cloud her vision, as though the heavens had once again caved in. Among the two maidservants, one suspected Qiao Wanyan was concocting some sinister scheme, while the other believed she had lost her sanity. Each person, with their divergent thoughts, boarded the carriage and set off. The winter days grew dark swiftly, and by evening, the group arrived at Anchang County, lodging at the largest inn in the area. Upon seeing the wealthy attire of the prominent guests, the innkeeper recognized he had struck gold. "Esteemed guests, will you be dining or lodging?" "Lodging," Qiao Wanyan replied gently. "Would you be so kind as to arrange a few of your finest rooms for my sister, brother-in-law, and myself?" The innkeeper responded with a beaming smile, "Certainly. We have just two of our best rooms remaining. One for the young lady and one for the newlyweds, perfectly suited." Qiao Yihuan, feeling somewhat awkward, turned her head to glance at He Zhiyu, who appeared equally flustered. Qiao Wanyan observed their expressions with keen interest. If neither spoke up, the two would inevitably end up sharing a room. Yet, to stay together before marriage could incite quite the scandal if word got out, stirring up a commotion in the capital. Given the queen's temperament, Qiao Yihuan ought not to harbor even the slightest hope for the position of crown princess. Being a side consort would be a formidable challenge, and she would merely become one of the prince's concubines in the future. He Zhiyu was the first to break the silence. Knowing Yihuan's timid nature, he felt compelled to protect her reputation. "Yihuan, you and your sister should each have your own room. Innkeeper, please find me a standard room as well." The innkeeper chuckled. "Young master, now that you are married, what is there to be shy about? It is quite uncommon for newlyweds to stay separately." He Zhiyu found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Qiao Wanyan stepped in to alleviate the tension. My sister and brother-in-law are having a bit of a quarrel, which indeed is quite troublesome. Innkeeper, please lead us to our rooms. We have endured a long journey. The innkeeper nodded in understanding. Recognizing this was a couple in discord unwilling to share a room. He Jiu cast several glances at Qiao Wanyan. During the allocation of rooms, Qiao Wanyan opted for the less desirable chamber, expressing with heartfelt concern, my brother-in-law has graciously allowed my sister and me to occupy a superior guest room, which brings me great joy. However, he has tirelessly cared for us along the way, and if my sister cannot get a good night's rest, it would surely cause her heartache. Although her words seemed to encourage a closer connection between the two, He Jiu felt that some individuals needed to engage in personal interactions to truly understand her benevolent and meticulous nature. Yi Huan, being of an innocent disposition, could hardly be lacking in virtue herself. Upon returning to her room, Ziyuan muttered in dissatisfaction. Why does the young lady create opportunities for the eldest young lady and the gentleman? A smirk of mockery danced on Qiao Wanyan's lips. Her concern was merely a fade, for she had no intention of spending the night dutifully in that room. Ziyuan, there is no need to stoke the fire further. But miss, if we do not, it is likely to extinguish before the latter half of the night. In this winter chill, without a heated floor or warm walls, it would be freezing. Qiao Wanyan chuckled softly, let it extinguish. By noon, the charcoal had burned for half a stick of incense's duration. Having calculated the timing, Qiao Wanyan removed her warm cloak and stepped out of the guest room. Chapter 11. Brother-in-law, I'm so cold. The corridor was enveloped in darkness, a biting chill gripping her limbs. With her hands and feet icy, Qiao Wanyan cautiously made her way towards the staircase, guided by a faint glimmer of light. Her steps were slow and tentative, as she felt her way down the stairs, unable to see clearly. Just as she approached the bottom, her footing faltered, and she began to tumble forward. With a sharp intake of breath, Qiao Wanyan braced for a jarring encounter with the ground, when suddenly, someone caught her securely. In an instant, she found herself safely placed upon the floor of the first level. Startled, she clutched her chest, her face etched with fear and wariness. Retreating until her back met the wall. Trembling, she inquired, "Who are you?" No response came, only the sound of footsteps retreating and returning. Jing Yuan struck a match to light a candle, casting a dim, warm glow over a corner of the room. Brother-in-law? Qiao Wanyan's initial terror diminished somewhat, revealing a delicate blush of shyness and apprehension on her fair, radiant face. He Jiu, puzzled, asked, "What brings you here?" Qiao Wanyan replied, "What brings me here? Surely you know I would be aware of your presence at this hour. Otherwise, would I be foolish enough to disturb myself?" She lowered her gaze, slightly lifting her lashes to regard him, resembling a fragile flower swaying in the breeze, evoking pity. Dressed only in thin layers, she shivered slightly, a sight to behold. With a timid voice, Qiao Wanyan confessed, "Brother-in-law, I am so cold." He Jiu felt a sudden resonance in his mind. Instinctively shedding his cloak and draping it over her shoulders, fastening the ties with care. "I shall escort you back and help rekindle the fire." Qiao Wanyan felt a wave of self-reproach, reflecting on how her home had heated rooms with warm floors, and the inn she previously stayed in also provided such comforts. "I failed to consider this and did not add more charcoal before sleep. Now I must trouble my brother-in-law. It is truly my oversight." He Jiu spoke gently. "This is not your fault. You have always enjoyed a life of privilege, and such matters should not weigh on your mind." He took the candle from Jing Yuan's hand, illuminating the path ahead as he walked alongside Qiao Wanyan towards the upper floor. Despite the charcoal fire, the room without the warmth of a heated floor felt rather chilly. "You should stay on the third floor with your elder sister tonight. We shall certainly find you a better room next time." Qiao Wanyan declined. "It's quite late, and my sister is already asleep. I do not wish to disturb her." "Brother-in-law, I am perfectly fine. I only ask that you help me light the charcoal fire." He Jiu paused for a moment, then suggested, "Then you may stay in my room." Qiao Wanyan quickly shook her head. "How could that be? You, brother-in-law, are of noble stature. You cannot possibly occupy my humble room. I would be immensely grateful if you could simply help me with the charcoal fire. It is of no consequence, as a man. It is only fitting to endure a little discomfort while away from home." Qiao Wanyan lowered her head, biting her lip, and smiled softly. "You are truly kind, brother-in-law." He Jiu gazed at her profile, the candlelight revealing her exquisite complexion. Her fair cheeks resembled blooming peach blossoms, seemingly capable of yielding dew. The delicate dimples on her cheeks were as sweet as candied fruit, and as she moved, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, filling the space with an intoxicating aroma. He Jiyu withdrew his gaze, acknowledging that Wanyan was a fine young lady, and he would surely seek a worthy match for her in the future. The room with the heated floor was as warm as a spring day, and Qiao Wanyan slept soundly throughout the night. The following morning, she was awakened by the sound of knocking at the door. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she groggily donned a large cloak before opening the door. Outside, Qiao Yihuan was taken aback by the sight before her. Without waiting for an explanation, she stepped inside, astonished at the absence of anyone else. Wanyan, how did you end up here? What on earth happened last night? Why are you still wearing His Highness's cloak? Qiao Wanyan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Brother-in-law sent me here. My sister woke me up, and now I have a terrible headache. If you are curious, why not ask brother-in-law directly? With that, she gently pushed her outside. Qiao Yihuan frowned, her chest rising and falling slightly as she turned and hurried towards the second-floor room. She knocked vigorously on the door, and as expected, it was He Jiyu who answered. Yihuan, what brings you here so early? Are you looking for Wanyan? Wanyan? He called her with an unusual familiarity. In the past, he had always referred to Qiao Wanyan as the second daughter of the Qiao family. Why is His Highness here? He Jiyu felt a tinge of unfamiliarity at her slightly accusatory tone. Was Yihuan feeling jealous? Yihuan, let me explain everything to you. He Jiyu recounted the events of the previous night with clarity, but Qiao Yihuan felt a lingering discomfort. Then why not let her stay with me? Why must you switch rooms? At that moment, Qiao Wanyan rushed over, breathless and panting. Sister, do not misunderstand. It was my spoiled nature that made me insist on switching rooms with brother-in-law. It was not his suggestion. He Jiyu spoke firmly. Yihuan, do not be unreasonable. Wanyan, go inside and put on your cloak. You must not catch a chill. When Qiao Wanyan arrived, she deliberately removed her cloak. At that moment, upon hearing his words, she obediently nodded and went inside to don her own mantle. Qiao Yihuan felt like a mere jest, despite the prince's unique gentleness towards her. Why did she sense a subtle change in him? Was it truly the case, or was she merely being overly sensitive? Qiao Wanyan cautiously inquired, Sister, since we are already awake, shall we go have breakfast? Though feeling aggrieved, Qiao Yihuan still nodded and turned to leave. Qiao Wanyan sighed inwardly, pondering that what she perceived as kindness and gentleness was merely Qiao Yihuan's conflicted nature. Since childhood, she had struggled with social interactions, enduring bullying without seeking the fault in others, but rather questioning her own inadequacies that led to such treatment. Today, driven by anger and a sense of betrayal, she had bravely confronted He Jiyu, yet a single rebuke of do not cause unnecessary trouble had shattered her resolve, reverting her to her conflicted self. Though her heart brimmed with indignation, she lacked the courage to retort or resist, accepting her plight with resignation. Such a disposition would undoubtedly lead her to endure even more grievances in the future. People tend to exploit weaknesses. The moment they perceive one is easy to bully, they will unconsciously do so. He Jiyu watched her retreating figure, regretting the words he had spoken. Qiao Wanyan bit her lip, pondering whether it was indeed her fault. Should she have refrained from speaking last night? The fault did not lie with him. He Jiyu withdrew his gaze, acknowledging that it was he who should have taken the blame, fearing that a rift might form between them over this matter. Qiao Wanyan murmured softly, if there were mutual trust, would there be room for misunderstandings? What? Qiao Wanyan shook her head, dismissing it. It's nothing, I must take my leave. With that, she hurried away. He Jiyu lowered his eyes, contemplating the notion of mutual trust. After their meal, Jingyuan instructed the innkeeper to prepare some provisions. Given the journey ahead, it was likely they would not reach the next city and would need to camp outdoors, hence it was wise to stock up on food. Seizing a moment of respite, Qiao Wanyan took Qiao Yihuan to stroll outside, with He Jiyu accompanying them, acting as the financier for the two. However, Qiao Wanyan understood that he was merely trying to comfort Qiao Yihuan. Sister, could you spare me some money? I haven't eaten in days. Please have pity on me. A small beggar approached, pitifully pleading for alms. Qiao Wanyan smiled and beckoned him over. Come here, little one. As she spoke, she retrieved a silver tael from her purse and handed it to him. The little beggar was taken aback. A silver tael? What a generous noble! He exclaimed. Thank you. Thank you. With that, he gratefully accepted the silver and scurried away. Qiao Wanyan sighed, noting the child's scant attire in such cold weather and feeling a pang of compassion. Sister, I no longer wish to continue shopping. I shall return to the inn and wait for you. Qiao Yihuan opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately refrained from uttering a single word. Was Wanyan intentionally creating an opportunity for herself and the prince to be alone? It seemed that last night's events were indeed coincidental. The prince, being kind-hearted, had allowed her to stay in the elegant room on the third floor, and perhaps she had been overly sensitive. Qiao Wanyan turned to exchange a glance with He Zhiyu, and they both smiled in silence. After walking away, Ziyuan expressed her dissatisfaction, saying, "Isn't the young lady merely creating an opportunity for the two of them?" Qiao Wanyan smiled gently, replying, "Indeed. But why does she do this?" Qiao Wanyan reached out to pat the little girl's head. "Because your young lady possesses a kind heart," Ziyuan remarked. "The crown prince favors those who are pure and kind. Thus, she chooses to embody such qualities." She continued, "Undermining someone cannot be rushed. Pursuing it with overt ambition, like in the past, will only invite suspicion. Once a rift occurs, it tends to repeat itself, and even if reconciled, the lingering thorn remains. As that thorn grows, it becomes the catalyst for heartbreak. No one appreciates a resentful figure, nor can anyone endure repeated betrayals. When a bond lacks sweetness and is fraught with endless doubts and mistrust, it leads to a dead end." In Qiao Wanyan's enchanting peach blossom eyes, a smile lingered. To believe in love and in men is less wise than to believe in oneself, for one shall never betray oneself. In a narrow alley, two ragged little beggars, around 8 or 9 years old, watched the pair of master and servant approach the inn, as if eyeing prey. "Did you see that? That woman just gave me a tale of silver," one exclaimed. "The wealthy are fools, easily deceived. Just feign a pitiful demeanor, and they will soften and give you a great deal of money." The other beggar nodded. "You're incredible, brother. I can barely beg for a tale in a month. Indeed, with just a flick of my wrist, she might give me another tale. Moreover, she'll pity me like a foolish pig, so easy to manipulate." Upon finishing his words, the little beggar rushed down the alley, taking a shortcut to get ahead of the pair. A confident smile danced on his lips as he suddenly pretended to run in a panic. "Oh no!" The little beggar collided with Qiao Wanyan, quickly getting up, dusting himself off, and looking at her with feigned innocence. "Forgive me, young lady. It was my carelessness and my haste that caused me to bump into you." Qiao Wanyan frowned slightly. Ziyuan scolded, "You clumsy fool. Do you think a mere sorry suffices for bumping into my young lady?" The little beggar shrugged off her words. Knowing that the maids of the wealthy often abuse their power, he humbly replied, "I deserve to be punished. I was merely rushing to get medicine for my sick sister. But alas, the medicine costs 2 taels, and I lack the funds. I was in such a hurry to help her that I accidentally bumped into you." Qiao Wanyan spoke softly, "No harm done. Your concern for your sister is commendable. Ziyuan, please attend to this matter." With that, she turned to leave. Ziyuan complied. Sizing up the little beggar, "Come with me." In the secluded alley, the little beggar felt a thrill. With 2 taels of silver in hand, he could feast well and enjoy the winter. Indeed, the rich are foolish and easily deceived. "Ah, my hand." Qiao Wanyan glanced at Ziyuan, who had followed her, and casually inquired, "No one saw, did they?" Ziyuan nodded, assuring her, "Rest easy, young lady. Return and dispose of my cloak. It has been sullied by that little beggar's touch." "Yes, young lady." After several days of relentless travel, the group found themselves half a day's journey from the next county, forced to rest by a riverside for the night. Qiao Wanyan stood at the riverbank, cradling a teapot, gazing at the sunset in the west, where half the sky was painted a brilliant crimson, creating a breathtaking evening glow that was utterly enchanting. As she admired the scenery, she also became the most beautiful sight in the eyes of others. At that moment, Qiao Yihuan approached, seemingly grateful for the opportunity Qiao Wanyan had orchestrated for her to be alone with the prince, and had since taken greater care of her. "It's too cold for you to wash your handkerchiefs alone, sister," Qiao Yihuan remarked. "Xiaoying isn't feeling well, so I let her rest." Qiao Wanyan smiled and said nothing further. "Who's over there? Come out." Ziyuan suddenly shouted angrily at a tree. Moments later, a small head peeked out from behind it, a pair of almond-shaped eyes filled with caution. Qiao Wanyan's eyes half closed. As expected, the encounter from the storybook had come to life. Qiao Yihuan stood up, only to see Qiao Wanyan walking towards the little girl. The child appeared to be around 13 or 14, dressed simply yet possessing a lively and charming countenance. At that moment, she blinked her round, bright eyes at the stunning beauty before her, her mouth agape in wonder. "Sister, you're so beautiful." In the story, Qiao Wanyan had merely shot her a glance, as if to say her compliment was superfluous. However, she eventually warmed to Qiao Yihuan, treating her like a real sister. Yet now, Qiao Wanyan offered a kind smile. "Thank you. What brings you here, all alone in such a desolate place? Have you encountered some trouble? If you wish, you may share with me." The little girl, captivated not only by the beauty of the sister but also by her gentle demeanor, felt her heartstrings tugged. She trembled slightly. "Sister, I want to find my brother. My parents passed away long ago, and I've been living with my aunt. She wants to sell me to an old man in his 70s. So I ran away to find my brother in Yongzhou." Qiao Wanyan chose not to expose her lie. The truth of her parents' early demise was indeed genuine. Yet, the notion of finding her brother was merely a rebellious girl's excuse to escape from under her brother's watchful gaze. Her brother was none other than the youngest medical prodigy in the 9 provinces, the divine healer, Yunheng. Chapter 13. Your sister is still young. There's no rush to marry. Qiao Yihuan frowned slightly. "This is too much. You're so young. How could your aunt consider marrying you off to such an old man?" The little girl nodded, then redirected her attention to Qiao Wanyan. "Sister, where are you headed? May I accompany you for a while? I promise I won't be a bother." Qiao Wanyan took her hand. "Of course, I'm also heading to Yongzhou, so it's perfect." The little girl was taken aback. What a coincidence. She had never ventured outside before, but had heard the servants speak of Yongzhou's charms, especially during the new year, when it was said to be livelier than the capital. "How wonderful, sister," Qiao Wanyan remarked. "Your hands are so cold. You must be freezing. Come, let us go to the carriage and warm up." Qiao Yihuan watched them depart, feeling an unsettling sense that something was amiss. It felt as though something that rightfully belonged to her had been snatched away, leaving her heart heavy and breathless. Qiao Yihuan gazed at the silhouette of the young girl, tormented by an indescribable emotion that nearly drove her to madness. With her mind a blank slate, she hastily washed the handkerchief in her grasp before quickly returning. "Sister, my name is Yunyao. My family calls me Yao Yao. You may call me that as well." Qiao Wanyan draped a blanket around her shoulders and replied, "I am called Qiao Wanyan." Yunyao beamed. "Sister Ayan." Qiao Wanyan returned her smile. "Would you prefer pastries or fruits? I have both here." The carriage she occupied was the finest in her household, spacious and opulent. Inside, a charcoal fire kept the atmosphere warm, and an array of fruits, candied treats, and pastries lay before them, alongside a collection of novels and poetry to alleviate boredom. Yunyao swallowed hard. "I wish to have osmanthus cake." Qiao Wanyan handed it to her just as the carriage door swung open. It was Qiao Yihuan, bearing a teapot. "Sister, what brings you here?" Qiao Yihuan glanced at Yunyao. "I brewed some ginger tea, thinking the little girl might need something warm to stave off the cold." Yunyao, enjoying her pastries, cheerfully replied, "Thank you, dear sister, but I do not like ginger tea. Sister Ayan has already given me warm tea. I am no longer chilly." She then nestled closer to Qiao Wanyan, reveling in her warmth. "Ah, Sister Beauty smells delightful." Qiao Yihuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Well then, Ayan, do have a bit of this ginger tea. I shall leave it here. You both continue your enjoyment." Upon returning home, Xiaoying still dared not sit, kneeling and prostrating herself. Seeing her return, she hurriedly exclaimed, "Miss, warm yourself by the fire. It is due to my ineptitude that I should have been the one to attend to this. But miss, why did you bring ginger tea to the second young miss? She is not without maidservants. Why command you?" Qiao Yihuan settled herself. "It was not she who commanded me. Wanyan is doing quite well now. Try to ease your hostility toward her." Xiaoying muttered, "Miss, you are just too kind. Be careful not to be sold by the second young miss, and then count the money for her. Have you forgotten what she said by the bamboo pool in the East Palace?" Qiao Yihuan cast her a glance. She had not forgotten. However, Wanyan had indeed treated her well, even requesting the prince to provide her with opportunities for private time. Yet, she remained perplexed by Wanyan's true thoughts. "Miss, why do you seem so melancholic?" Xiaoying inquired. Qiao Yihuan sighed. "I cannot quite grasp it myself. The girl who is heading to Yongzhou to find her brother, there is an inexplicable urge to grow closer to her. I do not understand why I feel this way. It is as if she will undoubtedly assist me in the future. Miss, you should focus your thoughts on the prince." Xiaoying pulled her back to reality. Qiao Yihuan nodded, falling into silence. As night fell, a bonfire was lit, and a group busily prepared a meal. Yunyao, with osmanthus cake in one hand and cloud cake in the other, stuffed her cheeks full, resembling a delightful little rabbit. She murmured, "Sister Ayan, does your brother-in-law have poor eyesight?" Though Sister Ayan's elder sister is commendable, it is evident that Sister Ayan possesses greater beauty and gentleness. Why then, is she not wed to her charming suitor? Yunyao, being quite astute, quickly discerned that Sister Ayan harbors affections for that handsome young gentleman. Yet she must endure the guise of a sister-in-law in silence. As Yunyao grew closer to Qiao Wanyan, her heart naturally soared to lofty heights. Do not speak nonsense. Yun Yao pouted, a sudden idea flashing through her mind, and she exclaimed with excitement, "What if Sister Ayan marries my brother? He is quite handsome as well. He possesses remarkable medical skills, truly exceptional." Yun Yao's proclamation was not subtle, catching the attention of He Jiyu. A physician? How could he possibly court a lady of high status? Qiao Wanyan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yao, I am not currently inclined to marry. Yun Yao, believing her to be merely shy, replied, "Sister Ayan, when the time is right, I will introduce you to him. You will surely be pleased. Everyone says my brother is extraordinarily handsome." Qiao Wanyan trusted her words were not exaggerated, as the tales often described him with praise, refined and ethereal, a being untouched by the mundane world. Conversely, less flatteringly, he was perceived as rather stiff and unsociable. Xiao Yihuan remarked, "If he is a person of noble character, possessing both virtue and grace, then a meeting would not be amiss. After all, we are in Yongzhou, and with our grandfather overseeing, our parents will surely feel at ease." Before Qiao Wanyan could respond, He Jiyu's cool voice interjected, "Yihuan, your sister is still young. There is no rush for marriage." Qiao Yihuan's smile faltered momentarily, and after a brief pause, she awkwardly conceded, "You are right." Qiao Wanyan lowered her gaze, the fire within her eyes reflecting a hint of mischief. "Sister's smile is rather forced, isn't it?" Chapter 14. He Jiyu's affection for Qiao Wanyan, childhood version. They arrived in Yongzhou at noon 5 days later. Old Jean had been waiting at the city gate since dawn to welcome his granddaughter, pacing back and forth in the cold, but refusing to wait in the carriage. Despite manager Wang's attempts to persuade him, Old Jean insisted that the process of waiting was the most joyous part. "Grandfather." Qiao Wanyan leaped from the carriage and ran towards Old Jean, throwing herself into his embrace and sweetly speaking affectionate words. Old Jin's eyes sparkled with joy. "My dear, I have missed you so much. Was the journey exhausting? We have suffered without you." As Qiao Yihuan disembarked and witnessed this touching reunion, a pang of envy tugged at her heart. Her mother lived alone in a manor outside the capital, and her father never allowed her mother to return home, even during festive reunions. Prior to their journey to Yongzhou, she had visited her mother, who appeared significantly thinner. She had hoped to stay in the capital, but her father's disapproval forced her to comply and come to Yongzhou instead. Old Jean, holding Qiao Wanyan's hand, said gently, "Yihuan has come as well. Your journey must have been quite arduous." Qiao Yihuan gave a slight bow, acknowledging her grandfather. It was not too difficult. Old Jean then turned his gaze to the young man dismounting from the carriage behind them, his expression shifting slightly as he noticed that the accompanying guards were also dressed in plain attire. "Young master, you has also arrived. You all must be weary from your travels. It would be best to return home and rest." Master Jean is a prominent merchant, and naturally, he has encountered the crown prince. He Jiyu, nodded respectfully, acknowledging the effort. Master Jean is a well-known figure in the region, although his residence is grand. It does not exude opulence. The pavilions, terraces, and corridors are imbued with an elegant ancient charm and the fragrance of literature, which is uncharacteristic of a merchant's abode. This is not a deliberate choice by Master Jean. Rather, it is a reflection of his past, as he was once compelled by his family to take the imperial examination, where he achieved the rank of flower in the top 3. Ultimately, he caught the eye of a princess. Sadly, Master Jean was already wed and did not wish to degrade his wife to the status of a concubine, so he resigned from his official position to pursue commerce. His success in the examinations smoothly transitioned into a prosperous career as a royal merchant. In the hall, a maid respectfully served tea. After ensuring that Yun Yao was comfortably settled, Qiao Wanyan entered the hall just in time to see her grandfather bowing to the crown prince. "Your Highness." "I pay my respects," he said. He Jiyu responded lightly, his demeanor exuding an innate authority without anger. After returning the bow, Qiao Wanyan sat quietly to one side, attentively listening to their conversation. After a considerable time, she gathered that the number of refugees in Qingzhou had grown significantly. Some even made their way to Yongzhou. While the plight of the refugees was pitiful, the approaching year-end raised concerns that allowing them into the city might provoke unrest. Thus, the governor of Yongzhou established temporary accommodations outside the city, providing kanji and warm clothing. As the conversation continued, the topic unexpectedly shifted to her. "Your Highness," Master Jean remarked, "my granddaughter, Yin Yin, is somewhat spoiled and still a child. She must have caused you quite a bit of trouble during this journey. I am truly ashamed." Had it been in the past, He Jiyu would have wholeheartedly agreed. "Master Jean, you are too modest. Although Miss Qiao has her little quirks, she possesses a remarkable sense of propriety in matters of significance. Internally, Master Jean was astonished. How could the crown prince so calmly speak falsehoods? Was he truly referring to his own granddaughter? He Jiyu continued, the affairs in Qingzhou are pressing. I shall depart for Qingzhou tonight. He added, Yihuan shall remain here. I would appreciate your continued care for her, Master Jean. Master Jin's expression shifted slightly. Your Highness, you jest. Yihuan is like a granddaughter to me. Naturally, I will care for her well. However, I suggest you postpone your departure until morning. The snow has begun to fall, and traveling at night would be perilous. After a moment's thought, He Jiyu agreed. Master Jean understood that the prince intended to accompany Yin Yin out of concern for Qiao Yihuan. Moreover, his attentive demeanor revealed a clear fondness for her. What an afflicting girl she is. He Jiyu took a brief respite in his chamber, reviewing the letters received from his informants regarding Qingzhou. After reading, he burnt them cleanly by candlelight. A shadow of gloom crossed his strikingly beautiful features, reminiscent of the unmelting ice and snow of the far north. Jing Yuan, he called as the young man entered the room. What commands do you have for me? My lord, accompany me to the outskirts of the city to observe the plight of those refugees. Jing Yuan nodded in agreement, taking up an oiled paper umbrella to shield against the descending snowflakes. The sound of crunching snow echoed as they walked. The sun gradually sank in the west, casting the final rays of light upon the path ahead. The number of refugees in Qingzhou had become uncountable. Those who dared to venture forth were making their way towards Yongzhou. Outside the city gates, a dark mass of people huddled together for warmth beneath hastily constructed straw shelters. Do not rush. Everyone has their share. I have already instructed someone to prepare porridge, ensuring that each of you will be well fed. The familiar voice resonated, and He Jiyu turned towards its source, discovering Qiao Wanyan serving porridge to the queue of refugees. How did she end up here? Did not your grandfather say you were unwell and should rest? Qiao Wanyan, astonished, continued to serve porridge to each person with unwavering diligence. Upon seeing the plight of those refugees upon entering the city, she felt a pang of sympathy. If she were to inform her grandfather, he would undoubtedly prevent her from coming here. Thus, she deceitfully claimed illness and slipped away. Though she knew her assistance was limited, the haunting image of the refugees' despair lingered in her mind, compelling her to contribute her meager efforts. He Jiyu observed the glimmer of sorrow in her eyes, noticing the dried tear tracks on her cheeks, realizing she had wept for these unfortunate souls. The once beautiful young woman now disregarded her appearance, earnestly striving to help as best she could, having grown accustomed to women preoccupied with vanity and rivalry. He marveled at the existence of a woman so genuinely concerned for the suffering of the common people. Qiao Wanyan, carrying a basket filled with steamed buns, approached a group of small children to distribute them. After handing out the last bun, she discreetly pinched her thigh, causing tears to cascade down her cheeks anew. In an instant, her face, once dry, was once again moistened with sorrow. He Jiyu took the umbrella from Jing Yuan's hand and moved closer, the oiled paper umbrella tilting protectively towards her. Qiao Wanyan's delicate nose, reddened from crying, exuded an air of vulnerability that elicited compassion. With a voice tinged with innocence, she declared, I will spend all my pocket money on buns to ensure my younger siblings have their fill. At that moment, He Jiyu, despite the appropriateness of admiration, found himself amused by her childlike demeanor, his cold visage softened by a blend of exasperation and warmth. Like soothing a child, he gently wiped her tears with his fingertip, saying, Very well, I shall give you some funds once your allowance is depleted. In the distance, Qiao Yihuan observed this scene, struggling to believe her own eyes. Chapter 15. Qiao Wanyan. The innocent wolf girl miss. I told you the second miss has not changed as you imagined. She merely seeks to exploit you to approach His Highness. Xiaoying exclaimed with indignation, feeling a mix of frustration and disappointment. Qiao Yihuan walked back in a daze, her face marred by melancholy and hurt. Xiaoying advised, Miss, sometimes you must assert yourself. Continually compromising will only lead to further pain. Qiao Yihuan felt an icy chill in her fingertips, pondering that His Highness favored her unassuming nature. If I were to change, how would I differ from anyone else? Xiaoying sighed helplessly, recognizing the sorrow etched on her face, and refrained from saying more. Changing the subject, she suggested, By the way, Miss, I have heard there is an underground market in Yongzhou, selling a variety of goods. How about I accompany you to explore it? Qiao Yihuan shook her head, replying, Perhaps another day. I feel unwell today and wish to return to rest. Xiaoying nodded in acquiescence, saying, Very well, I shall accompany you once you feel better. After a moment of silence, Qiao Yihuan decided to heed her instincts and visit the underground black market as suggested. For reasons unknown, a compelling urge tugged at her heart, as if an invisible cord was enticing her to venture forth. Very well, I shall accompany you, miss, said Xiaoying. The underground market lies to the south of the city. Let us go and see what treasures await. At the city gates, as night fell, the guards ignited their torches. Qiao Wanyan rubbed her sore wrists after serving the last bowl of porridge. He Jiyu had not departed, waiting to return to the Qiao residence with her. On their way back, He Jiyu suddenly remarked, "Do not go to the city gates to distribute porridge tomorrow." Qiao Wanyan turned her head in confusion. Why? He Jiyu hesitated to explain. Qiao Wanyan possessed an extraordinary beauty, akin to a blooming flower. While distributing porridge at the city gates, countless refugees had fixed their gazes upon her, and he, as a man, understood the implications of such blatant attention. Even with guards present, the sheer number of refugees rendered any unforeseen incident uncontrollable. Just listen to me. Jing Yuan's eyes widened in surprise. Such words, laced with a hint of affection, truly came from His Highness directed towards Miss Qiao? Qiao Wanyan pouted, I don't understand why, but since my brother-in-law told me to listen, I shall obey. He would never harm me. After speaking, she sprinted to He Jiyu and removed the jade pendant from around her neck. Father mentioned that the task my brother-in-law is undertaking carries some danger. This jade pendant was a talisman for safety bestowed upon me by my mother during my childhood. I have carried it for many years. I will lend it to my brother-in-law, hoping it ensures his safe return, which would also ease my sister's worries. Her expression bore no trace of distraction, radiating a sincerity akin to the warm sun penetrating the depths of one's soul, stirring He Jiyu's heartstrings. In his youth, he had yearned for someone to give him a talisman of safety. The wise concubine Hui often personally sought such charms for He Yanli, and he had envied that, requesting the same from his mother, only to be met with reprimands. Do not waste your thoughts on trifles. Focus on your studies to please your father. Over time, the talisman of safety had become an obsession for him. Yet, on this seemingly ordinary day, someone had bestowed one upon him. Qiao Wanyan keenly observed the emotions flitting across his face, her heart remaining placid. A childhood obsession, when cleverly leveraged, could evoke profound sentiments. Alas, the jade pendant was one she had purchased just last month, and she had grown quite fond of it. Upon returning to the Jin residence, He Jiyu was uncertain of the emotions that enveloped him, yet by the time he regained his composure, the pendant had found its way into his possession. Jing Yuan inquired, Your Highness, it seems you regard Miss Qiao in a rather special light. He Jiyu cast him a glance, discerning the implications within his words. In his heart, the only one he deemed special was Yihuan. He loved her solely and intended to take her as his wife. To him, Miss Qiao was merely the beloved sister of his cherished one. Jing Yuan paused before adding, However, I cannot shake the feeling that Miss Qiao still harbors feelings for you and has not relinquished her desire to marry you. He Jiyu asserted. What would you know of such matters, having never been wed? She calls me brother-in-law. How could she possibly entertain thoughts of me? That would be utterly deranged. She is merely a young girl still brimming with innocence and a hint of temper. She is not one to harbor ulterior motives, yet possesses an uncanny ability to discern the truth about others. Jing Yuan clicked his tongue in contemplation. So what if he had never been married? The prince had not either. Perhaps there are those who delight in such thrilling escapades. He recalled how the second Miss Qiao had always been rather wild. Upon returning to her residence, Qiao Wanyan ordered all her garments, including her cloak, to be discarded. She had a room at her maternal grandfather's home, complete with a hot spring. During the harsh winter, indulging in the warm waters was an exquisite pleasure. With her shoulders bare and long hair cascading like a waterfall, she appeared ethereal amidst the swirling mist. She glanced at the purple iris flowers by the hot spring's edge, frowning slightly. Why had the purple iris not returned yet? Meanwhile, in the southern part of the city, Xiaoying accompanied Qiao Yihuan towards the entrance of the black market they had heard about. However, as they approached, they were confronted by 4 or 5 menacing-looking men staggering towards them. A sense of fear gripped Xiaoying, who instinctively guided her lady to the side, wishing to avoid any interaction with these individuals. Well, where did this lovely lady come from? What is your name? One of them leered. What do you want? Get lost. Xiaoying retorted fiercely, akin to a protective hen. The scarred man sneered. What are you pretending for? Out this late, wandering the streets. You must be up to no good. Be obedient and come play with us, or you'll regret it. Qiao Wanyan recoiled in fear. These men were clearly intoxicated. Despite her own trepidation, Xiaoying stood firm. Do you know who my lady is? My lady's maternal grandfather is Jean Lao of the Jean family bank, and she is the granddaughter of a royal merchant. The men exchanged glances, and the scarred man scoffed. Who do you think you're fooling? Grab these two girls. Seeing that her words had no effect, Xiaoying quickly took Qiao Wanyan's hand and fled. Perhaps due to their inebriation, the men stumbled a few steps before veering off course, unable to pursue them. Once a safe distance was established, Xiaoying exhaled in relief. My lady, fortunately, they were too drunk to follow us. Let us return home for the night. Pale with fright, Qiao Wanyan struggled to catch her breath from their hurried escape. Yes, let us hurry back. Meanwhile, the drunken men had mysteriously vanished from the street, reappearing in an alleyway, all smiles and bows, quite different from their earlier threatening demeanor. Miss Ziyuan, how do we perform? One of them asked eagerly. Ziyuan scoffed lightly. Well enough, I suppose. Here's your reward. Keep your mouth shut. If I hear anything I shouldn't, your lives will be at stake. The scarred man accepted the silver with both hands, assuring her, rest assured. But Miss Ziyuan, since we've offended your little minion, why not let us have a taste of the fun? If we were to quietly dispose of her, no one would know. Ziyuan shot him a disdainful glance. Just do as you're told, and spare me the nonsense. Whatever my lady instructs, you shall follow. Besides, if anything happens in Yongzhou, what if the prince holds my lady accountable? Chapter 16. The wolf cub Lu Jinya. When Ziyuan returned, Qiao Wanyan was reclining on a soft couch, indulging in lychees. Her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, and she was adorned in an exquisite jet-black brocade gown that she rarely wore. Qiao Wanyan lifted her enchanting eyes slightly and inquired, Have you completed the task? Upon seeing her mistress, Ziyuan's face lit up with joy, and she nodded with a smile. Yes, rest assured, my lady, I have taken care of it. But how did you know that the eldest miss would definitely head towards the southern part of the city? Qiao Wanyan spoke with an air of mystery. I have recently received guidance from the celestial beings, and have come to know many events that have yet to occur, but are destined to unfold. Ziyuan pursed her lips. My lady, you cannot truly think of me as a fool simply because I may appear simple-minded, can you? Qiao Wanyan chuckled lightly. Sometimes. Speaking the truth as if it were a jest allows one to express it without the slightest suspicion. Thus, even the most cutting jests may carry a kernel of sincerity. Enough, she commanded, go fetch my hood, and accompany me to a certain place. Uncertain whether it was due to her prior excursion outside the city to assist with the distribution of porridge or not, Ziyuan speculated that Qiao Wanyan must have seen her enjoying a harmonious interaction with the crown prince, which likely left her feeling a tinge of melancholy. To divert her attention, she proposed a visit to the black market. It appeared that sometimes, the future may not unfold exactly as depicted in tales. It was indeed prudent to have Ziyuan keep a watchful eye on Qiao Wanyan. The candlelight within the warm pavilion was extinguished, enveloping the space in silence. The two, clad in garments that melded with the night, did not exit through the main or back gates of the Jean residence, but rather slipped away through a secret passage hidden within the warm pavilion. During the construction of the Jean residence, 3 clandestine passages had been surreptitiously established within the estate. One lay in her maternal grandfather's chamber, another in her mother's room before marriage, and the last in the warm pavilion prepared for her by her grandfather. The southern part of the city was a secluded area in Yongzhou, typically quiet and desolate, becoming even more forlorn at night, devoid of any human presence. The entrance to the underground market was located in a dilapidated temple. Despite being a subterranean marketplace, it was remarkably bright and expansive. In stark contrast to the mundane wares sold above, the items here were curious and exquisite. Antique paintings, jewelry, and other treasures went unnoticed by Qiao Wanyan, as her home was nearly overflowing with such items of unparalleled quality, far too precious to be in her possession. Her interest was piqued by the exotic animal pelts, the bones of strange creatures, and the beautiful men and women bound by chains, emanating an unusual fragrance from unknown flowers. Yet, her most pressing matter for the evening required her immediate attention. The beast arena was about to commence, and she had heard that new contenders were to be introduced. It was imperative to witness this. Every time newcomers arrived, it was thrilling, and tonight would surely see the demise of fresh faces. Following the source of the commotion, Qiao Wanyan set down an animal skull from the stall and trailed behind 2 individuals. Hey, tickets, please. The gatekeeper of the beast arena blocked Qiao Wanyan and Ziyuan's path. Ziyuan stepped forward to inquire, How do we purchase tickets? The gatekeeper, noticing they were newcomers, replied impatiently, 10 taels of silver per person. Go over there to buy your tickets. Ziyuan clicked her tongue. 10 taels of silver per person? Is this arena made of gold? A faint smile curled at the corners of Qiao Wanyan's lips. 10 taels of silver? Such a low price, yet you look down on others. Clearly, you have never seen the world. She was wealthy, possessing not only riches but everything else imaginable. How infuriating. Qiao Wanyan produced a banknote, a 50-tael note, meant for both of them. The remaining amount is your tip, but you must personally escort me inside. Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with admiration. The sight of her mistress wielding money was truly impressive. The gatekeeper, momentarily stunned, accepted the note, and upon realizing its authenticity, his demeanor transformed entirely. Thank you, Mississippi. Shaoli, come here to guard the gate. I shall accompany this lady inside. Please, this way, Mississippi. The gatekeeper bowed and extended his hand, exuding a demeanor of complete humility for the sake of money, yet brimming with pride. Upon entering, Qiao Wanyan discovered a stark contrast to the dilapidated exterior. The arena was a veritable den of insatiable desires. Lavishly adorned, it was a place of intoxicating opulence. Illuminated by the warm glow of candlelight intertwined with the silvery sheen of luminous pearls, casting the entire arena in a daylight-like brilliance. The walls were painted in rich hues, as if the colors were about to spill forth. In the center lay a circular arena where two bare-chested fighters were engaged in a desperate struggle for survival. Surrounding them were seats, with private boxes on the second floor offering a panoramic view of the spectacle below. The gatekeeper, smiling broadly, inquired, "Miss, the matches have commenced. Although we call it an arena, it is a contest of humans against humans. Each match results in one victor and one loser. The latter either dies on the spot or is dragged away to meet their end." Qiao Wanyan felt no allure for such primal brutality. "Are there private boxes? I wish to go to the second floor." "Indeed, there are. However, the boxes are rather expensive, requiring 50 taels. Qiao Wanyan handed over another 50-tael note. "Take me there, and also provide me with a list of the matches." The gatekeeper, aware that patrons of the arena were typically affluent, found such generosity from a lady quite rare. He courteously led her to the second floor, where an array of fruits, sweets, and tea awaited her. The arena prided itself on its hospitality toward distinguished guests. Qiao Wanyan's delicate fingers glided over the names on the list until they halted at one in particular, Lu Jinya. The wild, wolf-like Lu Jinya had been captured by the arena and was forcibly controlled with drugs, rendered unruly after extensive training. Eventually, the higher-ups ordered him to be drugged and sent to the arena. Whether he lived or died was a gamble worth taking. In the tales, Xiao Huan, with scarce pocket money, stumbled into the arena and encountered Lu Jinya. In a moment of compassion, she resolved to rescue him. Lacking funds, she sold a precious jade bracelet given to her by the prince to purchase Lu Jinya's freedom. At first, Lu Jinya was wary, but he gradually warmed to Xiao Huan's kindness, beginning to see her as the sole light in his dark existence. He harbored feelings for her, but never dared to voice them, plagued by self-doubt and believing he was unworthy of her. Nevertheless, he willingly devoted himself to protecting her for a lifetime. With exceptional martial prowess and a heavy heart guarded by an unwavering loyalty, Qiao Wanyan's smile radiated like a brilliant snowflake. Suddenly, a playful game sparked in her mind. "I wish to acquire Lu Jinya. What is his worth?" The gatekeeper, taken aback, surmised it was her first visit and replied, "Miss, Lu Jinya is known for his untamed spirit. While we do have our share of beasts for sale, they are typically obedient and formidable. Though Lu Jinya possesses remarkable skills, his wild nature renders him an unsuitable choice." Qiao Wanyan chuckled softly, "Not to worry. I am drawn to the untamed. It promises a unique amusement." Chapter 17. Let me hear you call me Master Lu Jinya, gaunt and worn, had endured 6 months of torment within the beast arena. His visage, marred by dirt and dried blood, rendered him almost unrecognizable. Dragged to the center of the arena by 2 men, his weakened state made standing a monumental challenge. Yet, his obsidian eyes shone with an eerie brightness, reminiscent of a feral beast lurking in the wilderness. The opposing beast, a towering figure adorned with gruesome scars, approached with an intimidating demeanor. Casting a disdainful glance at Lu Jinya, he spat on the ground beside him, regarding him with utter contempt. To him, this contest was merely a means for the spectators to place their bets. Crushing this worthless creature would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Orders had been given to eliminate this wolf cub in the most brutal fashion, a release of frustration for 6 months of unprofitability. Lu Jinya's eyes flickered as he observed the boisterous display of the other beast, who waved and boasted to the audience, the pain from his own clenched fist grounding him in reality. From the second-floor private room, the gatekeeper inquired, "Miss, shall I halt the match now?" Given Lu Jinya's current condition, he is certain to be killed. Qiao Wanyan chuckled lightly, unperturbed. That reflects his lack of effort. The defeated do not deserve to grace my presence. If he were to perish in the arena, it would merely be the fate he has invited. Should he survive, he would endure a purgatory by my side. The gatekeeper fell silent, sensing a hint of madness in this esteemed guest. It was perplexing. She had spent lavishly on a beast deemed unsellable. Yet, her apparent lack of concern for its fate suggested she viewed life as mere trifles. As a gong resonated, the burly beast delivered a kick that sent Lu Jinya sprawling, inciting a roar of applause from the crowd. Qiao Wanyan approached the railing, her gaze devoid of warmth as she observed the pitiful figure of the boy below. The robust beast thumped his chest and bellowed, hoisting Lu Jinya high before slamming him to the ground. The audience erupted in excitement, some leaping to their feet, and a few even tossed their daggers into the arena, shouting for the flesh to be carved and consumed. Qiao Wanyan's finger rhythmically tapped against the railing, each strike deliberate and measured. This is a one-sided massacre. Had Qiao Yihuan not rescued the boy, it would have been Lu Jinyao himself who faced the brutal end. The burly beast man strode towards a dagger not far away, only to suddenly catch sight of a swift figure. Before he could react, Lu Jinyao lunged at him, dagger in hand. The beast man was taken aback. Had not the onlookers claimed that this worthless individual had been incapacitated by some drug? How could he still move? The sharp dagger aimed for his heart, and the beast man instinctively sidestepped, throwing a heavy punch, only to see Lu Jinyao evade with remarkable speed, disappearing from sight. In the next moment, Lu Jinyao, dagger clutched tightly, pierced the beastman's neck, driving it through. A profound silence enveloped the arena. The beastman's eyes widened in disbelief as he gasped his last breath and collapsed onto the ground. Lu Jinyao, too, could no longer stand and fell beside him. Clang! A jarring gong shattered the stillness. From the private room on the second floor, a doorkeeper announced loudly, "In room 1, a distinguished guest has purchased Lu Jinyao." On the arena floor, Lu Jinyao lay prone, casting a glance towards the second-floor chamber. There stood a woman adorned with a hood, her slender figure exuding an extraordinary aura. Though her features remained obscured, one could sense her indifference towards human life. As his vision blurred, he caught a fleeting glimpse of her retreating silhouette before succumbing to darkness. The following noon, under a radiant sun and a cerulean sky, the weather was exceptionally pleasant. In a warm chamber reminiscent of spring, Qiao Wanyan donned a delicate white gauze dress, her ink-black hair half cascading and half pinned up, adorned with exquisite hairpins that accentuated her beauty. Ziyuan entered and whispered a few words in her ear, to which Qiao Wanyan responded with a slight nod. Moments later, the cleansed black-tailed boy was brought before her. Qiao Wanyan did not glance his way, engrossed in savoring the peanut butter in her hand. Indeed, the peanut butter prepared by her grandfather's cook was delectable. When she returned home, she would have to ensure that the cook came with her. Lu Jinyao did not bow or kneel. Yesterday's filthy face obscured his features. But upon seeing Ziyuan today, she could not help but marvel at the boy's striking appearance. The cold-faced youth lacked the vitality typical of his age. His tousled bangs gave him a youthful air, yet his deep-set eyes were filled with coldness and indifference, seemingly devoid of gratitude towards the woman who had purchased him from his torment. After consuming half a bowl of peanut butter, Qiao Wanyan leisurely poured the remaining half onto the ground, smiling sweetly at Lu Jinyao. "Here, please have some." Lu Jinyao's first impression of the woman before him. She appeared like a celestial being, yet her heart was utterly vile. Noticing his silence and lack of response, Qiao Wanyan rose and approached him. How could this wolf cub be taller than herself? "You should already know that I have purchased you, from today onwards. I am your master. Call me master so that I may hear it." Lu Jinyao remained silent. Ziyuan, her displeasure evident, was about to step forward to reprimand the audacious boy when she suddenly witnessed him grasping her lady's slender neck, pressing her down to the ground. The right hand, unbeknownst to Wen, withdrew the sharp hairpin from her hair, pressing it against her neck with fluid grace, rendering her defenseless. Ziyuan furiously exclaimed, "You vile creature! Get off my lady! How audacious of this wretched person to mount the lady's waist, utterly shameless." The maid beside her gasped, startled, but upon hearing those words, they all turned their gazes towards her. Was this truly the focal point? Was that not the hairpin adorning the lady's neck? A cold, chilling voice emerged from the youth, his gaze as void as an abyss. I have slain countless masters. Do you wish to be the next? His large hand tightened slightly, suggesting that mere pressure could shatter her neck and extinguish her life without the need for the pin to pierce her skin. Qiao Wanyan remained unfazed, her smile unwavering. The maids within the room were struck by the realization that their lady had indeed lost her sanity. Oh, I almost forgot to mention. The arena sent you a little something to eat. If I die, you shall too. Yet if you perish, I will not. Isn't that rather unfair? Chapter 18. I simply adore telling little lies. Lu Jinya's expression shifted slightly, seemingly questioning the veracity of her statement. Indeed, the arena could commit such acts. Yet her demeanor betrayed no sincerity, casting doubt on her words. Qiao Wanyan, radiating with a carefree spirit, lamented, "What a pity. You must always be vigilant about my well-being. It's quite exhausting." Lu Jinya narrowed his eyes, applying more pressure, and soon crimson blossomed upon her porcelain neck. "My lady." The maids gasped in horror. Though Lu Jinya could not see his own neck, he sensed a sting of pain and the warmth of blood seeping forth. It was indeed true. He was bound to share her fate, yet she would not reciprocate. Such was the cruelty the arena was capable of. Rising from her, a chill settled in his gaze. Ziyuan rushed to support Qiao Wanyan, her eyes reddening with concern. "My lady, are you all right?" Qiao Wanyan remained silent, delicately brushing her fingers over the wound on her neck. She gazed at the blood staining her fingertips. "Lu Jinya, you've hurt me." Ziyuan instinctively lifted her hand, ready to strike his face, intending to teach this insolent creature a lesson. Their lady had shown him mercy, yet he treated her thus. It was akin to a dog biting the hand that feeds it. However, the bloodied hairpin suddenly aimed at Ziyuan's eyes, forcing her to halt in her tracks. Paralyzed by fear, Qiao Wanyan pulled Ziyuan back, observing him quietly. Lu Jinya coldly declared, "I am yours, not hers. She has no right to touch me." Qiao Wanyan scoffed, stepping closer to scrutinize the frigid visage of the youth. A sharp sound echoed as her palm met his cheek. Lu Jinya remained unmoving, as if the slap had not been directed at him, his icy gaze betraying no emotion. She delivered a flurry of slaps, and after more than a dozen, Qiao Wanyan found herself drained of strength. She was raised in luxury from a young age, accustomed to having others attend to her every need, her constitution delicate and fragile. Now, even the task of striking someone posed a challenge for her. "Go kneel outside," was all Lu Jinya said before turning away and stepping out, kneeling in the courtyard. The frigid winter air bit at him, and without a cloak, he knelt directly on the icy ground, resembling a wooden figure devoid of desire or emotion. Before long, the window on the second floor of the warm chamber was flung open. Lu Jinya looked up, locking eyes with the enchanting woman by the window. His life now rested in her hands. To escape, he needed the antidote. There was none in the arena, but perhaps fortune could be found at the Apothecary Valley. Yet, he remained oblivious to the location of the Apothecary Valley. As dusk fell, Qiao Wanyan arrived. Seeing the pale-faced youth kneeling on the cold ground, she hurried over and half-squatted down, her voice soft, filled with concern and sympathy. "Who are you? I have never seen you before. Are you a servant of Wanyan? Did she make you kneel out here on such a cold day? I have a hot water bottle for you. Use it for now, and I will speak to Wanyan on your behalf." Lu Jinya exhibited no sign of acceptance, not even a glance in her direction. This woman was rather bothersome. Xiaoying retorted, "My lady is kindly trying to help you. Why do you refuse her kindness?" Irritated by the incessant noise, Lu Jinya snapped, "Get lost." "You." Xiaoying, incensed, was about to confront him, but Qiao Wanyan stopped her. "Let us go find Wanyan." Qiao Wanyan was still resting and had not yet awakened. At the doorway, the maidservants barred Qiao Wanyan from entering, stating that their mistress had not yet risen. Qiao Wanyan displayed little reaction, but Xiaoying was infuriated. "Why are we not allowed in? What difference does it make if we wait inside? Servants reflect the character of their masters." She harbored a profound disdain for the second young lady, who had often bullied the eldest lady in the household, while their parents consistently favored the second daughter, maintaining a facade of equality between the two. How much suffering had the eldest lady endured over the years? Surely, others were not blind to her plight. They could see her only once or twice a year, and each time, she only reported good news, concealing her troubles. Such a wonderful lady, why was she perpetually tormented by her family? Was this truly family? If not for the crown prince's protection and the careful attention of the young marquis, the eldest lady might have perished from her miseries. Qiao Wanyan pulled Xiaoying back, but then suddenly coughed a few times, as if catching a chill. Xiao Ying immediately expressed concern. "Miss, are you all right? Is it too cold outside for you?" Upon mentioning this, Xiao Ying abruptly pushed open the door and led Qiao Wanyan inside. The loud bang of the door startled Qiao Wanyan awake, prompting Ziyuan to rush out to investigate. "What is going on? I told you my lady was resting. You've disturbed her peace." Qiao Wanyan quickly replied, "It's all my fault, Miss Ziyuan. I will personally apologize to my sister. This has nothing to do with my lady. It was my insistence to enter. My young lady has matters to discuss with the second young lady, yet it is unbearably cold outside. Why must she wait out there?" Qiao Wanyan felt a twinge of annoyance. With the crown prince absent, she had little desire to engage with Qiao Huan, nor did she fear the latter's duplicity. In fact, she secretly hoped Qiao Huan would fabricate more tales of her shortcomings in front of the crown prince, for a gossipy woman is often quite irksome. She emerged from behind the screen, clad in a delicate sheer garment that fluttered slightly with her movements, the unfastened fabric cascading gracefully around her. Her long, ink-black hair flowed down her back, and her slender figure appeared almost ethereal from the side, yet she possessed all the necessary curves in the right places. Qiao Huan, also a woman, found herself captivated by Qiao Wanyan's impeccable beauty. Jealousy was not her first emotion, but rather a profound attraction that left her mind momentarily blank. Soon, however, feelings of inferiority, envy, and jealousy surged forth. "Wanyan, it is my fault for waking you from your slumber," she said. Qiao Wanyan unhurriedly took her seat in the main chair, lifting her teacup. "No need to fuss over such trivial matters. I do not mind. Sister, why must you be so formal with me?" Ziyuan glanced at the two maids nearby, who promptly advanced to seize Xiao Ying, one on each side. Ziyuan approached and raised her hand, delivering a sharp slap, though her heart was heavy with disappointment. How she wished it were the eldest young lady receiving the blows. Ideally, she would mar her face so that the crown prince would never again cast a glance in her direction. Qiao Huan rushed to intervene, but the other maids held her back, leaving her anxiously pleading, "Stop, please. Wanyan, did you not say it was of no consequence? Why then do you allow Ziyuan to strike Xiao Ying?" Qiao Wanyan took a delicate sip of perfectly warm tea and smiled softly. "You see, I have a penchant for telling little white lies." Chapter 19. Lu Jinya. "Have you forsaken me?" Qiao Huan was taken aback, her face pale as she beheld Qiao Wanyan's malicious grin, identical to those of the past. Had the events of recent days truly been a deliberate act before the throne, as Xiao Ying suggested? Qiao Huan felt a profound blow. She had never masked her true self before, acting solely on her whims and desires, often unaware of the discomfort her words could evoke in others. Whenever she found herself alone with the crown prince, she would invariably interrupt him. Though he never openly expressed his disdain, she could sense his aversion, particularly influenced by Xiao Ying's unintentional remarks. The crown prince favored virtuous individuals, and while she had previously envied Wanyan's beauty, she had never considered her a rival. But now, with Wanyan possessing the beauty that she could never attain, along with the ability to feign a pleasing demeanor, she questioned whether she could still hope to win the crown princess' heart. Xiao Ying's face was swollen from the blows. Ziyuan was no delicate flower like Qiao Wanyan, who would tire after a few slaps. Witnessing Ziyuan's satisfied expression made it clear that she relished the act. "You act with reckless abandon. Do you not fear the crown prince's return?" Qiao Huan admonished, noting that Xiao Ying's severely swollen face would take weeks to heal. Although she was uncertain when His Highness would return to handle his affairs, she was certain he would eventually notice. Was she not afraid of His Highness discovering her true nature? Qiao Wanyan leisurely remarked, "Jing, take her down to apply the medicine. Rest assured, dear sister, I possess Yin ointment, and within 3 days, the swelling will subside, and she will return to her former self." Qiao Huan was momentarily stunned, an overwhelming sense of helplessness rising within her, evoking fear. Whether in the capital or in Yongzhou, or indeed anywhere across the vast expanse of the 9 provinces, she was no match for Qiao Wanyan. Without His Highness, she would truly be left with no support whatsoever. Indeed, she could not allow His Highness to be taken away by anyone at all. Qiao Wanyan, observing her dazed expression, suddenly let out a scoff. If it were not for the extraordinary fortune of encountering one man after another, each appointed by fate to protect and care for her, how could Qiao Huan possibly stand atop her? It was merely due to her identity as the protagonist that she could gain everything without lifting a finger, while others cleared a wide path for her to tread. Now, she was curious to see if Qiao Huan could still ascend to that position without a path strewn with thorns. Xiaoying was forcibly taken away to apply the medicine, leaving Qiao Wanyan awkwardly standing there, having forgotten her initial purpose for coming. Sister, surely you have come for something of great importance? Otherwise, you would not have known to feign vulnerability outside while I was resting, prompting Xiaoying's impulsive entrance. Frankly speaking, Xiaoying's unfortunate situation was largely due to her sister. Qiao Wanyan's countenance darkened further. Qiao Wanyan felt no remorse. Rather than seeking reasons within herself, it was easier to blame others. Kind-hearted individuals often find themselves wounded, and in her brief decades of life, why should she invite discomfort upon herself? Nothing else mattered. Her own happiness was paramount. Mist gathered in Qiao Wanyan's eyes, seemingly at a loss regarding how to address the current predicament. Indeed, this was the case. In the face of any challenge, she never thought to resolve it independently, but instead played the part of the vulnerable, allowing those around her to advocate on her behalf. Xiaoying was like this, as was the crown prince, and so too was the young marquis. She perpetually remained the gentle and kind-hearted figure, while those around her stood up for her. And she even tried to dissuade them, evoking even more sympathy. It was akin to the time she accidentally shattered the ancestral jade bracelet gifted to her by the young marquis. She could only cry and cry. She was present during the incident, yet the young marquis believed it to be her fault. When she spoke the truth, he felt she had wronged Qiao Wanyan, venting all his frustration upon her. Despite her attempts to dissuade him, he only became more insistent in seeking an explanation from her. Yet now, she was utterly alone, with no one to charge forth for her. Perhaps the maidservants in the room were watching her, and Qiao Wanyan felt a sense of embarrassment. I came to plead with my sister to release the youth from the courtyard. If you find him bothersome, he may come to my place instead. I assure you he will not be a nuisance to you. She struggled to articulate the sensation within her, as if some invisible force guided her to save that youth, who in turn would assist her immensely in the future. Or perhaps, that youth was simply meant to be hers. Qiao Wanyan, fully aware, understood that even if she seized the opportunity herself, fate would still guide her to strive for it. Yin Yao was one such example, as was Lu Jinya. Summon Lu Jinya, she commanded. A maid nearby immediately nodded in compliance and exited to fetch him. Moments later, Lu Jinya appeared before the crowd, his face pallid, yet maintaining an expression of indifference. My elder sister feels you have been wronged in my presence and wishes to take you back. Do you prefer to stay by my side or accompany my sister? Qiao Wanyan's voice was light and melodious, flowing with a gentle allure that teased the heart like a feather. Nevertheless, Lu Jinya remained as frosty as ever. Qiao Wanyan anticipated his response. She had just shown him kindness, and he had no reason to continue enduring suffering alongside Qiao Wanyan. You no longer want me? Lu Jinya retorted. Qiao Wanyan was taken aback by his unexpected words. He continued, to have brought me back just a day ago, and now you wish to cast me aside? You truly have an excess of wealth to squander. Qiao Wanyan, amused yet incensed, replied, I am simply inquiring, am I not entitled to seek your guidance? Leave and kneel outside. Without further protest, Lu Jinya turned and exited, resuming his position in the courtyard. Sister has also noticed, he does not wish to leave with you. Moreover, I spent 100 taels to acquire him. On what grounds do you believe you can simply take him away? Is it due to your shamelessness? Qiao Wanyan sighed dramatically. Sister, your tears are quite beautiful. Might I suggest you weep a bit more pathetically? If you cannot bring forth tears, I could have someone break Xiaoying's arm to enhance the emotional appeal. Of course, I would ensure a physician reattaches it. Qiao Wanyan felt her legs weaken and stumbled to the ground. The maids in the warm pavilion erupted in laughter. Flustered and infuriated, Qiao Wanyan rose with flushed cheeks and hurriedly exited. Lu Jinya merely cast a glance before averting his gaze. Foolishness, to approach such a wretched person without distance. Qiao Wanyan sighed as she regarded the open door. How could her sister, who had shared such a bond with Xiaoying, so readily abandon their sisterly affection? Such feigned sentimentality was truly disheartening. This remark was not uttered softly, and Xiaoying, pinned to the ground, heard it clearly. Chapter 20. Here I come. As the year drew to a close, every household prepared for the new year, and the Jin residence was particularly lively. Jin Lao, having had but one wife and one daughter, had remained a widower since his beloved spouse's passing years ago. He intended to bequeath everything to his only daughter after his passing. Matters of incense and mourning held no significance for him, as death was beyond his sight and knowledge. Under Jin Lao's guidance, the collateral branches of the Jin family were also occupied with their affairs, and those who failed to comply had been adequately dealt with, ensuring that each year, they gathered joyfully together. Lacking a son and with a daughter married afar, he found no shortage of filial piety. The young ladies and gentlemen of the collateral branches had arrived early, creating a lively group that soon moved from their rooms to the main hall. In the main hall, several tables had been pushed together, laden with wooden boxes of various sizes. Qiao Wanyan was engaged in conversation with several cousin maidens while a few cousin youths gathered around. For Qiao Wanyan, who has resided in the capital for many years, she is both cherished and respected, not for any other reason, but because every year during the New Year festivities, she generously purchases a multitude of gifts to distribute among everyone. Moreover, the elders at home have also emphasized the importance of honoring this cousin. After distributing the gifts, Qiao Wanyan proceeded to the study. Yanyan has arrived? Come over here. My dear granddaughter, your second cousin has sent several freshly picked lychee trees. Upon seeing his granddaughter, old Master Jin's eyes twinkled with delight. Qiao Wanyan tasted one and exclaimed, "Delicious. Let someone move those lychee trees to your warm pavilion so you can savor them at your leisure," he said with a smile. "You are the best, grandfather." Qiao Wanyan replied cheerfully, "By the way, I have something to discuss with you. Speak your mind. There is no need for formality with your grandfather. I wish to go to Qingzhou." Old Master Jin's expression instantly soured. "What do you intend to do in Qingzhou? That place has far more refugees than Yongzhou. What if you were to get hurt? With the new year approaching, it would be better for you to remain at home. If you feel bored, you can always have your cousins keep you company." Qiao Wanyan clung to his arm, insisting, "I must go to Qingzhou. His Royal Highness is there. And if I set off now, I will surely arrive before the New Year's Eve." Old Master Jin suddenly understood, playfully pinching her little nose. "Oh, so that is the little scheme you have been harboring. Very well, your grandfather supports you." He never obstructed his grandchildren's aspirations, as long as their safety was assured. Though the journey to Qingzhou posed certain dangers, they were not insurmountable. He arranged for a contingent of skilled guards to accompany her. True to his efficient nature, the following morning, a group of well-trained experts appeared at the front gate, disguised as her protectors. Yun Yao was aware that Qiao Wanyan would be departing the next morning and, fearing she would be left behind, had endured a sleepless night. At dawn, she stealthily crept into the carriage and fell into a deep slumber. Upon boarding, Qiao Wanyan noticed Yun Yao sprawled out in an unceremonious manner, with an expressionless face. She averted her gaze and settled into her seat. "Let us go." The little girl had pretended to venture out in search of her brother the day after arriving in Yongzhou, but, of course, she found nothing. She concocted a tale about her brother being away on an expedition and that he wouldn't return until after the new year, thus justifying her stay at the Jin residence. How could she let her go without even seeing her brother? Xiaoying hurriedly entered the room, breathless. "Miss, I just saw the second miss heading towards the city gate in a carriage." Xiao Yihuan's expression shifted. Is she returning to the capital? Why would she choose this moment to return? Could it be that something has occurred in the capital? Xiaoying shook her head. No, she was not headed towards the gate leading back to the capital, but rather towards the southern gate leading to Qingzhou. A sudden jolt of realization struck Xiao Yihuan, and she straightened in her seat, gripping the armrest tightly. Qingzhou? Is she going to find His Highness? Xiao Ying's face reflected concern. I told you, the second miss is a person of ambition, seeking to add to His Highness's troubles at this time. Miss, shall we also go to Qingzhou? Recalling the recent interactions with the Crown Prince and the events at the city gate, Xiao Yihuan could no longer remain idle. She rose and nodded decisively. Very well. Go prepare some clothing. Xiao Ying promptly began her preparations. Moments later, before the two could exit the rear courtyard, they encountered the stewardess of the manor obstructing their path. Where is the young lady intending to go? Asked Xiao Yihuan softly. Madam, we wish to deliver some clothing to the refugees at the city gates. The stewardess glanced around, her expression grave. As the year-end approaches, the outside world is quite perilous. While your kind heart is commendable, I must also consider your safety. Allow me to take the items outside on your behalf. There is no need for you to make the journey. As she spoke, a maid behind her reached for the bundle in Xiao Ying's hands. Xiao Ying instinctively recoiled. No, we shall deliver it ourselves in return. The stewardess replied sternly, My lady, now that you are in the Jin residence, we must ensure your safety. Otherwise, we would not be able to explain ourselves to Minister Qiao. Please do not put us in a difficult position. With that, she forcibly seized the package and turned to leave. Xiao Ying's face turned ashen with anger. What concern for my safety? It is merely Qiao Wanyan's orders to stop us from leaving the manor. The package contained the finest and most expensive clothes and jewelry she had prepared to present to His Highness. Now it was all gone. Qiao Wanyan's delicate features were overshadowed by a chill. In Qingzhou, at the official post, He Jiu wore a clouded expression, a pall hanging over him as the eve of the new year approached. So many refugees were unable to reunite with their families to celebrate the occasion. The recent snow disaster had been extraordinarily severe, with houses collapsing and snow piled high enough to reach one's waist. Such a calamity had not struck Dayo in centuries. Jing Yuan poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to him. Your Highness, you must also take care of your health. Had it not been for the secret visit, you might not have realized the situation is far worse than what was reported to the capital. Anticipating that the local governor would conceal the truth, he had brought additional disaster relief grain. However, it proved insufficient, as merchants in Qingzhou inflated prices and the governor embezzled food, leading to many refugee deaths. Your Highness, why not have old Jin send more grain? He Jiu sipped his tea. The refugees fleeing to Yongzhou are consuming the Jin family's provisions. The Jin family has already donated generously here. How can I ask for more? Jing Yuan sighed. The reports sent back to the capital had yet to arrive, and there was no way to quickly supply food from there. The Jin family could not be relied upon for assistance. Had he known, he would have never taken on such a mess. Even the New Year's Eve could not be celebrated properly. He Jiu spoke solemnly, as the heir apparent. It is my duty to lead and care for my people. Such remarks should not be made in the future. Jing Yuan pouted in agreement. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Chapter 21. Stop pretending, he has left. Come in. A guard clad in silver armor entered, bowing respectfully. Your Highness, before the city gates close, Miss Qiao has arrived. He recognized her as he had accompanied the prince from the capital. Not to mention that Miss Qiao was not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also devoid of the arrogance typical of noble ladies, often engaging in light-hearted banter with the guards. He Jiu's profound gaze flickered with surprise. Qiao? Why was she here just before New Year's Eve? Had she come with Yuan? The guard shook his head, responding to His Highness. No, Miss Qiao heir has come with Yunyao. With Yunyao? The current situation in Qingzhou is perilous, and the atmosphere of the new year is hardly present. Outside the city, the northern part of Qingzhou has accommodated tens of thousands of refugees. Why would she choose this moment to come to Qingzhou? The guard continued. Miss Qiao heir was nearly surrounded by refugees outside the city and could have been harmed. Fortunately, she brought many escorts to ensure her safe passage. He Qingyu stood up. Where is she now? This is utterly reckless. She must have sneaked out of the Jin residence. Miss Qiao heir is currently at the granary. The granary? He Qingyu grew increasingly perplexed, unable to fathom her intentions. The guard promptly added, Miss Qiao heir has anonymously donated 5,000 stones of rice. The guards at the granary did not recognize her and intended to report to His Highness, so I came directly to inform you. Miss Qiao heir is now residing at an inn. Jing Yuan was astonished. 5,000 stones of rice. That alleviates your current predicament. He Qinyu's inky black eyes sparkled with a hint of joy, the candlelight casting shadows on her long lashes, veiling the emotions beneath. Such a substantial contribution of rice was likely gathered by old Jing. Miss Qiao's anonymous donation was intended to keep her involvement hidden. Yet it has indeed been a tremendous help to me. The guard inquired, Your Highness, shall I escort Miss Qiao heir here? Having accomplished such a significant feat, he felt compelled to speak favorably of her, hoping for a few words of commendation from His Highness to bring her joy. After all, good deeds should not go unrecognized. He Qingyu paused for a moment, then replied, Forget it. She donated anonymously and did not seek me out. She clearly wishes for me to remain unaware of her presence. Have someone discreetly keep watch, ensuring she does not encounter any misfortune in Qingzhou. Understood. Within the elegant chamber of the inn, Zi Yuan entered with a pot of tea, lamenting, What a dismal inn. They don't even offer decent tea. This is quite an injustice to the young lady. The tea leaves appear to be the cheapest bulk variety. Qiao Wanyan asked, Is Yunyao settled? Yes. She is quite easy to care for, indifferent to her accommodations or meals, finding joy in everything she does. Her enthusiasm is amusing to witness. Qiao Wanyan smiled. The eve of the new year is in 2 days. This will be the first year I celebrate with my father, mother, and grandfather. Zi Yuan sighed. Why don't you seek out His Highness? With such a generous donation of grain, he would surely be moved. Isn't this a missed opportunity? To donate such a large amount anonymously seems like a waste of money for good deeds, she replied, carefully applying a beauty balm while gazing into the mirror. In a soft voice, she stated, Too many misdeeds invite judgment, and the same applies to good deeds. A smirk graced her lips, laced with endless mockery and irony. In her eyes, there was no pure love, only an unquenchable ambition for power and wealth. I desire the crown prince, to spend the most unforgettable New Year's Eve of my life. Qingzhou City may not be as lively as Yongzhou, but the atmosphere of the eve still radiates with festivity. The vibrant red lanterns hang high, as innocent children frolic in groups on the streets, creating a stark contrast to the previously somber atmosphere. With provisions now available, the refugees have been calmed, and the citizens of Qingzhou no longer live in fear, ready to flee at any moment from the prospect of being pillaged by those same refugees. He Jiyu, having patrolled the northern city several times, finally wore a smile. As warm as the spring sun, pleased that the refugees had a hot porridge to consume and gratified by the capture of the corrupt and treasonous governor. The calamity in Qingzhou is nearing its conclusion, and soon it will be time to return to the capital. One wonders how long Yihuan will remain in the Jin residence. If she could return after the New Year's Eve celebration, they might journey back together. It is uncertain how she has fared in the Jin manor. Your Highness, you have been working tirelessly these past few days. Tonight is New Year's Eve. Let us return to the inn. I have arranged a sumptuous feast, and though we are not in the capital, it shall be a delightful occasion. He Jiyu leapt onto his horse, his posture straight as a pine, exuding a noble elegance. To the Minglu Inn, he commanded. Jing Yuan understood. Your Highness is finally going to meet Miss Qiao Air. Not only was the Minglu Inn empty, but indeed, all of Qingzhou's inns were devoid of guests. With the influx of refugees and the fact that everyone returns home for New Year's Eve, who would choose to stay out? Thus, Qiao Wanyan had taken the liberty of enjoying herself in the inn's kitchen. Her sleeves tied back, her delicate arms were bare and strikingly white. Those well-cared-for hands, accustomed to reading, writing, and tending to flowers, were now rolling thick, uneven dumpling skins. Flour dusted her fair face, yet it was hardly noticeable. A beauty such as she felt no shame in her appearance. Instead, a smile played at her lips. Yin Yao held up a dumpling and beamed. Sister Yin, look. This is the prettiest one I've made. I'll save it for you to eat. Very well, Yao Yao. Yours must be delicious, Qiao Wanyan replied, her eyes crinkling with joy. But could you also save one of yours for me? A hint of hesitation crossed Qiao Wanyan's face. Yao Yao, the dumplings I've made are meant for someone very special. Yin Yao tilted her head slightly. Someone very special? Is it that prince? But didn't Sister Yin say she didn't like him? Adults are such liars, saying they don't like someone. Yet they travel far to deliver food and make dumplings. They are so insincere. A blush crept onto Qiao Wanyan's face, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ziyuan frowned. Miss Yin, how can you speak of our young lady in such a manner? Qiao Wanyan lowered her gaze at the dumpling in her hands, her eyes resembling cold stars, filled with endless sorrow and desolation. In the distance, He Jiyu observed her dejected expression, his emotions a whirlwind of complexity. Suddenly, Lu Jinyi appeared from nowhere, casually kneading a piece of dough in his hands. Enough of the pretense. He has already departed. Chapter 22. You are so fickle. While it is true that Lu Jinyi serves as Qiao Wanyan's protector, his icy demeanor and evident disdain for everyone around him hardly align with the typical behavior of a guardian. Qiao Wanyan cast a glance at Ziyuan, and upon seeing her nod, she lifted her foot and kicked towards Lu Jinyi. Lu Jinyi did not evade, standing there like a wooden post, his gaze reflecting a trace of undisguised disdain as he watched her stumble from the kick. How foolish. Truly a worthless vase. How itchy. Is my master scratching me? Ziyuan was somewhat perplexed. This boy had been punished by the young mistress to kneel outside without water or food for days, nearly freezing to death, only to be revived with ginseng soup before being made to kneel again. Since the young mistress arrived from Yongzhou, she had not allowed him to wear warm clothing. For 2 days, he endured in thin garments, still receiving no food, only a bit of water to keep him alive. Yet now he dared to provoke the young mistress. Indeed, he was a stubborn cub that could not be sold in the arena. Who would buy such a headstrong creature? Yin Yao placed her hands on her hips, questioning. What is wrong with you, guard? How can a guard speak to their master in such a manner? Lu Jinyi did not respond, not even granting her a glance. Qiao Wanyan set down the dough she was working with, walked to the side, and washed her hands clean of the flour before drying them. Come with me. In the backyard, usually a place for guests at the inn to tie up their horses, now lay silent on New Year's Eve, as if time itself had frozen. Had the master become enraged out of shame? Although Lu Jinyi was a year younger, he towered over her, and as he lowered his head to regard her slightly irate demeanor, There was no hint of remorse in his eyes. It seemed that her anger only brought him delight. In front of outsiders, he appeared gentle and kind. Was she afraid that Yun Yao would discover his true nature by calling him here? Qiao Wanyan pulled a hairpin from her hair and stabbed it into his shoulder. I have many ways to torment you slowly, but for now, I have something of great importance that allows you to escape this fate temporarily. Blood seeped from Lu Jinya's wound, yet he remained silent, merely lowering his head as a flicker of darkness surged in his gaze. Do you intend to kill me? If you die, I shall perish as well. But should I die, you will live on. However, dear master, do you think that if I were to die, I would take you with me? The depths of his eyes were an abyssal black, akin to a beast lurking in the shadows, every inch suffused with a perilous intent to kill. It seemed that without the constraint of poison, he would not hesitate to slay the woman before him. Lu Jinya stared fixedly at her. While he could not bring about her demise, if he were to perish, they might as well die together. Qiao Wanyan chuckled lightly, not taking his words to heart in the slightest. Do you not believe me? She did believe him. How could she not? Had she not been the one to purchase him before Qiao Huan could, she would ultimately meet her end at his hands. Qiao Wanyan remained silent, simply withdrawing the hairpin from his shoulder. Blood stained the pin, turning it a deadly shade of red, reminiscent of coral. The pale fabric of his clothing soaked with crimson, creating a stark contrast. Lu Jinya, however, seemed oblivious, not even blinking. Qiao Wanyan tossed the pin aside and reached to unfasten Lu Jinya's clothing. The perpetually cold expression on the boy's face finally revealed a rare emotion. What are you doing? Qiao Wanyan lifted her gaze to meet his, remaining silent as her fingers deftly undid the ties. Lu Jinya's Adam's apple quivered slightly, yearning to retreat and evade. Yet he was met with a melodious voice that resonated like a gentle breeze from the heavens. Do not move. The voice lingered in his ears, echoing like a dream, reaching the very depths of his soul, sending shivers down his spine and causing his fingertips to tremble. His outer garment was carelessly stripped away, cascading to the ground, while Qiao Wanyan's hands continued their task of unbuttoning his undergarment. In mere moments, his upper body was laid bare. Though Lu Jinya appeared slender, he possessed a physique that was lean yet muscular when unclothed. The winter sun's soft glow intertwined with the pristine white snow blanketing the ground, accentuating his pallor. The alluring lines of his body curved sensually downward, disappearing beneath his trousers, inviting the imagination. Lu Jinya turned his head away, refusing to meet her gaze. A woman so brazenly disrobing a man. How could one like her dare to aspire to marry the crown prince, so fickle and unprincipled? With a sharp slap, Qiao Wanyan reprimanded him, as if bestowing a token of pity. Is this simply seeing your body? What of it? Her delicate fingers grazed his chest. Sensing the shudder that coursed through Lu Jinya's frame, she teasingly traced downward. If I have touched you, what then? Fickle? Men can indulge in myriad affairs and visit brothels without consequence. Yet a woman merely touching a man is labeled as shameless? Is it truly so unjust simply because men possess an additional appendage? Lu Jinya was left speechless, staring at her in disbelief, as if questioning whether he had merely imagined her words. Qiao Wanyan intensified her grip, her nails leaving a crimson mark upon his skin. Though he felt no pain, an indescribable thrill coursed through him, rendering his mind a blank slate. Kneel. Lu Jinya's body responded more swiftly than his mind, sinking to his knees before her. As if submitting to a queen, Qiao Wanyan playfully patted his face, commanding, kneel here. You shall not rise without my permission. The winter chill was biting, even in a heavy fur cloak, leaving his hands and feet icy. Bare-chested on the cold ground, a common person would succumb to frostbite after mere hours of kneeling. However, he had endured 2 days and nights in the Jin residence without faltering. If he could withstand it, he would continue to kneel. Lu Jinya gazed at her retreating figure, frowning slightly. Was she truly departing? His eyes swept over the scattered garments, darkened with contemplation. A madwoman. Steam billowed throughout the kitchen, where Qiao Wanyan sat in the hall below, while Ziyuan kneaded her shoulders from behind. Yun Yao joyfully scampered about with a few maidens, playing with sparklers. Occasionally, one could spot Yun Yao brandishing a sparkler, dashing back and forth at the inn's entrance. Though Qingzhou lacked the bustle of Yongzhou, the atmosphere remained cheerful, devoid of complaints. A maid approached. Miss, the dumplings are ready. Qiao Wanyan nodded. Make them presentable. I shall take them to the official post for the crown prince. Ziyuan chuckled. The prince will surely be moved. Miss, you will spend a unique New Year's Eve with him, and he will undoubtedly be captivated by you, forgetting all about Qiao Huan. Qiao Wanyan's eyes sparkled with fragmented light. I will not remain to share the New Year's Eve dinner with the Crown Prince. I merely delivered the dumplings and returned. Doing so anonymously. Ziyuan strode forward, standing in front of her. Why, miss? Wasn't your effort in making the dumplings in vain? Qiao Wanyan pinched her plump cheeks. He must know those dumplings were sent by me. He will undoubtedly come looking for me. She desired He Jiyu to approach her, unlike in the past when he would rush to others. Moments later, Qiao Wanyan carried the exquisite food box as she walked towards the official post station. Not far from the Minglu Inn. On New Year's Eve, every household was gathered together, preparing to enjoy their festive meal. The streets were deserted, imbued with an inexplicable sense of desolation. Qiao Wanyan tightened her cloak around her and quickened her pace toward the post station. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine, and an ominous premonition arose within her. In the next instant, a sharp blow struck her neck, plunging her into darkness as the food box slipped from her grasp, and she fell into the arms of the person behind her. Chapter 23. Long time no see. Heartless one. As Jing Yuan entered, he spotted the crown prince standing by the window, the lavish New Year's Eve feast untouched, seemingly lost in thought as he gazed outside. Not interested in the feast. Your Highness? Wishing to drink the cold wind instead? It is quite chilly. Perhaps it would be wise to close the window to avoid catching a cold. He Jiyu's gaze remained fixed on the long street beyond, his refined features appearing particularly aloof and noble beneath the moonlight. Clad in a simple yet exquisite long robe of muted green and crimson, he exuded an ethereal grace, his tall figure radiating a sense of distance even more profound than the vast moonlit sky. Your Highness, it seems this year's New Year's Eve dinner is to be enjoyed solely by you, Jing Yuan remarked with a sigh. He Jiyu turned away, prompting Jing Yuan to promptly shut the window, blocking the biting chill from the outside. If only Yihuan could be here, he mused. Given the dangers in Qingzhou, it is understandable that the eldest young lady would not come. After all, how many can be as willful as the second young lady, doing as they please? He Jiyu cast a dark glance at him. She came to deliver provisions, alleviating the troubles in Qingzhou. Is that considered willfulness in your eyes? Jing Yuan immediately knelt. Acknowledging his error, He Jiyu withdrew his gaze, his brow still furrowed. Enough, rise. The dishes are still warm. Let them cool a bit before you partake. Jing Yuan nodded in compliance, though confusion lingered in his mind. The feast had been left unattended for quite some time and had been exposed to the cold wind. It should have been cold, not warm. Though perplexed, he dared not inquire further, standing by for half an hour. Your Highness, He Jiyu observed the firmly shut door, which had yet to open. Earlier that evening, he had seen her making dumplings at Minglu Inn. It was unrealistic to think she had not finished by now. Could it be that those dumplings were not meant for him? His thoughts were tangled, and suddenly, He Jiyu stood up. The path to Minglu was not far, merely separated by a street. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, he left the post station, halfway through questioning his own sanity. That is Yihuan's younger sister. Even if the dumplings she offers to an important person are not for herself, what does it matter? What is he fantasizing about? He Jiyu halted his steps, remaining silent for a moment, then decided to return. Jing Yuan remarked, out for a stroll before dinner to whet the appetite? Your Highness? The two had scarcely walked back a distance when a somewhat familiar voice echoed behind them. Turning around, they were met by a maidservant beside Qiao Wanyan. Ziyuan glanced around, failing to spot her mistress. Your Highness, where's my lady? Jing Yuan clicked his tongue. Why does your lady inquire about our prince? A sudden jolt of unease struck Ziyuan's heart. My lady made dumplings herself and wanted to secretly send them to the prince via the courier. But she has been gone for over half an hour and has yet to return. She said she would come back quickly after delivering them. But I have not seen her. He Jiyu's pupils contracted to their limits. What did you say? Ziyuan's scalp prickled with fear as she raised the item in her hand. This is the food box my lady was holding. But I saw it fall to the ground halfway here. My lady, my lady. Ziyuan was so anxious that she could hardly articulate her words, her voice trembling violently. Jing Yuan. He responded immediately and departed swiftly. Moments later, he returned with a troubled expression. Your Highness, all the hidden guards assigned to protect the second young lady have vanished. At this moment, a guard from the courier station rushed in. Your Highness, the patrol officers discovered 3 men lying at the Western Market entrance. Upon investigation, it was found that these 3 were the individuals you dispatched to safeguard Miss Qiao. A chilling aura enveloped He Jiyu's gaze. Search. Dig 3 feet into the ground, if necessary, to find Qiao Wanyan. Ensure her safety. Let no one else live. Before Qiao Wanyan had even opened her eyes, she felt a dull ache in her shoulders and neck. Frowning slightly, she gradually lifted her eyelids. A lantern hung above her head, casting dim, murky light, evoking an inexplicable sense of eerie coldness. She sat up from the bed and glanced around. The light was too faint, illuminating only a corner beside the bed. There was no other source of illumination in the entire room except for this bizarre lantern. Qiao Wanyan descended from the bed, intending to take down the lantern to discern her whereabouts. However, just as she reached for it, she caught sight of its material and let out a startled scream, stumbling back several steps and collapsing onto the floor. Hey, a human skin lantern. Qiao Wanyan's already porcelain-white face turned an unhealthy shade of pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Although she was not exactly virtuous, she had lived a sheltered life, never having witnessed anything sinister. Such vile acts had never unfolded before her. In this moment, seeing such a horrifying object up close, nearly touching it, Qiao Wanyan felt as though she were lost in a nightmare within a nightmare. Footsteps approached slowly from behind, and Qiao Wanyan's body stiffened. She dared not turn around, fearing that another human skin lantern awaited her. Someone halted directly behind her, and Qiao Wanyan bit her lip, forcing herself to remain calm. How pitiful, she heard. Startled, Qiao Wanyan immediately raised her head to look at the person behind her. Yanli, is it he who brought himself here? Why is he appearing in Qingzhou? In the tales, he was clearly celebrating New Year's Eve in the capital. Yanli scoffed with disdain, surprised to see me? It's been a long time, unfaithful man. Chapter 24, Don't be afraid, come to my side. Qiao Wanyan's eyes instantly brimmed with crimson. Tears that had never surfaced now filled her gaze, blurring her vision. She stood up and rushed into Yanli's embrace, her feelings of grievance and fear transforming into tears. Weeping pitifully, Brother Yanli. Yanli momentarily froze, as if struck by a spell, not pushing away this woman he had dreamt of and loathed for 5 long years. The warmth on his chest was dampened by her tears, and the faint fragrance wafting from her hair enveloped his senses. An intimately familiar scent, like the dawn breaking after a long night, evoked an indescribable tumult within his heart. Yanli's eyes darkened, suddenly recalling her disdainful expression on that rainy night when he had pushed her away. Are you afraid? His obsidian pupils were filled with chill. I thought someone like you could do anything and fear nothing. Qiao Wanyan's body stiffened visibly, her eyes, red and swollen, gazing at his familiar yet foreign face as another clear tear rolled down, sparkling and heart-wrenching. Deep down, she felt neither sorrow nor grievance. It was merely a moment of realization that Yanli did not seem to be as docile and yielding as Zhiyu. Feigning vulnerability was of no use against him. Yanli grasped her neck with one hand, his gaze half-lidded and enchanting, devoid of the youthful vitality that once radiated warmth. He appeared as a wicked and beguiling demon. It was uncertain whether 3 years in the National Temple had altered his temperament, or if the bloodshed of Beiming City had transformed him entirely. Yanli gently stroked her delicate, porcelain-like skin with his thumb, a mocking coldness curling at the corners of his mouth. No matter how resplendent a flower blooms, without the ability to protect itself, its fate lies in the whims of others. Qiao Wanyan's expression shifted slightly. Yanli paused, relishing the fluster in her eyes, letting out a derisive laugh, playing the game of cat and mouse, feigning innocence to alter the crown prince's impression of her. But perhaps she underestimated the significance of Qiao Huan in his heart and overestimated her own worth. Zhiyu had watched his mother possess nothing but the title of empress since childhood. The love of the emperor and the power of the harem were both beyond her reach. The deepest resentment Zhiyu harbored was for those filled with schemes. Thus he cherished those gentle, kind-hearted women. Qiao Huan, with her soft nature and kind heart, was not unattractive, making her the type that Zhiyu favored most. Furthermore, Qiao Huan's lowly and sensitive background stirred the compassion deep within Zhiyu. Could Qiao Wanyan, in just a few days, make Zhiyu forget Qiao Huan and focus solely on her? What a joke! Qiao Wanyan's eyes shimmered like autumn waters, her voice slow and gentle. Then why did His Highness bring me here when I was delivering dumplings to the crown prince? If what the prince said is true, he should be here to witness my humiliation. Yanli remained silent, his eyes seemingly stained with ink, dark and heavy. The current turmoil in Qingzhou rendered the disappearance of a noblewoman untraceable, wouldn't you agree? Qiao Wanyan remarked. Is it truly unplayable that you are angered so easily? Yanli's expression was grim and fearsome. Qiao Wanyan had never witnessed him in such a state. She forcefully pushed him away and turned to open the door. Yet, as soon as the door was ajar, It slammed shut with a resounding thud. In the dim, empty room, the sound of the door closing was jarring and eerie. He Yanli stood behind her, his large hand bracing the door. The faint light by the bedside illuminated his profile, obscuring his emotions. Qiao Wanyan felt a momentary breathlessness, an unsettling anxiety arising from the unknown. During this period, she had enjoyed a smooth journey guided by the tales she read, but the sudden appearance of He Yanli, who should not have been in Qingzhou, filled her with a sense of panic. Yanli, a gentle, tremulous voice called out. He Yanli scoffed coldly, gripping her wrist and leading her into the inner chamber. Do you believe this prince to be hopelessly foolish, that a mere mention of Yanli would grant you freedom? Have you truly forgotten how you once treated me? Let go of me. Qiao Wanyan struggled, but years of living in comfort had rendered her feeble, unable to break free from his grasp. Can't you maintain your facade? I certainly will not. He Yanli pulled her to the window of the inner room, forcibly opening it and compelling her to gaze at the city gate ahead. Qiao Wanyan furrowed her brow slightly, the dim moonlight revealing the two characters inscribed on the gate. Qingzhou. Was this truly still Qingzhou? He Ji already knows of your disappearance. He Yanli leaned in, whispering in her ear. Unfortunately, I also informed him that Xiao Yihuan had come to Qingzhou to seek him, only to be ambushed by refugees outside the city. Do you think he will continue searching for you, or will he venture outside to find Xiao Yihuan? Xiao Yihuan had no means of reaching Qingzhou. Her grandfather would ensure she remained in Yuzhou until her return. Thus, it was evident that He Yanli had disseminated false information. From this vantage point, one could clearly observe the city gate. The comings and goings were laid bare. He intended for her to witness the futility of his efforts. In the prince's heart, Xiao Yihuan was ultimately paramount. Gazing into the boundless dark of the night, Qiao Wanyan's lips gradually curved into an enchanting smile, reminiscent of an unyielding peony blooming amidst eternal night, breathtakingly beautiful. Could there be a third possibility? He Yanli raised an eyebrow. A third possibility? Perhaps. It is your demise by my hand. Qiao Wanyan shook her head. You are mistaken, my lord. In an instant, a silver flash darted through the air, a sharp feathered arrow speeding towards her. The whistling sound buzzed in her ears. Qiao Wanyan froze momentarily before turning to see a barbed arrow nestled between He Yanli's fingers. How ruthless of that wretched cub! Did he never consider the chance of his own aim failing? He Yanli snapped the arrow in his hand, his cold gaze sweeping outside. Just as he was about to speak, the door was forcefully kicked open. Bright candlelight flared as a group of well-trained guards rushed in. Qiao Wanyan cast a fleeting glance before turning her head to the side, where she observed He Yanli's expression, which was exceptionally captivating. A glimmer of mockery dancing in his eyes. Almost immediately, a veil of mist flickered in her gaze as she tremulously implored, Your Highness, save me. He Jiu approached with the grace of the wind, his flowing white cloak exuding an icy chill as he hurried closer. The usual warmth in his demeanor vanished, replaced by an austere and forbidding visage that radiated an aura of danger. Do not be afraid, Wanyan. Come here to my side. Chapter 25. She deceived He Yanli. Without needing to guess, could discern the fragile fear concealed beneath Qiao Wanyan's delicate exterior. Witnessing her rush towards He Jiu, he swiftly pulled her back. The prince's guards unsheathed their swords, directing them at him, and the atmosphere grew tense with palpable hostility. Undaunted, He Yanli gently ruffled Qiao Wanyan's hair, a provocative smirk playing on his lips. What is your intention, brother? Do you mean to slay your younger sibling? He Jiu furrowed his brow, releasing her. If you persist, do not blame me for being ungracious. He Yanli chuckled lightly. I relish the ungraciousness of others. How do you intend to treat me ungraciously? Will you kill me? After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Qiao Wanyan, caressing her hair as one would a beloved pet. I merely wish to reminisce with her. Why is my brother so agitated? Surely you have not forgotten that Wanyan and I have been childhood friends for many years? He Jiu's brow tightened. How could he be unaware? Not just he, but the entire capital was cognizant of the bond between Qiao Wanyan and He Yanli, though they had not been formally betrothed. It was akin to an engagement. Everyone knew that Qiao Wanyan would one day return to him, yet none anticipated the ensuing events that would unfold. He Jiu cast a glance at her, feeling a peculiar stir within him. However, upon witnessing her anxious and helpless demeanor, her eyes pleading for his rescue, he could not harden his heart. Does she truly appear as though she is reminiscing with you? He Yanli retorted with a question of his own. What position does my brother claim in protecting her? As his words hung in the air, a heavy silence enveloped the scene. He Jiu paused, observing Qiao Wanyan's downcast eyes filled with disappointment. He spoke solemnly, as the crown prince. I will not permit you to torment an innocent woman. He Yanli seemed taken aback by this response. A flicker of interest crossed Qiao Wanyan's downcast gaze. The crown prince had made his intentions known to the entire capital, and she had anticipated that he would claim the position of a future brother-in-law instead. Seizing the moment while He Yanli was distracted, she darted toward the crown prince, this time not feigning capture to allow him to reclaim her. She swiftly hid behind He Jiyu. Your Highness, have I caused you trouble? Qiao Wanyan lowered her gaze, yet her heart brimmed with joy that the prince sought her out. Her voice was soft, like a feather brushing against the heart, sending shivers down one's spine. She cautiously tugged at He Jiyu's sleeve, her tearful eyes imploring him. Your Highness, please do not misunderstand. I was indeed reminiscing with Prince Jing, and I hope you do not let this cause discord between you and the prince. He Jiyu sighed inwardly. She was indeed so kind-hearted. Despite having suffered at He Yanli's hands, she worried about the possibility of conflict between him and He Yanli, willing to endure humiliation for the sake of peace. Given this, he would not let her feel awkward. Do not fear, said He Yanli, furrowing his brow. Are you blind? Jing Yuan stepped forward. How dare you speak to His Highness in such a manner? He Jiyu waved his hand. You all may leave. Since we are reminiscing, I believe Prince Jing would not mind if I joined your conversation. This evening marks the New Year's Eve, Jing Yuan. Please arrange a feast for us. Let us celebrate this New Year's Eve together. From the high pavilion across the way, Lu Jinya observed for a while, witnessing the harmonious gathering of several individuals partaking in their New Year's feast. He withdrew his gaze, clicking his tongue in disinterest. Jing Yuan and Mo Xiao stood at the entrance, watching the three within. What should have been a lively New Year's Eve gathering was instead marked by the silence of the trio, each word unspoken. They simultaneously averted their gazes, exchanging a glance before rolling their eyes at one another. Qiao Wanyan had truly not anticipated that the New Year's feast she had prepared for many days would suddenly include an additional guest. Casting a glance at the two men's grim faces, she sighed helplessly in her heart. What a situation this was. Those she once wished to marry and those she currently desired to marry were all seated at the same table. Qiao Wanyan pressed her lips together at this moment. If she were to flirt with the crown prince, He Yanli, like a rabid dog, would likely not hesitate to ruin her. I am aware that the 5,000 stones of grain were delivered by you. This abundance has alleviated the crisis in Qingzhou overnight. Your grandfather has rendered such a significant service. I shall surely petition the emperor to reward him, He Jiyu stated. Qiao Wanyan's bright and clear eyes blinked with a hint of hesitation, and after a moment, she softly responded, to assist those in need, even in anonymity. Brings joy to both my grandfather and me. He Jiyu inquired. As the year draws to a close, the journey is perilous. Why choose to personally deliver the grain? Qiao Wanyan paused, lowering her gaze, her voice barely above a whisper, because I want to see her. She had not endured hardship in vain. He Yanli interrupted her unfinished thought. Qiao Wanyan turned her head to glance at him. He Jiyu remained silent, likely suspecting the unspoken words. She had braved danger to come here, wishing to secretly deliver the dumplings she had made to him, an act not simply born of affection for her sister's beloved. She had lied. She had lied about letting go of herself. Suddenly, a jarring noise erupted from outside. Despite the tightly shut windows, the vibrant colors of fireworks were visible. Qiao Wanyan rose and approached the window, pushing it open to gaze at the fireworks blossoming in the sky, feeling not an ounce of excitement within her. Yet outwardly, she donned a smile of youthful delight, turning with enthusiasm to exclaim, "Look, it's fireworks. Come quickly." He Jiyu wore a gentle expression, while He Yanli's lips curled into a sardonic smile. She could indeed play the part of innocence and exuberance. In the past, to win her favor, he had personally orchestrated a grand fireworks display, expecting her to react with joy and excitement like other women. Instead, she merely glanced at the spectacle before retreating indoors, complaining about the noise and instructing her maid to close the window. He Yanli lowered his gaze, observing the two figures by the window, and the wine cup in his hand shattered with a resounding crash. As the porcelain shard grazed his palm, blood dripped down his skin. Yet the pain was not his own. If he were to seize the position of crown prince and cast aside He Jiyu, would Qiao Wanyan, much like discarding her own, abandon him without hesitation? Would He Jiyu still perceive her as gentle and kind-hearted? Contemplating this, He Yanli suddenly broke into a smile, his eyes gleaming with madness and anticipation. Chapter 26. Your Highness, I feel quite dizzy. Qiao Wanyan, having consumed merely a cup of wine, found herself slightly intoxicated, prompting He Jiu to have Jing Yuan escort her downstairs first. The room fell silent in an instant. Having been in Qingzhou for some time, he noted the solitude that pervaded the city. You handled the solitary with such arrogance. It was merely a matter of time before they sought you out. He Jiu regarded him with a sullen expression. With no outsiders present, he no longer felt the need to maintain a facade of brotherly affection. He and He Yanli shared the same bloodline, yet what familial bonds existed among the royal kin? He Yanli traced the rim of his cup, leisurely remarking, "You certainly are impressive. Shall I applaud you? It seems that in such a short span, Qiao Yihuan holds little significance in your heart." He Jiu frowned slightly, realizing that indeed, it was the false information you had disseminated. Yihuan, being gentle and timid, would heed my advice to remain in Yongzhou for the new year. She would never recklessly venture here. With Qiao Wanyan's sudden disappearance coinciding with the news of Yihuan's misfortune outside the city, do you truly believe I would be swayed by your misinformation? He Yanli scoffed derisively. What if I were to share this matter with Qiao Yihuan? He Jiu's countenance shifted, knowing Yihuan was sensible enough not to create a fuss over it. Your calculations are in vain. Then why does your expression betray your discomfort? He Jiu rose, stating, I have no time for your banter. Arriving on horseback, he found himself without a spare mount due to the urgency of the situation. Wanyan, come here. He Jiu gestured for her to approach. With her cheeks still flushed from the wine, Qiao Wanyan approached languidly. Fireworks continued to illuminate the night sky on New Year's Eve, their vibrant colors reflecting in her eyes. Slowly, she made her way over, only to be embraced by He Jiu, who lifted her onto the horse. Jing Yuan approached from behind, leading his own steed, but was taken aback as he saw Qiao Wanyan stumble and nearly fall from the horse. Can you not ride? He Jiu inquired. Qiao Wanyan did not respond, but simply shook her head. He Jiu's expression softened, and after a moment's hesitation, he mounted the horse himself. Jing Yuan, surprised, noted that propriety dictated a distance between men and women, especially given that this was the younger sister of the woman the prince favored. If word got out, it would surely cause quite a stir. He waved his hand, signaling the guards to proceed ahead. Qiao Wanyan nestled against him, appearing relaxed. Among women, she was not considered short, yet in the embrace of He Jiu, she still resembled a delicate bird. The fragrance of her hair wafted into his senses, and even through the heavy cloak, her softness was palpable. Your Highness, I feel quite dizzy. He Jiu inclined his head slightly, gazing at her profile, offering no response. One hand held the reins while the other encircled her waist as they rode forth. The air was somewhat chilly, creating an inexplicable sense of awkwardness. Are you cold? He Jiu broke the silence. Qiao Wanyan paused momentarily, her voice a soft murmur due to her inebriation. I do not feel cold beside your Highness. For some reason, Wanyan felt both elated and profoundly melancholic. Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, each word leisurely spoken, resonating in the ears like the enchanting song of a siren. Why the melancholy? Qiao Wanyan remained silent, bowing her head instead. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke softly, I envy my sister so much. I truly like your Highness. He Jiu's gaze flickered slightly, but he did not respond to her words. He was at a loss for how to reply, how to soothe her current despondency. Throughout this time, she had shown great respect for Yihuan, caring for her, even going out of her way to create opportunities for reconciliation during their disagreements. Initially, he thought her selflessness stemmed from the return of He Yanli to the capital, leading her to truly let go of her feelings and abandon her desire to marry him. They had grown up together, and despite past grievances, there was still genuine affection between them. However, today he clearly saw that Qiao Wanyan was afraid of He Yanli. She was not acting out of concern for him, nor had she truly relinquished her feelings. Rather, she harbored a silent affection deep within. Had it not been for her intoxication today, she might never have revealed such sentiments. Yet, he could not marry her, his future wife. The crown princess of the Eastern Palace could only be Yihuan. His love for Yihuan was profound, and he would never betray her. Qiao Wanyan did not know when she had fallen asleep, but He Jiu carried her into the inn, where Yun Yao and Zi Yuan anxiously awaited at the entrance, distressed by her state. Yun Yao fretted, what happened to Sister A Yin? Is she all right? Leading the way, Zi Yuan guided them inside. He Jiu gently laid her down and explained, it's nothing serious. She merely drank too much and fell asleep. Please prepare some hangover soup for her to prevent a headache in the morning. Zi Yuan was puzzled by the situation. Their lady had been abducted, yet she returned inebriated. After sending off the crown prince, Yun Yao was also dismissed to rest, and she soon entered the room with the freshly brewed hangover soup. "Miss, are you awake?" Qiao Wanyan, sitting at the edge of the bed, responded faintly, though she had merely been lying there, not truly asleep. Observing her calm demeanor, Ziyuan sensed that nothing troubling had transpired. Thus, there was no need to pry further, lest she irritate her lady. If Miss has any instructions, she will surely convey them. Tomorrow morning, we shall return to Yongzhou. Ziyuan was taken aback. So soon? Their lady had come for the crown prince. So why not seize the opportunity to engage with him further? Wouldn't that render the journey pointless? Qiao Wanyan moved to the mirror, removing the simple hairpin from her tresses, and smiled lightly. The strategy of feigned indifference, though cliché, was eternally effective. Moreover, he would not let her depart so easily. The following morning, news of Qiao Wanyan's impending departure from Qingzhou reached the official inn. He Chenjiu set down his teacup and raised his gaze. She intends to return to Yongzhou? Jing Yuan nodded in affirmation. Indeed, a servant reported that early this morning, Miss Qiao had begun to pack her belongings. However, she awoke with a slight headache, claiming she needed to rest a little longer after drinking a hangover remedy. He Jiyu's first thought was that she must have recalled the heartfelt confessions made in her drunken state the previous night, leaving her unsure of how to face him, prompting her desire to flee. Otherwise, why the haste to return? You should personally ensure her safety, as the outside world is perilous. Let her accompany me back in 3 days. Jing Yuan's expression shifted slightly. As you wish, Your Highness. Upon hearing this news, Qiao Wanyan was not particularly surprised. Yet she had no intention of seeking him out. For the next few days, she resolved to remain quietly in the inn, deliberately avoiding him. The crown prince, on his journey back to the capital with the corrupt officials, would undoubtedly encounter assassins. In the tales, it was precisely during such events that the crown prince and Qiao Yihuan's relationship rapidly intensified. Qiao Wanyan gazed at her reflection in the mirror, a smile gracing her lips. Not good. This fortune is mine. Chapter 27. What brings you here? He Yanli had returned to the capital ahead of schedule, and his discreet departure from the city ensured that it remained unknown to the public. Inside the carriage, the warmth from the charcoal fire enveloped Qiao Wanyan, dispelling any chill. Yun Yao, linking her arm, still found it hard to believe. Sister Yen, the brother-in-law you mentioned, is actually the crown prince? Initially, she had thought that Sister Yen and her companions were merely signs of wealthy families, not realizing that the man was indeed the crown prince. Which meant Sister Yen was no ordinary young lady. Yun Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her life at the Apothecary Valley had been rather dull, with her greatest amusement derived from reading various tales. In these enchanting love stories, the protagonists were usually the noble ladies of the capital, particularly those of striking beauty who stood out in a crowd. Yun Yao clasped her hands against her cheeks, her face alight with wonder. Sister Yen, you are truly remarkable. Qiao Wanyan replied, "Ah? What is this little girl saying?" Yun Yao secretly vowed to remain close to Sister Yen, eager to witness a beautiful and authentic tale unfold. Suddenly, there was a commotion outside, and the carriage came to an abrupt halt. Ziyuan disembarked, returning shortly after with a troubled expression. "Miss, the eldest lady has arrived." Qiao Wanyan's brows slightly knitted, a sense of wistfulness washing over her. Indeed, the protagonist from the tales was destined to arrive here and deepen her bond with the crown prince. Ziyuan continued, "Accompanying the eldest lady is the young lord. The young lord of the Jing and Marquisate was notoriously known as a mischievous rascal in the capital. As the sole heir of the Marquisate, he was doted upon. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if the young lord desired the stars or the moon, the Marquis and his lady would go to great lengths to procure them." Ziyuan felt uneasy, particularly because 3 years prior, the eldest lady had saved this young lord, leading to their close association. He consistently defended her, often belittling Qiao Wanyan in front of others, showing no regard for her dignity. Qiao Wanyan maintained a calm demeanor. The tales also featured the young lord, who, in his youthful naivety, had devoted all his affections to Qiao Yihuan. He was aware of her feelings for the crown prince and chose not to compete for her affection, willingly assisting her in marrying the crown prince without seeking anything in return, simply wishing for her happiness. In the depths of her heart, Qiao Wanyan silently cursed. Was this not sheer foolishness? If she were to develop feelings for someone, she would never relinquish that person, not even to confine them within a cage. "What brings you here?" Jiang Qiyun chuckled softly. "I was traveling and happened to encounter Sister Yihuan. Knowing she was heading to Qingzhou, I decided to accompany her. The youth's smile was exuberant and unrestrained, his eyes sparkling with boundless vitality and liveliness. With a visage as exquisite as jade and a complexion reminiscent of spring blossoms. Every gesture he made radiated the brilliance befitting his youth. Jiang Qiyun was not entirely truthful, while he indeed roamed far and wide. He had also heard tales of a rare blue night pearl in Liuzhou, and he yearned to procure it as a gift for Sister Yihuan. Each year on New Year's Eve, Sister Yihuan would visit Yongzhou for the festivities, so he made his way there directly. Having learned the details from Xiaoying, he was determined not to let Sister Yihuan feel sorrow. Hence he brought her to Qingzhou in search of the crown prince. The position of consort was rightfully Sister Yihuan's, and he would not permit anyone to usurp what belonged to her. Did Qiao Wanyan aspire to be the first? A mere fantasy. Qiao draped his cloak over Qiao Yihuan, concerned for her delicate frame against the biting cold. You are dressed so lightly. What if you catch a chill? Qiao Yihuan feigned reluctance, anxious to meet the prince. She had momentarily forgotten her shawl. How could you put it on for me, your highness? If you were to fall ill, I would be consumed by guilt. A flicker of disappointment crossed Jiang Qiyun's eyes, yet he refrained from elaborating. He caught a glimpse of Qiao Wanyan approaching, her expression betraying a mix of wariness and disdain. Sister, what brings you here? Qiao Wanyan inquired with a saccharine smile. Feigning friendliness. Before Qiao Yihuan could respond, Jiang Qiyun interjected, What does it matter to you whether she comes or not? Are you displeased to see Sister Yihuan? Qiao Wanyan momentarily faltered, her complexion paling. I did not mean it that way. Jiang Qiyun's lips parted in surprise. Had she not retorted? Had Qiao Wanyan been possessed by someone else? Qiao spoke gravely. Wanyan did not intend any offense. Why must young Master Jiang be so acerbic? Qiao Yihuan was taken aback, her expression still lingering in the softness of moments prior. During her time at the Jin family in Yongzhou, she had felt restless, convinced that remaining there would lead her to lose something profoundly significant. Upon arriving here, she realized her intuition had been correct. The prince had never referred to her as Wanyan. He always called her Miss Qiao. Jiang Qiyun felt a surge of discontent. Did the crown prince not consider Sister Yihuan's feelings while so openly supporting Qiao Wanyan? Qiao seemed to sense the tension. Glancing at Qiao Yihuan's stiff countenance before suggesting, The weather is frigid, let us proceed on our journey. If all goes well, we should reach Yongzhou by tonight. He added, Jing Yuan, please transfer the coal from my carriage to Yihuan's. Qiao Yihuan bit her lip, observing the faint smile on Qiao Wanyan's lips, which she perceived as mockery. Determinedly, she made a decision in her heart. Your Highness, may I share a carriage with you? This way, you need not worry about me while enduring the cold yourself. Qiao cast a fleeting glance at Qiao Wanyan, and with a sense of joy, he replied, Of course I am willing. However, propriety dictates that men and women should maintain a respectful distance. I worry that this could tarnish your reputation. Jiang Qiyun noticed the slightly awkward and bitter expression on Qiao Yihuan's face and immediately suggested, The prince's carriage is quite spacious. Why don't we all ride together? It would be more lively. Qiao also perceived her discomfort and agreed, Very well, let us all forego together. Jiang Qiyun blinked in surprise. He had not intended to include Qiao Wanyan in their company. No need, she replied gently. I am feeling a bit unwell and should return to my own carriage to avoid passing on any illness to the prince. After saying this, Qiao Wanyan slightly bowed and turned to leave. Jiang Qiyun let out a soft scoff, muttering under his breath, At least you are self-aware. Qiao Yihuan sighed in relief, and, glancing at the prince who was watching Qiao Wanyan's departing figure, gently coughed. Your Highness, shall we board the carriage? Miss, what is wrong? Do not frighten me, Xian exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Qiao was the first to look over, upon seeing Qiao Wanyan fainting on the ground. He rushed towards her without hesitation. A chill wind swept by, leaving Qiao Yihuan's heart heavy with dread. Chapter 28. I have already endured enough, she must be feigning. Jiang Qiyun thought, wanting to pull Qiao Wanyan, this crafty woman, out of the carriage, but he was stopped by Qiao Yihuan. Qiyun, please do not make a scene, she said, her expression forlorn. I have already endured enough. Jiang Qiyun felt a pang of bitterness, unable to bear seeing Yihuan in distress. Yet, that wicked woman, Qiao Wanyan, continually bullied Yihuan and sought to take everything from her. The prince's carriage was spacious and warm, and Qiao naturally lifted Qiao Wanyan into his carriage. Qiao Yihuan glanced at the carriage, struggling to suppress her emotions as she returned to her own. The moment the door closed, the tears she had been holding back cascaded down. Jiang Qiyun, filled with rage, decided to enter that very carriage as well. He intended to see just how long this shameless woman could maintain her act. Did she think she could enjoy the prince's company in solitude? Not a chance. The accompanying physician took her pulse and merely stated that she had caught a chill and should take some medicine to avoid worsening her condition. There was no serious harm done. Xian scoffed internally. Was it not obvious she had caught a chill? Yesterday, the young lady had soaked for so long in cold water. How could she not fall ill? She had initially thought her mistress was being overly dramatic, feigning illness simply to apply more powder. But what was the need to suffer so? Yet, the young lady had insisted. Without effort, how can one expect to reap rewards? The physician accompanying them was not inept. As the procession resumed, Jiang Qiyan stared intently at Qiao Wanyan from the carriage, as if trying to pierce through her facade. For 2 hours, he fixed his gaze on her. At first, Qiao Wanyan felt uneasy, but eventually, she adapted, pretending to sleep until genuine fatigue overtook her, and she fell into a deep slumber, unaware of her surroundings. Jiang Qiyan's eyes grew heavy, and he rubbed them, continuing to watch her. He Jiyu shook his head in exasperation, about to speak when suddenly the carriage jolted violently, followed by an uncontrollable surge forward. Assassins! Protect the prince! The clashing of swords outside mingled with the shouts of the guards, and before Qiao Wanyan could fully awaken, she witnessed an arrow whizzing past her. A buzzing sound followed as the arrow struck the carriage wall. Qiao Wanyan gasped, and was swiftly pulled into He Jiyu's embrace, who then leapt down from the carriage with her safely in hand. The horse, out of control, charged towards the cliff's edge. Had she not been rescued in time, she would have plummeted alongside the carriage. Sister Yihuan. Jiang Qiyun immediately fixated his gaze on Qiao Yihuan's carriage, seeing her, and Xiaoing anxiously dodging beside it. He prepared to rush over to save them, but suddenly turned back, exclaiming, "Your Highness, quickly go save Sister Yihuan. If the crown prince intervenes, Sister Yihuan would surely be overjoyed." He Jiyu hesitated, yet Jiang Qiyun pressed on. "I will take care of Qiao Wanyan. Your Highness, go now. There are no assassins here, but Sister Yihuan is in grave danger." He Jiyu cast a glance into the distance. "You take good care of her." With that, he dashed towards Qiao Yihuan's direction. The accompanying guards followed suit, their primary concern not being the rescue of the young lady from the Qiao family, but rather ensuring the safety of the crown prince. Jiang Qian scoffed. "Would the crown prince disregard Sister Yihuan's safety for a scheming woman like you? You shameless wretch deserve to perish here for the sake of peace in the realm." Qiao Wanyan cast a dispassionate glance at him. "You have yet to meet your demise." "Why should I? Rest assured, I shall ensure my end follows yours, perhaps even lighting incense in hope that your afterlife is less than favorable." Jiang Qiyu narrowed his eyes, a knowing smirk on his face. "So you're not pretending anymore?" Qiao Wanyan nodded. "Is there a need to feign with you? You hold no importance in my heart. Who cares whether I matter to you?" Jiang Qiyun fumed internally. Qiao Wanyan ignored him, instead focusing intently on the chaotic scene ahead. These assassins had come to rescue the corrupt governor of Qingzhou, Li Xiao, who had shamelessly embezzled funds meant for disaster relief. Ultimately, Li Xiao was not saved, and the assassins were captured, yet one managed to launch a surprise attack on the crown prince from the shadows. It was a mystery how so many guards had failed to notice, but Xiao Yihuan, with her keen vision, spotted the attack and shielded the crown prince from the arrow. Though it did not strike a fatal spot, it was a barbed arrow. Removing it cost Xiao Yihuan dearly, and the crown prince, deeply pained, found his affection for her intensified, leading him to seek the emperor's permission for marriage upon their return to the capital. Qiao Wanyan hurried towards the scene. But Jiang Qiyan grasped her arm. "What do you think you're doing? Can't you see it's utter chaos over there? What do you intend to do?" Qiao Wanyan shrugged off his grip. "Mind your own business." Shielding someone from an arrow was beyond her capabilities. Even the thought of suffering from a barbed arrow sent shivers down her spine. To thwart the blossoming romance between the crown prince and Xiao Yihuan, merely blocking an arrow was not the only option. If she could prevent Xiao Yihuan from rescuing the crown prince, wouldn't that suffice? Urging her to alert the crown prince about the lurking assassin was futile, as she had no clear direction to provide. The tales never specified precise locations. Moreover, it was not a fatal wound. The crown prince would not perish. He Jiyu, wielding his sword, severed the throat of an assassin, only to witness Qiao Wanyan swiftly dispatch another foe, a single arrow piercing the chest of that assassin. "How did you arrive here?" Qiao Wanyan retorted. "What nonsense. If it weren't to prevent the two of you from growing closer, would I take such a risk? I am concerned for the crown prince and my sister." She rushed forward, clasping Qiao Yihuan's arm. Yet Qiao Yihuan felt no warmth in her heart. In fact, even if He Zhiyu were absent, she would still wish to shake off Qiao Wanyan's grasp, unable to endure her feigned affection. A multitude of assassins fell to the swords of the guards, and those sent to rescue the corrupt official Li Xiao were executed on the spot, leaving only a few survivors to return to the capital with their report. Qiao Wanyan clung tightly to Qiao Yihuan's arm, patiently awaiting the arrows that would surely come from the hidden assassins. By chance, Qiao Yihuan's peripheral vision caught a glint of silver behind a stone pillar to the east, followed by an arrow hurtling towards them. Her heart raced. Was that direction the crown prince's? Qiao Wanyan felt her hand suddenly released, and in the next moment, a powerful force propelled her backward. Wanyan. Miss. Chapter 29. The plunge into the abyss. An arrow struck Qiao Wanyan's shoulder. An agonizing pain unlike anything she had ever known coursed through her, causing cold sweat to bead on her forehead, her face paling dramatically. She staggered, barely able to maintain her footing, when suddenly, an assassin, seizing the moment, lunged towards Qiao Wanyan, using all his strength to push her off the cliff. He Zhiyu dashed toward her, but Qiao Yihuan clung to him desperately, blocking his path. Qiao Wanyan's pupils dilated in horror as her body involuntarily tumbled backward. She grasped desperately at anything within reach, faintly feeling a hand. Qiyun. Wanyan. Qiao Yihuan screamed as both plunged into the abyss. Zi Yuan rushed over, ready to leap after them, but was halted by Jing Yuan. Trembling, Zi Yuan exclaimed, "Miss, the miss has fallen." The assassin who had pushed Qiao Wanyan off the cliff laughed uproariously, declaring, "If I cannot save my adoptive father, I shall perish here, and I shall take a few more with me to the grave." Ha ha. He had long been lurking in the shadows of Qingzhou City, and the woman he had cast down the precipice had once ridden alongside the crown prince, even having been carried back to the inn in his arms. Now, returning to the capital, they were surely linked closely, and given the crown prince had not married a princess, it was likely she was a favored concubine or mistress. Unable to save his adoptive father, and incapable of killing the crown prince, he resolved to slay the woman the prince cherished, ensuring they all shared the same fate. Seeing the crown prince's furious expression, he felt a surge of satisfaction within. He Zhiyu, sword in hand, advanced step by step towards him, his icy gaze fixed upon the assassin, and with a swift strike, pierced his throat, blood splattering onto him. Qiao Yihuan's heart skipped a beat. She had never witnessed the crown prince in such a manner. Was it for Qiao Wanyan's sake? Did the crown prince truly care for her? A chilling aura emanated from He Zhiyu's voice. Where were those who lurked in the shadows? Just as Jing Yuan was about to speak, a boy with a black tail emerged, dragging the lifeless body of a black-clad assassin behind him. The assassin's chest was gruesomely mangled, a sight that sent chills down the spine. Lu Jinya cast a cold glance at Qiao Yihuan, then swiftly mounted a horse beside him and galloped away. He knew that the young man was a guardian of Qiao Wanyan, and his destination was the cliff's edge to search for someone. He ordered half the guards to descend the cliff. Jing Yuan, you must personally escort Li Xiao back to the capital without delay. Jing Yuan replied, Your Highness, rest assured that someone will search for the young lord and Miss Qiao. You should remain here. But he was interrupted. I am commanding you, not seeking your counsel. Jing Yuan immediately nodded, acknowledging his mistake, and set off to fulfill the order. He Shiji intended to escort Qiao Yihuan back to the carriage, saying, Yihuan, this place is unsafe. You should return to Yongzhou with Jing Yuan. Qiao Yihuan shook her head, insisting, I want to stay here and search for Wanyan and Qi Yun with His Highness. I am deeply worried about them. Even if His Highness orders me to return, I cannot find peace. Unable to sway her, He Shiji reluctantly led her to the cliff's base. Qiao Yihuan followed closely behind, her fingertips trembling. What had she done? She had intended to shield His Highness from the arrow, yet she had pushed Qiao Wanyan into its path. Biting her lip, her heart teetered on a scale of turmoil. But if Qiao Wanyan truly perished, no one would contest for His Highness's affections. Yet, if Qiao Wanyan survived and revealed that it was she who had pushed her, what then? Qiao Yihuan's mind was in disarray, a chaotic storm that threatened to consume her sanity. Xiao Ying observed her anxious demeanor, swallowing back a multitude of words. She had longed to see the eldest miss exhibit her fierce spirit, no longer weak or bullied. However, upon witnessing the eldest miss push the second miss, she momentarily did not recognize her. The wind howled around her like a blade, cutting into her skin. Yet, Lu Jinya did not slow his pace. urging his steed toward the cliff's base. The sky had darkened, and the temperature plummeted, causing him unease. If Qiao Wanyan were dead, he would also perish. But as long as he lived, it signified that she had not yet succumbed. Nevertheless, falling from such a great height, even if she survived, with an arrow lodged in her, a sheltered noblewoman like her could not endure the night without immediate care. He needed to hurry, to hasten his pace. Meanwhile, Yanli, secretly returning to the capital from Yongzhou, received a confidential letter. Upon breaking the seal and glancing at its contents, his expression changed dramatically. In an instant, blood seemed to rush back through his veins, and his mind buzzed with chaos. A metallic taste surged in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Mo Xiao exclaimed in alarm, "Your Highness, are you all right?" Yanli uttered not a word, but dashed from the post station, mounting his horse and heading southward. The snow fell heavily, and in the darkness, the steed galloped without pause. What was he afraid of? Yanli gripped the reins tightly, pondering this question for a long while before arriving at an answer. He feared that the cold-hearted traitor had not died by his hand. As Qiao Wanyan gradually regained consciousness, she felt as if her entire body had been shattered. A sharp, piercing pain surged through her shoulder, causing her delicate face to contort in agony. With great effort, she opened her eyes to behold the unfamiliar, dilapidated roof above her. The slightest movement sent waves of pain coursing through her, prompting her to abandon the idea of rising. Instead, she turned her head to survey her surroundings as best as she could within her limited field of vision. She lay atop a few wooden planks beside a crackling pile of firewood. On the other side of the fire stood Jiang Qiyun, clad in mourning garments. Qiao Wanyan felt tears welling up, dismayed by the uncanny resemblance Jiang Qiyun bore to a familiar figure, which she deemed an ill omen. "Are you all right?" Jiang Qiyun inquired, his tone laced with irritation. "I feel cursed as well, having been dragged off a cliff to suffer like this." Fortunately, the cliff had led to a river below. Though he felt as if his body were on the brink of disintegration from the fall, he still had to carry the unconscious Qiao Wanyan, resembling a lifeless dog. In search of a refuge from the cold, after considerable effort, he discovered an abandoned thatched hut where he hoped to find dry clothes to replace their soaked garments. To his dismay, he could only locate a few sets of mourning attire, and now he had to endure the complaints of this shameless woman. Qiao Wanyan blinked, her voice still tinged with nasal congestion. "Am I still alive? After falling from such a height, I somehow survived? Surely, great misfortune must be followed by great fortune. Could it be that I am the chosen one?" Jiang Qiyun's lips twitched slightly as he leaned closer, placing the back of his hand against her forehead, which felt alarmingly hot. "Prepare yourself. It seems you may soon be reduced to a fool." Chapter 30. Be gentle, reduced to a fool? Qiao Wanyan's elegant brows knitted together. "No, I refuse to become like Jiang Qiyun." Jiang Qiyun exhaled a deep sigh, deciding it unwise to engage with someone whose mind was muddled. "Can you at least sit up? We need to remove the arrow from your shoulder. Otherwise, you may not see the sun rise tomorrow." Qiao Wanyan, half closing her eyes and lacking strength, felt her clothes still damp, though the area near the fire had dried slightly. Yet, despite this, she felt an intense warmth enveloping her. Her head spinning. "What if tomorrow is overcast?" she murmured before pausing, the pain overwhelming her. "Oh, it hurts so much." Jiang Qiyun was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Qiao Wanyan in such a vulnerable state. Her voice, infused with a hint of petulance, was like a gentle breeze brushing through his heart, filling his mind with an indescribable sensation. Resigned, Jiang Qiyun closed his eyes, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. If he did not act, she might soon become a mere corpse. "I always carry a wound ointment. I will help you remove the arrow, but you must endure it." "All right." Qiao Wanyan acquiesced. "Be gentle." A flush crept to Jiang Qiyun's ears as he unexpectedly recalled a past incident while visiting a friend, where he had overheard unmentionable sounds from within a study, accompanied by a woman coyly saying, "Be gentle." He slapped his forehead sharply, shaking off such errant thoughts. Taking a deep breath, he hesitated as he looked at the feathered arrow lodged in her shoulder. Yet in this life and death moment, he steeled himself and began to carefully peel away her clothing, revealing her delicate, fair shoulder. The wound had begun to redden and swell with inflammation. Jiang Qiyun gritted his teeth and grasped the arrow, attempting to pull it out. In that fleeting moment, Qiao Wanyan gasped, cold sweat beading on her forehead, her complexion turning ashen. Her lips, already pale, now bore no trace of color. The excruciating pain jolted Qiao Wanyan into a heightened awareness, and Jiang Qiyun's expression darkened. It was a barbed arrow. He glanced at Qiao Wanyan, a hint of panic stirring within him. Removing a barbed arrow was an ordeal even for a robust man, let alone for someone like Qiao Wanyan, a pampered young lady. He feared she might faint from the agony. Qiao Wanyan clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging into her flesh without her noticing. If the arrow remained, she would surely succumb. After all she had endured to reach this point, how could she perish in this desolate wilderness? Her expression firm, she uttered weakly, "Please knock me out. When I'm unconscious, will you help me pull out the arrow?" Jiang Qiyun replied, "No. If you lose consciousness and awaken from the sharp pain, it could provoke a severe reaction, worsening the situation. I will make a small incision to widen the wound. Bear with me." Qiao Wanyan closed her eyes, remaining silent for a moment before finally conceding, "All right." Jiang Qiyun heated his dagger over the fire, allowing it to cool before carefully making an incision to ease the extraction of the arrow. As he worked, he glanced at Qiao Wanyan, noticing her biting her lip with such intensity that her previously pale lips began to flush with color. "Let it out, don't bite down," he urged. Just as he finished speaking, a heart-wrenching cry escaped her lips. He was momentarily taken aback, stunned by the sound that was more piercing than a pig's slaughter. Was this anguished cry truly from her? Swiftly, he extracted the arrow, observing the crimson-stained barbed shaft and the mangled flesh of the wound. Qiao Wanyan had already fainted from the pain. Jiang Qiyun applied the wound ointment, tearing a piece from his own dried clothing to bandage her injuries. Yet he remained tense and anxious. Hesitantly, he reached out to feel her breath, and upon detecting a faint pulse, he seemed to resolve himself. He retrieved a small porcelain vial from his robe, pouring out one of the precious pills contained within. This was a gift from his grandfather, crafted with utmost care by the foremost physician of the imperial court upon his birth. Only two had been created. One remained sealed in the royal hospital, while the other had been bestowed upon him by his grandfather. Just one pill could sustain a dying person, but whether she could endure depended on her own will. Qiao Wanyan lay in a deep slumber, her delicate shoulder exposed, the bandaged wound seeping blood, resembling a fragile flower battered by storm and rain, teetering on the brink of collapse. Her long hair spread across the wooden floor, her ethereal beauty now marred by a sickly pallor, emanating an air of fragility and vulnerability. Jiang Qiyun felt a pang of sympathy, yet seeing Qiao Wanyan in her unconscious state, he resolved to administer the rejuvenating pill to her. "You unprincipled woman. This is your fortune," he murmured. Qiao Wanyan's clothes were still damp, yet Jiang Qiyun dared not change them for her. Instead, he built several small fires around her, above her head, beneath her feet, and on either side of her body, endeavoring to provide her with warmth. The dilapidated little cottage had a bed that had already collapsed. He had salvaged a few wooden planks and placed them on the ground, where Qiao Wanyan now lay, surrounded by the flickering flames. Jiang Qiyun, devoid of strength, sat heavily on the ground, gazing at Qiao Wanyan, encircled by the firelight, pursing his lips. To put it poetically, she resembled a goddess about to be sacrificed. To speak more bluntly, she evoked an unsettling sense of impending cremation. In the late hours of the night, Qiao Wanyan awoke. The moment she stirred, she was pierced by excruciating pain. A slight movement sent waves of agony crashing over her, compelling her to remain still. This torment was a consequence of Qiao Yihuan's actions. It was her own oversight, as she had not anticipated that Qiao Yihuan would not follow the narrative's script to shield the prince from arrows, but instead had thrust herself into harm's way. Vengeance was never a matter to be delayed, yet this time, she would indeed have to wait. "Jiang Qiyun," she called softly. Jiang Qiyun, unsure if he had tumbled from such a high precipice, was not one to be easily perturbed. Yet, curled on the wooden planks, he found himself unable to sleep, his mind filled with the heart-wrenching cries of Qiao Wanyan as she tended to her wounds. He had only ever known her as a pretentious and arrogant individual. This was the first time he witnessed her in such a raw and vivid light. It felt profoundly foreign to him, as if he were seeing her true self for the very first time. "What is it?" Jiang Qiyun opened his eyes, irritation lacing his tone. "I am thirsty," she replied. Jiang Qiyun sat up, retorting with a hint of annoyance. "Why must you always be so demanding?" Qiao Wanyan was not a foolish person devoid of wit. She recognized the necessity of adapting to the situation and refrained from snapping back, as she once might have. "Please," she implored. Jiang Qiyun swallowed hard, his expression still impatient as he rose, muttering about the burdensome nature of her request. Nevertheless, he stepped outside to fetch water from the river. After a short while, he returned with a broken bowl filled with water, carefully assisting her to sit up. Qiao Wanyan drank every last drop before languidly remarking, You took your sweet time fetching water. Have you turned into a snail? Jiang Qiyun was momentarily taken aback. Are you a master of changing faces? Chapter 31. Afraid to slap him lest he lick my hand, Your Highness. It is quite late. Perhaps you should rest now, Qiao Wanyan said, concern etched on her face. It was already the dead of night, and with the vast chasm below, finding the two individuals would be nearly impossible. Even if they searched all night, they might not succeed. He Jiyu's expression was grave. Your sister has been pampered since childhood. Now, having been struck by an arrow and fallen from the cliff, her fate is uncertain. How can I find peace and rest? Not to mention, Jiang Qiyun has also fallen. One was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue, and the other was the precious young lord of the Jing'an Marquisate, personally raised by the emperor. If something were to happen, how could he explain it to them? Qiao Wanyan should have returned to Yongzhou long ago, but out of concern for her safety during the journey, she chose to stay and accompany him back. However, fate had other plans, and they encountered assassins while attempting to rescue Li Xiao, plunging her into peril. He Jiyu's heart was a tumult of emotions. Qiao Wanyan should have been safely by the carriage with Qiao Yihuan, yet she suddenly dashed out and was struck by an arrow. Did she rush out to shield him from the arrow that had been shot from the shadows? Qiao Yihuan remarked, but Your Highness, if you were to be harmed because of this, I would be heartbroken. I will take the initiative to find Qi Yun and Yihuan on behalf of the prince. He Jiyu, recognizing her kind nature, softened his tone. How can I, a solitary man, allow you, a frail woman, to venture out alone? Your pure heart is filled with worry for your sister, yet if you were to fall ill, I would be compelled to divide my attention to care for you as well. Qiao Yihuan shook her head in refusal, still intent on accompanying him to search for help. He Jiyu gently urged, be obedient and stay here. The guards will protect you. He then turned and added, take good care of your young lady. Xiaoying nodded in agreement. Miss, the prince is so concerned for you. You should remain here and await their return. Reluctantly, Qiao Yihuan acquiesced. Is it ready yet? Jiang Qiyun paced outside, shivering in the cold. He lamented that the gravest mistake of his life was showing compassion on the cliff and attempting to pull her back. Instead of saving her, he was dragged down with her. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel as if he had been trampled by a carriage, nor would he be standing outside, freezing, due to the delay of the person inside changing clothes. The wait was excruciating. Changing clothes had taken almost the time of a half-incense stick. Come in, Jiang Qiyun said gruffly as he opened the door, only to be momentarily frozen in place upon seeing the woman dressed in plain white mourning clothes. Her long, ink-like hair cascaded down her back, and her exquisite features resembled a flawlessly sculpted jade, though the fabric of her mourning attire was coarse and ill-fitting. She wore it with a grace that rendered it breathtaking, a delicate figure amidst the dilapidated surroundings of a thatched hut, shining like a pearl. She resembled a stunning flower blossoming in a realm of chaos, dreamlike and ethereal. Close the door. It's so cold, Jiang Qiyun snapped, pulling himself from his reverie. What a bother, taking forever to change clothes. Qiao Wanyan extended her hand towards the fire to warm herself. Her gaze lowered as she spoke softly, the wound hurts greatly. Every movement is painful, which naturally slows me down. Jiang Qiyun shot her a glare. I sent it because you were running around? If you had stayed put, you wouldn't have been struck by that arrow. Qiao Wanyan lifted her gaze to meet his. You know I would not do that. Jiang Qiyun was momentarily taken aback, swallowing the retort that had risen to his lips. He shifted the topic. Would you like to sleep a bit longer? There is still plenty of time before dawn. Qiao Wanyan continued to gaze at him, her eyes aflame with intensity. When I ran to be by Qiao Yihuan's side, you followed me, fearing for your Yihuan sister's safety while staying close by. She paused, then articulated each word with emphasis. Yet your Yihuan sister does not seem so gentle and kind. A hypocritical person like that is far worse than my straightforward wickedness. Jiang Qiyun fell silent, averting his gaze. I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Qiao Wanyan scoffed coldly. You have seen it, have you not? He had been consistently attentive to Qiao Yihuan. It would be impossible for him to overlook her. Moreover, his reaction did not suggest a lack of understanding. The one who lies is a dog. Jiang Qiyun furrowed his brow. Qiao Wanyan, do you dare to insult me? This shameless woman was far more agreeable when she was muddled. Qiao Wanyan shot him a disdainful glance. Did I mention any names? I merely stated that liars are dogs. And you have not lied. Jiang Qiyun felt a sense of helplessness, remaining silent for a moment before softly saying, Sister Yihuan is not that kind of person. She may have seen someone shooting arrows in the dark and tried to push you away to prevent you from being hit, but it backfired. The words felt feeble and lacking in conviction. Qiao Wanyan let out a derisive laugh, mocking, "As long as you believe that." Jiang Qiyun lowered his head in silence. And after a long pause, he finally spoke, "I treated your arrow wound. Rest assured, I will take responsibility for you. Upon returning to the capital, I will propose marriage and welcome you as my concubine." He longed to marry Sister Yuan, but she shared a mutual affection with the crown prince. All he wished for was her happiness. Yet, he would forever reserve the position of the rightful wife for Sister Yuan. Even if he could never marry her in this lifetime, "I shall not take a rightful wife. Though you may be a concubine, no one will oppress you. There will be no secondary wives. You may rest easy." After speaking, Jiang Qiyun stole a glance at her, noticing her composed expression and minimal reaction, which brought him a sense of relief. If Qiao Wanyan were to marry him, she would not compete with Sister Yuan for the position of the crown princess, thus aiding Sister Yuan in a way. Qiao Wanyan beckoned him closer, and he approached, asking, "What is it? Does the wound hurt?" Slap. Jiang Qiyun covered his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. No one had ever laid a finger on him throughout his life, let alone struck him with such force. He should have been angry, should have been filled with a desire to exact revenge. Yet, inexplicably, when Qiao Wanyan slapped him, it was the faintest hint of fragrance that reached him first, followed by the sensation of pain. As the scent wafted into his nostrils, the fiery sting on his face transformed from pain to a peculiar sense of exhilaration. Chapter 32. Come, kill me. Qiao Wanyan's wound had yet to heal, and delivering that slap had pained her immensely. "Do not even think of making me your concubine. Even if you were to kneel and beg me to be your rightful wife, I would refuse. The injuries I bear were treated by myself and are none of your concern. Remember that." Jiang Qiyun found himself laughing in disbelief. "You think I would willingly marry you? I only considered marrying you out of a sense of decorum as a man. Otherwise, do you think I would desire you?" A woman as domineering and insane as her would likely erupt in fury and strike herself if she were truly brought into his household. Qiao Wanyan struck him once more, this time out of sheer frustration, her arm brushing against her wound, causing tears to cascade uncontrollably down her cheeks. Crystal clear and imbued with a sense of grievance. Jiang Qiyun's rising anger dissipated slightly. "You strike me, and yet I do not weep. Why do you cry? You have seen my body. Let me make this clear to you. You merely caught a glimpse of my shoulder, and you appear utterly ignorant of the world." Jiang Qiyun's face flushed with anger as he abruptly stood up. "If it weren't for my principle of not striking women, you would have perished by my hand long ago." Qiao Wanyan reached out to pinch his calf, causing Jiang Qiyun to yelp in surprise and retreat. "Get lost," he exclaimed. Yet, he did not leave, instead choosing to sit down at a distance of half a zhang from her. "Why should I leave? I found this place first. If anyone is to go, it should be you. You refuse to marry me? I shall insist on marrying you. I will not grant you the satisfaction you desire." Qiao Wanyan bit her lip, her tears flowing more fiercely. The tears cascaded down like pearls strung from a broken necklace, and her delicate, mournful attire only intensified the pity she evoked. Jiang Qiyun, now somewhat flustered, approached her, offering a handkerchief. "Why are you crying? I haven't said anything excessively unreasonable. Having glimpsed your shoulder, I must take responsibility." With a cold laugh, Qiao Wanyan exerted all her strength to twist his arm, prompting another yelp from Jiang Qiyun as he stumbled backward, indignantly declaring, "You lack chivalry." She shot him a disdainful glance. "Fool. I shall say this one last time. I treated the arrow wound myself, and it has nothing to do with you. If you dare to spread this or seek a marriage proposal in the capital, I will see to it that Xiao Yuan meets her end." Jiang Qiyun hastily retorted, "Do you dare? What is there that I would not dare? But to kill her would be too merciful. I intend to marry her off to the Minister of Rights. He has over 30 concubines, and his legitimate wife passed away last month. Perfect for him to take another." Jiang Qiyun was instantly incensed. The Minister of Rights had lost all 4 of his legitimate wives, and it was not uncommon for a concubine to be carried out from his home, severely beaten. If Yuan were to become his next wife, she would surely suffer. "You wicked woman. If you are afraid, then keep that mouth of yours shut." Jiang Qiyun scoffed. "Do you think I would be eager to marry you?" Qiao Wanyan chose not to respond, gently caressing her wound, which throbbed painfully. This grievance, she vowed, would be repaid to Qiao Yuan in full. Having spent the night awake, the stillness only heightened the clarity of the pain in her shoulder. The following morning, when Jiang Qiyun awoke and observed her propped against the wooden support, he swallowed back his mocking words. The dawn light revealed her pallid, almost sickly complexion. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, as if she were enduring excruciating pain, perhaps having been unable to sleep due to her suffering. Without uttering a single word, Jiang Qiyun turned and departed, the rickety door creaking open and then shut again, while Qiao Wanyan did not even glance in his direction. She was utterly incapable of leaving, with the snow-laden ground and her injuries confining her to await rescue. Even if no one came, Lu Jinya would. She was not concerned about perishing here. Qiao Wanyan lowered her gaze to the fire, tossing in a few pieces of wood that crackled and popped. When Jiang Qiyun returned, he found her peering forlornly at the extinguished fire, seemingly puzzled as to why it had gone out despite her efforts to add fuel. "What are you doing?" he inquired, noticing the damp wood in the hearth and understanding the situation. "Miss, do you possess no common sense? How can wet wood possibly burn?" Qiao Wanyan remained silent, her demeanor unyielding. Jiang Qiyun sighed deeply, resigned to his fate. Qiao Wanyan was indeed a delicate creature who could not survive without care, proud, willful, and unbearably arrogant. He felt cursed to be stranded in her company. The fire was rekindled, bringing a modicum of warmth to the room. After a night by the fire, Jiang Qiyun's cloak had dried. Observing her feeble appearance, he tossed the cloak over her shoulders with little grace. "Ah!" Qiao Wanyan gasped in surprise. Jiang Qiyun swiftly reclaimed the cloak, anticipating a torrent of invectives from her for his lack of foresight. Yet, after a prolonged silence, Qiao Wanyan refrained from berating him. This unexpected turn left him somewhat astonished, and he carefully draped the cloak over her once more. "Perhaps it is you who lacks awareness," Qiao Wanyan remarked unhurriedly. Jiang Qiyun acknowledged her retort, though it stung more acutely in his ears. "Any man who weds such a woman as you would be cursed for generations." He resolved to ignore her provocations. "I shall prepare fish for our meal. You may simply savor the aroma." Having recently caught only 2 small fish from the river, Jiang Qiyun felt a twinge of frustration. "I want both of them," Qiao Wanyan stated calmly. Jiang Qiyun scoffed, but she continued, "If you refuse, I shall ensure your sister, Yi Huan, becomes the second wife of the Minister of Rights." Jiang Qiyun's fury escalated. "Are you not afraid I might end your life? There is no one here but us. Should I eliminate you, no one would ever know. Even if discovered later, I could easily claim you succumbed to illness." Qiao Wanyan regarded him with unabashed mockery, tauntingly extending her neck. "Come, kill me. If you wish to do so, you would have acted sooner rather than allowing your anger to fester. Very well, perish here if you wish. I shall find my own way out." Jiang Qiyun, his expression darkened, turned and slammed the door behind him, causing it to rattle ominously. Silence enveloped the room, yet Qiao Wanyan remained unfazed. She hesitated before the 2 fish on the floor, ultimately suppressing her hunger. They were slick and odorous, and she knew that merely touching them would leave a scent that water alone could not wash away. After a time, the door to the thatched cottage creaked open. Jiang Qiyun, nearly numb from the cold, had left his only warm cloak for her in a moment of impulsivity. Returning now, he found the space where Qiao Wanyan had been resting by the fire was empty. Panic surged within him. She had vanished. "Qiao Wanyan! Qiao Wanyan!" Jiang Qiyun turned to search outside, but was suddenly alerted by a creaking sound from within. He glanced back to see a door in a small room ajar, revealing her exquisite visage. "What are you doing?" Jiang Qiyun inquired, frowning as he entered. Qiao Wanyan emerged, stating, "My clothes have dried, and I needed to change." The fabric of those mourning garments was far too coarse. It itched intolerably. From a young age, she had been adorned in fine fabrics, either shoe brocade or yun brocade. After more than a decade, donning coarse cloth was an unbearable ordeal. Her skin itched intensely. Upon raising her arm, red rashes erupted. Qiao Wanyan vowed that she had never felt so disheveled in her life. Although her own garments had dried, her upper body was stained with blood. With no alternative, she reluctantly donned the soiled clothes. She glanced back at the small room before turning to leave. Qiao Wanyan slowly made her way to the fire, cautious not to aggravate her wounds. Yet, as she settled down, a wave of excruciating pain washed over her, causing her complexion to pale. "Please roast the fish." "I am famished," she implored. Jiang Qiyun raised an eyebrow. "Are you not surprised that I returned?" "You are not one to abandon me," she retorted, feigning indifference. "You merely intended to frighten me." With ease, Qiao Wanyan spun her fabrications. "What is there to be surprised about? Without my cloak, only clad in my robe, there was no way I could freeze to death, you foolish man." Jiang Qiyun paused, his expression unreadable. Whether pleased or shy remained a mystery. He huffed lightly, exhibiting a touch of pride. "I am not a benevolent person. I returned solely to feast upon both fish, leaving none for you. However, seeing your pitiful state. I may begrudgingly grant you one. He proceeded to prepare the two fish. Why did you not roast one for yourself? Were you so certain I would return to share a meal? He chuckled, recognizing her contradictory nature as she claimed to desire both fish. Indeed, you are correct, Qiao Wanyan replied. Jiang Qiyun huffed again, though it was evident that his spirits were lifted. Qiao Wanyan internally sighed, her thoughts clearly displayed on her face. It was evident that this young lord, pampered and unguarded, lacked sophistication. No wonder Qiao Huan had known him longer yet failed to take a liking to him. As a fish was consumed, both found it curious that it lacked even a pinch of salt, making it perhaps the most unpalatable fish they had ever tasted. Yet, perhaps due to their ravenous hunger, that insipid roasted fish tasted like a rare delicacy. In the deep of night, Qiao Wanyan could no longer stave off her fatigue and closed her eyes. The following morning, their breakfast consisted of a solitary fish that Jiang Qiyun had managed to catch by the river. Their misfortune had led to only one catch. They divided it between them, with Qiao Wanyan savoring the middle, while Jiang Qiyun grumbled as he consumed the head and tail. Both were cherished by their families, yet secretly looked down upon one another, engaging in endless banter and bickering. After satisfying their hunger, Qiao Wanyan needed to clean her face. I shall not go, Jiang Qiyun declared. I am stained with blood, and I wish to change the dressing. It is also necessary to clean the blood around me, Qiao Wanyan replied. The wound was severe, and despite applying the medicinal poultice, blood still seeped through. Supplies were scarce, sufficient for only one application. Jiang Qiyun, exasperated, responded, Why must you be so troublesome? Frustrated, he felt like a noble lord reduced to the status of a servant, tending to the whims of this demanding individual. How could there be someone so difficult to please? He suddenly realized that perhaps he was not so difficult after all. Reluctantly, Jiang Qiyun made his way to the riverbank, leaving the room in a sudden silence. Come out. Qiao Wanyan's voice broke the stillness. In the dim confines of the hut, a youthful boy with a slightly immature countenance emerged, his expression cold and devoid of emotion. Within half an hour, the prince and his entourage would arrive at this location. Initially, he could not comprehend why, after discovering her the previous day, she insisted on remaining here. However, he now understood. She awaited the prince's arrival. Qiao Wanyan, with her lustrous, dark eyes half closed, requested pain relief. A guard rushed to He Zhiyu's side, reporting, Your Highness, I have found tracks in the snow near a dilapidated thatched hut. Following the footprints, I saw young Lord Jiang by the river, seemingly washing a cloth. He Zhiyu immediately inquired, Where's Qiao Wanyan? The guard shook his head, explaining that he had not seen her, as he had returned promptly to deliver this news without checking the hut. A flicker of hope surged within He Zhiyu. Lead the way. Jiang Qiyun and Qiao Wanyan had fallen off the cliff together, so it was reasonable to presume they would be together. Furthermore, since Jiang Qiyun was washing something by the river, he must have been searching for help. Yet he had not, likely because Qiao Wanyan was injured and unable to walk, compelling him to remain at her side. Recalling the arrow that had struck her shoulder that day, followed by the assassin's push off the cliff, He Zhiyu felt a pang of regret. Had he not insisted on keeping her with him, such misfortune might have been averted. The night before, heavy snow had fallen, rendering the cliff base desolate, with even the wild creatures scarce. The thick snow crunched beneath his feet like cotton. From a distance, He Zhiyu spotted the thatched hut, immediately recognizing its long-abandoned state of disrepair. He hoped that upon opening the door, he would find Jiang Qiyun and Qiao Wanyan together. To his relief, as he pushed the door open, his wish was indeed fulfilled. One of the guards attempted to follow him inside, but was abruptly met with a sharp rebuke from the prince. Step back. Turn around. None shall enter without my permission. The guard promptly bowed in compliance, lowering his head and turning away from the hut, followed by the others. Inside, Qiao Wanyan lay on a wooden plank, her delicate shoulder partially exposed, her long hair cascading like seaweed. Her pallid complexion bore a sickly porcelain hue, and the bare skin of her shoulder appeared strikingly white against the shadows of the hut. Her eyes were misty with tears, lips pressed tightly together in a pitiable state, fragmented and vulnerable. Jiang Qiyu knelt beside her, momentarily stunned, his knee touching the ground as he leaned closer. The damp cloth in his hand lingered near her wound. Just as he was about to express his joy, the already precarious door was slammed shut by the prince. His countenance darkened ominously, and the atmosphere within the hut became suffocatingly tense, laden with an impending sense of danger. Before he could utter the second syllable of Your Highness, Jiang Qiyun was forcefully kicked to the ground by He Zhiyu, the impact causing him to gasp in pain. Chapter 34. She is different. He Ji coldly gazed at him with his profound eyes. You hail from a noble family, raised in luxury since childhood, indulged by countless admirers to the point of recklessness in the capital. How dare you commit such outrageous acts now? It is simply intolerable. Jiang Qiyan clutched his chest in confusion, pondering what he had done. Glancing at Qiao Wanyan and then at the crown prince, he began to comprehend. Was he truly wronged? After all, it was Qiao Wanyan who insisted he change her bandages. Why did the crown prince kick him without inquiry? With a face full of grievance, Jiang Qiyan thought that if it were an ordinary person, he would undoubtedly have beaten them senseless. Yet the situation was complicated by the superior status of the crown prince. Even his father would have to pay respects to him. Qiao Wanyan grasped her clothing, her eyes misty with tears. Your Highness, it is not as it seems. He Ji felt a surge of anger, inexplicably. He believed that Qiao Wanyan was coerced into defending him at this moment. Jiang Qiyun, confronted with the crown prince's menacing gaze, felt indignation swelling within him. It is not like that. I did not. I am not insane enough to take advantage of her. I was merely changing her dressing. He Ji paused slightly. He had only glanced at the doorway and had not seen the wound on Qiao Wanyan's shoulder. Now, he beheld the stark arrow wound on her fair, smooth shoulder, and the traces of a dagger cut nearby sent a jolt through him. She had been struck by a barbed arrow. He realized that it was inappropriate to continue staring at her. There was a distinction between genders. Jiang Qiyun had no choice but to assist her with her injury. Yet he had to restrain himself. His gaze, however, was drawn uncontrollably to her pallid visage. Qiao Wanyan lowered her eyes, attempting to pull her clothing up. But in her fluster, she brushed against the wound, suppressing a soft whimper. He Ji immediately moved forward, but his hand lingered uncertainly in midair, the atmosphere thick with tension and ambiguity. I must refrain from looking at you any longer. Nonetheless, I have instructed for your maid to be brought here shortly to assist with your bandaging, he said, averting his gaze. Qiao Wanyan merely responded with a soft acknowledgement, her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. As Jiang Qiyun was ushered out, He Ji closed the door, his mind consumed by the image of Qiao Wanyan's tear-streaked face, her eyes clouded with sorrow. It was unfathomable how much torment she must have endured to still draw breath. Ziyuan was brought in, and upon entering the thatched hut, she was taken aback by the sight of her young mistress. Her breath momentarily caught. The cold sweat on Qiao Wanyan's forehead surged like a tide, causing a searing pain to spread through Ziyuan's heart. Miss, Ziyuan cried out as she rushed to her side. He Ji's expression darkened as he listened to the faint cries from within, as if the very act of weeping had drained her of strength. So she has been struck by a barbed arrow? He inquired. Jiang Qiyan nodded, responding while pondering how the person inside had suddenly become so feeble. Where had gone the one who had cried out as if slaughtering a pig? How did you survive? He asked. We happened to fall into the river and were swept to the shore by the current, Jiang Qiyan replied. Upon awakening, I led her to a thatched cottage, and when she regained consciousness, I tended to her wounds and administered medicine. I also gave her the return to origin pill I held. He Ji understood that falling from a cliff, even into water, does not guarantee safety. Moreover, with her being struck by an arrow, the convergence of such unfortunate circumstances made survival, by sheer willpower, an insurmountable challenge. The return to origin pill, though potent, was not a miraculous remedy. It would be prudent to depart from this place and seek medical attention in Yongzhou. Suddenly, He Ji inquired. You were quite close to Qiao Wanyan and Yi Huan at that moment. Do you know why she rushed out and was struck by an arrow? Jiang Qiyan stiffened and shook his head, indicating his ignorance. His demeanor was somewhat evasive and fraught with anxiety. He Ji noted his subtle expressions and discreetly averted his gaze without pressing further. After the passage of a short incense stick's time, the door finally reopened. Ziyuan had brought along fresh garments, anticipating her lady's preference for cleanliness, and promptly changed her into a pristine outfit. Currently, Qiao Wanyan donned a pale lotus-pink brocade gown, adorned with flowers intricately embroidered in golden thread. Yet, she was more delicate than the blossoms themselves. Upon catching sight of He Ji at the doorway, Qiao Wanyan immediately averted her gaze, her enchanting eyes downcast, and her long lashes fluttered slightly. He Ji closed the door, and Jiang Qiyun attempted to enter, but hesitated at the sight of the shut door. We shall depart shortly. This place is closer to Yongzhou, where I will find the finest physician to treat your injuries, he stated. Qiao Wanyan still dared not look at him. Thank you, Your Highness. He Ji then asked, why were you struck by the arrow? I recall you and Yihuan were meant to be by the carriage. Qiao Wanyan hesitated, seemingly uncertain about whether to respond. He Zhiyu's gaze remained steady as Jiang Qiyun interjected. You saw the assassin aiming at His Highness and impulsively rushed to shield him. Qiao Wanyan immediately denied this assertion, exclaiming, it was not impulsive. However, as soon as she spoke, she bit her lip and fell silent. Yet, the truth of the matter was already evident to He Zhiyu. Indeed, she had shielded him from the arrow. Qiao Wanyan could hardly believe Jiang Qiyun would make such a claim. The truth was known to him. And even if he were to fabricate a narrative, he would concoct one that posed no threat to Qiao Yihuan, rather than implicate the Crown Prince in a life-saving scenario. Thus, it was highly probable that the Crown Prince had merely speculated without certainty, deceiving himself. After sustaining such grave injuries, would she allow the Crown Prince to bear the burden of gratitude for her life? Despite the potential revelation of the truth causing the Crown Prince to harbor discontent toward Qiao Yihuan, such discontent would hardly fracture the bond between them. Since a fatal blow was out of reach, impulsive actions were ill-advised. The advantages and disadvantages were clear. The former option would serve her current predicament far better. He Zhiyu approached, lowering his voice. Why do you wish to conceal this from me? Qiao Wanyan kept her head bowed, her lashes casting a shadow that obscured the emotions in her eyes. I fear your highness may feel burdened. He Zhiyu's heart stirred, and the previously calm waters of his emotions rippled unexpectedly. Qiao Wanyan spoke softly. I was not impulsive. Even if I had ample time to weigh the pros and cons, I would have unhesitatingly shielded your highness from that arrow. In my heart, your highness is not merely the crown prince, the future brother-in-law, but a true gentleman, kind and gentle, devoted to the nation and its people. Sacrificing myself for the sake of the great heir is a transaction too advantageous to be missed. Each word she spoke was resolute, and at first, He Zhiyu believed she acted solely for her own sake. Only now did he comprehend the depth of her intentions. The well-bred daughter of a minister, raised in seclusion, possessed a perspective and breadth of mind unlike that of a woman nurtured in the open skies. It seemed he had come to understand her true self a little better. She was different from ordinary women, much like Yihuan, yet distinct from her as well. Chapter 35. She is gone, miss. Please drink a cup of ginger tea to warm yourself. His Highness has been inside for quite a while. He will surely find the young Marquis. Xiaoying said as she approached with the tea. Qiao Yihuan held the teapot, gazing in the direction He Zhiyu had departed, her heart heavy with concern. She hoped Qiyun would return safely. Falling from such a height, Qiao Yihuan hesitated, her voice choked with emotion. After a brief pause, she continued, I wonder how Wanyan is faring. She was struck by an arrow and fell from the cliff. If something unfortunate has befallen her, how shall I explain it to my father and mother? A tear fell from Qiao Yihuan's apricot eyes, unbidden, as she gazed worriedly into the distance. The guards left by the crown prince to ensure Qiao Yihuan's safety were moved by her demeanor. Miss Qiao truly possesses a pure and gentle nature. It is a pity she is not the legitimate daughter of the minister. Had she been, the empress would surely have supported His Highness's repeated courtship. In their eyes, having never been a crown prince, they could not fathom the significance of royal marriages. A woman like Miss Qiao would be the dream wife of any man, gracious, kind, and possessing exquisite beauty. She would undoubtedly be a virtuous wife and devoted mother, managing her household with great care while never engaging in jealousy with favored concubines. Prince Jing? Xiaoying turned in surprise, taken aback to see him there. Qiao Yihuan turned around, the traces of tears still visible on her face. Her apricot eyes glistening with a dewy sheen, reminiscent of a flower swaying in the storm. He Yanli sat astride his horse, casting a disdainful glance at her. Where has the crown prince gone? Qiao Yihuan understood. Prince Jing had traveled a great distance to seek the crown prince, likely for a matter of great importance. But how did he know to come here? How strange. Could it be that he had heard of Qiao Wanyan's fall from the cliff? Did he not harbor a grudge against her that was known throughout the capital? With a weak and innocent voice, Qiao Yihuan questioned, why is His Highness here? He Yanli's eyes flashed with impatience. What concern is it of yours? Just answer my questions. There is no need for your excessive chatter. Qiao Yihuan's expression stiffened, and Xiaoying quickly intervened. Your Highness, my lady was merely concerned and wished to inquire further. There is no need to intimidate her. Mo Xiao drew his sword, pressing it against Xiao Ying's throat. Impudent. Do you wish to court death? Xiaoying gasped, frozen in place. Qiao Yihuan was also taken aback. Although she knew Prince Jing was ruthless and merciless, she never expected such aggression from him or his companions. The crown prince has gone north, he stated. He Yanli withdrew his gaze and urged his horse in that direction, only to suddenly spot a dark-haired youth emerging from the north. He squinted slightly. The lad appeared to be a pet of Qiao Wanyan. It was unclear how she had acquired such a somewhat attractive young man. Lu Jinya maintained his usual expression of cold indifference, showing no interest in anyone as he passed by without a glance. Qiao Yihuan quickly inquired, "Are you the gentleman by Miss Wanyan's side? Have you found her?" Lu Jinya halted his horse beside her, his gaze fixed on her unguarded expression of concern, as if he were deeply invested in the plight of a loved one. He rarely spoke, and when he did, it was with a tone that suggested indifference. "What if you find her? What if you don't?" Qiao Yihuan was left puzzled. Previously, men had spoken to her with kindness, yet now they seemed to confront her, leaving her feeling embarrassed. For an entire month, she had dreamt the same dream, which foretold that although she might not receive her family's affection, she would garner the love of many admirable men. They would protect her, make sacrifices for her, and offer her their purest love. Eventually, she discovered that reality indeed mirrored her dreams. The prince and the young marquis, who she had believed would remain forever out of reach, were enamored with her, as were the scions of noble families who treated her with utmost courtesy. Clutching her chest, she expressed, "If I find her, I will feel a sense of relief and joy." Lu Jinya scoffed, his smile devoid of warmth, revealing a clear mockery. Xiao Ying, having ensured her safety, approached Qiao Yihuan, linking arms with her. "What are you laughing at? My lady is kind-hearted and naturally wishes to find the second miss." Lu Jinya responded, "Is that so? But was it not your lady who pushed Qiao Wanyan into harm's way, leading to her being struck by a barbed arrow?" At this pronouncement, Qiao Yihuan's complexion shifted dramatically. He Yanli furrowed his brow, his voice dark and menacing. "What did you say?" Lu Jinya fell silent, urging his horse to depart. Mo Xiao stepped forward. Yet when he saw Lu Jinya had no intention of stopping, he drew his sword, attempting to forcefully impede him. Lu Jinya showed no fear and retorted, "Does the prince not comprehend? I speak in human language, not beastly tongue." "Impudence." Mo Xiao thrust his sword at him. Lu Jinya leaped gracefully to the ground, swiftly drawing his own longsword. The clash of their blades resonated sharply in the air. Moments later, Mo Xiao's arm bore a fresh wound, clearly at a disadvantage. "That is enough," He Yanli commanded coldly. Lu Jinya flicked his sword, wiping the blood from its blade with precision. He intended to sheath his weapon and leave. But in the next moment, a group of dark-clad guards stepped forward to obstruct his path. Lu Jinya cast a glance at He Yanli. "Is Qiao Wanyan dead?" "She is," Lu Jinya answered. Qiao Yihuan paused, her heart lightening slightly. He Yanli's expression darkened ominously, resembling the frost that has lingered for a millennium in the frigid north, chilling the hearts of those around him. Lu Jinya added, "But not yet. She must die only after he obtains the antidote. Only then will she be truly dead." Qiao Yihuan furrowed her brows. "Is Wanyan still alive?" Lu Jinya scoffed coldly. "Disappointed, are we?" Xiaoying retorted angrily, "What is my lady disappointed about? The second young lady is alive, and naturally, my lady is the happiest. Do not slander her." Xiaoying had always been fiercely protective of Qiao Yihuan, resembling a hen shielding her chicks, disguising herself as someone unafraid of anything to safeguard her mistress. The young lady was exceptionally delicate, easily bullied even by the servants of the household. If she were not somewhat formidable, her mistress would truly have no way to survive. Lu Jinya merely chuckled without responding. Yet, it was precisely this reaction that incited the most ire. Xiaoying exclaimed, "What do you mean? My lady is gentle and kind. How could she possibly commit such a heinous act of pushing her sister away? Perhaps it was a deliberate scheme to frame my lady before the crown prince." As Xiaoying uttered these words, she recalled that Prince Jing harbored the deepest hatred for Qiao Wanyan, which fortified her conviction. Indeed, it was just as she thought. The nature of the second young lady was well known among the household, and Prince Jing was most certainly aware of it. A person so vile, capable of inflicting harm and scheming against my lady, could do anything. Chapter 36. Why don't you just die? Qiao Yihuan remained silent, quietly observing Prince Jing, seemingly eager to gauge his reaction. He Yanli maintained an unperturbed demeanor, his exquisite countenance reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze, concealing any discernible emotion. He moved with the grace of a pine tree, halting before Xiaoying, neither bowing his head nor fully opening his eyes to regard her. Xiaoying swallowed hard, overwhelmed by an intense aura that rendered her breathless, struggling to remain upright. Qiao Yihuan stepped forward. "Your Highness?" He Yanli did not spare her a glance, drawing his sword from his waist without hesitation, aiming it directly at Xiao Ying's chest. Qiao Yihuan gasped in horror, instinctively closing her eyes and retreating. A profound sense of panic coursing through her limbs, nearly causing her legs to buckle. Ah! Xiao Ying's anguished scream echoed through the air. Lu Jinya had the opportunity to leave moments ago, yet he chose to linger, arms crossed, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Increasingly convinced that his decision to intervene was indeed prudent, Xiao Ying's chest was spared from the sword's thrust. As a guard assigned by the crown prince to protect, Qiao Yihuan valiantly intercepted the blow with all his might. However, he could not avoid having his left arm severed. Heart-wrenching cries filled the atmosphere, and Qiao Yihuan covered her mouth in disbelief that Prince Jing would dare act so recklessly. No wonder they called him the god of death. How could he be so audacious? Yanli's dark eyes glimmered with a dangerous light. His sinister gaze akin to a malevolent spirit emerging from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine with just a glance. The guard immediately knelt, saying, "Your Highness, we are tasked with protecting Miss Qiao. Please do not make it difficult for us. I could slay you all, and what could the crown prince do to me?" Yanli's audacious tone left no room for doubt. No one dared to dismiss his words as mere bravado. He was indeed capable of such actions and truly willing to carry them out. Yanli gazed at the exhausted Xiao Ying, who was kneeling on the ground with her arm clutched tightly. Finally regaining her senses, Qiao Yihuan rushed over to kneel beside her, tears glistening in her eyes. "Your Highness, I beseech you to spare Xiao Ying. She is of utmost importance to me. If you seek to vent your wrath by taking a life, then take mine instead." The guards left by the crown prince stepped forward, sensing that Yanli truly intended to harm Miss Qiao. They resolved to protect her at all costs. Death at the hands of the king of Jing was preferable to dying by the crown prince's hand, for they were acutely aware of Miss Qiao's significance to his highness. Yanli raised an eyebrow, a hint of amusement in his gaze. "Very well, it so happens that I find you quite displeasing. Since you wish for death, I shall grant your request, and it will be a kindness." With that, he lunged forward with his sword aimed at Qiao Yihuan's neck. "Stop!" Yanli hesitated, his eyes narrowing as he caught sight of an approaching figure. "He Jiyu," he muttered, a flicker of intrigue crossing his face. As He Jiyu drew near, he reprimanded sharply, "Yanli." Hearing the familiar voice, Qiao Yihuan felt a surge of relief. The prince had returned. How splendid. Yanli's expression shifted slightly as he sheathed his sword. Qiao Yihuan, filled with hope, turned to see what lay before her, only to be momentarily stunned. He Jiyu was swiftly carrying Qiao Wanyan towards them. Yet, after a few hurried steps, he slowed his pace. "Yanli, what are you doing?" With an unhurried demeanor, Yanli handed his sword to Mo Shao, nonchalantly declaring, "This insufferable wretch dared to offend me, and I was merely sending her to meet the king of hell. What? Is my royal brother here to commend my benevolence?" As He Jiyu approached, he gently set Qiao Wanyan down. Hiss! Qiao Wanyan inhaled sharply, her ethereal beauty marred by a fleeting expression of pain. He Jiyu immediately turned back, concern etched on his face. "What is it?" Qiao Wanyan shook her head. "It's nothing. I merely grazed a wound. It is not serious. You should go check on my sister." Qiao Yihuan felt her blood run cold, her delicate fingers trembling slightly as she forced herself to maintain composure. Would she reveal the truth? Did the prince already know the reality of the situation? How could she explain it to him? Yanli cast a glance at the distant Qiao Wanyan, a cold smile curling within him. Full of schemes, employing only underhanded tactics. Once He Jiyu ensured Qiao Wanyan was settled, he turned to assist Qiao Yihuan to her feet. "Yihuan, are you all right?" Qiao Yihuan's heart raced, her voice quivering. I'm fine." He Jiyu's gaze fell upon Xiao Ying's severed arm lying in the cold snow, blood staining the pristine ground, a sight that was truly harrowing. "Do you understand what you've done? Did Yihuan offend you? Her temperament is known to all. How could she possibly provoke you?" Yanli replied nonchalantly. "She is as harmless as a quail and cannot offend me. However, her foolish maid is another matter entirely." He Jiyu, well aware of Xiao Ying's nature, harbored no doubt about her character, yet he was infuriated that Yanli would dare to act against someone dear to him without regard for his face. He even threatened Yihuan's life. "How did you come to be here?" Yanli remarked, "I suddenly miss my imperial brother and have come to see him. Now that I have, I shall take my leave." The crowd was taken aback. Was this not excessively arrogant, showing utter disregard for His Highness the Crown Prince? He Jiyu's expression darkened further as the guards behind him stepped forward, creating a tense atmosphere charged with hostility. At that moment, Jiang Qian finally caught up, only to be struck with astonishment upon witnessing the scene before him. What transpired? Xiao Ying's arm. "Sister Yihuan, are you unharmed?" Qiao Wanyan's expression stiffened as she slightly shook her head, not uttering a word. Jiang Qiyun was increasingly baffled. King Jing, how did you come to be here? What is the meaning of all this? Jiang Qiyun was familiar with He Yanli, having grown up in the palace alongside him. The emperor often took the two of them hunting together, making him closer to He Yanli than to the crown prince. He Jiyu frowned, his impulsive emotions tempered somewhat. A glance at Qiao Wanyan revealed his thoughts. As the daughter of a minister, her unauthorized departure from the capital was one thing. But now she dared to contemplate harming a noble lady. Such audacity would certainly be reported to his father upon his return to the capital. A smile crept onto He Yanli's lips as he moved towards Qiao Wanyan, carefully lifting her into his arms. Qiao Wanyan clenched her delicate hand hidden in her sleeve, her nails digging into her flesh without relinquishing their grip. Your Highness? Qiao Wanyan, who had been observing quietly, was taken aback by the sudden embrace from the crown prince. He Jiyu said, you are gravely injured. It is imperative that we take you to Yongzhou. Otherwise, your elder sister will surely worry. His words seemed intended to reassure both Qiao Wanyan and himself. As the group departed, each lost in their own thoughts, He Yanli remained rooted in place. Mo Xiao scoffed. The crown prince still believes you care for Miss Qiao Air, deliberately provoking you. Do you truly think His Highness could still harbor feelings for her? As if you were a soft-hearted fool? Over the years, while others were oblivious, he knew all too well how the prince had endured through hatred for Miss Qiao Air. He Yanli turned to him. After so many years at my side, you understand me best. Mo Xiao smiled sheepishly. He Yanli chuckled. Why don't you just go die? The smile on Mo Xiao's face abruptly faded. What? Chapter 37. The Bookish Woman Yongzhou. Jin Manor Old Master Jin nearly fainted upon hearing the dreadful news and summoned the finest physician in Yongzhou City to attend to Qiao Wanyan. Physician Lu stood up, stating, the second Mrs. wounds have been treated promptly. Her life is not in jeopardy at present. Falling from such a height and being struck by a barbed arrow. Without the Guiyuan pill, she might not have survived. Fortunately. But what? Old Master Jin asked anxiously. Physician Lu continued, however, such severe injuries are likely to leave scars. For a woman, especially one of such stature, the appearance of her skin is paramount. The second miss, in her condition, will undoubtedly find it hard to accept the large scars once her health improves. He Jiyu inquired in a hushed tone. Does the Wanyan Jade Bomb have any efficacy? Dr. Lu promptly nodded. Indeed, it is exceedingly potent. It is said that only the Empress possesses a box of this priceless bomb, which is worth a fortune. However, such a precious item is not easily obtained. Unbeknownst to Dr. Lu, the identity of the person before him was a mystery. He Jiyu glanced at Elder Jin, who appeared to be reassured. In the corner, a youthful maiden, in the bloom of her years, darted her gaze between Qiao Wanyan, He Jiyu, and Qiao Wanyan on the bed, her eyes sparkling with astonishment and exhilaration. While others transmigrated into heroines or wicked second leads, she had the misfortune of becoming an inconspicuous passerby, barely mentioned in the antiquated novels. So this is how the heroine Qiao Wanyan truly looks. She finally beheld the obedient girl as the protagonist of a bygone narrative. Qiao Wanyan embodied gentleness and kindness, her beauty not necessarily breathtaking but endowed with a unique charisma that captivated countless noble suitors who willingly vowed to protect her. In contrast, the second lead, like many characters from ancient tales, possessed the most exquisite beauty, a noble lineage, and the adoration of her family, yet remained a mere foil to the heroine, an insatiable vixen driven by greed. During her reading, she despised Qiao Wanyan, wishing she could leap into the pages to dismantle her piece by piece for her repeated schemes against the sweet girl. However, how diverged was the current scenario from the narrative? She often skimmed through chapters, but was aware that it was the heroine who should have shielded the prince from arrows, not the second lead. Moreover, the princess' demeanor towards the second lead seemed amiss. He ought not to have been so cold and indifferent upon seeing her. What was unfolding now? Had she known, she would have refrained from skipping chapters. For now, she was utterly baffled as to how to assist the heroine. Elder Jin dispatched someone to escort Dr. Lu and his apprentice away. Lu Yanran regarded Qiao Wanyan with an affectionate smile. But Qiao Wanyan met her gaze with confusion, blinking innocently and offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. Lu Yanran's heart soared with delight at the girl's sweet demeanor and politeness. Once they departed, He Jiyu candidly revealed the truth of the matter. Only then did Elder Jin comprehend the gravity of his dear one's injuries. Yet something felt amiss, although slightly unconventional. His beloved was not of the overly kind-hearted and foolish disposition. Why would she shield someone from harm? Qiao Wanyan was equally astonished. Throughout the journey, she had been anxious, uncertain of what Qiao Wanyan had divulged to the prince. Now she learned of her words. Why had she not mentioned her own act of pushing her forward to the prince? Was there a more sinister plot afoot? Elder Jean sighed. Wanyan is a delicate and willful child, yet she possesses clarity and understanding in significant matters. Her actions are surely not born of impulse. He recalled her words in that humble straw hut. She was indeed not impulsive. As dusk descended, He hurried to return to the capital to report back, intending to set out at the break of dawn. Qiao Wanyan entered Xiao Ying's chamber, her heart aching at the sight of the girl's severed arm, tears cascading as she sat by the bedside. It is all my fault. Had you not accompanied me to Qingzhou, we would not have encountered such misfortune. The blame lies solely with me. The servants of the manor merely feign concern, addressing Xiao Ying's injuries superficially. Thus, her life is temporarily spared, yet she suffers excruciating pain. Gritting her teeth to endure the agony, she reassures her mistress not to cry. Qiao Wanyan wept for a considerable time, declaring, I shall seek a doctor at dawn and pawn my jade bracelet to pay for your treatment, so you may recover swiftly. How can you do that? Xiao Ying exclaimed. That bracelet was a gift from His Highness. You cannot part with it for my sake. Qiao Wanyan shook her head resolutely, saying, You are the most important person to me after my mother. I must take good care of you. Xiao Ying's heart softened, profoundly moved by her words. Meanwhile, Qiao Wanyan reclined upon a comfortable jade bed, while Ziyuan had been chattering incessantly for nearly an hour. Having drained a pot of tea, she resumed her tirade. Miss, why do you not inform the crown prince of the malevolent deeds committed by Qiao Wanyan? Surely, he would cease to favor her. Qiao Wanyan, observing her indignant expression, chuckled. You'll end up puffing like a steamed bun with all this anger. Miss, Ziyuan pouted, visibly displeased. Qiao Wanyan narrowed her eyes, reflecting on how, despite numerous plots against the crown prince, he always believed in and forgave Qiao Wanyan, standing firmly by her side. It was as if an invincible halo surrounded Qiao Wanyan, allowing her to evade death from poison and assassination time and again, while her slanders were met with unwavering trust. Given this, Qiao Wanyan resolved not to expend effort on Qiao Wanyan. Rather, she aimed to redirect the crown prince's affection and favoritism towards herself. Intending to demonstrate to Qiao Wanyan that a man's love is the most unreliable of all. Does she think I shall act as if nothing has transpired? Qiao Wanyan mused. I cannot bring myself to kill her. This was the narrative, yet she had yet to test it in reality. At the doorway, a servant cautiously retreated, treading lightly. Within the study, Elder Jean snapped his brush in half, the benevolent visage he wore during the day now devoid of any smile, replaced by an aura of danger. Did you hear clearly? He inquired. The servant nodded, affirming, I heard it with my own ears. I could not be mistaken. Elder Jean turned to gaze at the calligraphy hanging on the wall, inscribed with a heart of innocence. Anyone who obstructs Wanyan's path in this world deserves death. He had only one daughter and one granddaughter, treasures he cherished as if they might break in his hands. Whatever she desired, he would support her and strive to clear her path. The girl he had previously disregarded, kept in the minister's residence merely to uphold his daughter's reputation for kindness, could no longer remain. Those who harbor murderous intent do not believe themselves in the wrong. They only gather more courage for their next strike. Elder Jean retrieved a porcelain vial from a hidden compartment, murmuring, Go and execute it. The following morning, the crown prince set off for the capital. In the lengthy corridor, Qiao Wanyan held a food box, dressed in plain attire, her eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. Your Highness, I have personally prepared sweet soup and pastries for you. Please enjoy them on your journey. In the midst of the biting wind and snow, the esteemed prince journeyed forth. He was met by He, who remarked that preparing the sweet porridge must have taken considerable time, suggesting that he had risen in the dead of night to prepare it. You have worked hard. I shall enjoy it well, he assured. Qiao Wanyan gazed ardently at his retreating figure, her heart yearning to accompany him. Yet, with Xiao Ying so grievously injured and needing to remain here for recuperation, she found herself unable to leave. With a silent sigh, she cast a glance toward the direction of Qiao Wanyan's warm chamber. Qiao Wanyan was perplexed. The daughter of the physician Lu always appeared to harbor a significant animosity toward her. Was this not their first encounter? Why then did it feel as though she had wronged her deeply? Yanran, you shall assist the second young lady with her dressing. Be exceedingly careful, Lu the physician instructed. Once Lu departed, Lu Yanran's expression soured. Although she had absorbed the memories of the original owner, rendering the task of changing the dressings uncomplicated, She felt a surge of resentment toward the malicious second female lead from the books she had read. How could she possibly apply the medicine with a clear conscience? Who among readers had not wished to leap into the pages and bind the villains, tickling them mercilessly? Lu Yinran approached with her medicine box, her gaze sweeping over Qiao Wanyan's face, which outshone even the most radiant stars of modernity. She inwardly cursed, questioning how a mere secondary character could possess such beauty. Perhaps she might secretly concoct a potion to mar this wicked girl's visage. As a devoted admirer of the heroine, Lu Yinran had unconditionally sided with Qiao Yihuan in her heart. "Be cautious in your movements," Ziyuan commanded without ceremony. Qiao Wanyan suddenly spoke, "Ziyuan, you shall attend to my dressing. Just guide from the side." Lu Yinran, eager to showcase her skills, was momentarily taken aback by this request. Yes, despite her somewhat carefree nature, Ziyuan was meticulous and patient regarding all matters concerning Qiao Wanyan. After the dressing was completed, Ziyuan helped her sit up. Qiao Wanyan sipped tea before turning her gaze to Lu Yinran. With her beautiful eyes half closed and a gentle smile gracing her lips, she beckoned Lu Yinran over. Confused, Lu Yinran approached and took her hand, feeling her cheeks inexplicably flush at Qiao Wanyan's enchanting smile. Noticing Lu Yinran's crimson ears, Qiao Wanyan inquired, "How old are you?" Lu Yinran bit her lip and lowered her voice, 24, though she swallowed the latter part of her statement. "This humble girl is 15 this year." Gently caressing the back of Lu Yinran's hand, Qiao Wanyan's smile resembled a clear spring flowing down a mountainside, pure and beautiful. "Then you are a bit younger than I. I shall call you sister." Lu Yinran felt an inexplicable sensation akin to the famed gentle knife of legends. "Dear sister, could you assist me with a clandestine matter? It must remain a secret from everyone, even your father. Is that agreeable?" In a daze, Lu Yinran left the room, led by a servant to a secluded chamber. After sitting for a considerable time, she suddenly slapped her thigh. How did I agree to the request of that wicked woman? Lu Yinran crossed her arms, pondering what that wicked woman truly desired her assistance with. Before long, old Jean entered, leaning on his cane. "Dear child, how are you today? Rest assured, your grandfather will scour every remedy available to ensure you bear no scars. Moreover, the Crown Prince has promised to send you medicine as well. He could not allow his beloved granddaughter to suffer in vain from such grievous wounds." Presumably, the Crown Prince had yet to arrive in the capital, but the tale of how Miss Qiao had shielded him from an arrow and subsequently tumbled down the cliff would soon spread like wildfire. "Do not worry. My brother is a renowned physician. When we return to the capital, I shall take my sister to seek his expertise. He will undoubtedly heal her." Yin Yao had been quite startled that day, fainting from fear at the cliff's edge and being escorted back to Yongzhou by Ziyuan's messenger. Qiao Wanyan feigned ignorance. Yao, did you not say your brother would return to Yongzhou soon? A physician? Your brother is a physician?" Yin Yao felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I apologize. Dear sister, I did not intend to deceive you. My brother is indeed a doctor, and we rely on one another. This time, I sneaked out to have some fun. Who would have imagined such harrowing events would unfold? Brother was right. The outside world is fraught with danger." She cast her eyes downward, cautiously gauging her sister's expression for any signs of anger. Qiao Wanyan sighed helplessly, wishing to ruffle her hair, but finding herself unable to raise her hand. Instead, she gently patted Yin Yao's small hand and said, "Very well, you must not deceive your sister again." Yin Yao felt a pang of guilt. How could she betray such a wonderful sister as Ian? How wretched of me. "All right, you may go out and play. Someone, take Yao Yao out for a stroll. It is still the early moon, and the outside world is quite lively." Yin Yao quickly shook her head. "No, I cannot leave you alone in the manor while I go out to play. Go on. You have ventured out with great difficulty. Your happiness will bring me joy. There is no need for you here. Fret not." Once Yin Yao had departed, Qiao Wanyan finally spoke. "Grandfather appears troubled. What is amiss?" Old Jean shook his head. "What could trouble your grandfather? Merely the pain of seeing you so gravely injured." He refrained from mentioning the scheme to poison that illegitimate daughter, not wishing to burden Wanyan with worry. The tea laced with poison had been consumed by her, yet there were no signs of toxicity. Even after sending someone to check her pulse, there were no indications of poisoning. It was peculiar, exceedingly so. After much contemplation, he began to suspect whether the expensive poison purchased was perhaps counterfeit. As night fell, Qiao Wanyan, supported by Ziyuan, made her way to a hidden chamber in the rear courtyard. The chamber was devoid of candlelight, illuminated instead by luminous pearls radiating a soft glow. Upon reaching her destination, Qiao Wanyan settled into a chair cushioned with soft fabric. Ziyuan delicately draped a blanket over her legs. Holding a hot water bottle, Qiao Wanyan tilted her head slightly. Observing the woman bound to a chair in the distance, her mouth gagged. The woman's face, radiant like a blooming lotus, smiled with unabashed boldness, resembling the most exquisite blossom in a spring garden, albeit one with thorns. Her eyes were crescent-shaped, and her tone dripped with playful mockery. Sister, it's an eye for an eye. In chapter 39, I have become the villainess. Who am I supposed to show kindness to? Xiao Yihuan's mouth was silenced, rendering her unable to speak. She whimpered softly as a wave of terror crashed over her, leaving her trembling uncontrollably. During this period, she had been perpetually on edge. Fully aware of Qiao Wanyan's malicious nature and knowing well that she would not let matters rest easily. Yet, when the moment finally arrived, fear gripped her, an overwhelming, paralyzing fear. What would she do to me? Qiao Wanyan relished witnessing the fear of others, especially that of Qiao Yihuan, who was destined to live a life far better than her own. Sister, why are you trembling? You have harmed me gravely, nearly costing me my life. Should you not be concerned for me, caring for me day and night? Why do you continually avoid my presence? A flicker of emotion crossed Qiao Wanyan's face as Ziyuan stepped forward to remove the object obstructing Qiao Yihuan's mouth. What do you intend to do? If you harm me, His Highness will surely not spare you. Qiao Yihuan clenched her teeth. That day, you willingly shielded His Highness from arrows. Even if you were to reveal that I pushed you into harm's way, His Highness would never believe it. Qiao Wanyan said nothing, her gaze drifting to Lu Jinya, who leaned against the wall in the distance, boredom igniting a spark of mischief within her. How amusing would it be if the Lu Jinya, who was supposed to risk everything for Qiao Yihuan, were to turn and harm her instead? Qiao Wanyan's thoughts turned dark as she pointed to her own wound. Do you see this? I am injured here. But you, dear sister, are far stronger than I, so let it be somewhat symmetrical. Qiao Yihuan paused, as if struck by a thought, and began to struggle desperately. Let me go, let me go. Qiao Wanyan furrowed her brow in confusion. Why are you not begging for mercy in a weak and gentle manner? Ziyuan once again silenced her. Lu Jinya glanced at the bound woman, a stranger to him, someone he had scarcely encountered or exchanged words with. He had always despised all people, regardless of gender. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he found himself hesitating. His brows knitted together. He would not permit himself any weakness. Grasping a barbed arrow from the table, he strode purposefully towards Qiao Yihuan, showing no sign of pause. The sharp arrow aimed straight for her shoulder. A muffled groan escaped her lips as she dared not move. The searing pain coursed through her limbs, making even the act of breathing feel like a luxury. Lu Jinya was a heartless wretch, seemingly at odds with his own subconscious, devoid of any sense of compassion. With force, he yanked the arrow free, blood cascading forth. In the next breath, he directed the arrow towards her other shoulder. When Lu Yanran entered, she was met with this horrifying scene, collapsing to the ground in shock. By the time she regained her senses, Lu Jinya had already pulled the arrow from Qiao Yihuan once more. The excruciating agony had rendered her voiceless, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. This vivid display of retribution was nothing short of the typical villainess's cruel performance in a tale of vengeance. Qiao Wanyan did not even blink. She was not a virtuous individual. For every ounce of harm inflicted upon her, she would retaliate with tenfold vengeance. The notion of redeeming herself to become a good person, merely to serve as a backdrop for others, was utterly ludicrous. She was determined to defy the heavens, to strive relentlessly, and to seize everything she desired. Even in the face of ultimate failure, she would harbor no regrets. They labeled her a villain. How could one expect her to repay malice with kindness? What are you doing? Lu Yanran stumbled forward, her heart aching at the sight of Qiao Yihuan's pale, feeble countenance. Yihuan, are you all right? Qiao Wanyan's gaze narrowed. Why did she address Qiao Yihuan so affectionately? Had they not only met just yesterday? During the day, she had sensed Lu Yanran's intense hostility towards her, which was why she did not allow her to change her dressings. In fact, she had even sought the opinions of other physicians regarding the medicine Lu Yanran provided. In hindsight, her initial caution had proven to be wise. Treat her wounds, but do not disclose this to anyone, Ziyuan stated coldly. Not a chance. Lu Yanran retorted angrily. You resort to vigilante justice? Is there no law left in this world? I will beat the drum to seek justice. I refuse to believe that the fate of Yongzhou lies solely in the hands of your Jin family. Qiao Wanyan remained composed, speaking leisurely. I recall your mother passed away many years ago, leaving only you, your father, and your younger brother to rely on one another. Your brother has been frail since childhood, and your father is already advanced in age. What do you mean by that? Qiao Wanyan rose, commanding her to silence herself. Lu Yanran had been living here for nearly half a year, truly considering her benevolent father and understanding younger brother as family. After all, she had once been an orphan, never having experienced the warmth of kinship. Thus, even though they were not her biological relatives, she could not turn a blind eye to their plight out of selfishness. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped her, and her rebellious words were ultimately swallowed. As the group departed, only Qiao Yihuan and Lu Yanran remained. Once the door to the secret chamber was closed, Ziyuan stated in a calm voice, Qiao Yihuan shall not be released until her wounds have healed. The lady has decreed that even in death, one must not perish within the Jin residence. However, this vendetta cannot go unavenged. Lu Yanran, hearing that faint voice, soon realized what the malicious Qiao Wanyan desired of her. She hastily untied the ropes binding Qiao Yihuan, exerting immense effort to place her on the stone bed before frantically retrieving the medicine box to tend to her wounds. Despite her mental preparation, the sight of the injuries still sent a shiver through her heart. At that moment, Qiao Yihuan had already lost consciousness. On her way back, Qiao Wanyan encountered Jiang Qiyun. Although Jiang Qiyun's injuries were not severe, she had also fallen from a cliff. Moreover, with Qiao Yihuan left behind, she was naturally unwilling to leave. Have you seen Sister Yihuan? Jiang Qiyun inquired, but Qiao Wanyan showed no intention of stopping or responding. Frowning, he strode forward to obstruct her path. I am asking you a question. Qiao Wanyan, feeling exasperated, exclaimed, Grandma, I don't know. Jiang Qiyun widened his eyes, insisting, if you do not speak, you shall not leave. Qiao Wanyan coldly fixed her gaze upon him, and after a prolonged silence, she replied, she has returned to the capital. The crown prince has departed. Why would she linger here? Do you truly believe she would remain for your sake? If you wish to leave, you should do so promptly. Remaining here merely wastes rice. Jiang Qiyun tugged at the corner of his mouth, retorting, do not forget that it was I who saved you. Is this how you treat your savior? Just as Qiao Wanyan was about to depart, she suddenly halted, her ink-like, profound eyes coldly scrutinizing him. Jiang Qiyun's throat tightened, feeling inexplicably guilty. Now, everyone was aware that Qiao Wanyan had removed the arrow herself and had treated her own wound until the crown prince arrived to rescue her. Should outsiders learn of a solitary man and woman alone together, she would have no choice but to marry him. Hence, the crown prince had advised him that this matter must remain a secret, because Qiao Wanyan was unwilling to marry him, even if she were. It could only be through a formal proposal, lest it become a source of ridicule in the capital. Was it merely a jest? Qiao Wanyan remarked as she turned to leave. Chapter 40. The Forcible Abduction of the Old Man Miss. A cry of surprise echoed as Jiang Qiyun pondered whether to pursue Sister Yihuan when he suddenly witnessed Qiao Wanyan fainting. He rushed forward, but before he could reach her, Lu Jinya had already hoisted her onto his shoulder and strode towards the warm pavilion. Jiang Qiyun stood rooted, momentarily silent. Humph, what concern is it of mine? Yin Yao happened to be on her way to find Qiao Wanyan to share the freshly made cloud cakes when she saw her being carried back and hurriedly followed inside. What has happened to Sister Ayan? Once Lu Jinya laid her upon the bed, she knelt beside it, frowning as she checked her pulse. The frown deepened. Something was amiss. Although Ayan's pulse was weak, there were no apparent abnormalities. Ziyuan quickly inquired, Yao Yao, can you diagnose? It was not that she doubted, but rather that this little girl spent her days indulging in merriment and leisure, making her seem somewhat unreliable. Yin Yao replied, though I am not as skilled as my brother, I can certainly discern my sister's pulse accurately. Then why did the young lady suddenly faint? It was so abrupt. Just a moment ago, she was fine, and the next, she was unconscious. I do not know. Yin Yao lowered her head, feeling a pang of guilt. It was her failure for not studying medicine diligently with her brother. It was her fault. The more she contemplated, the more tears streamed from her almond-shaped eyes. Ziyuan declared, I shall fetch Physician Lu. Physician Lu was renowned as the finest healer in Yongzhou. He would surely have a remedy for the young lady. After about 2 cups of tea's time, the elderly physician, pulled along by Ziyuan, stumbled in haste. Oh dear, young lady, do slow down. My old bones feel as though they may shatter. Ziyuan, in a fluster, observed his slow pace, and with a determined grit, she lifted the elderly physician and dashed towards the warm pavilion. Oh heavens! Physician Lu's eyes widened in astonishment. Jiang Qiyun, standing in the corridor, was equally taken aback. Is this a forcible abduction of the old man? That is the doctor who treated him that day. Is Qiao Wanyan gravely injured? Jiang Qiyun's expression shifted slightly as he strode forward. He was eager to ascertain whether Qiao Wanyan was on the brink of death. If so, it would indeed be a cause for universal celebration. The physician Lu was finally set down, his frail frame nearly rattled apart. "My dear girl, you are as strong as an ox. What immense strength you possess." Yin Yao pushed him toward the bed. "Doctor, please examine my sister Qiao Wanyan. She suddenly fainted." Lu quickly squatted down to take her pulse, his expression mirroring that of Yun Yao moments before. "Doctor, what is the verdict?" Lu Jinya's peripheral vision caught a shadow outside the window, eavesdropping, but he had no mind to attend to it. If Qiao Wanyan were to perish just like that, he would ensure she was utterly dismantled before her last breath. Strange, the second Miss's pulse appears entirely normal. Ziyuan's heart sank. She suddenly recalled the miss mentioning, previously, that she could not harm Qiao Yuan. Now, with this sudden fainting spell and no discernible reason for it, could it possibly be related to the injury inflicted on Qiao Yuan? The more she pondered, the more frightened she became, her eyes filled with panic. Lu Jinya scrutinized her unusual demeanor, discreetly averting his gaze. Lu suggested, "Perhaps we should allow the second miss to rest for the night. She may awaken by tomorrow." Yun Yao nodded, conceding that it was the only option. "If she does not improve, I shall fetch my brother. He will surely discern the issue." Lu inquired curiously, "From whom does your brother study? Is he from Yongzhou?" Yun Yao raised her chin slightly, a hint of pride in her voice. "My brother is truly formidable. If I were to reveal it, it might frighten you, so I shall refrain." Lu remarked, "These young ladies today are all quite peculiar. By the way, might you guide me to where my daughter is residing, Miss Ziyuan? I have some items to bring her." Earlier that day, the estate's steward had unexpectedly insisted on keeping his daughter at the manor to ensure prompt medical attention for the second miss, believing it would be more convenient for the ladies. He agreed without hesitation, considering that if Yan Ran were to secure a position as the family physician for the Jin family, it would be a stable career. The prestige of being the Jin family's physician is quite impressive, after all. Ziyuan maintained her composure. "Please hand the items over to me. Miss Lu ate something unsuitable this evening and has since fallen asleep after preparing her own remedy. I fear it may disturb her, so I will deliver it tomorrow." Lu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that his daughter had indeed developed a habit of carelessly sampling various foods in recent months, as if she had never tasted anything before, finding everything delectable. The fare at the Jin Manor must indeed be exquisite, and this girl likely couldn't resist her cravings. Meanwhile, although Qiao Wanyan lay in a deep slumber, she remained acutely aware of the sounds from the outside world. She found herself enveloped in an arid expanse, shrouded by a mist of black and white that she could not disperse. "This is the price you pay for your reckless actions," the mist intoned. Chapter 41, The Daughter of Destiny. A peculiar, androgynous voice echoed in her ears, repeating the same unsettling refrain. If I possessed such an ambiguous voice, I would have long since dashed myself against a wall to end my suffering. "How dare you whisper in my ear?" The mist noticeably hesitated. Is her focus truly on this matter? Moments later, that peculiar voice echoed once more. "This is the price of your reckless abandon." Qiao Wanyan remained composed, responding, "Are you implying that my sudden fainting while being able to hear everything outside is the consequence of harming Qiao Yuan?" The mist offered no reply. Green leaves must possess the wisdom of their own role, for heedless actions will inevitably incur a toll. Should you persist in your disregard for counsel, the duration of your slumber will only lengthen, until you awaken no more. Qiao Wanyan lowered her gaze, and a hint of turmoil finally surfaced on her otherwise serene countenance. The mist seemed pleased with her reaction, declaring, "This is your destiny." "Destiny?" Qiao Wanyan retorted. "Qiao Yuan is destined to be a perfectly blossomed red flower, while I am meant to be the green leaf that complements her. Yet, I have never believed in fate." The eerie voice of the mist resounded again, stating, "Qiao Yuan is a daughter of providence, protected by the celestial halo. She is gentle and kind, possessing admirable virtues. Even when wronged, she repays with grace. Such a person is bound to achieve a life of happiness and a splendid conclusion." Qiao Wanyan paused, a teasing smile curling her lips, gentle and kind. Repaying grace with grace. As long as one is human, a shadowy side will always exist. As you say, she possesses all the beautiful virtues. If she were to become a person as malicious as I, would the providence you speak of still favor her? The mist suddenly ceased its movement and fell silent. The smile on Qiao Wanyan's lips deepened. She had spoken the truth. After a long while, the mist spoke again. "You will never surpass her," sounding somewhat exasperated. Qiao Wanyan was unperturbed, simply responding with a smile, "I do not believe that." She could clearly see that the mist seemed to be smoldering in frustration. In the latter part of the night, Qiao Wanyan suddenly awakened. Ziyuan had not slept, the warm room brightly lit, and she had remained by the bedside. "Miss, are you all right? You frightened me to death," Ziyuan cried, her eyes brimming with tears, anxious beyond measure. Yet, why did the miss awaken with a smile? Could it be that she had suddenly lost her wits? She extended her finger. "Miss, how many fingers do you see?" Qiao Wanyan replied, "I am fine now." Ziyuan wept tears of joy. "Miss, you fainted suddenly, and even Dr. Liu could not discern the cause. You have no idea how frightening you were at that moment. Otherwise, how could you still smile?" Qiao Wanyan gestured for her to come closer, gently stroking her head. "Naturally, I have learned of something worth celebrating." Ziyuan, puzzled, tilted her head. "Miss, do not comfort me. However, your sudden fainting, is it related to Qiao Huan? You mentioned last time that you could not harm Qiao Huan. I always thought you were jesting. Yet, when you fainted, I couldn't shake the feeling that it was indeed connected to her." Qiao Wanyan replied, "Please fetch me a bowl of custard. I find myself craving it." Ziyuan promptly nodded and left. In her current state, it was utterly impossible to harm Qiao Huan. To have merely harmed her, and then left oneself to faint for such an extended period is indeed a grievous act. If, as that ambiguous being suggested, she were to lose consciousness and remain in a state where she could hear all the sounds of the outside world without being able to awaken, would that not be a fate worse than death? Qiao Huan could not afford to act recklessly. Yet what if she herself underwent a transformation? To witness those who ought to love and cherish her abandon her one by one, would she still retain her inherent gentleness and kindness? Qiao Wanyan suddenly chuckled softly. Certainly not. The crown prince had not yet forsaken her, yet she had impulsively thrust herself forth to shield him from arrows. For over half a month, the wounds on Qiao Wanyan's body had scabbed over. The Jin family, being a prominent royal merchant in Dayou, possessed an abundance of rare medicinal herbs. Piles upon piles were delivered to the warm chamber, and Qiao Wanyan's complexion had noticeably improved. At that moment, in the East Palace study, He Jiu cast his gaze downward upon the memorial in his hands, his handsome and noble demeanor gradually darkening with indignation. Jing Yuan remarked, "Your Highness, the Emperor is exceedingly unjust. As a prince wielding military authority, the Emperor treats his unauthorized return to the capital with such leniency, merely confining him to the Jing Wangfu. What sort of punishment is that? Impudent." He Jiu rebuked fiercely. Jing Yuan immediately knelt, acknowledging his fault in disrespecting the Emperor. He Jiu furrowed his brow and withdrew his gaze. The actions of his father, the Emperor, were guided by his own reasoning. "Should I hear you speak so recklessly again, you shall be sent to the military camp for proper training." Jing Yuan nodded in compliance. In his heart, however, he felt a sense of injustice for the prince. From a young age, he had never garnered the Emperor's favor. Part of this was due to the discord between the Empress and the Emperor. He had once heard the older folks in the palace recount tales of how the Emperor and the mother of Jing Wang had been childhood sweethearts. Yet due to family circumstances, she had to become a concubine. Later, when the Emperor ascended the throne, she was elevated to the status of a noble consort. Initially, the Emperor and Empress respected one another, but after the Empress's scheming nearly led to the noble consort's death during childbirth, their relationship turned as frigid as ice. Jing Wang, being the son of a favored consort, had enjoyed the Emperor's affection throughout the years, even after the noble consort's fragile passing. Despite losing the title of crown prince due to the noble consort's family's downfall, he was still sent to Beiming City, where he was granted military authority and titles. Now, to leave the capital without permission and face nothing more than confinement within Jing Wangfu, what distinguishes this from a lack of punishment? Is it any wonder he claims the Emperor is biased? The prince had managed the affairs of the Qingzhou refugees with great skill. Yet due to the actions of Miss Qiao, who selflessly provided grain for the country and the Emperor, she was rebuked for nearly losing her life while protecting the prince. The merits and faults balanced each other out, yielding no advantage, and she was chastised before so many ministers. He felt a deep sense of grievance for the prince. A layer of frost seemed to settle upon He Jiu's exquisite countenance. After a long pause, he forced himself to calm. "Jing Yuan, prepare some items to visit Yihuan's mother." Jing Yuan nodded, noting that despite His Highness's current foul mood, he still managed to think of caring for Miss Qiao's little maid. If only Miss Qiao were in the capital now, it would certainly provide some solace for His Highness's troubled heart. At that moment, a servant entered to announce, "Your Highness, the Empress requests your immediate presence in the palace." Chapter 42. A debt of gratitude. In the imperial study, the Emperor toyed with a blood-red ruby. his countenance devoid of warmth, yet exuding an intimidating aura that instilled fear in those who beheld him. Rumors swirled throughout the capital that young Qiao had saved the crown prince from a near-fatal incident, and the cunning Jing Tian appeared to be scheming to leverage this act of salvation into a marriage alliance. Su Xiao slightly bowed, remarking, "Your Majesty, your discerning gaze perceives the hidden intentions of those around you." The emperor polished the ruby to a brilliant sheen before placing it back into its box. A daughter of a noble family, with a maternal grandfather who was an imperial merchant, undeniably made for an exceedingly suitable candidate for the crown princess. However, Su Xiao interjected, "Your Majesty, perhaps a cup of tea might soothe your throat." The emperor replied, "Yet, the banquet also favors that girl." He took a sip from the tea, which left him feeling somewhat conflicted. "What of Prince Jing?" Su Xiao asked, puzzled. Surely he must harbor resentment towards Miss Qiao, given that the entire capital knows how ruthlessly she severed ties with him. It was common knowledge that the prince had nearly taken his own life over unrequited feelings. Having been spurned by Miss Qiao, for 3 long years, he languished in despair at the national monastery until the emperor forcibly sent him to Beiming City, where he gradually began to recover. How could he still harbor feelings for her? The emperor chuckled softly. If he truly hated someone, that girl would have perished 4 years ago. He simply cannot let go. His fierce demeanor belied the fact that he was, in truth, concerned for her well-being. Having rushed back upon learning of her injuries and uncertain fate, am I not his father? Am I not acquainted with his nature? In his youth, if anyone dared to touch Miss Qiao's hand, he would beat them within an inch of their lives, only to sneak out of the palace at night to confront them again. Once she healed, he would come back, time and again. Su Xiao, having spent most of his life in the palace and never having experienced romantic affection himself, found it difficult to comprehend such emotions. After all, what manner of woman existed in this world that could ensnare Prince Jing's heart so profoundly? Your Majesty, the voices in the court are tumultuous, and the prince's unauthorized departure from the capital has only resulted in him being confined. Will this not invite criticism? Su Xiao dared not speak further. Yet his meaning was clear. The emperor's favoritism was exceedingly apparent. The emperor chuckled again. I am a sovereign with true power, not a mere puppet of the previous dynasty's council. For the sake of my beloved son, even his most reckless actions shall be protected by me. Love extends to all that one cherishes, and this bond with Huir is the fruition of our deepest affection. No matter how outrageous or foolish his actions may be, he remains my most cherished son. The emperor handed Su Xiao a pearwood box, instructing, take this to the royal mausoleum. Huir adored blood-red rubies. She will surely appreciate this. Having grown accustomed to such tasks, Su Xiao accepted the box, replying, as you wish, Your Majesty. Your son pays his respects to the empress, he announced. As he Jiyu performed the customary bow, the queen responded gently, my son, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Please take a seat. He Chun Jiyu settled himself, saying, Mother, I had indeed intended to come. There is a matter I wish to beseech your grace about. The queen's expression shifted slightly. Speak. She felt a flicker of unease, fearing he might again insist on marrying that lowly girl as the crown princess. He Chun Jiyu rose once more. The second daughter of the Qiao family suffered grave injuries while rescuing me, and I am filled with remorse. Though her life is not in peril, she will inevitably bear scars. I wish to request your permission to gift her with Wanyan ointment. The queen fell silent, seemingly taken aback by her love-stricken son's declaration. In the past, he would not even spare a word for other women for the sake of that commoner. Now, she felt a sense of relief. Very well, I shall grant you this request, the queen finally smiled. It is widely spoken in the capital that the second daughter of the Qiao family risked her life to save you, almost perishing in the process. Such a debt of gratitude is indeed substantial. Although your status as the crown prince is exalted, if she were to die for you, it would be a noble end. Yet, you must not allow the censors to brand you as ungrateful. He Chun Jiyu nodded slightly. I understand. When Miss Qiao recovers and returns to the capital, I shall arrange for my carriage to fetch her and express my gratitude in person. This way, Yihuan can accompany her back, ensuring her comfort. The queen's expression darkened immediately. Was that what he truly meant? Was he feigning ignorance? I summoned you here today for a specific purpose. He Chun Jiyu lowered his gaze, remaining silent. The queen spoke sternly. The Qiao family has shown you kindness. It would be a joyous occasion for all if you were to marry their legitimate daughter. Mother, you must know who holds my heart, he replied. Is it necessary to marry in order to repay a life debt? There are myriad ways to express my gratitude. The teacup by the queen's side clattered to the ground. Repay a debt. You are the crown prince. It is their fortune to die for you. Why must you repay them? What I desire is for you to marry the foremost lady of the capital. Qiao Wanyan possesses beauty, talent, and noble lineage. She is indeed the pinnacle among the ladies. Though she may be somewhat willful, such traits can be tempered. The queen's tone softened a fraction. You need not shower her with affection. Simply ensure she secures her position. If you truly favor that lowly girl, you may take her as a concubine later on. And I would consent to that. The position of a secondary consort could be chosen with care, and taking a concubine would elevate that lowly girl's status. He Chen-ji recalled Qiao Wanyan in the thatched cottage. He felt responsible for her shoulder injury, yet she had implored him to keep it a secret, burying the truth at the cliff's edge. He had honored her plea and warned Jiang Qiyun to remain silent as well. He owed her a great debt, but he could not allow his gratitude to unjustly burden the innocent Yihuan. His father and mother, though married, were a pair of estranged partners. He simply wished to marry the one he loved and shower her with affection, avoiding the path of his parents, and not father a child who lacked a father's love. I refuse. I have promised Yihuan that in this life, I shall take her as my only wife. Impudent. The queen, filled with wrath, rose to her feet. You are the crown prince. How could you indulge in such a ludicrous fantasy of a lifelong, monogamous union? Do you wish to wait for your father to depose you? That wretched mother has already passed, yet she continues to pose a threat to her royal son's position. How can this child be so oblivious to the urgency of the matter? Qiao Wanyan's father is the head of the civil officials, a tremendous support for the future. Yet he is so easily beguiled by that illegitimate daughter. He Ji-Yu's expression turned grave, yet he remained obstinately silent. If I cannot take Yihuan as my wife, what meaning does it hold to be a prince? Qiao Wanyan remarked playfully, He, I shall only marry the crown prince. Whether you wish to or not is of no consequence. In the warm chambers of the Jin residence, Ziyuan entered, holding a plate of osmanthus cake, and placed it before Yun Yao, who cheerfully picked up a piece and savored it. Sister Ayan, that Jiang Qiyun is so annoying. Just now, while I was playing on the swing in the backyard, he snatched it away from me. Yun Yao pouted in indignation. Qiao Wanyan raised an eyebrow. He hasn't left yet? Ziyuan nodded in affirmation. He hasn't gone. These days, the young lord enjoys the finest in food and lodging, indulged by the old master, living here as comfortably as if it were his own home. Qiao Wanyan, with her delicate, jade-like fingers, pinched her cheek thoughtfully. Grandfather seems to find some amusement in this mischievous monkey. Having overstayed his welcome, it is high time to extract some recompense from him. What amount do you think is appropriate, miss? Ziyuan inquired, seemingly eager for an answer so she could dash off to procure the funds. Hoping to recover some wealth for her mistress, Miss Qiao had personally sold the grain from Qingzhou, exchanging it for high-priced provisions, which could sustain her lavish lifestyle for hundreds of lifetimes. If she could extract some silver from the young lord, it would surely ease her burdens. After careful contemplation, Qiao Wanyan concluded, then let us start with 100 taels of gold. Are you out of your mind? Jiang Qiyun's figure appeared in the doorway. I've merely been eating your food and staying temporarily. Must you be so stingy? Moreover, do you think I am here for any other reason than to save you? Jiang Qiyun was nearly driven to the brink of madness. How could there be such a cold-hearted and indifferent person in the world? It was one thing not to express gratitude to a life-saving benefactor, but to demand recompense was utterly absurd. If it were Yihuan, she would certainly not behave in such a manner. If not for his internal injuries rendering him incapable of movement, he would have long since pursued Yihuan back to the capital. Surely, she must have already arrived by now. Yun Yao tilted her head, resting against the chair's back while clutching the plate of osmanthus cake, thoroughly enjoying the spectacle. Qiao Wanyan, unfazed, inquired, Have you expressed your thanks to me? Jiang Qiyun retorted, Not only did I save her, but now I must thank her. Is this reasonable? But Yun Yao could no longer contain her laughter. Sister Ayan, your ability to infuriate him is truly remarkable. I must learn from you. Jiang Qiyun's face flushed with indignation. At that moment, a young maid hurriedly entered. Miss, someone has arrived from the capital, claiming to have urgent matters to discuss with you. Shortly thereafter, a woman in her 30s entered, casting a glance at the room's commotion before kneeling to pay her respects. The servant humbly greeted the young marquis and Miss Qiao Air. She was sent by His Highness the Crown Prince to deliver the Wanyan jade ointment to Miss Qiao Air in Yongzhou. Jiang Qian furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that the Crown Prince truly dispatched someone so swiftly? Did he not fear that Sister Yihuan would be displeased upon learning of this? Qiao Wanyan smiled gently and immediately instructed Ziyuan to receive it. His Highness's generous regard leaves Wanyan feeling quite unworthy. The woman remarked, Miss Eyre saved His Highness's life, and he is undoubtedly aware of that. We all hope for your swift recovery, after which His Highness will certainly come to express his gratitude. Ziyuan handed over the items to a nearby maid and stepped forward to present a piece of gold, saying, Sister, you must have endured much weariness on the journey. My young mistress invites you for tea. As the day was drawing to a close, she suggested, Please rest here for the night and depart for the capital tomorrow. The woman discreetly weighed the gold in her hand, marveling at Miss Qiao Eyre's wealth and generosity, truly befitting the sole granddaughter of the imperial merchant. Thank you, Miss Eyre, she replied, but I must return to the capital to report back and shall not impose further. She was eager to relay her message to Her Majesty the Empress. That day, the Crown Prince had a disagreement with the Empress, resulting in the Wanyan jade ointment being left behind. The very next day, the Empress sent it in the Crown Prince's name to Yongzhou, prompting her long journey. Ziyuan, being courteous to those close to the Crown Prince, offered, Allow me to see you out, sister, please. Just as they were about to leave, the woman caught sight of a refined young lady in the distance. Her complexion somewhat pale. With a lingering smile, she politely greeted, Miss Qiao. Although her mistress held disdain for this illegitimate daughter, one must maintain a facade of civility. Qiao Yihuan did not recognize the woman, assuming her to be associated with Qiao Wanyan, and thus offered no warmth in her demeanor, merely gazing coldly without reply. The woman's expression shifted slightly, but she maintained her composure, nodding before following Ziyuan away. Indeed, she paled in comparison to Miss Qiao Eyre. Meanwhile, Jiang Qiyun, upon hearing Miss Qiao, rushed out and, as expected, spotted the daughter of the physician Lu supporting her as they approached. Sister Yihuan, he exclaimed joyfully. Did you not return to the capital? What brings you here? You look unwell. Are you in discomfort? Qiao Yihuan quickly donned a frail and harmless expression. She had endured torment in that dark chamber for an extended period. The wounds from the 2 barbed arrows in her shoulder tormented her to the brink of despair. Countless miraculous medicines had hastened her healing, allowing her to leave the chamber at last. Yet the ghastly scars were a constant source of anguish, making her wish for death. If His Highness were to see them, would he find her repulsive? If she were to wed him in the future, would he gradually lose his affection due to those scars? The psychological and physical torment had rendered her significantly thinner in recent days. Then, Qiao Wanyan appeared, her countenance as delicate as spring snow, adorned in a splendid peach-pink gown that accentuated her youthful beauty. She radiated a brilliance that overshadowed all else in the world, leaving only the exquisite blossom of the peach flower to stand out. The contrast between the slightly disheveled and sickly appearance of Qiao Yihuan and the radiant demeanor of Qiao Wanyan was striking. How could you possibly believe such deception? My sister is aware of my grievous injuries and has gone to Wafosi to pray for me. With a sweet smile, Qiao Wanyan approached and grasped her hand, expressing her gratitude for her sister's kindness, which had hastened her recovery. Just moments ago, the prince had sent a swift courier with Wanyan jade balm, ensuring my swift recuperation. So you need not worry, sister. However, Qiao Yihuan's complexion paled at the sight of her sister's dazzling smile, reminiscent of spring blossoms, and she abruptly withdrew her hand. Sister, what troubles you? Qiao Wanyan asked, bewildered. Jiang Qiyun, somewhat puzzled, felt a sense of unfamiliarity towards the sister he had never seen in such a state. Was it because Qiao Wanyan mentioned the prince's gift of the balm? Suddenly, Qiao Wanyan burst into laughter, tears nearly spilling from her eyes, her facade of a delicate younger sister crumbling. Wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes, she spoke with a hint of mockery. What shall I do, sister? Excessive anger can lead to unattractiveness. You are not particularly beautiful to begin with. How will you marry if you become even less so? Qiao Yihuan's hands, hidden within her sleeves, clenched tightly. This wicked offspring. Chapter 44. My accursed charm. Qiao Wanyan. Jiang Qiyun unconditionally positioned himself before Qiao Yihuan to shield her. Cease your nonsense. Sister Yihuan is extraordinarily lovely, and in comparison to you, she is certainly not inferior. Do not bully her. Qiao Wanyan felt no fear. Jiang Qiyun knew her true nature, and their animosity had persisted over the years. In the past, she seldom encountered the prince, as he rarely attended gatherings in the capital, leaving her largely unknown to him. However, Jiang Qiyun was different. He understood her malevolent disposition well. Yet, he was merely a minor marquis, destined to remain so, and she hardly regarded him as a threat. Qiao Wanyan scrutinized him without reservation, clicking her tongue in disdain. You may deceive me, but do not deceive yourself. With that, she turned and departed with grace. She was eager to bathe and apply the Wanyan jade balm, finding no time to squander with them. Yin Yao stood at the door, holding osmanthus cake, her astonishment causing her to forget to chew. Was that truly Sister Ayan? Suddenly recalling something, Qiao Wanyan turned to the door of the warm pavilion. Oh no, I've forgotten about that little girl. Yin Yao swallowed the half-eaten cake and, after locking eyes with Qiao Wanyan for a few seconds, dashed toward her. The two, with their playful antics, were irresistibly adorable. Sister Ayan, you look so striking. Is this what they call a bad woman? Your wickedness is quite charming. Qiao Wanyan mused. This accursed charm of mine. Once they had departed, Jiang Qiyun turned to Qiao Yihuan, saying, Sister Yihuan, do not stoop to her level. She is a thoroughly wicked madwoman. You need not be so kind to her. Why suffer in a temple praying for her welfare? In Jiang Qiyun's mind, Qiao Yihuan was indeed capable of such benevolence in the face of ingratitude. Sister Yihuan is a kind-hearted person. Yet the wicked woman Qiao Wanyan does not deserve such treatment and concern from her. Qiao Yihuan bit her inner lip tightly, hesitating for a long while, ultimately failing to utter a single word. The burden on her shoulders felt so grotesque that she could not bring herself to voice it. She wished for no one to know. However, the grievances in her heart grew increasingly intense, and a veil of mist shrouded her eyes as tears began to fall. One by one, Jiang Qiyun was immediately overwhelmed with compassion, flustered and unsure of how to comfort her. Sister Yihuan, what is wrong? Please don't cry. For the first time in her life, Qiao Yihuan lost control of her emotions and wept uncontrollably, seemingly because someone was there to console her. Why? Why does Qiao Wanyan always seek to take everything from her? Why did she receive her father's affection from the moment of her birth? Why, despite being born first? Was she merely a concubine's daughter? Why did the prince bestow upon her the precious Wanyan jade ointment? Why could she freely humiliate and torment her while she had no means to resist? It is unjust. This is utterly unfair. In the misty hot spring, Qiao Wanyan bathed in the warm waters, adorned in a delicate garment. Her long hair flowed in the water, resembling a captivating siren upon an endless sea. A mere glance capable of ensnaring one's soul. Though Yin Yao was a girl, she could not help but be mesmerized by the beauty bathing before her, resulting in an uncontrollable nosebleed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Enormous, truly enormous. After some time, Yin Yao managed to compose herself, wiping away the blood that had flowed from her nose, and stepped towards the hot spring. However, she inadvertently slipped, her body careening forward and landing directly in Qiao Wanyan's embrace. In an instant, water splashed everywhere, and Yin Yao felt an extraordinary sensation on her face. Upon regaining her senses, she sprang to her feet, only to see Qiao Wanyan's slightly astonished expression, causing another nosebleed as she stumbled backward, feeling as if she were floating in a dreamy haze within the hot spring. Soft, so soft. Qiao Wanyan blinked in confusion. Was it the water's effect? Half a month later, Qiao Wanyan planned to return to the capital. Old Jean, with tears streaming down his face, wished to keep her for a few more days. Yet despite his efforts, he could not persuade her to stay, helplessly watching the carriage fade into the distance. Turning back to glance at the suddenly desolate residence, he sighed heavily. If only the girl would obediently marry and bear a child, how delightful it would be to receive a grandchild. Unfortunately, she only aspired to marry the crown prince. She dared not consider any royal offspring. What was so good about marrying the crown prince? In his view, she should seek a handsome and obedient young suitor to bring into the family. When pleased, she could bestow him a smile. When displeased, she could indulge in several male companions for amusement. How delightful. Just imagine the lively atmosphere in the Jean residence as the family flourished. Old Jean sighed deeply, lamenting that the girl was far too ambitious, always yearning for the best of everything. Jiang Qiyun and Qiao Yihuan returned together. Initially, Qiao Yihuan remained hidden within the carriage, reluctant to emerge. However, through Jiang Qiyun's persistent efforts, she finally revealed a hint of a smile. With some distance still to the next city, they would have to spend the night outdoors. Xiao Ying sat in the carriage, observing her young mistress and the young marquis conversing by the fire. She lowered her eyes, revealing a sense of heartache. The injury on her mistress's shoulder was so severe and unsightly. Yet she had sold the bracelet gifted by His Highness the Crown Prince to afford her own medical treatment. How could such a kind-hearted mistress have ever harbored any malicious thoughts? She truly should not have. The reason her mistress pushed Qiao Wanyan away was that Qiao Wanyan had persistently bullied her. It was an impulsive act born of unbearable frustration. And all the blame lay with Qiao Wanyan. After the passage of a fragrant incense sticks time, Qiao Wanyan returned to the carriage with a bowl of hot porridge. "Xiao Ying, please eat," she said, then quickly added, "I apologize, I forgot. Let me feed you." Xiao Ying felt deeply moved. For such a mistress, she would gladly sacrifice her own life to remain by her side and protect her. "Xiao Ying, I just heard Qi Yun mention that there is a divine physician residing in the Medicine Master Valley on the Jiuzhou continent. If we manage to find this physician, do you think he could help me remove the scars from my shoulder?" Xiao Ying pondered for a moment. "I have also heard of this divine physician. He is said to be the youngest medical prodigy on the Jiuzhou continent. However, while everyone knows he is in the Medicine Master Valley, few can actually locate him. Even if one does find him, it depends on his mood whether he will see them." Qiao Wanyan's expression dimmed slightly. Xiao Ying immediately comforted her, saying, "You are so gentle and kind. Surely fate will favor you and lead you to that divine physician. He will undoubtedly be charmed by your presence and will not refuse to help you with your scars." Qiao Wanyan's eyes brightened. "Really? Of course, it's true." Chapter 45. A small investment for grateful hearts. The journey back to the capital was smooth and uneventful, and as evening approached, Qiao Wanyan showed no urgency to continue. She instructed the carriage to stop at a nearby tea stall. Casting a glance at Ziyuan, she was met with immediate understanding. "Everyone has worked hard on this journey. Let us take a moment to enjoy some tea and pastries before we resume our trip back to the capital. We can rest well tonight." Accompanying her were not only the maids and guards she had brought from the capital, but also several skilled bodyguards arranged by old Jean, who had spent a considerable sum for their protection. These bodyguards were well-known figures in the martial world. As they disembarked from the carriage, the group expressed their gratitude to Qiao Wanyan. "Thank you, young lady." In their eyes, the distinction between the eldest and second young lady was irrelevant. As old Jean had funded their protection, they naturally assumed she was the eldest. The eldest young lady was benevolent and generous, truly befitting a noblewoman of the capital, displaying such lavishness without an ounce of arrogance. Indeed, having spent time in the martial world, they had always believed that daughters of noble families were haughty and spoiled. Yet they were pleasantly surprised by Qiao Wanyan's amiable and approachable demeanor. "We have undertaken protective duties before, but this is the first time I have encountered such generosity. This journey has been far more comfortable than what I have at home. I am grateful I did not slack off and accept this duty. Or else how would I have had the chance to stay in the elegant rooms of the Feng Tian Lu and Linqing? That night would cost a hefty 10 taels of silver." Ziyuan produced a delicate teapot and teacups, placing them on the freshly wiped table. She then took the teapot inside, requesting the proprietor to fill it with tea, before returning to pour a cup for Qiao Wanyan. Lifting the teacup to her lips, she savored the moment, absorbing the flattery that filled the air. With just a small expenditure, she had ensured that their journey was met with utmost diligence and attentiveness, devoid of any hint of negligence. Money, indeed, is a powerful entity, and power is what she eagerly sought to pursue. Feigning extravagance, Jiang Qiyun, with his sardonic demeanor, settled down and poured himself a cup from her teapot, downing it in one go to quench his thirst. Qiao Wanyan raised her gaze to him, her graceful poise and enchanting beauty evident. "When did I ever pretend? Besides my beauty, lineage, and wealth, I possess nothing else. This paltry sum hardly necessitates pretense, does it?" Jiang Qiyun's lips curled in a smirk, perplexed at how she could utter such shameless words with such calm confidence. Yet, he found himself unable to retort. When it comes to beauty, she is indeed the epitome of charm in the capital. In terms of lineage, her father is the Minister of Revenue, the scion of a prestigious family, and as the sole daughter, her pedigree is undeniably noble. Regarding wealth, her mother is the only daughter of a prominent merchant in Diyu. Leisurely, Qiao Wanyan continued, "If you deem this trifling amount as ostentation, it appears that the young lord of the Jing'an Marquisate has quite a limited worldview." Jiang Qian shot back, "Qiao Wanyan, you're only emboldened by the fact that I do not strike women. Otherwise, I would have had you begging for mercy by now." Observing his vexation, she knew that the people of the capital feared the wrath of Jiang Qiyun, the notorious young scion. As he fumed, many retreated, wary of becoming his outlet for frustration. However, she remained unfazed, arching her brows playfully. "Yet you seem quite capable of resorting to violence against women. When have I ever struck a woman? You infuriate me to no end, yet I have never laid a finger on you," he retorted, recalling his father's admonition that only the most inept of men would ever resort to such actions. Over the years, he had held this lesson close, even feeling contempt for any man who would bully a woman. Qiao Wanyan shrugged slightly, choosing silence as her weapon, allowing Jiang Qiyun to stew in his frustration. Sometimes, silence proves to be the most potent of armaments. While others might jump in agitation, one could calmly sip tea, observing the spectacle with amusement, thereby inciting even greater ire in the opponent. Have you gone mute? Speak, Jiang Qiyun exclaimed. Qiao Wanyan finished her tea and headed toward the carriage, with Jiang Qiyun following closely. I'm speaking to you. Has your tongue betrayed you? Finally, Qiao Wanyan bestowed upon him a glance. You're rather loud. With that, she boarded the carriage. Jiang Qiyun stood rooted, glaring at the carriage door, wishing fervently to split it in two. Yet, as it belonged to the crown prince, he dared not act upon his impulse. Qiao Huan had no intention of disembarking or partaking in any tea. Her sole desire was to return to the capital swiftly to meet His Royal Highness. Surely, he would be waiting for her at the city gates, eager for her return. Xiao Ying observed her despondent demeanor throughout the journey, undoubtedly a consequence of Qiao Wanyan's relentless torment. The deep wounds on her shoulders were a sight she had witnessed firsthand. If discovered by others, it would not only be the crown prince who would look down upon her, but even a fallen scholar would disdain her. How could that vile woman be so malicious? She purposely inflicted pain upon her shoulders, rendering the young lady incapable of voicing her suffering. Should the crown prince learn of this, while his compassion would be assured, how many men could remain steadfast after uncovering such a truth? My lady, do you hear me? Those who truly understand Qiao Wanyan come to loathe her. Even the young marquis possesses such discerning vision. Once the crown prince comprehends the nature of this individual, he will undoubtedly feel an even greater sympathy for you and seek vengeance on your behalf. Qiao Huan, with a wan expression, confessed, I never aspired to contend with her. Yet she covets the one thing I hold dear, the crown prince. She is relentless, leaving me devoid of hope. Xiao Ying's heart ached for her. Qiao Huan continued, lowering her gaze. When she treated me with kindness, I once envisioned a harmonious sisterhood between us. But that was all a fade, a mere performance for the crown prince's benefit. She has reduced me to this state. If I cannot find that miraculous healer, how shall I endure in the future? Xiao Ying approached gently, soothing her back. Do not fear. My lady, we shall surely find a way. I will always stand by your side, unwavering in my support. Even though her arm had been severed by King Jing, she was still alive. As long as there is life, there is hope, and thus the possibility to aid her mistress. With tears welling in her eyes, Qiao Huan grasped her hand. Xiao Ying, you will help me, won't you? You will stay by my side until I marry the crown prince, won't you? Xiao Ying nodded earnestly. I will. However, my lady, you sold the bracelet bestowed upon you by the crown prince to treat my injuries. What shall we do when we return to the capital and he finds out? Qiao Huan replied, every sacrifice for you is worth it. You are my closest confidant. The future can wait. Selling the crown prince's bracelet for the sake of her maid's recovery would eventually come to light. But how could he possibly blame her? Surely, he would understand her dire circumstances at the Jin residence, where she was left without support, and would realize that she had no choice but to sell the bracelet to secure a physician for Xiao Ying. The Jin family treated her harshly, and the crown prince, feeling sympathy, would never cast blame upon her. Chapter 46. The malevolent pearl as the sun dipped below the horizon. The evening sky was ablaze with hues of crimson and gold. The soft, warm rays of twilight bathed the earth, and the western sky resembled a magnificent sea of fire, unfurling like a fantastical dream. The carriage came to a gentle halt, and Qiao Wanyan, seated within, gazed at her reflection in a bronze mirror. A satisfied smile gracing her lips before she set down the mirror and alighted from the carriage. The gates of the capital were under strict guard, for the news of the crown prince personally coming to welcome the young lady of the Qiao family had spread like wildfire. The second miss of the Qiao family had bravely shielded the crown prince from an arrow, tumbling down a cliff in the process, narrowly escaping death. Fortunately, she was found and rescued in time by the crown prince himself. The narrative within this tale has become a topic of conversation among the aristocracy, with many speculating that the crown princess must be none other than the second young lady of the Qiao family. He Jiyu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, adorned in a robe of jade-colored brocade that accentuated his refined and noble demeanor. His ink-black hair, elegantly secured with a single white jade hairpin, emanated an indescribable grace and majesty. He appeared as if a celestial being, untouched by the mundane world, standing apart in the bustling realm of mortals. As Qiao Wanyan alighted from the carriage, she beheld the golden rays of the sunset casting a soft glow upon him, rendering his handsome visage almost surreal. A gentle smile graced her lips, momentarily overshadowing the surroundings. "Your Highness," she called, extending her hand. He Zhiyu blinked slightly, observing the crystalline joy reflected in her smile, and offered his hand to assist her down from the carriage. However, Qiao Wanyan's gaze drifted towards the carriage with a hint of melancholy. Upon noticing this, He Zhiyu's smile blossomed anew, revealing a tender understanding that tugged at the heartstrings. "Is your wound healing well?" he inquired. She nodded, affirming that it had improved significantly, thanks to the Wanyan jade ointment he had sent. Although the wound was nearly healed, a faint scar remained. Yin Yao had mentioned that her brother possessed a remedy to completely eradicate scars, and she believed wholeheartedly in his abilities. Yet, she would have to wait until her current tasks were complete before taking Yin Yao to seek her brother's aid. He Zhiyu paused momentarily, recalling the Wanyan jade ointment. After a disagreement with his mother, he had been unable to retrieve it. Clearly, it had been sent to Yongzhou in his mother's name. Qiao Wanyan, sensing his hesitation, understood his unspoken thoughts. The compassionate crown prince, whose heart was undoubtedly entwined with Qiao Yihuan, would not easily waver in his affections. If he were truly a heartless scoundrel, her own narrative would not have ended in failure. Yet, an unexpected realization dawned upon her. Such a man was indeed more worthy of conquest. She envisioned him shifting his gaze, filled with love, towards her, slowly becoming ensnared in her presence, tormented by the knowledge of her true self, yet unable to extricate himself from her grasp. The mere thought sent tremors of excitement through her fingertips. "Yihuan." He Zhiyu noticed Qiao Yihuan descending from the carriage behind them and wished to approach her. Yet he feared that Qiao Wanyan might feel neglected and thus refrained, calling out her name instead. Seeing him refrain from approaching her, Qiao Yihuan felt a tinge of disappointment, but hastened toward him nonetheless. Having eaten little and slept poorly in recent days, her already fragile state appeared even more pallid. "Your servant pays her respects to your highness." He Zhiyu gently lifted her hand, concern etched across his features. "Yihuan, why does your complexion appear so poor? Is there something amiss?" Before Qiao Yihuan could respond, she heard Jiang Qiyun's voice from behind. "It's not surprising. Sister Yihuan is kind-hearted and has spent several days at the temple praying for Qiao Wanyan, neglecting her own well-being. Shortly after, she returned to the capital, enduring an uncomfortable journey, unlike Qiao Wanyan, who enjoys the comfort of the crown prince's carriage." Jiang Qiyun's tone dripped with sarcasm. Yet Qiao Wanyan refrained from retaliating as she had in previous days. "It is all my fault. Had I not been injured, my sister would not have worried so much about me. I had intended to invite her to share the prince's carriage, but she declined, fearing it would disturb my rest." He Zhiyu sighed inwardly, recognizing that Qi Yihuan was too considerate of others, often at the expense of her own well-being. Just as Qi Yihuan was about to speak, she noticed Qiao Wanyan approaching and taking her hand, swiftly changing the subject. "Sister, this place is not far from where our dear mother resides. Since we have been away from the capital for so long, how about I accompany you to see her after we visit father and mother?" Qi Yihuan's expression shifted slightly as she regarded her sister's back, which bore a threatening smile directed at the prince. She struggled to suppress her rising anger. "Thank you, sister," she managed to utter through clenched teeth. He Zhiyu observed the cordiality between the sisters with a hint of admiration. How rare it was to witness such deep sisterly affection, especially when many siblings, even those born of the same mother, engaged in covert rivalry. Although Qiao Wanyan exhibited a touch of petulance, she was not an ill-natured person. At this moment, Jiang Qiyun was utterly bewildered. Who was this person? Surely, she could not have been possessed by a demon? How had she managed this transformation? A gentle breeze brushed past, causing Qi Yihuan to raise her hand to touch her temples. He Zhiyu inquired, "Yihuan, why are you not wearing the bracelet I gifted you?" On that day, when he presented her with the jade bracelet, she had claimed she was unworthy of such a fine possession. Only after he offered her reassurance did she reveal her feminine emotions, softly vowing to never take it off. Qi Yihuan immediately covered her wrist, her expression betraying a hint of panic as she shook her head. "Yes, I did not bring it." Qiao Wanyan lowered her gaze. It was evident to anyone that her sister was lying. Her flustered demeanor could easily be misinterpreted as that of someone being bullied. He Zhiyu spoke gently. "Yihuan, you must confide in me about anything. I shall take your side." Qi Yihuan bit her lip, unsure of how to respond. After a prolonged hesitation, she suddenly made to kneel, yet was predictably halted by He Zhiyu. "Your Highness, I dared to sell the jade bracelet you bestowed upon me. Please punish me." He Ji was perplexed. Why had she sold it? Was it because she disliked it or was in need of money? Xiaoying suddenly knelt down, saying, Your Highness, it was because of the young mistress that I sold the bracelet. In the Jin residence, when the young mistress had no money, she was compelled to sell the bracelet to pay for my treatment. Her words vividly brought forth the hardships Qi Yihuan endured in the Jin household. Even as a concubine's daughter, one should not have to suffer such miseries. Jiang Qiyun instinctively glanced at Qiao Wanyan, while He Jiyu's expression grew serious. Yet, Qiao Wanyan and her maid remained unperturbed, seemingly indifferent to Qi Yihuan's plight in the Jin residence. At that moment, a maid who had followed Qi Yihuan from the capital to Yongzhou and back hurriedly approached. Miss, your bracelet was left in the carriage. The bracelet in question was indeed the one Qi Yihuan had sold. Qiao Wanyan smiled. Sister, you truly have a knack for jesting. Is this bracelet not right here? Which one did you sell? Chapter 47. Your Highness, has my sister gone mad? In an instant, Qiao Yihuan felt an icy chill envelop her body. It could not be. That bracelet had been sold by her in Yongzhou, at a rather inconspicuous and somewhat remote pawnshop. How could it possibly reappear in the carriage? She seized the bracelet and scrutinized it closely, hoping against hope that it was merely a look-alike, not the very one she had pawned. Yet, after examining it from every angle, she could not convince herself otherwise. This was indeed the very bracelet she had relinquished. How could this have happened? Xiaoying covertly observed the prince's expression, and true to her expectations, she noticed something amiss in his demeanor, causing her heart to skip a beat. She turned to chastise. What nonsense are you spouting? Your Highness gifted this bracelet to the young lady, and it was pawned in Yongzhou. How could it possibly be here? Are you presenting a counterfeit bracelet to deliberately incriminate her? The maid's eyes widened in fear, and she immediately knelt, shaking her head. I would never dare. I would never dare. Sister Xiaoying, what are you saying? This bracelet has always been worn by the young lady. I personally placed it on her hand when we departed from Yongzhou. The maid, named He Yi, had served Qiao Yihuan since her time at the Ministry of Revenue, having been by her side for 5 or 6 years. Due to her timid nature and sparse words, she was often bullied by several other maids in Qiao Yihuan's household, which led to Qiao Yihuan placing her trust in her. Apart from Xiaoying, she was the second in whom Qiao Yihuan had faith. This was also the reason for bringing her along to Yongzhou, knowing she was often mistreated by those maids and that she was not one of Qiao Wanyan's favorites, who looked down upon such meek and timid individuals. But why, at this moment, was she fabricating lies? Just as Qiao Yihuan was about to speak, she heard He Jiyu's voice from behind. You say this bracelet was just in the carriage? He nodded, seemingly nervous under the crown prince's scrutiny, her body slightly leaning forward, hands trembling with anxiety. Replying to Your Highness, yes. I was waiting by the carriage when I caught a glimpse of a corner of a jade bracelet peeking out from beneath the soft blanket inside. Curiosity compelled me to board the carriage for a closer look, and I discovered it was the young lady's most treasured piece, which she wears daily without fail. I hurried to bring it to her. Who would have thought Sister Xiaoying would scold me so harshly? I truly did not understand what I had done wrong. As she spoke, He Ye's voice quivered with barely contained tears, feeling wronged and aggrieved. Qiao Wanyan cast a sidelong glance at Ziyuan, who instantly understood. The eldest young lady had indeed hidden the bracelet, only to fabricate a tale about selling it to aid Xiaoying's recovery. Those unaware might think that during their time in the Jin residence, they had been excessively harsh on the eldest young lady, to the point of needing to pawn a bracelet just to afford a physician. Ziyuan, do not speak so disrespectfully, Qiao Wanyan admonished lightly. Ziyuan, feeling indignant, pouted in defiance, muttering, but what I say is the truth. Whatever delectable treats or amusements there were in the Jin residence, the young lady would always ensure a portion was sent for the eldest young lady. Who could have known that upon returning to the capital, she would stage such a performance? Could it be that she resents His Highness for gifting our young lady with the precious Wanyan jade ointment and sending a carriage to escort her? Ziyuan, Qiao Wanyan shot her a glare, then quickly clarified, Your Highness, do not heed her nonsense. She has been spoiled by me, her mouth lacks restraint. My sister is merely joking, please do not take it to heart. Yin Yao blinked, recalling her time at the Jin residence. During her convalescence, Ayan did not often accompany her outdoors, yet each time she returned, Ayan would have prepared delightful treats and amusements for her, even ensuring that a portion was sent to Jiao Yihuan. Although Ayan sometimes exhibited a lack of cordiality towards Jiao Yihuan, she was notably generous when it came to food and drink. She often remarked that no siblings could avoid petty squabbles, yet fundamentally, They were sisters without lasting grievances. Yin Yao quickly added, Sister Ziyuan is not mistaken. Ayan indeed prepared double portions of good things during her time at the Jin residence. One for me and one for Zhao Yihuan. One cannot be so ungrateful. Zhao Yihuan felt a multitude of grievances swell within her, unable to voice them. Did she truly cherish those delicacies? After enduring the pain of barbed arrows being forcibly removed from her shoulder, and with an abundance of medicinal supplements hastening her recovery, was she to thank Qiao Wanyan? Yin Yao pouted, with so many delicious treats, I've grown quite plump. Meanwhile, you lament daily about your lack of appetite. Deliberately feigning misery. You. Zhao Yihuan felt her temples throb with anger. You speak nonsense. Qiao Wanyan inwardly scoffed at the feeble retort. Lu Jinya observed the scene with a detached demeanor. When it came to cunning, who could outmaneuver that madwoman? Purposefully sending food to Zhao Yihuan in front of Yin Yao. Yet how could Yin Yao fathom what transpired in that dark chamber concerning Zhao Yihuan? Qiao Wanyan timely intervened. It is getting late. Perhaps we should proceed to the capital. Your Highness, you have yet to dine. Would you care to join us for a meal at the residence? He Ji noted the unfamiliar fury etched on Zhao Yihuan's face, a visage so distorted it seemed alien to him. He was uncertain of the truth in Yihuan's words. Yet he was aware that the bracelet had not been pawned. The tribute from Nanliang, a piece of mutton fat jade tinged with a hint of crimson, was unique. He could not be mistaken. Very well, let us depart, he replied. Your Highness. Zhao Yihuan felt a surge of anxiety. She feared this indifferent He Jiyu. She was apprehensive of his disbelief. Should he choose to believe, he would undoubtedly seek to clarify the matter and restore her honor. Xiaoling felt a pang of sympathy. Her mistress must be utterly aggrieved to be in such a state of distress. It was utterly indefensible. Yihuan, the hour grows late. We shall enter the capital. He Jiyu's tone softened slightly. Hearing his voice, Zhao Yihuan felt as if her strength had ebbed away in an instant. Gritting her teeth, she seemed to arrive at a momentous decision. Your Highness, I have lost considerable weight and appear quite haggard, not out of pickiness, but due to the severity of my injuries, I truly lack an appetite. Qiao Wanyan had 2 barbed arrows thrust into my shoulder and forcibly removed them. All that I present now is an act. As her words fell, an oppressive silence enveloped the surroundings. Qiao Wanyan remained composed, her face a mask of bewilderment as if observing a madwoman. Sister, what are you talking about? How long do you plan to keep up this charade? Qiao Yihuan clenched her fists. The sharp rebuke startled Qiao Wanyan, causing her to tremble slightly. She cautiously stepped closer to He Jiyu, gripping his sleeve with trepidation. Her once bright peach blossom eyes now filled with fear and anxiety. With a quivering voice, she inquired, Your Highness, has my sister lost her mind? Chapter 48, Yihuan. Cease this commotion. At that moment, Qiao Yihuan longed to rush forward and tear away the mask from Qiao Wanyan's face. The fragile demeanor she displayed truly resembled that of a madwoman, leaving her utterly frightened. Previously, Qiao Wanyan had been indulged and willful, acting solely according to her whims. Never pretending to be demure or meek, she had always employed her assertive nature to dominate others. The prince despised such women, which had always alleviated Qiao Yihuan's fears of losing him to Qiao Wanyan. However, now she felt as though she were being driven to madness. Her frequent outbursts had evidently altered the prince's impression of her. To her dismay, he had even begun to doubt her. Yin Yao, growing increasingly exasperated, exclaimed, How much longer will you persist? My sister Ayan would never commit such acts. Even if she did, there must be a reason. Have you perhaps harmed her in some way? Qiao Yihuan was momentarily speechless. Xiaoling quickly interjected, Our young lady possesses a kind heart. How could she ever bully others? Who doesn't know that Qiao Wanyan has a malicious and spiteful nature? What is there that she wouldn't do? Enough. He Jiyu's sharp reprimand silenced everyone. His gaze fell upon Qiao Yihuan's astonished expression, and though his tone softened slightly, it was still far from its former warmth. Yihuan, please stop this uproar. Qiao Yihuan stood frozen, her blood seemingly congealing, each heartbeat piercing her like a dagger, inflicting a pain more agonizing than death. He Jiyu turned away, and Qiao Wanyan followed suit. Jiang Qiyun approached quietly to offer solace. Sister Yihuan, I believe in you. Do not be disheartened. Qiao Yihuan suddenly let out a laugh. Believe? Does that tone sound like belief? He is merely comforting himself. No one believed her. How had things come to this? Hadn't the dream foretold that all men would love her, believe in her, and defend her? Why had reality diverged so drastically? It had all seemed true at first. Qiao Wanyan boarded the carriage and opened the window to gaze at Qiao Yihuan, who still stood rooted in place. A smirk of unmasked derision crept across her lips, as if mocking her sister's inability to defend herself, stating the truth, yet met with disbelief. Zi Yuan's smile could not be suppressed. It was exhilarating, truly exhilarating. In the past, it had been Qiao Wanyan who had been incensed by Qiao Yihuan's feigned fragility, but now the tables had turned. Who would have imagined that Qiao Yihuan would face the prince's rebuke? Ah, what a joyous occasion. Upon returning to the minister's residence, Qiao Minister and Madame Jean awaited at the entrance to welcome them. The prince himself had gone to the city gate to receive them. What an honor. Even if they were disabled, the couple felt compelled to show off their prestige. A flurry of polite inquiries and flattering compliments accompanied a group into the residence. Qiao Yihuan observed the harmonious gathering ahead, her heart sinking in despair. Silently, she stood still, yearning for His Highness to notice her emotions, to return and inquire about her well-being, and to walk alongside her once more. Yet he did not. He seemed utterly oblivious to her presence, strolling with hands clasped behind his back, listening to his father's flattery. Qiao Yihuan returned directly to Mingxiang Pavilion. Despite the biting cold of winter, no one in the household had kindled a fire, even though they knew she would return today. Inside the room, it felt even chillier than outside. Xiaoying stepped outside, her voice laced with anger. Do you not know that the young lady is back today? Why is there no fire? It's freezing in here. What are you all doing? One maid shot her a disdainful glance and retorted, What are we shouting about? We are cleaning the courtyard, not idling around. It's not like the young lady pays us our wages. What gives you the right to say anything? As Xiaoying prepared to respond, Qiao Yihuan pulled her back. Let it go. At that moment, He Yi obediently entered, saying, Miss, I shall go light the fire. Qiao Yihuan turned to her. Her previously gentle demeanor vanished, replaced by a stoic expression as she approached He Yi. Under He Yi's averted gaze, she struck her sharply across the face. This act stunned not only those outside, but also Xiaoying. The young lady had never struck anyone before. This was indeed the first time. Why would you say such things? Why betray me? Where did you obtain that bracelet? He Yi fell to her knees, exclaiming, What is the young lady talking about? I do not know. At this moment, Qiao Yihuan was consumed by rage, delivering another slap. A strange, unexplained sense of relief washed over her, as if the release of her pent-up frustration had eased somewhat. It was no wonder Qiao Wanyan had always found solace in striking others, be it herself or the servants. That bracelet was clearly pawned by me. Where did you retrieve it? He Yi shook her head. Miss, that bracelet is not one you wear daily. When did you pawn it? Stop lying. Qiao Yihuan struck her again. He Yi could no longer contain her tears, covering her face and weeping pitifully, unable to utter a word. Get out and kneel. He Yi, still covering her face, exited to kneel in the courtyard. Xiaoying glanced at her and said, Miss, please do not be angry. I will light the fire right away. You should sit and rest. Xiaoying, missing an arm, struggled with her tasks, bustling about without realizing when He Yi had vanished from the courtyard. In the Xianyang Hall, the Crown Prince remarked, Your Highness is truly too courteous. As the heir apparent, it is only fitting that my daughter risk her life to save you. Your graciousness is unwarranted. Xiao Shangshu's smile was impossible to suppress. Jin Shi interjected, Yin Yin. The Crown Prince has specially sent someone to deliver Wan Yin jade ointment for you, and even arranged for a carriage to bring you here. Should you not promptly express your gratitude to His Highness? Qiao Wanyan's smile was gentle and enchanting, a blush gracing her cheeks that spoke volumes of youthful shyness, captivating all who beheld her with a glance that lingered in their minds. She rose and lifted her wine cup, expressing her gratitude. I thank you, Your Highness. He Ji smiled gently. It was you who saved me. Why must you thank me? Lady Qiao, do not trouble yourself to feign modesty. Jin's eyes twinkled with mirth, surprised that the Crown Prince addressed Yin Yin as Wanyan. At that moment, a servant approached to announce, Master, a maid from Mingxiang Pavilion has arrived. Minister Qiao contemplated sending her away, deeming it inappropriate for such an important occasion, yet refrained from speaking due to the Crown Prince's presence. Let her in, he instructed. He entered with her head lowered, reporting, Master, the eldest young lady is unwell and will not be joining for dinner. He Ji observed her attempt to evade his gaze, prompting him to raise his head. He hesitated before slowly lifting her head, revealing a distinct handprint on her right cheek, a clear indication of a recent strike. Chapter 49. I only love myself when He Yi returned. It was half an hour later. The door creaked open, allowing a chill to seep into the already unwelcoming room, causing Qiao Yihuan, seated before the mirror, to frown slightly. Through the copper mirror, she scrutinized the entering He Yi, her frown deepening. Xiaoying said you disappeared half an hour ago. Where have you been? She had remained seated before the mirror, fixated on the scars adorning her shoulders. The ghastly wounds were so pronounced that even the powder puff could not conceal them. Not to mention the crown prince. Even she felt a wave of nausea at the sight. She needed to seek the divine physician at the apothecary valley. Yet she had to devise a suitable plan to leave. Unceremoniously mentioning the apothecary valley would certainly elicit her father's disapproval of her venturing out. In contemplating this matter, she barely registered He Yi's absence. He entered and replied, "Miss, I went to Xianyang Hall to inform the master of your condition. So you would not be joining for dinner." Qiao Wanyan turned to her, a flicker of curiosity in her expression. "What did His Highness say?" He answered, "His Highness merely instructed me to lift my head." "What?" Qiao Huan rose slowly, anticipation coursing through her. He continued, "His Highness simply asked that I raise my head." Qiao Huan furrowed her brow, puzzled by the implication. Though young and of ordinary appearance, he could not have caught His Highness's attention, especially since he initially overlooked women like Qiao Wanyan. Could it be? A realization dawned upon her as she stepped forward, lifting He Yi's chin to inspect the marks on her cheek in the candlelight, and everything became clear. "You," Qiao Huan admonished, "I never instructed you to go to Xianyang Hall. Why did you do so? Was it intentional?" A shiver ran through her. Previously, at the city gate, she had inexplicably produced a jade bracelet that should have remained hidden, and now, he had gone to Xianyang Hall, deliberately showcasing the mark on her face. What else could this be but intentional? She had always perceived He Yi as obedient, albeit timid, yet loyal. In Mingxiang Pavilion, apart from Xiaoying, she had allowed only her close proximity. But now, even she had betrayed her. Pointing an accusatory finger, she demanded, "Whose side are you on? Are you with the madam or with Qiao Wanyan? Dear sister, how foolish you are. Even now, you cannot deduce the truth." Draped in a rich crimson cloak, Qiao Wanyan's delicate visage, radiant as a lotus flower, appeared strikingly enchanting, almost celestial. The night sky served as a backdrop, blooming with the most resplendent of flowers, causing even the luminous moon to shyly retreat behind the clouds. She stepped gracefully over the threshold and settled into the principal seat. Her face adorned with a beaming smile as she regarded Qiao Yuan's face, twisted in a state of utmost repression. Unable to restrain herself, Qiao Wanyan let out a light laugh, exclaiming, "Sister, it is rather cold here. The charcoal fire is insufficiently vigorous. I feel no warmth upon entering." In her own residence, Yongning Pavilion, the charcoal fire thrived, yet the true comfort emanated from the heated floor and warm walls. Entering her abode felt akin to stepping into the embrace of spring. Exceedingly warm, even in a mere thin nightgown. Qiao Yuan maintained a stern countenance, questioning, "When did you manage to win her over? Has sister finally dropped the facade? Even when I tormented you mercilessly in the past, you remained submissive and demure. What has changed now?" A sudden realization dawned upon Qiao Wanyan. "Oh, perhaps you sense a threat? The affection of the sole high-ranking individual is gradually fading away, leaving you anxious and restless, unable to eat or sleep." She sighed, feigning regret. "Sister, one must learn to concede." Qiao Yuan's expression darkened. "My affection for His Highness is mutual. The bond we share cannot be severed by your cunning schemes. You harbor feelings for the crown prince?" Qiao Wanyan feigned surprise. "Sister, falling for a man is the most foolish of endeavors." Qiao Yuan, taken aback, inquired, "You do not love His Highness?" "Naturally not. I only love myself," Qiao Wanyan replied, her tone light, yet her words carried the weight of 1,000 burdens. "I do not need to love him. I merely require his love for me. Those who become ensnared in such emotions are the true losers. How could I allow myself to lose?" Qiao Yuan deemed her utterly insane, for love is the most beautiful thing in the world. Her love for His Highness ran deep, yearning for him to cherish her for a lifetime. Only through mutual affection can one hope to grow old together and share a life. Their ideologies were starkly contrasting, each finding the other's beliefs utterly absurd. Suddenly, Qiao Yuan asked, "The bracelet, you must have orchestrated that, right?" Qiao Wanyan did not deny it. "Thanks to your loyal maid. I would not have known of your every move otherwise. You pawned the bracelet, and soon after, the pawnbroker delivered it into my hands." Her maternal grandfather was a royal merchant, possessing numerous enterprises in Yongzhou. The unremarkable pawnshop belonged to the Jin family. Qiao Yuan glared furiously at He Yi, while Qiao Wanyan calmly remarked, "Sister, do not blame He Yi, For these servants, a single silver note can secure a lifetime of comfort for their families. For the impoverished, money can compel them to forsake their pride and loyalty. When did this happen? When did you bribe her? Qiao Wanyan pondered for a moment. It was likely the day before the crown prince hosted a welcoming banquet for King Jing. After reading that tale, I soon bribed He Yi, instructing her to inform me of any movements from Qiao Wanyan. Look, now the crown prince and you have finally developed a rift. Although it may not lead to a complete severance of ties, the foundation for such a division is continually being laid. The accumulation of contradictions has reached a critical point, and the day of reckoning is inevitable. Since I cannot bring myself to harm Qiao Wanyan directly, I shall ensure that their relationship is irrevocably shattered. Qiao Wanyan stumbled slightly, nearly losing her balance. It had been so long since He Yi had developed ulterior motives, and Qiao Wanyan's malice was truly insidious, having placed a spy by her side to monitor her every move. Are you not afraid that I will reveal everything to His Highness? My bond with him is profound. Do you truly believe he would not trust me? Qiao Wanyan, unfazed, approached her with a facade of innocence, leaning closer to whisper in her ear, "But, dear sister, are you not concerned for your mother's safety?" In that instant, Qiao Wanyan felt an icy chill envelop her. Qiao Wanyan was quite pleased with the expression on her face, and her smile faded. "Close your mouth, and your mother may live." With that, she turned to leave. Suddenly, Qiao Wanyan spun around, her voice rising in indignation. "You are so malicious. Are you not afraid of retribution?" Without looking back, Qiao Wanyan replied, "Retribution is merely a psychological comfort for the weak." Chapter 50. The protagonist's despair. For several consecutive days, Qiao Wanyan remained hidden within Mingxiang Pavilion. While the minister's residence was bustling with guests, the second daughter of the Qiao family had risked her life to save the crown prince, and the Jin family had generously donated a substantial amount of grain, which delighted the emperor, who bestowed numerous rewards. In an instant, the city's elite sent their wives to pay visits, and those who had previously looked down upon the Jin family for their merchant origins now donned smiles and offered flattery. It seemed that in their minds, the marriage of the Qiao family's second daughter to the Eastern Palace was already a foregone conclusion. The Jin family felt a sense of pride, increasingly convinced that they had given birth to a treasure. The crown prince was in the study discussing state affairs with Minister Qiao when Qiao Wanyan made her entrance. The young servant at the door immediately bowed in greeting, acknowledging the second young lady. "The master is currently in discussion with His Highness. Shall I announce your presence?" Qiao Wanyan's voice was measured, allowing those inside to hear without appearing intrusive. "No need. Father and His Highness are occupied with important matters. I cannot disturb them. I shall return later when Father has finished." "But Yanyan has arrived?" came Minister Qiao's voice from within. The servant quickly went inside to relay the message, and moments later, Qiao Wanyan was ushered in. "I pay my respects to His Highness." Seated upon an intricately carved sandalwood chair, He Yi sat upright, his demeanor exuding a serene nobility reminiscent of the moon shining brightly in the sky, his visage imbued with an innate grace and aloofness. Upon seeing Qiao Wanyan approach, his typically stoic expression softened slightly. No need for formalities. Minister Qiao, upon seeing his daughter, could hardly contain his pride. "Yanyan, have you come to see your father about something?" Qiao Wanyan took the food box from the hands of the attendant behind her. "Father, you forgot. The doctor mentioned that you must rest well and consume your soup and medicine. I have brought you the soup and will ensure you drink it, so you do not secretly dispose of it due to its bitterness." Her tone bore an air of gentle reproach, which elicited a broad smile from Minister Qiao. "I beg His Highness's pardon. My daughter is simply overly attentive and dutiful, always monitoring my diet and forbidding me from drinking wine. Yet I find it impossible to be angry with her." He Yi felt a twinge of envy within him, for the warmth and purity of such a father-son bond was something he would never possess in his lifetime. Growing up under the tender affection of a father, it was no wonder that Qiao Wanyan exuded such confidence and brightness. He and Wanyan were akin, sharing a mutual understanding. That day, he seemed to have overstepped his bounds. Wanyan must be deeply saddened. Qiao Wanyan timidly inquired, "Your Highness, do you enjoy sweet soup? I have personally prepared 2 bowls, intending to share one with my father. If it pleases you, would you care to try?" Qiao Shangshu, perplexed, wondered when his daughter had ever stepped into the kitchen. She had always complained about the smoke and had never ventured inside. Yet, as a father, he would never expose his daughter's pretense. He Ji gently nodded and accepted the bowl, admiring the exquisite plum blossom that adorned it, a true testament to elegance. At that moment, Xiaoying burst in, the attendant outside unable to stop her. "Old Prince, Your Highness, you are here. My young lady." "My young lady," Xiaoying gasped, struggling to complete her sentence. He Jiyu immediately set the sweet soup aside and rose, alarmed. "What has happened to Yihuan? My young lady has attempted suicide." He Jiyu's pupils constricted in an instant. Without hesitation, he instructed Xiaoying to lead him to Mingxiang Pavilion. Xiao Shangshu was equally astonished. The girl had been quietly residing there for some time. How could she suddenly resort to such drastic measures? Especially while the crown prince was in the residence. Silence enveloped the study. "Shall we go and take a look?" Qiao Wanyan observed the untouched bowl of sweet soup on the table, realizing that Yihuan must have been driven to a desperate situation to resort to such theatrics. "Are you suggesting that Xiao Yihuan is feigning? What should we do? The crown prince will surely feel pity for her." At that moment, "It wouldn't bode well for my lady. The crown prince has only recently begun to show kindness towards her, and now that brazen woman is causing a scene?" Qiao Wanyan, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "What is the rush? The true heroine remains unyielding. She is merely digging her own grave. To threaten with suicide over a single misunderstanding. If I were a man, I would find it utterly irksome. Such antics only hold sway when a man still harbors affection. If he does not, even a noose would merely seem a swing to him, an eyesore." Upon entering Mingxiang Pavilion, He Jiyu immediately saw Qiao Yihuan unconscious on the floor. He swiftly approached and carefully lifted her, placing her upon the bed. He tossed his token to Jing Yuan. "Go to the Imperial Medical Institute and summon Physician Wang." Jing Yuan nodded and promptly departed. He Jiyu wore an expression of fury, and Xiao Shangshu, seasoned in reading the room after decades in the court, stepped outside to confront the kneeling maidens in the courtyard. "Why has the eldest young lady suddenly fainted?" One older servant responded, "Sir, I am unaware. The young lady has recently not permitted us to attend to her, so we are oblivious to her actions." Another chimed in, "Yes, sir. The young lady has been in poor spirits and has kept us at bay. We truly do not know why she has suddenly collapsed." Xiaoying restrained herself from rushing out to scold them for their deceit. Instead, she turned to the crown prince and said, "Since Miss returned from Yongzhou, she has been unable to eat, often waking in the night from nightmares, crying until dawn before finally dozing off in a haze. I thought that a bowl of porridge might suffice in place of a meal, so I went out to prepare some. Upon my return, however, I found her unconscious." He Jiyu furrowed his brows deeply, yet remained silent. Xiaoying stole a glance at him, unable to decipher his thoughts. However, from the way he gazed at her miss, she discerned a hint of concern and guilt. Not long after, Qiao Wanyan arrived, and Jing Yuan brought the esteemed imperial physician, Wang. The elderly Wang, despite being over 50, possessed remarkably bright eyes and immediately noticed the mandrake herbs on the table. He picked up a few, gently sniffing them, before checking Qiao Yihuan's pulse. "Your Highness, Miss Qiao has ingested an overdose of mandrake. When taken in small doses, this herb can numb the nerves, but improper dosage may lead to poisoning, which could be fatal." Numbing the nerves? Had Yihuan chosen to dull her senses in response to her unbearable reality? Wang sighed, expressing his helplessness. "I might be able to awaken Miss Qiao momentarily, but I cannot eliminate the toxins from her body." If only what? Wang replied, "If we could locate the miraculous healer from the Apothecary Valley. There may yet be hope. However, whether that healer resides in the valley remains unverified." Chapter 51. Sister, roasting someone over a cauldron is my specialty. Both healers and laypersons have heard of this medical prodigy from the Apothecary Valley. 5 years ago, this young healer traveled alone, saving many on the brink of death. Those whom other doctors deemed hopeless improved rapidly under his care, and even the gravely ill, confined to their beds, regained their ability to leap and bound. Yet, in recent years, he has vanished from the 9 provinces. Some say he resides in the Apothecary Valley, while others claim that the so-called miraculous healer is merely a fabrication of the families of the dying, a comforting lie designed to instill hope. Qiao Wanyan stood at the door, certain of the healer's existence. Her only relative, Yin Yao, was currently in her Yongning Pavilion, playing with the intricate Chinese puzzle. In the tales, this healer is portrayed as emotionally detached and averse to human contact, yet his medical skills are unrivaled, capable of restoring life to the dead and effortlessly removing scars. In the original storyline, it was Qiao Yihuan who shielded the crown prince from an arrow, and although the scar was diminished with the use of Wanyan ointment, it was not completely eradicated. Thus, the crown prince took Qiao Yihuan to the Apothecary Valley in search of fortune, while insisting she accompany him under threat of harm to her mother. Eventually, as fate would have it, they reached the Apothecary Valley and successfully encountered the miraculous healer. It was there that she witnessed firsthand, under the gentle persuasion of Qiao Wanyan and the support of Yun Yao, how the healer became one of Qiao Wanyan's many admirers. The discontent arising from jealousy led to repeated disturbances, ultimately resulting in a humiliating defeat for those involved, thereby accentuating the purity of Qiao Wanyan, the delicate flower. Yet now, Yun Yao regards her as a sister, relying on her deeply. Without this support, can the narrative of the story unfold smoothly? I await it with great anticipation. After several doses of medicine from Dr. Wang, Qiao Wanyan finally awoke. She slowly lifted her eyelids, blinking as she gazed at the man beside her bed. Tears suddenly blurred her vision. Was she dreaming? How wonderful it was that even in her dreams, the prince was willing to visit her. The overwhelming sense of grievance dissipated, and the impatience displayed by He Ji on that day vanished without a trace. Ziyuan gritted her teeth, cursing under her breath. What a dream. Why don't you just die in your dreams? Yihuan, this is not a dream. You have ingested an excessive amount of belladonna and have been poisoned. I was quite worried. Qiao Yihuan was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, not a dream? Suddenly, she broke into tears. The prince is deceiving me even in my dreams. Why would he come to see me if he is angry with me? If the prince ignores me, I do not see the purpose of living. Perhaps it would be better to die, to escape the pain. She propped herself up, gazing at him with tear-filled eyes, her look brimming with affection. Without the prince, Yihuan truly could not fathom the meaning of existence. Yet, in the face of death, to see the prince brought her immense satisfaction. Even if it were merely a dream, it was still a treasure. After saying this, she reached out to embrace He Ji, wanting to burrow into his arms. In the past, she would never have dared to overstep, but now she could no longer afford to be passive. Qiao Yihuan closed her eyes, holding him tightly, her heart swelling with excitement and happiness. How beautiful it was to embrace the man she cherished. Did the prince share the same feelings? Sister, it is truly wonderful that you have awakened. A familiar female voice rang out, and Qiao Yihuan immediately opened her eyes, only to see Qiao Wanyan before her. A buzzing sensation filled her mind as she released her hold on Qiao Wanyan, confused about when she had arrived. Qiao Wanyan wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, Sister, I know that you are still somewhat disoriented after waking up and acted on your subconscious impulses. However, sister, you and the prince have not yet established a marriage contract. There is a distinction between men and women. If word of this were to spread, how could you bear the shame of being deemed unchaste? She gently added, I have taken the liberty to prevent your impulsive actions, and I hope you do not take offense. I did this entirely for your sake. He Ji found himself in a quandary when Qiao Yihuan attempted to embrace him. To refuse her would cause her further distress, especially since she had just awakened and was in a vulnerable state. Yet to comply could lead to rumors that would bring no benefit to a lady, and she would be subjected to derision. The empress already held a negative view of Yihuan. If rumors arose, her reputation would only worsen. Ultimately, it was Qiao Wanyan, concerned for her sister's reputation, who alleviated his dilemma. Qiao Shangshu remarked, Wanyan, you too act for your sister's honor. How could she possibly blame you for doing what is right? Your actions were indeed correct. It is a relief that Yihuan has awakened. Your father has been greatly worried. The body and life are gifts from our parents. How could you so lightly consider your life and contemplate suicide? Qiao Yihuan felt that her father's affectionate demeanor was utterly insincere. In the past, he had never shown her even the slightest smile or uttered a word of concern. The most he would say was that her younger sister was still small and that she should accommodate her. You are the elder sister. What is there to compete with your sister? He would remind her. The Qiao family raising you is already a blessing you have earned over several lifetimes. Do not be ungrateful. As a child, she envied the way her father doted on Qiao Wanyan to the point of indulgence. However, as she grew older, she gradually came to terms with the reality of her father's indifference towards her. Just like now, when he spoke of concern for her well-being, it was merely a veiled criticism of her suicidal thoughts. If her father did not love her, why should she continue to harbor love for him? Qiao Yihuan threw off the covers and got out of bed, making a motion as if to kneel on the floor, believing herself to be in the wrong and seeking her father's forgiveness and punishment. He Ji immediately rushed to support her, exclaiming, Yihuan, you have just returned from the brink of death. How can you torment yourself like this? Qiao Shangshu questioned. Is it necessary to put her through such distress so soon after awakening? Qiao Yihuan's actions inadvertently placed Qiao Shangshu in an awkward position, making it impossible for him to respond appropriately. Qiao Wanyan extended her hand to help her up, but Qiao Yihuan, just awakened, was filled with an unexplainable vigor, making it difficult for her sister to assist her. "Sister, what are you doing?" Qiao Yiru asked weakly. "It is I who has erred and should seek father's pardon. Before the throne, let father fulfill the role of a harsh parent, so that the prince may understand how this good father treats his daughter." Qiao Wanyan interjected. "Father is merely flustered with concern and has not considered that sister has just awakened and is overly sensitive. Sister, you must not blame father. He remained here, steadfast, while you were unconscious. Does this not make your actions seem harsh to him?" Qiao Yihuan's expression stiffened. In just a few sentences, the focus shifted from Qiao Shangshu to her perceived immaturity. Chapter 52. If he is bullied, he cannot bully me anymore. Qiao Shangshu was overwhelmed with affection for Qiao Wanyan, wishing to lift her high in the air, feeling as if he had been blessed in his previous life to have such a delightful daughter in this one. This love is not in vain, he thought. Observing her somewhat rigid demeanor, Qiao Wanyan's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief. Sister has just awakened and needs rest. The prince has also kept vigil for a long time. Perhaps it would be best for him to return and rest while I take care of sister. He Jiyu glanced at Qiao Yihuan, agreeing that she was still too sensitive after waking and should indeed rest. "Yihuan, take good care of yourself. Do not dwell on unfounded thoughts. I have not neglected you, merely been occupied of late. The toxins lingering within you can only be purged by the esteemed physician from the apothecary valley. I will certainly find him to treat you." Qiao Yihuan nodded, secretly wishing he would remain, but she understood that saying more would only yield unfavorable consequences. Nonetheless, it was enough for her that the prince was no longer indifferent. Moreover, having the prince assist her in seeking the physician was her true objective. Once Qiao Shangshu left with his entourage, the room fell silent. Qiao Wanyan grasped her arms, and Qiao Yihuan stood up in response. The next moment, Qiao Wanyan suddenly released her grip, causing her to lose balance and fall to the ground, wincing in pain. "What are you doing?" Xiao Ying hurried over to assist Qiao Yihuan, but her one-armed state rendered her quite ineffective. Qiao Wanyan offered no acknowledgement, as if the pair of them were beneath her notice, and turned to leave. Xiao Ying, filled with indignation, retorted, "Aren't you afraid I might go seek out His Highness the Crown Prince right now?" However, Qiao Yihuan grasped her hand, shaking her head in a silent plea for restraint. Their mother's life was still in the hands of those women. She could not afford to openly confront Qiao Wanyan just yet. Once she married the Crown Prince and brought their mother over, then she could seek her revenge without fear. Ziyuan glanced back, her eyes narrowing in ire. In a few swift steps, she approached Xiao Ying and delivered a sharp slap. "You uncouth wretch, who do you think you are speaking to like that? You are a servant. Is this how you address your mistress? What do you think of yourself?" Xiao Ying covered her face, feeling utterly wronged. Ziyuan huffed disdainfully before striding away with a newfound sense of satisfaction. Upon entering the courtyard of Yongning Pavilion, Qiao Wanyan immediately spotted Lu Jinya, perched on the armrest of the corridor, leaning against a pillar with one foot propped up casually. His expression was inscrutable as he cast a glance in her direction. She lowered her gaze slightly, discomfort washing over her at his relaxed demeanor. Qiao Wanyan beckoned him over with a subtle motion of her hand. Lu Jinya's deep-set eyes, akin to an unfathomable abyss, revealed no discernible emotion as he approached her. Dressed in dark robes, the striking youth drew the attention of several maids, who whispered among themselves, intrigued by the sudden appearance of such a handsome young guard accompanying their mistress from Yongzhou. However, upon observing the mistress's demeanor towards him, they speculated that he had likely offended her, for she seemed to hold him in considerable disdain. It was not uncommon for him to be punished with a night of kneeling in the snowy courtyard. As he drew closer, Qiao Wanyan had to tilt her head slightly to meet his gaze. "I am in a rather foul mood at present," she declared. Lu Jinya replied coolly. "What concern is that of mine?" Qiao Wanyan slowly withdrew a hairpin from her hair and forcefully jabbed it into his shoulder. Despite her deliberate effort, it only penetrated about a quarter of the way, yet it was sufficient to render the servants in the courtyard speechless with fear. She extracted the pin and tossed it aside, crimson blood splattering onto the ground like a vibrant plum blossom blooming amidst the snow, exuding a strange beauty. "Now I feel much better," she remarked. Lu Jinya glanced down at his wound, his demeanor eerily calm as if he felt no pain at all. Did his own injury render him uncomfortable witnessing others in perfect health? Qiao Wanyan found his stoic nature unsettling. No matter how she tormented him, he remained unyielding, devoid of any visible reaction, as if he were impervious to suffering. At times, she even found him rather terrifying, as if he possessed no vulnerabilities whatsoever. I crave the roasted oranges from the orange grove in the southern city. Go fetch some for me, she commanded. She placed her hand on Lu Jinya's shoulder with an imperious tone befitting a spoiled young lady, declaring that if he could not return in half a tea's time, she would create symmetry on his left shoulder. With that, Qiao Wanyan departed without a glance back. Not to mention half a tea's time. Even half an hour would be a commendable return. Was she not blatantly bullying him? Yet, the servants of Yongning Pavilion dared not voice such thoughts. Offending Lu Jinya was one thing. They could not afford to be his targets. As if he had timed his return perfectly, Lu Jinya indeed came back in half a tea's time. The roasted orange he held was still warm, yet his hand felt like ice. He approached, a chilling aura surrounding him. Although the wound no longer bled, it had not yet been bandaged. Qiao Wanyan blinked, clearly surprised by his swift return. Lu Jinya noticed her gaze fixated on his uninjured left shoulder, and he could sense her profound disappointment. The warm roasted orange was placed on the table, but Qiao Wanyan did not even spare it a glance, expressing her desire for the osmanthus cake from Minghua Tower instead. Without a word, Lu Jinya turned to procure it. Moments later, the freshly made osmanthus cake from Minghua Tower was presented before her. As Qiao Shangs, who had just seen off the crown prince and entered Yongning Pavilion, he beheld a strikingly handsome youth kneeling on the ground, cradling a plate adorned with the enticing osmanthus cake. His precious daughter languidly reclined on the imperial concubine couch, her servant Ziyuan gently massaging her calves while she leisurely savored the cake. Approaching, Qiao Shangshu caught a glimpse of the youth's shoulder, where a wound was still seeping blood, suggesting it was fresh and had not yet been tended to. Father, Qiao Shangshu immediately responded with a beaming smile. My dear daughter, I have something to tell you. The crown prince would soon take Qiao Yihuan to Yaoshigu in search of a divine doctor. Since Qiao Yihuan was currently in a fragile state, he wished for her to accompany her elder sister for care. Would she be willing? If unwilling, he would concoct an excuse for her not to attend. Of course I will go, Qiao Wanyan replied promptly. Although the ointment has been applied to my shoulder, there are still some traces. Coincidentally, I had intended to visit Yaoshigu anyway. Lu Jinya's expression shifted slightly. Yaoshigu? Is that not the very place he wishes to go? To find the antidote, and subsequently eliminate Qiao Wanyan, the pampered and capricious young lady. How should he go about her demise? Perhaps he could torment her slowly, just as she had tormented herself? Qiao Wanyan, so delicate, would surely look exquisite in her agony. At that moment, a maid entered. Miss, an imperial edict has arrived, requesting your presence in the palace tomorrow. Chapter 53. Your Highness is indeed bullying me. The majestic palace, with its red walls and yellow tiles, exuded an air of opulence and oppressive grandeur that struck one with awe. Qiao Wanyan descended from the carriage, holding a warming pot, her steps graceful and dignified as she made her way towards Kunning Palace. Draped in a pale yellow cloak, she resembled the gentle warmth of spring sunshine. A delicate floral adornment graced her forehead like a finishing touch, rendering her as exquisite as a figure from a painting. The passing courtiers regarded her with astonishment, seemingly unaware of the identity of this enchanting maiden. Among the princesses of similar age within the palace, none possessed such ethereal beauty. Could she possibly be a young lady from outside the palace? It was known within these walls that the most beautiful woman in the capital was the legitimate daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Qiao Wanyan. Might this be her? Qiao Wanyan had grown accustomed to the gaze of others from a young age, walking gracefully alongside her aunt from the Kunning Palace, exuding an air of composure and poise. Aunt Su observed her demeanor with a quiet admiration, acknowledging that the second Miss Qiao indeed exhibited impeccable manners. Clearly a woman of the world, undaunted by her solitary entrance into the palace. Your Highness, I pay my respects to the Empress. May you enjoy eternal peace. Upon entering Kunning Palace, Qiao Wanyan performed a respectful bow. Her voice, neither too high nor too low, resembled the melodious call of a mountain bird, crisp and pleasant, instantly evoking fondness in the listener. The Empress scrutinized her from head to toe, recalling their encounter at the Wanshou festival a few years prior, when Qiao Wanyan had yet to blossom fully, but still possessed the unmistakable promise of beauty. As for the rumors of her being the capital's first beauty, the Empress felt no curiosity, believing the claims to be somewhat exaggerated. In fact, due to He Yanli's infatuation with her, she had harbored an inexplicable disdain. However, Upon seeing her today, the Empress felt that Qiao Wanyan truly deserved the title. Such beauty was indeed a rarity in the world, a testament to the unfairness of nature. Reflecting on the incident 4 years prior, when she had mercilessly trampled on He Yanli's dignity, the Empress now regarded the Qiao girl with increasing satisfaction. "Please rise and take a seat." "Thank you, Your Highness," Qiao Wanyan replied, standing gracefully. The Empress then inquired directly, "Are you aware that the Crown Prince will soon embark for the Apothecary Valley?" Qiao Wanyan nodded. "This subject is aware." The Empress continued, "The Crown Prince intends to take you to the Apothecary Valley to thoroughly eliminate your arrow wound scars, and I have no objections. I called you here today merely to express my gratitude as a mother." Qiao Wanyan immediately rose again. "Your Highness is too kind. I feel unworthy. Protecting His Highness from harm is what I, as a loyal subject of Du, ought to do, and on a personal note, I simply wish to prevent His Highness from injury." As her words trailed off, her voice became as faint as a whisper, yet the Empress heard her clearly. She felt increasingly pleased. Qiao Wanyan spoke with propriety and sincere, heartfelt words, neither pretentious nor excessively flattering. She exhibited grace and composure, neither servile nor arrogant. Though her mother hailed from a humble merchant background, she was the sole daughter of a wealthy royal merchant, destined to inherit vast riches. Such financial resources would undoubtedly aid Gu, rendering her a fitting match. A flicker of intrigue crossed Qiao Wanyan's lowered gaze as she realized the Crown Prince had spoken thus to the Empress. He claimed his journey to the Apothecary Valley was for his own sake, rather than for Qiao Huan. Surely, if he had stated it was for Qiao Huan, the Empress would never permit him to leave the capital. After spending a considerable time in Kunning Palace, Qiao Wanyan found herself exiting just as the Crown Prince hurriedly approached her. She feigned surprise and hurriedly bowed. At that moment, Su Gu, who was beside Qiao Wanyan, rolled her eyes and quickly spoke, "Your Highness, your arrival is indeed timely. The Empress requires her medication, and I must return to assist her. Might I trouble you to escort Miss Qiao out of the palace?" He Ji felt a twinge of unease. He had always had a penchant for discerning the darkest corners of people's hearts. Upon learning that Qiao Wanyan had been summoned by the Empress, his first thought was of the possibility that she might reveal his deception. Even if unintentional, such a scenario loomed large in his mind. With an impassive demeanor, He Ji maintained his aloof and regal appearance, exuding the commanding presence typical of someone of high rank. "What business does the Empress have with Miss Qiao?" Su Gu replied with a smile. "The Empress has long wished to meet Miss Qiao, but was previously occupied due to a sudden ailment. Now that she is recuperating, she thought it a good time to make an acquaintance. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Unbeknownst to Su Gu, He Ji harbored concerns about Qiao Yihuan's lingering poison, a secret that had remained undisclosed within the palace. The royal physician had been instructed to remain silent on the matter. Su Gu merely sought to provide the two with some privacy before hastily departing. However, in He Ji's eyes, Qiao Wanyan's need for medication immediately after leaving the Empress suggested that she had discerned his falsehood and was understandably upset. His tone neither warm nor cold, he stated, "Let us depart. I shall escort you home." Qiao Wanyan, observing his retreating figure, hurried to follow. Yet, He Ji's tall stature and long strides rendered her slightly unable to keep pace. After hastening a few paces, she suddenly halted. "Your Highness," she called softly, her tone laced with a hint of playful dissatisfaction. He Ji stopped and turned back, his initial irritation dissipating upon seeing her slightly aggrieved expression. "What is it?" he inquired, his tone softening. She held his gaze, revealing the unmasked sorrow in her eyes. Her autumn-like pupils glistened with mist, her delicate brow furrowed, and her flushed cheeks bore the hue of gentle indignation, making her seem irresistibly endearing, like a peach blossom in full spring bloom, captivating to the eyes. "You walk too swiftly, and I cannot keep up." He Ji was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such forthrightness. Throughout his life, even during his days as a prince, no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. Instead of pursuing him, Qiao Wanyan chose to wait for him to approach her. He Ji returned, unsure whether to chastise or to yield. "You are being rather spoiled." Lowering her gaze, Qiao Wanyan seemed to sulk, embodying the very essence of a petulant maiden who could not abide being deliberately neglected or bullied. He Ji found her charmingly innocent, yet spoiled demeanor amusing. "When have I ever bullied you?" Suddenly, Qiao Wanyan turned her back to him, burying her face in the soft fur of her cloak, revealing only her stunningly delicate visage, which melted his heart. "Your Highness, you have indeed bullied me," she murmured. Though her words were accusatory, He Jiyu felt no ire. It was as if he were witnessing her for the first time in this adorably unreasonable state, realizing that despite her gentle and understanding nature, she possessed her own fiery spirit. When her temper flared, she cared not who stood before her. Her audacity was remarkably bold. He Jiyu circled around and approached Qiao Wanyan, who was sulking in her fox fur cloak, and asked, "Then tell me, how has the lonely one bullied you?" Chapter 54. This prince merely wishes to eliminate her. Qiao Wanyan pressed her lips together, about to speak when her stomach audibly protested at the most inopportune moment. Having had little appetite that morning, she had only taken a sip of porridge before entering the palace. Now, with her stomach growling unexpectedly, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a breathtaking sunset. He Jiyu instinctively forgot his initial dissatisfaction and indifference, his brows softening unconsciously. "Is your stomach speaking on your behalf in protest?" Jing Yuan remarked. "Your Highness, are you jesting?" He rubbed his eyes, feeling as though he had not yet awakened from a dream. Could it be that such a dignified prince would engage in humor? Was the world truly turned upside down? Jing Yuan thought that the prince before him was unlike any he had ever seen. Typically, everyone before the prince was filled with respect and decorum, too fearful to act out of line. Yet here was Miss Qiao, pouting and sulking, and the prince displayed an unexpected patience, playfully teasing her. Surely, he must be treating Miss Qiao as if she were the younger sister of a future wife, doting on her like a child. Qiao Wanyan, her face flushed, turned and ran away, the tassels of her hairpin swaying playfully, her retreating figure exuding an enchanting vitality. The small, bright yellow silhouette vanished from sight, and He Jiyu leisurely returned to his thoughts. "Your Highness, are we departing the palace or heading to Kunning Palace?" The Empress had heard from Su Gugu that the crown prince had arrived, and under the pretense of serving her medicine, she arranged for him to escort the Qiao family daughter out of the palace. However, she did not anticipate that the crown prince would return so swiftly. Hadn't he just escorted Miss Qiao out? He Jiyu replied, "I heard that mother is unwell, and I could not help but come to check on her." The Empress felt a sense of relief. What mother would not wish for a dutiful child? Mother is not in serious trouble, merely suffering from a headache due to lack of rest last night. In a few days, you will set off for the Medicine Master Valley. Please take good care of the two Qiao ladies along the way. After all, it is for your sake that this delicate girl has endured hardship. He Jiyu maintained a calm facade, though internally he scoffed. The Empress's words and actions suggested she was unaware that his journey to the Medicine Master Valley was for Yihuan. Did Qiao Wanyan not mention this? The Empress continued, "The Qiao ladies just expressed their gratitude upon hearing you would seek out a divine physician for her at the Medicine Master Valley. I met with her today, and I find her quite likable. You should consider the matter of marriage and make a wise choice." She indeed did not mention it, and even assisted in deceiving the Empress. No wonder she felt aggrieved. She likely suspected the reason for his neglect. "Very well. You may return now." With a darkened expression, He Jiyu departed Kunning Palace. Jing Yuan, unable to restrain himself, inquired, "Your Highness, it seems we may have misunderstood Miss Qiao, but such a splendid opportunity, and she said nothing? This is not at all like the proud young lady I remember. Has she returned home?" He Jiyu suddenly asked. Jing Yuan, having inquired at the palace gates, soon reported from beside the carriage, "Your Highness." A palace servant overheard Miss Qiao saying she would be having lunch at Minghua Tower. The cool, ethereal voice of He Jiyu emanated from the carriage, directing to Minghua Tower. Upon arriving at the establishment, Qiao Wanyan proceeded directly to the third floor, followed closely by a young servant who announced, "Miss Qiao has arrived. Allow me to escort you to a private room on the second floor." Ziyuan shot him a glance, retorting, "My lady has always dined on the third floor. Today, you wish to send us to the second? Is Minghua Tower planning to close its doors?" Her mistress was a familiar patron of the establishment, and while both the second and third floors offered private rooms, the latter was renowned for its serene ambience and lavish decor, demanding a minimum expenditure that was far from insignificant. Even in the capital, wealthy scions rarely ventured to the third floor, allowing Qiao Wanyan to come without prior reservations. The young servant appeared troubled. "Miss, the private room on the third floor has already been reserved, and the guests are expected to arrive shortly. Shall I find you a quiet room on the second floor instead?" Qiao Wanyan remained silent, ascending towards the third floor, with Ziyuan speaking on her behalf. "What do you mean by good? My lady intends to dine on the third floor. If someone has reserved it, kindly inform them that my lady will cover their meal, and they should proceed to the second floor instead." The servant, visibly distressed, knew well that Ziyuan's temperament was not to be trifled with. Though Qiao Wanyan rarely engaged with the staff of Mingyue Tower, her discerning nature made them wary. After all, her patronage was akin to gold. Each visit could amount to the day's earnings for the establishment, and the proprietor had issued countless reminders that poor service could lead to dire consequences. With no other recourse, the servant reluctantly guided them to the private room on the third floor. Upon entering, Ziyuan busied herself with pouring tea while advising the servant on the dishes to order. After selecting a few of the ladies' favorites and some of the new offerings from Mingyue Tower, the servant finally withdrew. On the way, Ziyuan had already gleaned the recent happenings within the palace. "Miss, the prince has misunderstood you. Why do you not clarify?" Qiao Wanyan sipped her tea, reflecting. To explain through my own lips may not evoke as much remorse as when it comes from others. She recalled the moment on the palace path, her brow furrowing in embarrassment as she murmured, "Had I known it would turn out this way, I should have eaten more this morning. How humiliating it is for my stomach to growl in front of others." Ziyuan, observing her distress, felt her heart melt. She approached, comforting her as one would soothe a child. "My lady, you are adorable in all that you do. How could you possibly feel ashamed?" Qiao Wanyan huffed softly, sitting on an octagonal stool, embracing Ziyuan's waist as her face buried itself in her companion's midriff, unwilling to emerge. "I wish I could just find a hole to hide in." Meanwhile, downstairs, the servant had just delivered the menu to the kitchen when he noticed a figure of noble bearing entering through the door, reminiscent of a crane with an elegant demeanor. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Prince Jing, who had been under house arrest. The proprietor, returning from outside, immediately approached with profound respect, exclaiming, "Your Highness, your presence at Mingyue Tower truly graces us with honor." Beside He Yin stood Mo Xiao, who remarked, "Did we not send someone to reserve a private room on the third floor? Why are we not being escorted?" The young servant stood in shock. The reserved guest was none other than Prince Jing. The innkeeper quickly smiled and said, "Of course, Your Highness, please follow me." The young servant trembled and stammered, "Master, Miss Qiao Air has arrived, and she is currently in the private room on the third floor." He felt the cold, piercing gaze of He Yanli upon him. The servant was so frightened he nearly fell to his knees. He had already informed Miss Qiao Air that the private room was reserved, but she insisted that she would cover the dining expenses for the reservation and instructed the reserved party to dine on the second floor. The innkeeper was taken aback and hurriedly said, "Your Highness, please do not be angry. I shall go and inform Miss Qiao Air to relinquish the private room on the third floor for you." He Yanli's handsome visage displayed no sign of emotion. "How could I possibly be angry? I merely wish to see her perish." The innkeeper's vision darkened as he thought to himself that this was simply unacceptable. She was a prized asset of their Mingyue Tower. Chapter 55. Shall I send you to your demise? The young lady was to depart with the prince to Yaoshi Valley in a few days, and she hoped that everything would go smoothly so they could indeed find the renowned physician. In that case, the faint scars on the young lady's body would surely heal completely. Ziyuan silently prayed, reflecting on how the cherished young lady had never endured such hardship before. She regretted not protecting her better, mistakenly believing the young lady would be safe where she was, thus failing to focus on her well-being. Qiao Wanyan, however, remained untroubled, confident that with Yun Yao present, the famed physician would certainly be located. The lingering, faint scars would undoubtedly be removed. Ziyuan lamented, "I have heard that King Jing has been reprimanded by the emperor for leaving the capital without permission and has been confined. I wonder how long he will be held. I truly hope he remains imprisoned until he returns to Baiming City, so there will be no more opportunities for him to bully the young lady." The last time the young lady was abducted by King Jing, Ziyuan was taken aback, her heart filled with regret for not accompanying her to the official post. Had she been present, the young lady would surely not have been kidnapped. Moreover, King Jing had severed Xiao Ying's arm, and in his madness, what if he harmed the young lady? It was imperative to prevent any contact between her and King Jing. King Jing was a feudal lord and would eventually return to his domain. For now, Ziyuan could only silently wish for his swift return to Baiming City. Qiao Wanyan took a bite of candied fruit and responded languidly, "Indeed, last time he captured me, my meticulously prepared New Year's Eve feast was ruined. It was utterly vexing. He even frightened me with a human skin lantern. How has he become so despicable after 4 years of absence? Though I have cast him aside, I have treated him with such special consideration for many years. He ought to be grateful." A wicked woman never seeks the fault within herself, and Qiao Wanyan epitomized this. She always shifted blame onto others, believing it was her birthright for the world to revolve around her, for all to be beneath her feet. Ziyuan vigorously nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. Mississippi King Jing has indeed gone too far. After speaking, she felt a twinge of worry. Recalling that Xiaoying lost her arm due to her own reckless words that offended King Jing, and Xiao Huan had nearly been slain while trying to protect her. The servant couldn't help but fret, wondering what would happen if, one day, King Jing was in a foul mood and harmed the young lady. Qiao Wanyan let out a light laugh, her shimmering eyes brimming with disdain. Even if I lent him 10 times the courage, he would never dare to treat me that way. She raised her porcelain white hand, admiring the nails she had dyed the night before. Do you believe that if I merely exert a little effort towards him, he would wag his tail and plead like a little dog? With no one around, who could possibly chastise her for indulging in a bit of whimsy? Ziyuan nodded. The servant believes. This prince does not, Qiao Wanyan replied, momentarily stunned. Am I so famished that I'm beginning to hallucinate? Ziyuan felt a chill run down her spine. Miss, it seems you are not hallucinating. It appeared that she might indeed have heard the voice of King Jing. The two exchanged a glance, and after a moment of wide-eyed surprise, they simultaneously turned towards the door, as if it concealed a malevolent spirit. An inexplicable dread gripped Qiao Wanyan. How could this be? How could one person endure such relentless misfortune? The door creaked open, revealing He Yanli, his brows slightly raised as he regarded Qiao Wanyan, who had just been boasting with abandon while perched on an octagonal stool. His previous words led him to believe that Qiao Wanyan was not merely from Dayo. Rather, Dayo belonged to her. Mo Xiao cast a glance at the innkeeper and the young servant peering inside, raising his hand to signal them to withdraw. The innkeeper was filled with trepidation, fearing that if King Jing were to become displeased, he might actually harm someone within his establishment, Minghua Tower. Miss Qiao was their most esteemed guest. Should she perish at the hands of King Jing, it would spell disaster for the inn, potentially having their yearly revenue. Moreover, should a noblewoman die under his roof, repercussions would surely follow. What if Minister Qiao dared not confront King Jing, thereby implicating Minghua Tower? Was this not calamity descending from the heavens? The innkeeper wore a face of deep concern, yet he dared not intervene, leaving in a state of anxious resignation with the young servant. Innkeeper, should we report this to the authorities? The innkeeper shot him a glare. Who would you report? King Jing or Miss Qiao? Both are equally powerful and influential. Do you think the officials would come to arrest me? The emperor's law does not apply to the nobility. Those are mere platitudes for the common folk. Which magistrate would dare involve themselves in royal affairs? Only someone within the palace could manage King Jing. But he would never meet that individual in his lifetime. That solitary path is but a futile thought. Meanwhile, in the elegant chamber on the 3rd floor, Qiao Wanyan's mind was a blank slate, feeling as if she had neglected to consult the almanac before stepping out today, as misfortune seemed to rain down upon her ceaselessly. He Yanli stepped inside, his unparalleled countenance adorned with a hint of wicked charm, reminiscent of a beguiling demon. He drew a dagger from his waist, its handle forged from dark iron and inlaid with swirling cloud patterns, the blade sharp and elegantly curved, exuding an aura of penetrating force capable of slicing through the void with ease. He Yanli subtly rotated his wrist, the dagger seemingly imbued with life as it spun dazzlingly in his hand, playfully twirling. He approached her from behind, leaning slightly as he plunged the dagger into the table before her. By unfortunate coincidence, it landed precisely in the teacup she had just sipped from. A sharp sound reverberated as the teacup shattered. Qiao Wanyan swallowed hard, as a voice as enchanting as a demon echoed in her ears. Did I not just say that I do not believe you? Now, you remain silent, like a mute? He Yanli's words were followed by a light chuckle. Yet the current atmosphere rendered that laughter eerily unsettling, akin to a malevolent spirit seeking a soul. Wagging your tail like a little dog, are you? Tired of living, then? Shall I send you to your demise? Qiao Wanyan was so frightened that she dared not breathe, and upon seeing him draw out a remarkably sharp dagger, she immediately sprang to the side, eyeing him warily. Ziyuan shielded her behind her, seemingly prepared to fight to the death to protect her young mistress. He Yanli stood tall, gazing at her. Half of Qiao Wanyan's face was hidden behind Ziyuan, her previous arrogance now vanished without a trace. Do you wish for death? Why are you hiding? Qiao Wanyan murmured. You misunderstand. I did not say that you resemble a little dog, my lord. He Yanli raised an eyebrow. Oh, then who did you mean? Qiao Wanyan bit her lip, the word stuck in her throat, and she pointed at the person by the door. Mo Xiao? Second miss. Do you truly not regard me as a person? Chapter 56. Humph, is this it? Mo Xiao glanced at Qiao Wanyan, then at his lord, pouting without uttering a word. He felt wronged, yet he remained silent. He Yanli's eyes sparkled with a fragmented light, pondering the absurdity of it all. Mo Xiao, my lord, you have not spared me either. He Yanli sat down, surveying her cowering behind Ziyuan, unchanged from before. Yet previously, she had not hidden behind Ziyuan, but rather behind him. When capable of managing her own affairs, she exuded an audacious arrogance, a demeanor that could intimidate even a princess. But when faced with insurmountable challenges, she cowered and feigned strength behind another, lacking any semblance of bravado. I shall grant you another chance. Who is the little dog? Qiao Wanyan felt a headache coming on. Having prepared herself mentally for a long time, she steeled herself and stated, me. He Yanli's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile, like a fleeting glimmer of moonlight. Let me hear you bark twice. Qiao Wanyan, this is too much. Just because the tiger does not roar, do you think I am merely a sickly cat? She retorted. Bark twice for me to hear. Mo Xiao. Ziyuan. Ziyuan, is this really what you want, miss? Are we truly prepared to risk our lives? He Yanli scoffed derisively, the corners of his lips curling with a wicked allure, exuding danger from every angle. Ziyuan felt her legs weaken at that moment. He Yanli approached her, as if to say, try feigning illness, and see what happens. Qiao Wanyan pressed her lips together. Having grown up together, he understood her far too well. For years had passed, and while she had not changed much, He Yanli had transformed immensely. She could not fathom the depths of his temperament. Yet he seemed to know her every thought. Such a talented barker. Should I cut your tongue out? Qiao Wanyan suddenly covered her mouth and shook her head, suggesting with genuine concern, if it comes to that, Your Highness, perhaps you could cut a strand of my hair? Ziyuan, following her master's unique thought process, interjected. Your Highness, it would be a pity to sacrifice such beautifully maintained hair. Why not instead take a piece from my lady's skirt? The lady's long hair required meticulous care, daily treated with rose essence and rose oil, and washed with a concoction of various herbs boiled and cooled. She tended to it herself. And even losing a single strand would cause her great distress. Cutting a lock would be unbearable. Outside, Mo Xiao fell into a profound silence. Was this a marketplace negotiation? Did they treat the prince as if he were a vendor selling pork? In Biming City, there were those who attempted to bargain with the prince, and one could only imagine the grass growing tall over their graves. He Yanli remained silent, merely raising the dagger in his hand, causing Ziyuan to inadvertently kneel. For reasons unknown, her legs felt weak. Clearing her throat awkwardly, she said, This servant pays her respects to his highness. Mo Xiao replied, still as useless as ever. Suddenly bereft of her safe haven, Qiao Wanyan, understanding the gravity of the situation, admitted, Your Highness, I was wrong. I spoke without thinking in a moment of arrogance. Please, do not hold it against me. I shall never act so thoughtlessly again. Her attitude was earnest, yet He Yanli knew all too well that this apology lacked sincerity, merely a means to navigate the current predicament and set the stage for future transgressions. She never believed she had committed any wrongdoing. Qiao Wanyan cautiously gauged his reaction. The crown prince typically favored gentle, demure flowers, and she understood the facade required to lower his defenses. However, her previous experiences in Qingzhou suggested that He Yanli was not easily swayed by such charms. Previously, he had embraced her nature, but now he had changed. Yet, one should not strike a smiling face. Conceding to an error was always wise. I am not some lofty figure, but rather a person of little consequence like yourself. If you speak ill of me behind my back, would it not be quite shameful for me to let you off so easily? He Yanli's dagger grazed her cheek, tapping lightly, as if he found her reaction quite satisfying. Fear, it seemed, was indeed appropriate. He had once treated her with such kindness that she had grown careless and indifferent, trampling on his genuine feelings. He Yanli tilted his head slightly, half closing his eyes as he regarded her, the most beautiful woman in the capital. What if I were to mar your visage? Without your beauty, how would you ever enter the Eastern Palace? In that instant, Qiao Wanyan's pupils constricted in horror, and she cautiously stepped back to evade the dagger that hovered near her cheek, collapsing to her knees with a thud. Her appearance was her most treasured asset. Aware of her beauty, she had always taken great care to preserve it. To have it destroyed would feel like the collapse of the heavens. Your Highness, I truly erred. I had not finished my words, she cried out, tears streaming down her face. He Yanli was taken aback by her sudden kneeling. It was less a deliberate act and more a result of her unsteadiness, causing her to fall to the ground. With an instinctive impulse to assist her, his hand reached out, but he resolutely restrained himself. He Yanli, upon hearing her cries, swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. It seemed she was truly frightened. He had thought she was fearless. After a moment of silence, he remarked, "If that is the case, pour me a cup of tea and utter a few auspicious words for my enjoyment. If I find your words pleasing, you may return home whole and intact today. Should I find them disagreeable, however, I shall keep your tongue as a delicacy." Qiao Wanyan, her face buried in her hands and weeping profusely, peeked through her fingers to gauge his reaction. Upon hearing his words, she scoffed inwardly. Humph, is that all? Had she known this tactic would be effective, she would have begun crying much sooner. At the entrance of Mingyue building, the innkeeper paced anxiously. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a carriage come to a halt, and a young man of noble bearing and extraordinary demeanor descended. He paused momentarily, finding the man strikingly familiar. Once the man entered, the innkeeper's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be the Crown Prince? He had witnessed the second Miss Qiao returning to the capital and had chanced upon the Crown Prince's visage. What business did the Crown Prince have here? Wasn't he this chaos upon chaos? The innkeeper's mind raced, but then clarity struck him. The King Jing was a prince, and the Crown Prince was also a prince. The heir apparent no less. Surely he could intervene in matters concerning the King Jing? He promptly approached the Crown Prince with flattery before leading him to the third floor. He Zhiyu had come in search of Qiao Wanyan. Upon hearing the innkeeper's words, his brow furrowed slightly as he ascended the stairs. At the door of the elegant chamber, just as he was about to push it open, he heard a familiar voice from within. The prince is the best prince in the world. He Zhiyu's expression darkened abruptly, the coldness and depth of his demeanor becoming increasingly apparent. Chapter 57. You are the protagonist of this world. The innkeeper, hiding on the staircase of the third floor, hesitated to approach. As an ordinary citizen with neither power nor influence, he feared becoming embroiled in the affairs at hand. Yet, he could only watch in disbelief as the Crown Prince's hand reached for the doorknob, only to retract it moments later as he turned to leave. What was happening? Why did he not enter? The innkeeper dared not utter a word, pressing himself against the wall with his head bowed, waiting until the Crown Prince had passed before casting a glance at the door of the elegant chamber and then descending the stairs. Inside the chamber, Qiao Wanyan felt dizzy from hunger. Is the prince satisfied now? May I eat? She had exhausted every compliment in her vocabulary on He Yanli, truly at a loss for words. He Yanli inclined his head slightly, urging her to eat, albeit slowly. Qiao Wanyan stared at him in disbelief, and He Yanli, unhurried, added, "Do not choke." At the minister's residence, in Mingxiang Pavilion, Xiao Yihuan had just swallowed her medicine when she saw Xiaoying rush in, accompanied by a familiar figure. Yihuan. Lu Yinran nearly sprinted to the bedside. Observing her paler and more emaciated than before her departure from Yongzhou, she realized just how much torment she must have endured at the hands of the malicious second female lead. Ever since their last encounter in Yongzhou, she had found it peculiar. The progression of events diverged from the novel she had once read. Qiao Wanyan ought to have been despised by all. Why then did the Crown Prince harbor no such aversion towards her? Could it be that she, like herself, is a transmigrated female character, aware of the plot and thus adept at evading pitfalls, thereby seizing the opportunities meant for the virtuous heroine? If that were the case, it would certainly explain why Yihuan has been subjected to such cruel treatment. Or perhaps she has simply indulged in too many novels recently, causing her thoughts to intertwine and blur. Yunran? Xiao Yihuan expressed surprise. What brings you here? Lu Yunran had previously formed a strong bond with the amiable Qiao Yihuan in the hidden chamber of the Jin residence in Yongzhou. Sitting by the bedside with a look of concern, she replied, "I couldn't bear to leave you alone, so I came. After much discussion with my family, they finally relented and allowed me to come to the capital to find you. As a transmigrated girl, how could she be unaware of the plot and allow Yihuan to be so unjustly wronged?" In the numerous novels she had perused, transmigrated heroines were typically central figures. Although she presently felt like a mere bystander, her knowledge of the overarching storyline combined with a modern mindset would undoubtedly aid Yihuan in subduing the malicious second female lead, Qiao Wanyan. Following the heroine's lead was surely a wise course. In the future, as the heroine ascends to the position of crown princess and eventually empress, she would inevitably become the future empress's confidant, enjoying unparalleled wealth and glory. By clinging to her, eliminating the vile second female lead, a future of smooth sailing would await. Qiao Yihuan lowered her almond-shaped eyes. Yunran, thank you for being so kind to me, but someone like me doesn't deserve it. Staying by my side will only bring you harm. Lu Yunran felt an even deeper pang of sympathy. The heroine was simply too kind-hearted. Not only the male lead, but even the supporting characters evoked her compassion. As she grasped Qiao Wanyan's hand, poised to speak, she seemed to recall something and glanced at Xiao Ying. Qiao Wanyan's expression shifted slightly. Yunran, do you have something to tell me? It's all right. Xiao Ying and I share a sisterly bond. She won't betray your trust. She could doubt anyone, but Xiao Ying was an exception. Lu Yunran thought to herself that Xiao Ying was the only character in the story who selflessly cared for the heroine without expecting anything in return. Yihuan, actually, I've read a novel in which the heroine is you, and the male lead is none other than the current crown prince. Qiao Yihuan furrowed her brow slightly, feeling perplexed. A novel? What is that? Lu Yunran bit her lip, pondering deeply. A novel is akin to a storybook. Have you ever seen a storybook? Qiao Yihuan shook her head. I have never read one, but I have heard of them. A storybook was not inexpensive, and her monthly allowance was limited. She needed to procure essentials for herself and also send numerous items to the countryside for her stepmother. Thus, she could not spare any money for storybooks. She had merely heard of them, but never laid eyes on one. However, at Yongning Pavilion, she had seen a wall lined with storybooks, all meant to entertain Qiao Wanyan. Although she had not necessarily read them all, that seemed overly extravagant. She had never considered using her funds for storybooks when those resources could feed and shelter many suffering individuals. She only needed to reveal a small amount of money to alleviate the hunger and cold of countless souls, yet she remained selfish. Lu Yunran asserted, Yihuan, in this world, you are the heroine. Although your life in the Qiao family has not been easy, you will soon become the crown princess, and ultimately the empress. At present, Qiao Wanyan basks in glory. However, in the future, she may merely serve as the backdrop to your brilliance. Perhaps you find it hard to believe my words now, but you must heed my counsel. I can certainly assist you in swiftly removing any obstacles that hinder your path. Your familial ties are tenuous, and that scoundrel of a father neglects you. Yet, fret not. Although the Qiao family may not love you, countless noble suitors, endowed with both lineage and beauty, will protect and cherish you, clearing every hurdle from your way. Xiao Ying gazed at Lu Yunran with an expression of disbelief, pondering the nonsensical nature of her words. What was she babbling about? What story? What heroine? What supporting role? Qiao Yihuan's mouth fell slightly agape, astonished, even shocked. While she could not grasp the earlier part of Lu Yunran's speech, the final statement sent shivers coursing through her. In her dreams, she had envisioned time and again that countless admirable men would one day fall in love with her, willingly devoting everything to ensure her lifelong happiness. Lu Yunran had articulated precisely what she had dreamt, mirroring her visions. Initially, she had dismissed these recurrent dreams as mere fantasies. But later encounters with the young lord of the Jing'an Marquisate, the crown prince of the Eastern Palace, and other heirs from noble families, who were captivated by her gentle demeanor, led her to believe that her dreams were not just illusions but prophetic insights. Could it be that she was indeed destined to be the protagonist of her own tale, and that her trials in the Qiao household over the past decade were but a prelude to future sweetness? Was she truly the heroine of this world, while Qiao Wanyan, who possessed everything, merely a supporting character to her? Qiao Yihuan struggled to articulate her emotions at that moment. Yet one thing was clear. She felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Observing her incredulous expression, Lu Yunran feared she might not believe her, yet understood how such absurdity could challenge one's credulity. She hesitated to reveal her own circumstance of transmigration, fearing it would only further unsettle Qiao Yihuan. Yihuan, I know you will soon accompany the crown prince to the Apothecary Valley. During this visit, you shall certainly meet the divine physician, who will not only be drawn to you, but will also become your most devoted admirer. Qiao Yihuan furrowed her brow, inquiring, devoted admirer? What does that mean? Will I truly have the chance to meet the divine physician? Will he really take a liking to me? Lu Yunran nodded affirmatively. She was sure it would happen. However, there was a pressing matter that required your attention first. What is it? Defeat Yunyao. Chapter 58. Getting in the car. I shall escort you home. The servants of Yongning Pavilion rarely laid eyes on the eldest young lady, as she often avoided the second young lady, fearful of being bullied. Thus, it was quite unusual for her to appear now. Miss, our young lady is not present at the moment. If you have business, please come back later. One maid stated rather brusquely. Qiao Yihuan had grown accustomed to such tones. Not only Qiao Wanyan, but even the household staff never regarded her as a true mistress. That is of no consequence. I am here to see Miss Yunyao. Here to see me? Yunyao emerged upon hearing the commotion. Initially believing it to be her sister, Ian, returning, only to find herself face to face with this unfriendly elder sister. Qiao Wanyan turned her gaze towards her, a harmless and gentle smile gracing her lips. Although she was uncertain about what Lu Yanran had said, she felt it necessary to give it a try, for her words were not entirely absurd. If Yun Yao's brother truly was the renowned healer Yun Hong, then fostering a good relationship with Yun Yao could only be beneficial. From the very first moment she encountered Yun Yao, she had an innate sense that they were meant to get along splendidly, as if they were sisters by fate. However, for reasons unbeknownst to her, despite both she and Qiao Wanyan displaying goodwill towards her, Yun Yao seemed to gravitate more towards Qiao Wanyan. Were these 11 or 12-year-old girls truly so preoccupied with appearances? Perhaps so. At that tender age, it was not uncommon for them to be captivated by beauty. Yun Yao, I have personally prepared a sweet lotus root and osmanthus dessert for you. Knowing your fondness for sweets, Lu Yanran chimed in, rushing over. Indeed, what Yihuan made is utterly delicious. Do give it a taste. As she spoke, she made her way into the room. Growing up in the northern regions, she had always been wary of the cold, donning thick cotton garments as soon as winter arrived. Now, in this ancient setting, devoid of down jackets and heavy winter attire, she felt as though her hands were on the verge of freezing. However, upon entering the room, she was taken aback by the warmth that enveloped her. Reminiscent of a spring day, could it be that such remarkable heating methods existed in ancient times? Why was Yihuan's room so chilly with just 2 braziers of charcoal? Before she could fully recover from her astonishment, Lu Yanran's gaze fell upon the table, where numerous exquisite small bowls filled with an array of sweet desserts left her utterly speechless. Not only that, but beside them were a dozen empty bowls, clearly remnants of what had just been devoured. Lu Yanran blinked, feeling a touch embarrassed as she hesitated to pull out the sweet dessert from her food box. Although it was made by Yihuan herself, its appearance paled in comparison to the enticing array on the table. If placed in a modern context, the dishes before her would likely earn Michelin star acclaim. Their aesthetic appeal, delicate bowls, and modest portions were visually tantalizing. Yun Yao looked on with eager anticipation at the sweet dessert in Lu Yanran's hands, but as Lu Yanran awkwardly retrieved it, the glimmer of expectation in her eyes diminished. It appeared less appetizing than what Sister Ian had prepared. No, you keep it for yourselves. Sister Ian has prepared an abundance of delectable treats for me, saying she cannot accompany me on my outings. This is more than sufficient for me. Qiao Wanyan entered the room behind them, quickly grasping the situation upon observing the scene before her. With a gentle smile, she reassured, it's quite all right. If you enjoy it, I shall make more for you next time. If not, I will endeavor to create something different for you to try. In an effort to alleviate the awkwardness, she suggested, Wanyan might take a while to return. If you find yourself bored, why not come to my place? His Highness the Crown Prince once gifted me a fascinating puzzle called the 9 linked rings. Yun Yao pursed her lips, remaining silent as she pointed towards a table within the room, which was laden with toys. At the very edge lay the 9 linked rings, gleaming in pure gold. Lu Yanran, this malicious supporting character, she yearns to assume that role herself. She cannot even begin to fathom the celestial existence that Qiao Wanyan, this wicked woman, has led throughout her life. How extravagant! A pure gold 9-linked bracelet, so carelessly placed on the edge of the table, reflecting on her own struggles in the modern world, where she toiled relentlessly to accumulate a meager sum. She recalls the agonizing deliberation she endured before purchasing a gold necklace for the new year, only to ultimately lose it without knowing when. The more Lu Yanran contemplates, the more tears threaten to spill. Yun Yao harbors a certain aversion towards this elder sister before her, precisely because Sister Yin treats her rather well, yet she consistently adopts that pitiful demeanor of someone wronged. Nonetheless, for reasons unbeknownst to her, she feels an inexplicable allure toward this elder sister. The feeling eludes articulation, it is profoundly subtle. The hurtful words poised on her lips were swallowed back, and with a hint of delicacy, she spoke instead. You may return, I am quite content to amuse myself alone. Whatever I wish to play with or consume, Sister Yin always provides. You may as well reserve your meager monthly allowance for yourself. Xiao Ying felt a surge of indignation. How could this young girl, so clearly oblivious to the virtues of their gentle miss, choose to associate herself with Qiao Wanyan? And now she dares to mock her? The girl is utterly foolish and excessively brazen. Xiao Ying abruptly inquired, do you understand why Qiao Wanyan treats you with such kindness? Yun Yao blinked her doe-like eyes. What are you implying? Are you attempting to sow discord? Upon finishing her statement, she added, I am no longer a child. I possess the discernment to assess how Sister Yin treats me. Whether she genuinely likes me or truly cares for me, I can distinguish. I am not particularly close to you, yet you suddenly shower me with gifts and propose outings. Such insincere flattery is suspect. Moreover, why do you feel the need to incite discord? What do you seek to gain from me? Or have you been investigating me? Yin Yao's expression shifted to one of calm resolve, her gaze fixed intently on Qiao Yihuan rather than on Xiao Ying. Her older brother had often cautioned her that unsolicited kindness is often veiled with ulterior motives. Meanwhile, at Mingyue Tower, Qiao Wanyan, having indulged in ample food and drink, wore a countenance of discontent. Even those who are bullied cannot find joy. She simmered with indignation, pondering how she might exact revenge in the future, and stormed ahead, intent on descending the stairs to return home. Upon exiting Mingyue Tower, Qiao Wanyan unexpectedly beheld a familiar carriage. The window on one side was lowered, revealing a visage of exquisite jade-like beauty before her gaze, the half-closed eyes locking onto hers. He spoke in a low voice. "Get in, I shall escort you home." Before Qiao Wanyan could respond, the figure of He Yanli approached with deliberate grace. His gaze, imbued with an aggressive intensity, swept over Qiao Wanyan's back. And with a languid tone, he inquired, "Why not ask her, dear brother, whether she dares to board your carriage in my presence?" Chapter 59, a mere minor fray. As their gazes met, an atmosphere thick with tension enveloped the air. He Jiyu's long fingers tightened around the carriage wall, his fingertips pristine and pale. The gentleness that usually adorned his countenance had vanished, replaced by a veneer of frost. Both individuals are princes, having grown up in the palace. However, due to the influences of the empress and the favored concubine, their relationship has never been amicable, and they are scarcely familiar with one another, exchanging only a few words. Within the royal confines, the notion of fraternal affection is non-existent, replaced instead by the ruthless pursuit of the throne. Furthermore, the maternal family of the favored concubine has committed a grave transgression, reported by the empress's family, thereby cementing their enmity. He Yanli, if he were of a more temperate disposition, might have afforded He Jiyu some semblance of respect. Yet he is anything but unrestrained and heedless in the past. Only Qiao Wanyan could tame him, and now there is no one left capable of doing so. The innkeeper of Mingyue was so terrified that he dared not even breathe. Wishing to step forward and close the door, guests dining in the hall remained quiet, hoping to avoid being caught up in the drama unfolding between the two esteemed princes. However, he hesitated, for King Jing had not yet crossed the threshold. He Jiyu's voice, as though tempered by ice, emerged from his throat, the tension between them neither yielding nor conceding. "What she chooses to do is of no concern to you." He Jiyu maintained his composure, asserting that being abandoned necessitates a sense of self-awareness. Otherwise, one merely invites further disdain. Outside the carriage, Jing Yuan gasped at his words, glancing towards King Jing. Realizing the prince's words pierced directly to the heart, He Yanli raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with mockery, acknowledging that in terms of self-awareness, he indeed fell short of his elder brother. With an air of dejection, he retreated without disturbing anyone's meal, coldly awaiting the emergence of others from within the carriage. Such restraint, he would surely learn from his elder brother. He Jiyu's expression remained tranquil, yet the atmosphere surrounding him had grown noticeably tense. He was aware that he had just visited the third floor. Mo Xiao, beside He Yanli, smirked, pride evident in his demeanor, exclaiming, "The prince speaks wisely." He shot a disdainful glance at Jing Yuan, embodying a superiority of sorts. Jing Yuan frowned, muttering, "What are you so smug about?" He turned to his prince. Anxiety etched across his features, urging, "Your Highness, please, continue speaking." Qiao Wanyan had no intention of mediating. Her sole desire was for the position of crown princess, and logically, she should align herself with the crown prince. However, who could resist the exhilarating spectacle of the crown prince and King Jing at odds? It was captivating, and she yearned for more. Ziyuan observed her mistress's sparkling eyes, contemplating fetching a chair for her to sit upon, along with some snacks. Yet, she realized that such an act would likely draw the ire of both princes towards her mistress. "Qiao Wanyan, come and speak with my elder brother. Do you wish to board that carriage?" Before she could respond, He Jiyu interjected, "A gentleman exercises caution and does not deceive in the shadows. Why must you bully a weak woman?" He Yanli lightly clicked his tongue, retorting, "What if I do bully her? What difference does it make?" Mo Xiao silently nodded in agreement, aware that he was privy to the fact that after returning from the Qiao residence, The prince had locked himself in his study, forbidding anyone from entering. He sensed something amiss. That night, his nose inexplicably detected a faint scent of blood. Summoning his courage, he entered the study, only to find the prince slashing his wrist, blood pooling on the floor in a shocking crimson. The entire Imperial Medical Institute had gathered in the study, and the royal physician declared that had they arrived any later, the prince would have bled to death. Subsequently, the prince withdrew to the national temple to practice asceticism, his vitality seemingly drained, resembling a mere shell of his former self. Countless nights passed where he barely endured. Only he knew how he had persevered through those 4 years. The once pristine prince had transformed into a figure drenched in the blood of others. What was this minor humiliation in comparison? During his time in Beiming City, the prince had employed far more ruthless and bloody methods, and he had yet to unleash them upon the second young lady of the Qiao family. He would not stand idly by while she was bullied. He Yanli scoffed coldly, questioning what identity the crown prince possessed to protect her. If he recalled correctly, it seemed the entire capital was aware that the crown prince favored the illegitimate daughter of the Qiao family. He Jiu remained silent for a moment, asserting that Wanyan was his savior, and thus, it was only natural for him to protect her. As those words fell, a sinister glint flickered in He Yanli's eyes. He cast a glance at Qiao Wanyan. A savior? How noble indeed. As he noticed the attention focused on her, the faint smile that had graced Qiao Wanyan's lips vanished instantly. What had happened? Why had the quarrel ceased? Wanyan, I shall escort you back. Get in the carriage. Qiao Wanyan did not respond. Earlier in the palace, he had deliberately snubbed her due to a misunderstanding. Now he so casually extended kindness, leading her to ponder whether he would eventually come to view her as someone easily appeased, much like Qiao Yihuan, who merely needed to be offered a smile or an olive branch to placate him. If she were to switch perspectives, she would not hold such a person dear either. Qiao Wanyan replied softly, "There is no need, Your Highness. I can return by carriage on my own." He Jiu frowned slightly, aware that she was still upset. As the carriage moved further away, Ziyuan could no longer contain herself. "Miss, that was utterly thrilling. I cannot believe I witnessed such a captivating scene. It was even more exciting than a storybook." She was illiterate and had never read storybooks, but when Miss was in good spirits, she would recount tales from those books to her. Yet, she felt none could compare to the recent spectacle. Upon returning to her residence, Qiao Wanyan discovered that Lu Yanran, who was supposed to be in Yongzhou, had arrived, and she had come specifically for Qiao Yihuan, already settled in the Mingxiang Pavilion. What sort of unscrupulous individual dares to stay in the manor? Ziyuan exclaimed, preparing to chase the physician away. Qiao Wanyan did not take this matter to heart, nor did she voice any objections. She merely picked up and admired some hairpins and ornaments that Jin Shi had recently sent over. "Where's Yao Yao?" The maid promptly responded. In reply to Miss Yun devoured all the pastries and sweet soups prepared for her, and now she is complaining of a stomachache. "I have sent someone to fetch a doctor, and he prescribed 2 doses of medicine. Now, Miss Yun has not emerged from the restroom." Qiao Wanyan furrowed her brow. "Not come out." The maid nodded slightly, and Miss Yun, after emerging from the outhouse, soon found herself needing to return repeatedly, until ultimately she ceased to appear altogether. Qiao Wanyan remarked, "Why does she behave like an unsuspecting newborn puppy, unable to restrain herself and devouring everything in sight?" Chapter 60, A Slap from a Woman, and a Man Retaliating in Kind. In the residence of Prince Jing, the prince observed the prince's displeased countenance as he departed, a sight that was clearly etched in his mind. It was indeed rare. The second young lady had not come to the prince's defense. Mo Xiao found this rather perplexing. Ordinarily, the second young lady had devoted herself to the prince over the past 2 years. Under such circumstances, one would expect her to seize the opportunity to speak in his favor. Yet, she did not, and it seemed that she was rather enjoying the spectacle instead. He Chunli was polishing the long sword that had accompanied him for many years. Does she have the audacity? Mo Xiao chuckled softly. Compared to the prince, the second young lady is still most fearful of you. However, witnessing her being so humiliated today, I imagine she feels quite aggrieved. He Chunli scoffed coldly. Does this prince care whether she feels wronged? To shield an inconsequential man and nearly lose my life in the process, such foolishness leads me to believe that my previous affections for her were a monumental error. Mo Xiao nodded in agreement, recognizing that the prince had been too young and had mistaken friendship for love. In truth, the prince had never truly cared for the second young lady. A woman filled with such cunning was hardly deserving of his affection. As Mo Xiao spoke, he caught the prince's gaze directed at him, a swell of pride rising within him. He realized how adept he had become at articulating his thoughts, and he could see the appreciation glimmering in the prince's eyes, as if he were preparing to commend him. Mo Xiao, you are indeed becoming more attuned to my ways, remarked He Chenli. Mo Xiao scratched his head and chuckled. It is not solely my merit. It is your guidance that has honed my skills. You speak in a manner pleasing to me. Thus, I shall reward you. Mo Xiao's eyes brightened. He Chenli turned his attention away. Assuming a stance in the courtyard and maintaining it until nightfall, one must possess a robust physique to remain by my side and engage in conversation. Mo Xiao was taken aback. Is this truly a reward? Why is a man's heart as elusive as a needle in the ocean? At the minister's residence, in the Mingxiang pavilion, Ziyuan strode in confidently, and as anticipated, she discovered Qiao Yihuan conversing with Lu Yanran by the charcoal fire. The two women were visibly startled, their expressions betraying a mixture of surprise and displeasure, even a hint of unease. Does the eldest miss believe our minister's residence is a refuge for all? What sort of individuals dare to linger here? What if they are nefarious characters, endangering the lives of my father, mother, and the second young lady? Ziyuan's words were sharp, clearly intended to belittle. Outside the Mingxiang pavilion, the maids, who were typically indifferent to their duties, stood outside the courtyard, watching the commotion unfold. Such occurrences had been frequent in the past, and they all knew that Ziyuan's audacity was merely tolerated by the second young lady. Why do you speak in such a manner? You were well aware of my identity at the Jin residence. On what grounds do you label me a villain? Lu Yanran retorted, frowning. Indeed, it is the venomous female antagonist accompanied by her wicked maid, speaking so unreasonably. A mere servant dares to stir trouble in the young lady's courtyard. Ziyuan let out a disdainful snort, warning that if they did not leave the minister's residence within the span of a tea time, she would not hesitate to have them forcibly removed. The family is not sustained by the young lady. Even if she implores her, it would be of no avail. With that, she cast a scornful glance at the crowd and strode away with her head held high. Qiao Yihuan felt a sense of humiliation. It was a remarkable disgrace for a young lady to be reprimanded by a servant within her own home. Yet, she found herself unable to retort. For even if she did, her father would merely admonish her to endure, showing no regard for her feelings. Yanran, I am truly sorry. It is all my fault for causing you distress. Qiao Yihuan's voice trembled with emotion. Lu Yanran looked at her in anguish, unable to comprehend why she would speak in such a manner. What does this have to do with you? Qiao Yihuan suggested, how about this? I can take you to my mother's estate for a temporary stay. Lu Yanran, feeling helpless, did not wish to burden her further, as she was not yet capable of confronting the treacherous family members. As they reached the entrance, Jiang Qian happened to walk by, carrying a parrot. Sister Yihuan, what has happened? Who has wronged you? Upon noticing Qiao Yihuan's pitiable state, desperately trying to conceal her distress, Jiang Qiyun's heart filled with concern. Lu Yanran assessed the spirited young man, realizing that indeed, the obedient male lead was perceptive enough to notice the young lady's unease at a glance. Qiao Yihuan shook her head. No, I am fine. Qiyun, what brings you here? Lu Yanran, taking the place of Xiao Ying, recounted the recent events, embellishing them as she spoke. Jiang Qiyun frowned, indignant that a mere maid would dare to bully her. Sister Yihuan, do not worry. I shall confront Qiao Wanyan and settle this matter, avenging your grievances. Qiao Yihuan attempted to stop him, but her efforts were in vain, leaving her anxiously at a loss. Lu Yanran's impression of Jiang Qiyun only improved. This was how a devoted male lead ought to behave. Meanwhile, Qiao Wanyan was trying on a hairpin before the mirror when a commotion erupted outside the courtyard. Lu Jinya, upon seeing the disturbance, realized he could easily have the intruders cast out, yet he chose to merely observe the spectacle, disinterested in intervening, provided no threat loomed over Qiao Wanyan's life. Qiao Wanyan, come out. Your arrogance is one thing, but your maid dares to tread upon her master's dignity. How have you educated your servants? Do you even comprehend the notions of hierarchy and respect? Come out. Ignorance may have been excusable, but today, upon learning of your indulgence towards a servant's mistreatment of Sister Yihuan, I shall not let this transgression go unaddressed. With a creak, the door swung open. A figure clad in pale yellow appeared at the threshold, unadorned yet radiant, exuding an ethereal beauty akin to the moonlight, captivating all who beheld her. She stepped forward gracefully, as a maid approached her to whisper something in her ear. Qiao Wanyan's expression subtly shifted as she slightly nodded, causing the maid to respectfully withdraw. Are you even listening to me? Jiang Qiyun's demeanor weakened as she approached. Qiao Wanyan remained silent, merely walking towards the main entrance. Unsurprisingly, Qiao Wanyan had not left. She was anxiously conversing with Lu Yanran in the inner courtyard. Upon catching sight of her approach, Qiao Wanyan's expression shifted to one of concern as she hurried over. "Wanyan, are you all right? I'm so sorry for not stopping Qi." Qiao Wanyan continued to withhold her words, casting a glance at the young servant at the door, who promptly closed the main entrance with remarkable perceptiveness. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed as Qiao Wanyan struck Qiao Wanyan across the face. "You let an outsider into my courtyard to cause trouble. Have I been too lenient with you lately? Qiao Wanyan, how dare you hit my sister Wanyan?" Jiang Qiyun rushed forward upon witnessing the scene. Without hesitation, Qiao Wanyan turned and delivered another sharp slap. A womaness slap met with a maness. And after feigning weakness for days, did they truly believe she was a pushover? The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. The household servants dared not breathe, while only Qiao Wanyan maintained her composure. Qiao Wanyan covered her face in disbelief. Though she had struck herself before, she never imagined Wanyan would so brazenly humiliate her in front of others, as if she truly believed there was no distinction between herself and a maid in this household. "Qiyun, are you all right? It's all my fault for involving you." Qiao Wanyan's voice, tinged with suppressed tears, pulled Jiang Qiyun back from his thoughts. He felt a burning sensation on his face. Qiao Wanyan's blow had been quite forceful. Jiang Qiyun's expression darkened. "You may have struck me, but seeing you hit Sister Wanyan today, I will not let this slide." Qiao Wanyan chuckled softly, unperturbed. "What will you do? How will you not let me go? You are the young lord of the Jing'an Marquisate, and I am the legitimate daughter of the minister's household. My father is the firstborn son of a prestigious family. What will you do? What can you dare to do?" Since childhood, her father had always told her that she was destined for a life of comfort. As long as she was happy, she could pursue whatever she desired. If trouble arose, her father would handle it. He had dedicated most of his life to ensure that his beloved daughter could live freely and without restraint. The confidence that had been instilled in her since childhood could not be shaken by Jiang Qiyun's mere words. Jiang Qiyun, scowling, warned, "You wait and see." Qiao Wanyan lowered her gaze, scrutinizing him with unabashed mockery. Without uttering a word, she turned to leave. The unspoken derision was the most humiliating of all. Jiang Qiyun swiftly blocked her path. "You think you can just walk away after hitting someone? Life doesn't work that way. Apologize to Sister Wanyan, or you shall not leave here today." Qiao Wanyan tilted her head slightly to regard the young man before her, then raised her hand to deliver yet another slap. Not even bothering to sidestep him, she forcefully pushed him aside. "Good dogs don't block the way, move aside." Ziyuan cast him a disdainful glance. Feeling better now? A mere slap would have sufficed, yet she insisted on provoking the young lady for another. How fortunate for him. Qiao Wanyan, filled with guilt and self-reproach, bid farewell to Jiang Qiyun, inwardly acknowledging that it was indeed the crown prince who could truly assist her. After seeing Jiang Qiyun off, she personally escorted Lu Yanran to a villa outside the city for a temporary stay. Wu, her mother, furrowed her brow in anger, scolding them for their disdain towards the items sent by the crown prince. "Mark my words, I shall have Wanyan inform the crown prince and have you both punished for your lack of discernment." Before Qiao Wanyan could enter, she overheard her mother's familiar voice, making her feel somewhat embarrassed as she glanced at Lu Yanran beside her. However, there was no alternative. That was the woman who had given her life. Others could criticize her mother, but she could not. Lu Yanran held no semblance of amusement at the spectacle. In novels, the protagonist's mother is often depicted as an utterly ignorant woman, lacking any affection for her own daughter, viewing her solely as a means to a lavish life. In her desperation to avoid servitude, she had climbed into the bed of the protagonist's father. In her ambition to become the crown prince's mother-in-law, she pressured her daughter to seduce the crown prince, leading her down the same treacherous path. Fortunately, the protagonist was a person of sound morals and did not heed her advice. "Mother, what are you doing?" Su Mimyu and Granny Zhou diligently attended to her mother. "How can you speak of others in such a manner?" Upon seeing her daughter, Wu immediately donned a smile and hurried over. "Oh, my precious gem. You finally have time to visit me. How have you been? Has the crown prince treated you well? Has he mentioned when he will take you as his consort?" Qiao Wanyan felt somewhat awkward, and at that moment, Wu noticed Lu Yanran. "Mother, this is my friend. Her name is Yanran. She has come to the capital without a place to stay, so I thought to let her reside here for a while." Wu scrutinized her without hesitation. "A friend? What kind of friend?" "Wanyan, let me warn you, do not associate with dubious women. Be cautious. They may be seeking to use you to ascend to the crown prince." Qiao Wanyan frowned slightly. Mother, what are you saying? Yanran is not like that. Granny Su, could you please prepare a room for my friend to stay? Su Mimyu nodded. Yes, Mississippi Xiaoying interjected. Miss Lu, please follow me. I will show you where to place your belongings. Only then did Qiao Wanyan take her mother's hand and lead her into the room, anxious that she might embarrass her in front of others. Yihuan, how has the crown prince been treating you lately? The last time you were in Yongzhou, he sent numerous gifts your way. Truly, he is a noble suitor. You must remain vigilant. With a conniving girl vying for attention and now a seemingly amiable friend, Qiao Yihuan mused on her daughter's lack of foresight. The crown prince treats me well. Regardless of circumstances, he holds me in his heart. You need not worry, mother. Yet, how could Wu relinquish her concerns? The entire capital was abuzz with tales of that wretched girl who had saved the crown prince. And it was all but certain that she would become the future crown princess. How could she rest easy? According to my mother, it is prudent for you to hasten and engage in a passionate affair with the crown prince. Although she is no longer residing openly in the minister's residence, you can still be addressed as Miss. The process is inconsequential. What truly matters is the outcome. Men are all alike. If she were able to stay in the minister's residence, would the master continue to dote on that wretched Jean? It is common for men to have multiple wives and concubines, yet she, in her jealousy, clings to the master alone. Qiao Yihuan's cheeks flushed crimson. Mother, please do not say such things. His Highness likes me and will surely marry me. Yanran has also mentioned that she is the protagonist of this world, and everything revolves around her. She is destined to become the crown princess, to ascend as empress. All obstacles will be removed, without her having to lift a finger, as others will rush forth to clear her path. Wu, observing her lack of ambition, felt a surge of anger. You useless girl. If only I had borne a son, would I need to worry about these matters? The eldest son of the Qiao family, even if born out of wedlock, would not be cast aside without a name or status, were it not for the crown prince taking notice of her by chance. This girl would have long been married off by that wretched Jean. Quickly become the crown princess and take me away from this life. I cannot endure it any longer. Once you are the crown princess, I shall see how that Jean dares to flaunt her power before me. In the future, I shall be the mother-in-law of the crown prince. What is Jean to me? Even the master must treat me with respect. Chapter 62. Qiao Wanyan has disappeared. Qiao Yihuan replied, Do not worry, mother. I will certainly take you away. Wu shot her a glare, exasperated. It has been so long, yet there is still no certainty. Enough of this. You are a useless daughter, so let me instruct you. If you are unwilling to take risks, then eliminate those who obstruct your path. Mother, I do not understand what you mean. Wu lowered her voice. Find someone to tarnish Qiao Wanyan's reputation. In the future, she will not only fail to marry the crown prince, but will also be scorned even if she were to wed a mere butcher. Without ruthlessness, one's position remains unstable. Qiao Yihuan widened her eyes, incredulous at her mother's suggestion, shocked that she could conceive such a plan. No, I cannot do that. You useless thing. Wu rebuked. If you do not act, that little hussy will step over you and marry the crown prince. Do you think all men are romantic souls? Especially in the royal family, do you still expect him to remain faithful to one woman, without concubines? Even if he wishes to, he cannot withstand the pressures from the outside world. Qiao Yihuan stood up. I trust His Highness, and I will not resort to such actions. If you have nothing else, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned and walked away. On her way, Xiaoying noticed her gloomy demeanor and suggested they visit a tea house for some tea and pastries. Qiao Yihuan did not decline. She nodded and followed her to a bustling tea house. I must say, that second Miss Qiao is indeed born with a fortune. The most esteemed lady in the capital and renowned for her beauty, she is destined to enjoy a life of luxury. Who would disagree? It is quite perplexing how the crown prince has taken a liking to the illegitimate daughter of the Qiao family. One might speculate that she possesses some alluring charm. I have heard whispers that her mother bore her through questionable means. Surely the daughter must have inherited some of her mother's talents? If it were not for her mother, it is said that Lord Qiao would have already wed the daughter of a royal merchant. The crowd erupted in laughter, while Qiao Yihuan's complexion turned pale in an instant. This morning, I chanced upon the crown prince, Prince Jing, and the second Miss Qiao at the Mingyue Tower. Can you guess what I witnessed? The crowd was instantly captivated. Pressing for details, the speaker, reveling in the attention, exaggerated, stating that ordinary folk would not dare to approach. Only I, blessed with fortune, ventured close without being shooed away. I overheard Prince Jing plotting revenge against Miss Qiao. only to be thwarted by the crown prince, who gallantly intervened to rescue her. What? Such a development? Qiao Wanyan suddenly sprang to her feet, her chair toppling with a loud clatter. The onlookers turned to her, noticing the unfamiliar girl, yet quickly returned to their gossip, which inevitably grew more extravagant. By evening, after recovering her composure, Yun Yao began to pack her belongings. This one, my brother has surely never seen this. I must take it back for him to admire. I shall also bring this osmanthus cake. Uncle Zhang cannot replicate such a delightful treat. And this, I must not forget. With their departure to the Apothecary Valley imminent, Yun Yao, though enchanted by the wonders of the outside world, felt a twinge of excitement about returning home. She wished to bring back all the peculiar treasures she had encountered to share with her brother, yet deep down, she harbored a fear of his potential disapproval for sneaking away. Sister Ayan, what if I write a note for you to deliver to my brother at the Apothecary Valley? I am a bit hesitant to return, Yun Yao confessed, her small face contorted in worry. Qiao Wanyan replied gently, Yao Yao, you have been away for so long, and your brother likely has no idea of your whereabouts. He must be quite concerned. Family is of utmost importance. Can you bear to let your brother fret over your safety, unable to eat or sleep? Yun Yao shook her head. I cannot bear it. Qiao Wanyan patted her head. Then, that is settled. If your brother scolds you, I shall assist in persuading him on your behalf. The little girl hesitated. How could she not see Yun Heng, the renowned healer? If she could forge a connection with such a remarkable person, it would surely prove invaluable in the future. It was later that the crown prince, having fallen victim to poison during his journey to a neighboring kingdom, was saved by Qiao Wanyan, who called upon Yun Heng for assistance. This event even softened the royal matriarch's stance against Qiao Wanyan becoming the crown princess. As dawn broke on the day of their departure, the entire capital appeared shrouded in a veil of icy mist, the night's frost adorning everything with crystalline silver, creating an ethereal spectacle. When He Zhiyu's carriage arrived at the gates of the minister's residence, 2 carriages were already present, those belonging to Qiao Wanyan and Qiao Wanyan. Just then, Qiao Wanyan emerged from within. Upon catching sight of He Zhiyu, a smile immediately graced the corners of her lips as she approached with delicate steps. Your Highness. She spoke in a gentle, soothing tone, her fragile demeanor evoking an inexplicable sense of affection within those who beheld her. He Zhiyu nodded, observing her scant attire. You are already in poor health. What if you catch a chill? Qiao Wanyan felt a warmth blossom in her heart. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am quite well. And your sister? The hour grows late. We must set forth. Qiao Wanyan turned to glance back. I am uncertain, but I surmise she will arrive shortly. Perhaps I should urge her along? Just as He Zhiyu was about to respond, they noticed Ziyuan hurriedly carrying a soup pot towards a carriage. Upon opening the door, a startled gasp escaped her lips, drawing the attention of all present. He Zhiyu strode over with purpose. What has transpired? Ziyuan, wide-eyed with disbelief, exclaimed, the young lady is missing. After scanning her surroundings, she realized Lu Jinyi was also nowhere to be found, and a wave of panic washed over her, fearing for her mistress's safety. He Zhiyu furrowed her brow. How could she simply vanish? Ziyuan, frantic, explained, the young lady mentioned she feared delaying our departure and went to wait in the carriage. However, the soup pot had grown cold, so I went to fetch another from the residence. When I returned, she was gone. Zhang, where has the young lady gone? The driver inquired, perplexed. I do not know. I just went to prepare some fodder for the horses upon my return. I saw nothing unusual and had no inkling of where she might have gone. Qiao Wanyan interjected. Ziyuan went to retrieve the soup pot, and the driver and others were absent. What manner of audacity possesses someone to abduct Wan Yin from right before the gates of the minister's residence? As Yun Yao emerged with her bundle, she observed the solemn expressions of the group and approached, asking, why do we not depart? What has occurred? Qiao Wanyan tenderly explained the situation, causing Yun Yao to grow increasingly anxious. At that moment, Jing Yuan discovered a peculiar concealed weapon within Qiao Wanyan's carriage and withdrew it, examining it closely. Yun Yao paused, then swiftly snatched it from his hands for a closer inspection. This is a 4-leaf green. What is the 4-leaf green? Inquired Qiao Wanyan. Yun Yao's expression darkened. This is a weapon exclusive to the Apothecary Valley. Sister, Yin has been taken by brother. Chapter 63. The Divine Physician Yun Heng, a unique fragrance. A blend of myriad herbs, wafted into her nostrils, rich and soothing. Qiao Wanyan slowly lifted her eyelids, and upon fully awakening, she bolted upright. scanning her unfamiliar surroundings with suspicion. The ground, paved with pale bluestone bricks, was dotted with crackling charcoal, and although the furnishings were few, they exuded an air of elegance. Perhaps due to the absence of inhabitants, the room, while warm, carried an undercurrent of desolation. Qiao Wanyan's gaze fell upon the incense burner atop the bedside table, from which the medicinal aroma emanated. Unlike the acrid scents she was accustomed to encountering at the apothecary, this fragrance inexplicably calmed her previously restless heart. She glanced down at her attire. Still adorned in the elegant white attire provided by Zi Yuan that morning, she donned her shoes and approached the intricately carved wooden door. Just as her hand grazed its surface, the door swung open abruptly from the outside. A gentle, cool breeze swept in, causing Qiao Wanyan to draw a sharp breath and shiver slightly. Her enchanting peach blossom-like eyes blinked as she surveyed the youthful figure before her. The boy, upon meeting her gaze, blushed and lowered his head, unable to maintain eye contact. "Why, you're awake," he stammered, clad in simple attire. He appeared to be a servant of the estate. Qiao Wanyan glanced around, recalling how she had been resting in the carriage when an unfamiliar masked man had intruded, rendering her unconscious with a drug. He had brazenly abducted her right at the entrance of the minister's residence. The audacity of her captor was astounding. The surroundings seemed less like a den of bandits and more like a secluded paradise. Who could be behind her abduction? "What is your name?" Qiao Wanyan inquired. "I am Chang'an," he replied. She continued softly. "Chang'an, could you tell me where I am? Who is your master? May I meet him?" Chang'an shook his head, responding, "If you need anything now that you are awake, please let me know, and I will assist you." With that, he hurried away, only to peek his head back into the courtyard. Having grown up in the Apothecary Valley, Chang'an had only encountered two women in his life, Zhang Mama and this lady. He had never seen such exquisite beauty, as if she were a celestial being descended from the moon, a vision too ethereal to touch even in dreams. Her voice was sweet and gentle, reminiscent of a babbling brook in the mountains, imparting warmth to the heart. Qiao Wanyan stood at the doorway, quietly observing the boy who was now peering in. After a prolonged gaze, realizing that she could glean no useful information from him, she turned and entered the room. The intricately carved wooden door shielded her from prying eyes, and Chang'an, feeling somewhat dejected, withdrew his head. Dinner was brought to her by Chang'an, who had also prepared a warm bath. After her meal and bath, Qiao Wanyan sat on the bed in a brand new dress, feeling a twinge of disdain. Although the garment was undoubtedly new, it lacked the luxurious texture of shoe brocade. While not inexpensive, it paled in comparison to her usual attire. As night fell, she remained oblivious to the identity of her captor. A restless night passed, and she awoke unusually early at the break of dawn. Finding no sign of Chang'an outside, she donned a thick fox fur cloak and ventured out of the courtyard. Trusting her instincts, she headed south, only to discover a dead end. Blinking in surprise, she pursed her lips and muttered a curse under her breath, promptly changing direction towards the north. After a short while, she stood with her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "What kind of wretched place is this? Every corner is a dead end. Did the architect of this place lose their mind?" Qiao Wanyan found herself disoriented. A woman who had never before lost her way, now utterly lost. She could not locate the residence of her captor, nor could she find the courtyard where she had spent the previous night. Surrounded by blooming plum blossoms, she found herself in a garden of these delicate flowers. Yet, no matter which path she took, she could not find her way out. How delightful it would be to spend an entire day admiring the plum blossoms. However, the ominous thought lingered that she might perish in the cold of the night. Meanwhile, Chang'an hurriedly arrived at the Listening Rain Pavilion, bowing respectfully before urgently exclaiming, "My lord, that young lady has wandered into the plum garden." The man referred to as my lord held a medical tome in his hands, his gaze focused intently upon its pages. Clad in a robe of pristine white silk that seemed to carry the essence of ethereal mountains and misty clouds, he exuded an otherworldly grace. His skin glowed with a porcelain-like hue, and his profile bore exquisite, flowing lines. His deep-set eyes appeared to conceal the frozen waters of millennia, starkly contrasting with the world around him. "My lord," Chang'an, noticing his lack of reaction, cautiously inquired again. After a long pause, silence persisted. Realizing that his lord was engrossed in his studies, oblivious to the commotion outside, Chang'an stood by quietly, a twinge of anxiety stirring within him. The plum garden was ensnared in a maze, crafted by a master summoned by his lord's father. For many years, those residing in the Apothecary Valley refrained from entering the garden, as they were unaware of how to escape. Only the Lord and the young lady possessed the knowledge of the way out. Without them, it was likely that the ethereal young lady would remain trapped in the garden for eternity. After the passage of a fragrant stick, Yunheng finally closed his medical book and turned his gaze towards Chang'an at the door. His ink-black hair cascaded like a waterfall, secured only by a jade hairpin, while wisps of hair framed his face, adding an air of untainted elegance. "What is it?" he inquired. Chang'an reiterated his purpose, and Yunheng, seemingly indifferent, replied, "I understand." Chang'an hesitated before adding, "My lord, if we do not bring that young lady out, given the current weather, she may freeze to death tonight." Yunheng responded in a calm tone, "I still have a book to finish. Waiting until evening will not result in any loss of life." Chang'an clicked his tongue. Having accompanied his lord for so long, he had grown accustomed to his reactions. Although his lord was a healer, his willingness to save others depended entirely on his whims and moods. Being hailed as a genius in medicine merely reflected his obsession with the craft, not necessarily a commitment to saving lives. The young lady had stealthily departed from the apothecary valley, and despite his lord's prolonged search, she had remained elusive. It was only recently that Changqing had reported seeing her entering the residence of the Minister of Revenue in the capital, revealing her whereabouts. Though the young lady lacked martial skills, as the lord's sister, she was well versed in the art of poison, making her self-preservation effortless. Consequently, he had dispatched individuals to retrieve her, fully aware that even Changqing would be unable to capture her. On the journey, Changqing would likely succumb to her poison, leading to her disappearance and necessitating an arduous search anew, a venture surely fraught with futility. Thus, the Lord instructed Changqing to capture the young lady's most trusted companion from the minister's residence and deliberately leave her in the four-leaf green to entice the young lady back. According to Changqing, it had taken considerable effort to find a moment when the minister's daughter was alone before successfully bringing her back. The young master shows little regard for the young ladies of the Ministry of Rites. If he were to care, it would only be for the various medical texts. Otherwise, why would he remain indifferent while allowing someone to linger in the plum garden? Chang'an sighed silently, recognizing that a person like him would harbor no feelings for anyone. And it seemed he was destined to wed those medical books instead. Yunheng turned to retrieve a book from the top shelf of the cabinet. But suddenly a thought flashed through his mind, causing his hand to halt midair. Never mind. He exited and made his way toward the plum garden, where the plum trees were artfully arranged, their blossoms defiantly blooming like red dots against the snow, their delicate fragrance refreshing the spirit. In the distance, he spotted a small figure crouching beneath a plum tree. The young woman was clad in a snow-white fox fur cloak, seemingly merging with the snowy landscape. She faced the tree, her back turned to him, concealing her features from view. With an expressionless demeanor, Yunheng approached her, the crunch of snow underfoot gradually drawing nearer. Yet she remained oblivious to his presence. "I shall take you out." His tone mirrored his untainted exterior, devoid of warmth. Qiao Wanyan looked up at him from her crouched position. In an instant, Yunheng's head buzzed, his deep-set eyes filled with the sight of her ethereal beauty. As he gazed at Qiao Wanyan, she scrutinized the unfamiliar man before her. He possessed a handsome appearance, seeming like a good person. Yet she had never been one to judge by looks alone. Like herself, she could feign a harmless, delicate facade, but her true nature was far from virtuous. Yunheng extended a hand to assist her, but to his surprise, she swiftly drew a jade hairpin from her hair, aiming it at him, her small face betraying wariness and fear. Yunheng glanced at the hairpin. Such a reaction and weapon posed no threat. Despite the display of defensiveness, she appeared remarkably fragile. This was Yunheng's first impression of her, beautiful, pitiable, like a flower in full bloom, yet easily broken with a mere touch. "I shall take you out," he repeated in his indifferent tone. Qiao Wanyan's hand trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the cold. Having spent too long in the snow, her entire body felt icy, and her feet were nearly numb. "Who are you? Are you the master of this place? Why have you bound me here?" She posed 3 questions in rapid succession, but Yunheng offered no reply, seemingly finding it bothersome. Though a healer, he was not particularly amiable or sociable. "I shall take you out," he reiterated, as if by merely escorting her away, he could return to his medical texts. Qiao Wanyan fell silent for a moment, realizing this foolish man had no other words. He repetitively stated the same phrase, leading one to believe he was a socially inept oddity. A flicker of recognition stirred within her heart. She recalled the description of Brother Yun Yao from the tales, stiff and taciturn, disinclined to engage with others. Although a healer, his assistance was dictated by his whims and moods. A true oddball indeed. Could this person be Yunhang? Yet, if it were indeed him, why would he bind himself? Qiao Wanyan's expression darkened, and as she lifted her gaze once more, her eyes sparkled like starlight, shrouded in a mist of enchanting allure. Her pallor reminiscent of a celestial being that seemed to exist only within the confines of a painting. Fragmented, yet profoundly beautiful. Yunhang's obsidian-like eyes trembled slightly as he beheld the scorching tears cascading down her cheeks. His hand instinctively reached out to wipe them away, halting just half an inch from her skin in a show of restraint. "Do not weep. Who are you?" Qiao Wanyan asked, her voice trembling. Learning is a lifelong journey. From Qiao Huan, she understood that most men, with few exceptions like He Yanli, are inherently sympathetic to a woman's tears. Tears can resolve many unnecessary troubles, as well as those that are indeed necessary. "I am Yunhang, and this is the Apothecary Valley." Indeed, Qiao Wanyan anticipated this revelation. Yet she remained perplexed as to why he had brought her to the Apothecary Valley in such a manner. In the tales, she had not bound Qiao Huan in such a way. Having prepared to embark on her journey to the Apothecary Valley herself, why had he taken the unnecessary step of binding her? Was it possible he was unaware of her intentions? Yunhang spoke in a soothing tone. "I shall take you outside. Your complexion appears rather poor, likely due to the chill." He turned to lead the way. Yet when he noticed the absence of her footsteps behind him, he paused and glanced back. Qiao Wanyan lowered her gaze. "My feet have fallen asleep. I cannot walk." After a moment's contemplation, Yunhang returned, effortlessly lifting her into his arms and striding towards the exit. Chang'an, stationed outside, was taken aback at the sight of the young master carrying the young lady, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. He glanced back and forth between the two, rubbing his eyes, still unable to comprehend the scene before him. Wasn't the young master obsessively fastidious to the point of madness? Not only would he not permit anyone to touch him, even the slightest brush against his clothing would send him into a fit, returning to change outfits, incinerating the soiled garment in the charcoal pit, washing his hands 800 times a day. Those serving in the Apothecary Valley never dared to touch the young master's belongings. When cleaning, they had to don immaculate attire and ensure their hands were spotless. Chang'an pondered the absurdity of it all. Just last night, he had been reprimanded by the young master for inadvertently touching his teacup, receiving punishment by missing dinner. Nevertheless, the sight of the young master carrying that lady was undeniably striking. Chang'an harbored a selfish thought. While the young master seemed somewhat unworthy of the goddess-like lady, they could be considered a match of sorts. In his heart, he was certain that no man in this world could ever be worthy of such a divine being. How could a mere mortal ever befit a goddess? Yunhang carefully placed Qiao Wanyan back in the room where she initially resided, gently laying her on the bed before turning and departing with purposeful strides. He offered no explanation for binding her here, leaving without hesitation, his steps quickening. Qiao Wanyan mused. He truly is an oddity. Chang'an silently sighed as he observed the figure of the young master swiftly departing. It appeared that even the enchanting maiden, akin to a goddess, could not alleviate the young master's severe obsession with cleanliness. It was evident that he was returning to wash his hands, perhaps even to bathe and change his attire. Chapter 65. The highborn bows for love. Yunhang, with a gust of wind at his heels, returned to the listening rain pavilion, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Leaning against the door frame, he felt an unfamiliar surge of emotions. He raised a hand to touch his earlobe, sensing a scorching warmth. In a few swift steps, he approached the bronze mirror, where he beheld his fair complexion flushed with an intense crimson. Instinctively, he extended his hand to check his pulse. Why was his heart racing so fervently? Why did his face feel as if it were ablaze? Suddenly, an image of the delicate maiden from the plum garden flashed in his mind, causing him to clutch his chest as his breath quickened. What was happening? Why did it feel as though he could scarcely breathe? He was ill, gravely so, plagued by an ailment he had never encountered before. In the misty maze of the Apothecary Valley, Lu Jinya had been wandering for 3 days. Yet he could not locate the entrance. On that fateful day, he witnessed someone abducting Qiao Wanyan, and though he could have easily intervened, he hesitated upon seeing the 4-leafed green concealed weapon on the carriage. In that instant, he understood it was a weapon from the Apothecary Valley. Realizing that the one seeking to abduct Qiao Wanyan was indeed one of theirs, potentially the current master of the valley, the renowned medical genius, Yunhang, he stealthily trailed them, intent on finding the entrance to the Apothecary Valley and confronting Yunhang to procure the antidote for the poison inflicted during the beast arena. Lu Jinya was confident in his ability to prevail against anyone, Even if he faced overwhelming numbers, he could still compel Yun Hang to produce the antidote through precise coercion. As long as he could find Yun Hang, acquiring the antidote would be a trivial matter. At that point, he could hold his sword to Yun Hang's throat and exit the Apothecary Valley, taking Qiao Wanyan along. It would not be a rescue, but rather a means to slowly torment her, teaching her the perils of harboring a tiger. Yet, the greatest challenge lay in the fact that he had followed the masked man into this place, only to suddenly lose track of him. Meanwhile, He Jiu was also en route to this location, guided by Yun Yao, and their group was making swift progress toward the Apothecary Valley without unnecessary detours. They should have arrived within 3 days, but due to Qiao Yihuan's lingering poison causing a high fever, their journey had to be postponed. Inside the carriage, Qiao Yihuan grimaced as she drank a bowl of dark, bitter medicine, and after finishing, she wrapped herself in a blanket, guilt weighing heavily upon her. "It is all my fault. My poor health is a burden to everyone. Your Highness, perhaps you should leave without me." Her tone was laden with remorse and unease. And He Jiu, observing her pale visage, could hardly abandon her. "Do not dwell on such thoughts. How could I ever forsake you?" Qiao Yihuan clutched the edge of the blanket tightly, her heart troubled by the fact that Wanyan had been taken. "But Wanyan is in danger, and I cannot shake my anxiety." He Jiu narrowed his eyes, astonished to learn from Yun Yao that her elder brother was indeed the renowned physician of Yaoshi Valley. He understood that Yun Heng was not the kind-hearted healer one would expect from a compassionate lineage. With Wanyan being abducted without reason, the uncertainty of her fate weighed heavily on Yun Yao's heart, and how could he find solace in such a predicament? The day he had misunderstood her and caused her distress now haunted him. She must be yearning for his rescue in her solitude. He Jiu's expression grew grave, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke, "Yihuan, your words hold merit. I shall leave Jing Yuan and the physician to look after you. The safety of Wanyan cannot be guaranteed. She is not only my savior, but also the daughter of a high-ranking official. I must ensure her safety." Qiao Yihuan's pupils dilated in shock at the prince's declaration. What did he mean? Was he indicating that he would abandon her, gravely ill with a high fever, to seek out Qiao Wanyan? Instinctively, she grasped his sleeve. "Your Highness," He Jiu replied softly, "do not worry. I am aware of your concern for your sister. I will exert every effort to find her and bring her back to you safe and sound." A bitter pang coursed through Qiao Yihuan's heart. This was not what she had meant. In that moment, she clearly realized that she was no longer the singular person in his heart. In the past, even if she had been on the brink of death, he would have stayed by her side, never entertaining the thought of seeking out Qiao Wanyan. The prince was not one to extend his care indiscriminately. Only those who entered his heart would receive his special attention. Thus, she had once been that exception. Unafraid of any competition, even from someone as beautiful as Qiao Wanyan. The grip on his sleeve slipped away as He Jiu dismounted the carriage, leaving her with an outstretched hand, feeling a chilling emptiness within. The coldness enveloped her like icy waters, threatening to drown her in despair. Tears fell one by one as she bit down on her lower lip, leaving marks upon her delicate flesh, unwilling to release her grip. Her slender shoulders trembled slightly as she gazed through the window at He Jiu's retreating figure. He had not even taken the carriage but rode away. Consumed by worry and urgency, Lu Yen ran, witnessing her sobbing inconsolably, felt her own eyes welling with tears. She embraced her in the carriage, gently soothing her back. "Yihuan, Qiao Wanyan once saved the prince. If something were to happen to her, it would put the prince in a difficult position with Qiao Shangshu. Furthermore, the censors would undoubtedly impeach him. You must understand his predicament." As someone well-versed in countless novels, Lu Yen recognized that misunderstandings between the lead characters were commonplace. Although the current situation diverged from typical narratives, the heroine would ultimately prevail, and the hero would inevitably bow before her. High-ranking individuals capitulate for love, possessing everything yet yielding only to the heroine. Even though the journey is fraught with difficulties, these obstacles serve merely as spices to enrich the love story between the male and female leads. However, Jihuan remains oblivious, unaware that regardless of the path taken, she will ultimately emerge victorious with a smile. For now, she can only offer as much comfort as possible. It seems that after shedding tears, she finds a significant release, and her spirits gradually lift from their previous despair. Indeed, she is destined to become the crown princess, and thus, she ought to embody grace and magnanimity, ensuring that the prince does not perceive her as petty or envious. What difference does it make if Qiao Wanyan receives a fleeting gesture of pity from the prince? Let it be a mere act of charity this once. Chapter 66. Those wretched creatures. Yun Hung had not slept a wink all night. And when he awoke on the following morning, the dark circles under his eyes were exceedingly pronounced, startling Chang'an as he entered the room. "My lord, are you all right?" Chang'an exclaimed, taken aback. The young master was known for his strict routine, retiring early and rising with the dawn. Yet here he sat, lost in thought, resembling a soul ensnared by a mischievous spirit. Yun Hung lifted his deep, clear eyes to Chang'an, instructing him to fetch the tranquil heart pill and the calming pill. Chang'an blinked in confusion, bewildered by his master's odd behavior so early in the day. Despite his myriad questions, he turned and retrieved the requested items, preparing a cup of warm water for him to take. After consuming the pills, Yun Hung uttered not a single word, rising to dress before heading to the apothecary to retrieve 2 small jars. Chang'an was left agape as he watched his master consume both the tranquil heart pill and the calming pill without hesitation. He yearned to inquire about his master's state, but dared not, sensing that his lord was behaving unusually, as though possessed by a spirit. Approaching him could lead to dire consequences if he mistook Chang'an for a pill himself. Yun Hung then opened a hidden compartment, retrieving a small vial and setting it aside. Before taking up a brush to write something on paper, Chang'an stared in astonishment at the flurry of uninterrupted activity. Curious about the contents of the vial and the reason his master wrote for 2 pages before consuming its contents. Suddenly, upon swallowing the substance, Yun Hung clutched his head in apparent agony before collapsing. Chang'an cried out, "My lord!" Lacking knowledge of pharmacology, he exerted considerable effort to lift his master onto the bed before seeking out Uncle Zhang. "Uncle Zhang, what has happened to my lord?" Chang'an inquired, concern etched on his face. Uncle Zhang pursed his lips, glancing at the paper Chang'an had mentioned, before examining it thoroughly, understanding dawning upon him. "Your master is not in grave danger. He has merely ingested a poison that can be lethal yet also induce a profound sense of euphoria." Chang'an was perplexed. "Though you speak in plain terms, I cannot comprehend." "Fear not, for your master has consumed a memory-erasing drug. This substance will only cause him to forget events and individuals from the past few months. He has already documented half of what is significant. When he awakens, simply present these 2 pages to him." Chang'an remained skeptical, pondering the notion that his master had indeed inscribed half of something important. He picked up the 2 sheets of paper and glanced at them. The young master had written about the young lady secretly slipping out of the apothecary valley and had detailed the newly developed antidote for the twin soul curse, elaborating extensively, yet conspicuously omitting any mention of the young lady from the minister's residence. Chang'an scratched his head in confusion. Qiao Wanyan dared not wander aimlessly. The apothecary valley was fraught with mazes, and without a guide, she might easily become lost once more, just as she had on that day. It would be fortunate if someone found her, but if not, in such frigid weather, she could very well perish from the cold. Moreover, she had encountered no one on her journey yesterday, leading her to surmise that the inhabitants of the apothecary valley were few, making it prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. Breakfast and lunch were both delivered by Chang'an, the meals laid out on the table. Just as he was about to leave, Qiao Wanyan called him back. "Is there something you need?" Chang'an stammered, unable to meet her gaze. Qiao Wanyan's tone was gentle, frail, and innocuous, apart from her undeniably exquisite beauty. Her demeanor and expression effortlessly disarmed any defenses. "I have been here for several days now, and it has become rather dull. Might you take me out for a stroll?" Chang'an's mind urged him to decline, for the young master disliked strangers wandering about the apothecary valley. However, his lips betrayed his thoughts, yielding an affirmative response before his mind could catch up. "Very well." Qiao Wanyan's smile illuminated the room, causing Chang'an to flush intensely. He lowered his head and awkwardly turned away, muttering, "Then, I shall take you for a walk." Lacking any romantic inclination, Chang'an was uncertain where to take a lady that would bring her joy, so he led Qiao Wanyan to the pharmacy he frequented the most. Coincidentally, the young master had recently awakened and was resting in the listening rain pavilion, engrossed in a book. According to his usual routine, he would not arrive any time soon, and the young lady from the minister's residence could spend some time here without consequence. The pharmacy was reasonably spacious, with various rare medicinal herbs drying in the courtyard. The potent aroma of the herbs wafted through the air, mingling with the crisp chill, fostering a sense of calm and stability. Qiao Wanyan immediately spotted the casually piled butterfly grass on the shelves. "Isn't this butterfly grass?" Her tone rose, clearly expressing her dismay at the apothecary valley's apparent negligence. She had been unable to procure this herb in the capital, having learned of it through her merchant grandfather, who had fortuitously acquired a small quantity for a staggering sum of 1,000 taels of gold. It was no wonder this herb commanded exorbitant prices. It was both exceedingly rare and remarkably effective. She had once had a tail of butterfly grass ground into powder and mixed into her face powder, applying it daily to achieve a remarkably smooth and delicate complexion. To avoid wasting such a precious resource, she had spent her days socializing with the noble women of the capital, feigning modesty when they praised her skin, claiming it was simply her natural beauty. As she listened to their envious remarks about her innate allure, a sense of satisfaction enveloped her. To see such a rare treasure treated like mere weeds in the apothecary valley made her heart ache. Chang'an, however, shrugged dismissively, saying, "Oh, indeed, this herb is rather useless, possessing only a minor effect of refining and softening the skin." Zhang Shu primarily used this substance to prepare beauty powder for Zhang Shun. Otherwise, the young master would have considered it a nuisance and disposed of it. Qiao Wanyan thought to herself, how could they so casually underestimate her treasures? Oh, is this the young lady from a prominent family in the capital? She is truly lovely, resembling a celestial being. A woman approached, gazing at Qiao Wanyan with uncontainable astonishment, marveling at how someone could possess such beauty. Just look at those large eyes, petite nose, small mouth, and delicate face. She is indeed captivating. Qiao Wanyan slightly nodded. You flatter me, madam. The woman blinked in surprise for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter, tears almost spilling from her eyes. Oh dear, Chang'an, did you hear what this young lady called me? She referred to me as sister. Ha ha ha. Qiao Wanyan silently stepped back, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. The woman, still chuckling, left with her belongings, her laughter echoing in the air long after she had vanished from sight. Chapter 67. The cold nobleman Chang'an remarked, Miss, that woman was Zhang Shun, whom I mentioned earlier. She is already 49 this year. She uses beauty powder made from butterfly grass daily, which is why she appears so much younger. Qiao Wanyan replied. That woman seemed to be no more than 26 or 27. 49. Chang'an, could you sell me some of that butterfly grass? I would pay any amount. Chang'an pondered how this substance, once scorned in the apothecary valley, had now become a sought-after item. Follow me, he instructed, leading her to the storeroom behind the pharmacy. He pointed to 3 rows of boxes on the northern shelves, explaining, these are all butterfly grass. Every year, the back mountain of the apothecary valley yields a bountiful harvest, which Zhang Shu collects and dries for storage each early autumn. If you wish to take some, feel free to take as much as you like. It's free of charge. The back mountain was filled with this herb, untouched by anyone except for Zhang Shu, who used it for his wife's beauty powder. As Qiao Wanyan stood before the shelves, gazing at the dozens of boxes containing the dried butterfly grass, she felt a pang of sorrow. Leaving such treasures here was akin to casting pearls before swine. Who are you? A cold, ethereal voice inquired. Qiao Wanyan turned to see Yun Heng, standing at the doorway with an indifferent gaze fixed upon her. She furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. Yesterday, his gaze had held a hint of gentleness, yet today he appeared as a complete stranger, exuding total apathy. Indeed, it was indifference. He regarded her as an inconsequential stranger, devoid of any need for kindness. Qiao Wanyan challenged. You had someone bind me here, yet you inquire who I am? Yun Heng's brows knitted slightly, prompting Chang'an to approach and whisper something in his ear. Upon hearing it, Yun Heng's furrowed brows relaxed, and without uttering a word or offering an explanation, he turned and departed. It seemed she was merely an unimportant individual. Yun Heng entered the pharmacy. Observing the detoxification pills he had recently formulated, his heart calm and undisturbed. For reasons unknown, he now resembled a reclusive monk, exhibiting no desires or cravings for the world around him. Through the window, Qiao Wanyan gazed at his departing figure, suddenly struck by the desire to set fire to his pharmacy. Chang'an discerned her discontent and promptly approached to explain, My lady, please do not be upset. Our young master did not intentionally forget you. This morning, he inexplicably consumed a jar of Qingxin Dan and another of Jingxin Wan. Subsequently, he ingested a pill that causes temporary amnesia, which is why he does not recall you. Qiao Wanyan's expression shifted slightly at the mention of a memory-erasing potion. Chang'an nodded. Indeed, the young master developed it 6 months ago, capable of erasing memories from the past few months. Before taking the medicine, he noted many significant events. Yet it appears he neglected to document the reason for your presence at the apothecary valley. With her eyes narrowed and a hint of derision at the corners of her mouth, Qiao Wanyan contemplated the situation. As Chang'an prepared to escort her home, they fortuitously encountered Aunt Zhang, who willingly took on the task of returning her, leaving Chang'an to return to the pharmacy. My lord, Yunheng did not lift his gaze. His jade-like fingertips delicately caressing the herbs within a wooden box, gently crushing them before inhaling their fragrance. His ethereal beauty radiated an icy detachment, seemingly disinterested in everything beyond the myriad of herbs and medical knowledge before him. Where's Yao? Chang'an immediately responded. News from Chongqing this morning suggests she will likely arrive by tomorrow morning. After a brief silence, Yunheng altered the enchantment surrounding the apothecary valley. Chang'an was taken aback. My lord, if the enchantment is changed, the lady will be unable to find her way back in. You have been anxious since she secretly slipped out of the apothecary valley, dispatching Chongqing to locate her. Now that she is finally returning, why alter the enchantment to prevent her entrance? Yunheng turned, his graceful silhouette reminiscent of a celestial crane, exuding an air of chill. She must learn a lesson for her recklessness in leaving the apothecary valley without permission, since she is so concerned about the young lady from the minister's residence. Let her remain outside to reflect on her actions. Understood, my lord, Chang'an replied, preparing to depart when he suddenly heard Yunheng speak again. Do not let her wander. I do not wish to see strangers outside the Liuguang pavilion. In an instant, Chang'an understood whom the young master referred to. Rest assured, I will keep a close watch on that lady. Yunheng nodded slightly and handed him the previously prepared Yuqing Dan, instructing, in 3 days, when a yen is allowed entry, ensure she is sent out as well. The apothecary valley may have brought her here without cause, but we shall offer compensation. Chang'an was not particularly surprised by his master's words, as he had always perceived him as a person of cool indifference. The only semblance of tenderness he exhibited was towards his biological sister, while his greater patience and attention were devoted to medical texts. Chang'an took the Yuqing Dan to the Liuguang pavilion and presented it to her. My lady, this is Yuqing Dan, an antidote capable of neutralizing 100 poisons. Due to the rarity of the medicinal herbs, it is impossible to find a second one even in the apothecary valley. Thus, this detoxification pill is the only one in existence, serving as compensation for bringing the young lady here. Qiao Wanyan's gaze fell upon the small vial. What was this? Did they regard her as a beggar to be casually dismissed? She had been here for 2 or 3 days already, yet remained unaware of why she was in this place. No one explained anything to her, nor did anyone inform her when she might leave. Is it true that the apothecary valley, situated within the borders of the Great Yu Kingdom, disregards the law? Chang'an was taken aback, seemingly surprised that the lovely young lady, who appeared gentle and harmless in his memory, could look so captivating when angry. Indeed, how unreasonable. The young master offered no explanation or sincere apology and simply left her in this place. A villain, a truly wicked person. Qiao Wanyan spoke firmly. I demand to see Yunheng. Chang'an replied, Miss, I shall inform the young master at once. Please wait a moment. Chang'an returned swiftly, his expression somewhat troubled. Miss, our young master says he is unavailable. He also mentioned that if 1 jade pure pill is insufficient, you may choose any medicinal herbs from the apothecary valley. All he requests is for you to remain peacefully in the valley for a few days. It is elegantly phrased as not to trouble him, to bring her here forcefully. And now he finds her bothersome? Qiao Wanyan's expression shifted dramatically. Very well. I shall remain in the apothecary valley for a few days. Chang'an felt a chill run down his spine at her demeanor. Chapter 68. Your home has gone outside the apothecary valley. Lu Jinya's demeanor had worsened over the past few days. His plans had been meticulously crafted. Yet he never anticipated wandering outside the apothecary valley for days without discovering the entrance. It had ended before it even began. Suddenly, a myriad of stars flickered several hundred meters away. Lu Jinya looked toward that direction, contemplating whether to approach. Yun Yao crouched by a fire, warming her slightly plump hands. The cold air she exhaled dissipating beside the flames. Ziqing, feeling anxious, exclaimed, Did we not say it was very close? Why must we stop to rest? Would it not be the same to rest after reaching the apothecary valley? I still do not know how the young lady is faring. Although it was Yun Yao's brother who had taken her, she could not ease her worry. Yun Yao replied, Sister Ziqing, it is not that I do not wish to take you, but the maze outside the apothecary valley is only visible during the day. At night, visibility is poor, and I cannot locate the entrance to guide you. Ziqing helplessly sat on a nearby stone, only to rise moments later to crouch by the fire once more. How cold the stone is. He Ji rested in the carriage, while Qiao Wanyan chose not to wait outside the valley for anyone to emerge, instead following them despite her illness. She believed that the divine doctor of the Apothecary Valley, Yun Hong, would take a liking to her, and in the future, he would willingly venture into the world to assist her in rescuing the crown prince. Consequently, the empress would relent and agree to let the crown prince marry her as his consort. Even if this notion were not entirely true, she could not afford to overlook the slightest possibility. Qiao Wanyan lingered by the window of the carriage, holding a bowl of ginger soup. Your Highness, I have prepared a bowl of ginger soup. The winter night is frigid. Would you not enjoy a bowl to ward off the chill? He Ji promptly opened the window, and upon seeing her, hurriedly descended from the carriage, draping his cloak over her. Your cold has yet to subside. Why must you exert yourself to prepare ginger soup for me? Qiao Wanyan lowered her gaze. I am concerned for your Highness. I find joy in doing anything for you. He Ji sighed, taking the ginger soup from her. You are always so considerate of others, yet neglect your own well-being. Lu Yanran approached, exclaiming, Your Highness. Yihuan nearly burned herself preparing this ginger soup for you. Her affection for you is profound and cannot be compared to any insincere flattery. He Ji glanced at her, but remained silent. Qiao Wanyan playfully interjected, Yanran, do not speak such nonsense. Lu Yanran pouted, but I speak nothing but the truth. With a smile, she added, You two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Qiao Wanyan, with a hint of exasperation, said, Your Highness. Yanran is merely fond of jesting. Do not take offense. He Ji replied softly, Yihuan, you will one day be my crown princess. Those you associate with should be of noble birth, even if not from prominent families. Women of the common folk, while free-spirited, are ill-suited for certain important occasions. Qiao Wanyan was taken aback, but Yanran is my dear friend. She may not be my sister by blood, yet she is closer than a sister to me. He Ji, noting her reaction, shifted the conversation. I merely offer a suggestion. Whom you choose to befriend is entirely your prerogative. Qiao Wanyan beamed. Your Highness is truly kind to me. Qiao Wanyan preferred the company of daughters from high-ranking officials, often discussing the exquisite fabrics from their family's shops or the precious jewelry they had recently acquired. An endless cycle of comparison, boasting, and jealousy, vying for superiority. In contrast, she associated with ordinary women devoid of power and influence, where sincerity thrived without the treachery of hidden motives. Just as His Highness cherished her gentle and kind nature. Devoid of rivalry, he had just spoken of introducing her to noble women, but should she truly mingle with them, how would she differ from Qiao Wanyan and those privileged ladies? It seemed that only as a unique piece of white cloth in a dye vat could she truly captivate His Highness's attention. Lu Jinya had gathered enough information to realize that the renowned physician from the Apothecary Valley was indeed Yun Yao's brother. Had he known this sooner, he would have secured Yun Yao's help to retrieve the antidote from the Apothecary Valley, thus avoiding the torment inflicted by that arrogant and malicious woman, Qiao Wanyan. He strode purposefully to the fire, taking a seat, startling Ziyun, who, upon recognizing his familiar countenance, sprang to her feet. What are you doing here? Where's the young lady? Lu Jinya responded calmly, I do not know. I lost track of her. Ziyun retorted angrily. How could you be so useless? The young lady took you in out of kindness, and yet you have failed in your duty to protect her. Lu Jinya maintained his composed demeanor. You are also her close maid. Why did you not protect her? Ziyun's fury ignited, grinding her teeth as she plotted how to report this dereliction to the young lady upon finding her, intent on ensuring that this audacious individual received a proper reprimand. How audacious to offend the most trusted person beside the young lady. It is a display of utter blindness and foolishness. Lu Jinya cast a glance at her calculating expression, sensing a shrewdness that, paradoxically, lacked clarity. Yun Hang was immersed in writing prescriptions in the study, while Chang'an, sitting beside him, was struggling to keep his eyes open, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. As the candlelight dimmed, Yun Hang finally shifted his gaze from the text, pinching the bridge of his nose to rest his weary eyes. Chang'an, he called, prompting the latter to awaken slightly. Young master, are we to return for rest? Yun Hang gazed out the window at the distant flickering lights, unable to discern clearly through the glazed tiles. Is someone outside releasing sky lanterns? Chang'an shook his head. I haven't heard anything of the sort. Before nightfall, I saw Aunt Zhang and several others had already returned to rest. Longqing wouldn't have time for such festivities either. Following his gaze, Chang'an too looked out and, as expected, spotted a glow in the distance. Rising, he moved toward the window. Upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. Whether it was the sudden rush of cold air or the shocking sight beyond, he stammered, "Why, young master, the place is on fire." By the time Yun Hang and his servant arrived, flames and thick smoke soared into the sky. The inferno raged uncontrollably, consuming every corner of the Liuguang pavilion, its crackling sounds piercing the night air. The scorching fire painted the surroundings in vivid hues, and Qiao Wanyan stood with her back to the blaze, her crimson dress reflecting its brilliance, a vision of breathtaking beauty and otherworldly allure. A delightful smile graced her lips as she declared, "Young master, your home is gone." Chapter 69. The cargo Chang'an inhaled sharply, nearly fainting. Yet, Yun Hang's expression remained unperturbed, displaying a calm demeanor. Observing the place he had meticulously nurtured now engulfed in flames, he should have been furious, envisioning the woman laughing so freely before him being subjected to 1,000 tortures. But inexplicably, his heart was serene, profoundly tranquil. The turmoil of emotions within him had settled like still waters. It felt as though the devastation before him belonged to another. Chang'an's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, confronting the woman whose audacity rivaled the flames, feeling a profound sense of betrayal. How could this girl, who merely days ago appeared so gentle and innocent, suddenly commit such shocking acts? Yet, with her striking beauty, Chang'an believed the fire's destruction was not her fault. Cautiously, he glanced at his master, aware that for him, Yao girl was of utmost significance. However, he knew that beyond her, no person or possession could rival the sanctity of the Apothecary Valley's study and pharmacy. Now, with the pharmacy consumed by flames beyond redemption, Chang'an feared for Qiao's very life. That was his master's painstaking hard work, all reduced to ashes. "It's all gone," he murmured softly. Chang'an swallowed hard, rising unsteadily as he replied anxiously, "Young master, the fire is too fierce, it cannot be saved." Yun Hang responded lightly, his gaze settling on Qiao Wanyan as he walked towards her. His silhouette, akin to a crane with a graceful posture, was strikingly elegant. Yet each step he took resonated like a drumbeat upon the heart of Chang'an. Qiao Wanyan's beautiful eyes shimmered, her light brown pupils reflecting the luminous moon and her ethereal visage. He resembled the moon, yet possessed an otherworldly charm that surpassed its brilliance. To Qiao Wanyan, his expression of desirelessness seemed destined to dwell in a realm untouched by the world, akin to a deity hidden in a land of serene beauty. Clad in white, he was unparalleled. "Why must you set this place ablaze?" Yun Hang inquired. Qiao Wanyan's eyes appeared to house a multitude of stars, bright and clear, their twinkling radiance exuding an enchanting aura. She replied earnestly, "You displeased me, so I set fire to your home." Her reasoning was sound. She spoke the truth. In the capital, should she find herself unhappy, she would not tolerate even the slightest offense. If direct confrontation was not an option, she would employ capable servants to deliver a thorough thrashing to alleviate her frustration. She was not one to endure grievances. Yun Hang remained silent, simply observing her. Her words seemed entirely justified. "You took it upon yourself to bring me here without seeking my consent. To this day, I remain unaware of your intentions. You have neither explained nor chosen to meet me, leaving me here to await your command in silence. Do you think a single detoxifying pill is sufficient to dismiss me? Do you regard me as a mere insignificant piece on your chessboard?" Yun Hang's expression remained calm, his ears filled with the melodious sound of her voice, as sweet and clear as a songbird in the mountains. So close was their proximity that Yun Hang could even catch a hint of her delicate fragrance. The Apothecary Valley was suffused with the scent of medicinal herbs, yet her aroma was a refreshing and intriguing anomaly. Yun Hang contemplated that perhaps, in the future, when the Apothecary Valley was rebuilt, it would be splendid to create a garden filled with flowers. Qiao Wanyan awaited his explanation, but after a moment of silence, she was met only with the sight of his retreating figure, devoid of words. Qiao Wanyan. She suddenly felt that the tales depicting Yun Hang as a man ill at ease in social interactions were mistaken. It was not that he was inept, rather, he seemed utterly oblivious to the nuances of human relations, acting solely on his whims without regard for the chaotic consequences of his actions. Chang'an. Chang'an took a few steps closer, seemingly perplexed. "Master, where are you headed?" "Back to rest," Yun Hang replied. "But master, the apothecary has suffered considerable damage." Chang'an protested. "It can be rebuilt," Yun Hang stated. Leave an area in the front yard and corridor for planting flowers, perhaps some roses. Chang'an felt a surge of disbelief. Was he truly so unfazed? Had he not just worried that Master might harm Miss Qiao? Furthermore, given Master's reaction, he feared that Miss Qiao would be even more incensed. Those who had grown up in the Apothecary Valley were accustomed to Master's temperament, but outsiders would likely struggle to adapt to his ways. With the apothecary ablaze, would the study be next to succumb to flames in the dead of night? As Chang'an pondered, a sudden gust of chilling wind swept past her. In the next moment, Qiao Wanyan forcefully pushed Yun Heng from behind, seemingly unable to contain the fury boiling within her. Indeed, her mother was right. Ignoring someone is the cruelest form of punishment. When her father angered her mother, she would simply refuse to acknowledge him. Each time, her father would fret, unable to eat or sleep, ultimately learning to refrain from provoking her mother again. Her mother had said that for those who cherish you, neglecting them is a lethal blow, effortlessly wielding power over their hearts. Yet now, Qiao Wanyan felt that even with those she held no affection for, she could not tolerate such emotional coldness. Let us do away with those who cause me distress, she thought. Qiao Wanyan had not intended to push Yun Heng to the ground, imagining instead that he would stagger and fall, allowing her to unleash her fury upon his indifferent face. The notion of cultivating a beneficial relationship with Yun Heng for future assistance seemed distant. In that moment, she simply wished to strike down this pretentious figure. In the tales, Xiao Yihuan had Yun Heng as a great ally who later aided the crown prince in overcoming a peculiar poison, ultimately persuading the empress to permit the crown prince to take her as his consort. Yet now, even without the prospect of befriending Yun Heng for future support, what could it matter? If the crown prince succumbed to the poison, he would perish regardless, and though Yu had met his end, the crown prince would always have a successor. She could direct her efforts toward the next crown prince. There were numerous paths to tread, not merely this one. However, in that moment, despite her efforts to push Yun Heng, he remained unmoved. Instead, she miscalculated and collided with his back, causing her nose to bleed, and tears to spring forth uncontrollably. Qiao Wanyan, clutching her nose, felt her eyes welling up, the crystalline tears spilling forth. A beautiful maiden weeping seemed to evoke the world's sorrow on her behalf. Yun Heng turned, his distinctly defined hand instinctively lifting. The back of his finger gently brushed away the tears at the corner of her eye, the warmth of his touch akin to flames, sending ripples through the tranquil lake of her heart, which could not settle for a long while. Chapter 70. The enchantment of hearts. As Qiao Wanyan pressed her hand to her nose, she suddenly felt a warm sensation. Raising her hand, she was startled to see a vivid red, causing her to tilt her head back in shock. Yun Heng furrowed his brow slightly, cradling her porcelain-like face and gently pressing down, preventing her from tilting her head. He then pressed down on the bleeding side of her nostril while using his other hand to catch the blood flowing from her nose. Qiao Wanyan wanted to protest. Though she had never bled from her nose before, she had seen others tilt their heads back to stop the flow. Was he not attempting to retaliate by preventing her from doing so? Don't move. Yun Heng's cold voice rang out, a breath of frosty air brushing against her face. Tilting one's head back while bleeding could cause blood to flow into the throat, leading to coughing, or worse, swallowing it could irritate the stomach and induce vomiting. Rarely compliant. Qiao Wanyan stilled, her enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed upon Yun Heng as he tended to her nosebleed. His long, dark lashes obscured the emotions lurking beneath, and Qiao Wanyan noticed a slight tremor in his hand. It seemed as though he had suddenly lost all strength. Even the simple act of covering his nose felt laborious. Beside him, Chang'an observed the blood streaming from his master's nose, and his heart tightened in alarm. He hastily retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, intending to offer it to his master for cleaning. However, recalling his master's disdain for his handkerchiefs, despite their immaculate cleanliness, he reluctantly stowed it away again. In that moment, Chang'an grasped a painful truth. His master possessed a severe cleanliness obsession, yet it was not uniformly applied. For instance, he was fastidious about his own hygiene, but his scruples seemed to vanish when it came to Miss Qiao. After a considerable time, the flow of blood from Qiao Wanyan's nose was staunched, and only then did Yun Heng release her. "Follow me," he instructed. Chang'an did not follow. Aunt Zhang had also been stirred by the raging fire and rushed out to assist. Yet, upon witnessing the towering flames, she realized it was futile to approach. Even a few buckets of water would be ineffective against such a blaze. All she could do was stand back and attempt to contain the spread, preventing further devastation. In the study, Qiao Wanyan took out her handkerchief to clean the small amount of blood that had marred her nose, while Yun Heng retrieved a small porcelain vial from a drawer. He turned and poured a glass of water, offering it to her along with the vial containing pills intended to replenish blood, harmless substances. Qiao Wanyan extracted one pill to hand to him. Having just set fire to his residence, she thought that if she were in Yun Heng's position, she would be tempted to poison him. She was determined not to perish at the hands of Qiao Huan, only to meet her end at Yun Heng's. Yun Heng glanced at the energy-replenishing pill in her hand, and without hesitation, took it to his mouth. However, just as he was about to swallow it, he paused, bringing it to his nose for a gentle sniff. His brows knitting together. The scent of the pill was amiss. This was not an energy pill, but rather a Huan pill. Without a shadow of doubt, he realized who had swapped his energy pill for the Huan pill. Only Ayao from the Apothecary Valley had the audacity to tamper with his belongings. She perpetually clamored to venture beyond the valley and, when denied, resorted to mischief every few days. Swapping his medicine had become a common occurrence, but he had never anticipated that she would escalate her antics to the point of substituting it with something else entirely. Such reckless behavior knew no bounds. He had nearly allowed someone to ingest it. The thought of her consuming it without a second thought filled him with dread, as the aftermath would have been exceedingly troublesome. The pharmacy had been engulfed in flames, rendering it impossible to concoct a tranquilizing remedy. The calming pills in his study had also been depleted. If it weren't for her caution, they would have been in dire straits. Qiao Wanyan observed him refrain from consuming the energy pill, and when he attempted to snatch the porcelain vial from her, she instinctively turned aside, preventing him from taking it. "Why won't you eat it?" she inquired. Clearly, the contents of the vial were not what they seemed. If he himself dared not consume it, yet sought to confiscate it to erase evidence, it was undoubtedly something nefarious. Yun Heng found himself momentarily at a loss for words, uncertain how to elucidate the situation, fearing that even his explanation would not convince her. "I brought you here because Yun Yao is my sister. I inadvertently discovered her profound reliance on you, which led me to devise a plan to ensnare you in hopes of luring her back. Given her expertise in poison, the likelihood of forcibly returning her is minimal. Hence this stratagem." Qiao Wanyan inquired, "Who asked you this? Why don't you eat?" Yun Heng replied, "If you are dissatisfied with the Yuqing pill, I can promise to descend the valley once to treat you, with no time constraints. The pharmacy has been destroyed, and I can no longer provide any other elixirs. Initially, I mentioned you could select any medicine from the pharmacy, but that capability no longer exists." Qiao Wanyan's expression shifted slightly, as if a thought had crossed her mind. "I am not one to be unyielding in matters of principle. Since you feel remorse and seek to make amends, I have no desire to complicate matters for you." Yun Heng sighed in relief. Qiao Wanyan continued, "I have an arrow wound on my shoulder. I previously used Wanyan jade ointment, yet some scarring remains. I wish to completely remove this scar. Can you assist me?" Her tone was gentle, her eyes shimmering with an enchanting allure, reminiscent of a bewitching sprite. "Very well," Yun Heng responded. Qiao Wanyan's beautiful eyes half closed, her voice soft as mist. "I knew that young Master Yun is a good person, just perhaps not adept at socializing. Young Master Yun, if I fall ill in the future and cannot find a healer, may I seek your assistance?" Yun Heng nodded, "Certainly." Qiao Wanyan smiled, her expression radiating an astonishing beauty. "Young Master Yun, I am of gentle disposition and easily bullied. If someone who has wronged me comes to seek your aid, would you kindly disregard them?" Qiao Wanyan possessed an utterly stunning visage, exuding a captivating force that pierced the heart. Like the soul blossom blooming in a monochrome world, one could not help but fall under her spell. In her deliberate display of fragility, she masked her underlying fierceness, resembling the most delicate and harmless camellia. In her presence, words of refusal felt lodged in his throat, impossible to utter. It seemed that upon meeting her gaze, one could entirely forget the raging fire outside, its origin lost to memory. Yun Heng acquiesced once more without hesitation. Qiao Wanyan beamed. "Young Master Yun, you are truly wonderful. If I had an elder brother like you, akin to Yao Yao, I would never again be bullied." "Young Master Yun, what was that you just gave me to eat?" "The Huan pill," Yun Heng answered without a moment's hesitation, only to pause as the words left his mouth. Chapter 71. How can young master soothe my heart? Yun Heng quickly clarified. "It was not my intention to have you ingest the Huan pill. I was unaware that Ayao had swapped the chi-replenishing pills in that small porcelain vial for the less potent Huan pill. Please do not misunderstand." As Qiao Wanyan observed his perpetually serene demeanor, A flicker of intrigue crossed her features, and she believed that the Hehuan pill was not given to her by his volition. It was hard to fathom how such a person might appear, filled with desire. With an innocent smile, Qiao Wanyan declared, "Young Master Yun, I believe in you." Upon hearing her trust, Yun Heng was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of guilt. She was brought here by her own words, uncertain of the reasons, trembling for several days. Now, despite the incredibility of her truth, she declared her faith in herself. "Young Master Yun is a good man. He would never harm me." Beautiful individuals, when uttering insincere lies, can easily mislead the minds of others. Yun Heng had traveled extensively in the past, yet he had never encountered a woman with a countenance like a goddess but a heart like a viper. Qiao Wanyan suddenly lowered her eyelids, her tone laced with melancholy. "Although young Master Yun nearly compelled me to consume the Hehuan drug, I understand it was not intentional." Yet, despite this understanding, fear lingered in her heart. She gently placed her hand over her chest, her brows furrowing like distant mountains shrouded in mist, resembling a frightened little rabbit. A shiver ran through Yun Heng. At such close proximity, witnessing her expression left him momentarily paralyzed, his mind blank. "How can I ease your heart?" Qiao Wanyan slowly lifted her gaze, her clear azure eyes reflecting his face. Instead of answering, she posed a question. "What do you think would calm my heart?" He Ziyu and others had been lingering at the entrance for 3 days. Ziyuan was growing anxious. "Why can't we find it? Isn't this your home?" Yun Yao was equally distressed. "My brother must have altered the maze. I can't locate the entrance either." Xiao Yihuan spoke gently. "Yao Yao's brother is a renowned divine physician. He is undoubtedly a man of great kindness. Though Wanyan has been taken to the Apothecary Valley, she is likely not in any danger. Yao Yao, do not fret. Take your time." Ziyuan couldn't help but retort, "If you hadn't been abducted without reason, you wouldn't be so unconcerned. You call her sister. What peace do you have?" Xiao Yihuan bit her lip. I didn't mean it that way. Naturally, I am worried for Wanyan, but our anxiety won't resolve anything. We need to calm down and devise a solution." Xiaoying hastily chimed in, "Exactly. Our young lady is kind-hearted. Someone like you cannot possibly understand." Yun Yao felt overwhelmed. "You don't comprehend. My brother, despite his exceptional medical skills, is difficult to approach. He is the type who sees anything beyond medical texts and herbs as a nuisance. Lacking any compassion, Yun Yao's heart was restless. If Sister Yan encountered someone like her brother, she would undoubtedly be inadvertently harmed. Yan's gentle disposition, left unprotected, would leave her vulnerable to bullying, causing Yun Yao immense distress. She shuddered at the thought of Sister Yan's solitude and helplessness. Would her brother confine her to a dark chamber, deeming her an outsider bothersome? Would he drug her to keep her quiet if she wished to escape? After wandering for quite some time, Yun Yao still could not find the entrance she remembered. As they meandered back and forth, she sensed a shift in the maze. Suddenly inspired, she led them in one direction, and indeed, the entrance to the Apothecary Valley appeared. "Is this the Apothecary Valley?" Qiao Yihuan exclaimed in astonishment. It resembled a paradise beyond the mundane world. The secluded tranquility of this place seemed to exist in stark contrast to the outside world, with the occasional chirping of ethereal birds enhancing the serenity surrounding them. Lu Jinya, trailing behind, suddenly felt as though the strength had been siphoned from his body, an unsettling sense of weakness enveloping him. Jing Yuan remarked, "Your Highness, I suddenly feel my limbs growing weak and achy." Before He Zhiyu could respond, Yun Yao interjected, "This is the effect of the soft bone powder. It permeates the air here. The Apothecary Valley is perpetually shrouded in a maze to deter intruders, yet this maze is not infallible. Should someone inadvertently wander in, the soft bone powder can render even the most skilled martial artists into mere mortals. In simpler terms, even if a villain were to intrude, they would lack the prowess to stir any commotion within the Apothecary Valley. Longqing would simply expel them before any trouble could arise." Yun Yao led a group towards the pharmacy, knowing her brother would either be there or in the study. However, as they neared the pharmacy, her eyes widened in disbelief. Upon reaching the entrance, she was met with the sight of a chaotic heap of charred remains, her mouth agape in astonishment. She distinctly remembered the pharmacy being situated here. Had she taken a wrong turn? He Zhiyu furrowed his brow and asked gravely, "Is this truly the Apothecary Valley? How did it come to be in such ruins? It appears to have recently caught fire." Lu Yinren suddenly inquired, "Could it have been Qiao Wanyan? She is known for her impulsive nature. Should she have a disagreement with Yao Yao's brother, It is entirely within her character to set this place ablaze. Otherwise, who would willingly burn their own abode within the Apothecary Valley? Yun Yao shook her head, though reluctant to admit it. A kernel of worry began to take root. Chang'an and Changqing, along with Uncle Zhang and Aunt Zhang, would never dare to incinerate the pharmacy. Could it be that Sister Ayan was truly pushed to her limits and, in a moment of rashness, set the pharmacy aflame? A pang of dread struck Yun Yao. The pharmacy was her brother's lifeblood, and the thought of Ayan being responsible was too overwhelming to contemplate. As Yun Yao's words hung in the air, Ziyuan felt a knot tighten in her chest. He Zhiyu's expression grew grave. If Ayan had indeed faced any peril in the Apothecary Valley, then the very existence of this place would be called into question. Lu Yinran scoffed inwardly, affirming the notion that the malicious female antagonist was indeed as vile as one might expect. Thoughtless and reckless, she was destined to serve merely as a foil to the protagonist. Had it been Yi Huan who had been taken here, she would undoubtedly have been the esteemed guest of Yun Hang. My brother is likely in the study or the Listening Rain Pavilion. The study is closer, so let us proceed there first. With minds filled with various thoughts, the group hurried towards the study, each believing, based on Yun Yao's reaction, that Qiao Wanyan's fate was grim. Yet, upon arriving at the study, a profound silence enveloped them. Qiao Wanyan was leisurely reclining on a soft couch, engrossed in a book, while Yun Hang, clad in white, knelt on one knee, peeling a lychee to feed her. Sensing movement at the door, she turned her head to glance over. Chapter 72. Yun's double standards. A gentle breath of coolness enveloped the air, prompting Yun Hang to adjust the soft blanket draped around him. He cast a glance at Yun Yao's silhouette, feeling a measure of reassurance, yet refrained from questioning or scolding her for stealthily slipping out of the Apothecary Valley. Instead, calmly issuing a command, "Close the door." Qiao Wanyan, believing that Chang'an had given it little thought, lightly turned the page with her delicate, fair fingers, lazily proclaiming, "This lychee is not sweet," the piece still resting in her mouth. Without a second thought, Yun Hang extended his hand to catch it as she, accustomed to being waited on since childhood, felt no shame in spitting the morsel into his palm. It seemed perfectly natural to her. Yun Yao's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Was this truly her brother? What of his supposed cleanliness? Once, when she accidentally regurgitated food onto him, he had mercilessly chastised her for even the slightest contamination, punishing her with a missed dinner. Yet now, he was willingly accepting food she had discarded? Surely, she must still be dreaming, for this made no sense. Qiao Yihuan was equally taken aback. Throughout their journey, Yin Ran had maintained that the esteemed healer Yun Hang would inevitably succumb to her charms, willing to sacrifice everything for her. His remarkable medical skills would serve as a great aid on her path to success, though she was not entirely convinced. The weight of Yin Ran's words and the recurring dreams she had experienced led her to believe it was a near certainty. Yet now, an unsettling anxiety crept in, as if everything she believed should rightfully belong to her was being snatched away by someone she had never regarded as a rival. Why was young Master Yun attending to Qiao Wanyan as if she were a treasured guest? Miss Ziyuan was the first to rush over, relieved to see her mistress unharmed and thriving. After hearing Yun Yao's earlier remarks, her heart had nearly leapt into her throat. Thankfully, the heavens favored her mistress, enabling her to adapt and flourish wherever she went. Qiao Wanyan blinked in surprise, quickly straightening herself on the soft couch. Turning around, she noticed a group of people at the door, all gazing at her in unison. Regaining her composure, she instinctively rose, her eyes honing in on He Zhiyu, her gaze betraying a mix of suppressed hurt and joy. "Your Highness." The words slipped from her lips before she could suppress her elation, and she swiftly averted her gaze, concealing her smile. He Zhiyu felt a flicker of joy at her immediate recognition, yet noted her averted eyes, realizing she was still upset. "Wanyan, I am truly relieved that you are unscathed. I was worried sick throughout our journey," Qiao Yihuan exclaimed, her relief evident. Lu Yinran marveled inwardly, reflecting that the protagonist remained resolute in her kindness, even after suffering numerous indignities at the hands of the malicious antagonist. Indeed, if the heroine were to harbor vengeful tendencies, she would scarcely deserve the title of heroine. It is the gentle, benevolent spirit, uncompetitive yet ultimately successful, that defines the true essence of a protagonist. Even amidst a throng of individuals in the study, Yun Hang's gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Qiao Wanyan, observing her expression subtly shift upon hearing a woman's voice. He followed her line of sight to Qiao Yihuan. Qiao Yihuan, sensing an unusual gaze upon her, felt an inexplicable thrill within and offered a benign smile, nodding slightly. However, she noticed that Yun Heng did not reciprocate her smile. Instead, he indifferently averted his gaze, no longer regarding her. A slight furrow formed on Qiao Wanyan's brow, her confusion palpable. For reasons unknown, she sensed a hint of Yun Heng's impatience towards her. Wanyan, it is truly a relief you are well. Brother, how could you deliberately keep me outside, causing me such worry for these days? Qiao Wanyan murmured with a gentle smile, grasping her hand in reassurance. Your brother merely cares too much. He is the one who loves you most. Xiao Yao pouted. Her chubby cheeks flushed like the first blossoms of spring, radiating vitality and sweetness, utterly adorable. Naturally, Xiao Yao harbored no resentment towards Yun Heng. He was her brother. Their parents had passed away when she was merely a year old, and it was her brother who had raised her with tender care. Regardless of how he treated her, she understood that his love for her was unwavering and that he would never truly harm her. By the way, brother, why do I see that several adjacent rooms in the study are ablaze? What happened? How could there be a fire? Yun Heng replied softly, the weather is dry. Such disasters are unpredictable. Qiao Wanyan turned her gaze towards him, her eyes sparkling with surprise, and a faint smile graced her lips. Yun Heng noticed her reaction, yet chose not to elaborate further. Nonetheless, an inexplicable sense of satisfaction blossomed within him. This feeling surpassed even the joy derived from the elixirs he had previously concocted. He Ji-yu observed the subtle atmosphere between the two, a frost settling upon his otherwise exquisite visage. Xiao Yao was aware that her brother was not one for socializing, yet with the presence of the crown prince, it was imperative for her to make introductions, despite their secluded existence in the apothecary valley. Yun Heng nodded slightly, his tone indifferent, indicating that he had indeed met the crown prince. Young Master Yun, you are too courteous, He Ji remarked coolly. However, I am curious as to why you would abscond with a noble lady from the capital without cause. The atmosphere instantly turned solemn. Yun Heng, maintaining his composure, replied, Wanyan has already forgiven me. Why should I need to explain myself to your highness? The oppressive tension thickened, leaving the others hesitant to breathe. Wanyan? He Jiyu's expression remained unchanged, yet those closest to him, like Jing Yuan, understood that the princess' calmness belied a deep-seated wrath. Just as Qiao Yihuan was about to speak to alleviate the tension, Qiao Wanyan unexpectedly recounted the events surrounding Yun Heng's actions in a clear and thorough manner. Your Highness, young Master Yun was simply unaware that we were on our way to the apothecary valley, which prompted his actions. I understand his concern for his sister and can empathize. He Jiyu's eyes glinted with a chilling intensity, as it appeared that Miss Qiao had been getting along quite well with him in recent days. Otherwise, there would be no urgency to explain oneself to a stranger with whom one has spent merely a few days. Qiao Yihuan's eyes shimmered as she gently remarked, It is indeed a blessing that Wanyan can coexist harmoniously with young Master Yun. As her elder sister, I find solace in that. In the past, Wanyan only engaged with those she found agreeable, but she has finally matured, which is truly heartening. Chapter 73. She is not a bad woman, sister. You. Qiao Wanyan's words were abruptly swallowed. Her lips pursed as she ultimately refrained from speaking further. Yun Heng observed the scene with keen interest, his expressive eyes shifting back to Qiao Yihuan. Noticing the subtle tension in the atmosphere, Yun Yao suggested, We've all had our share of commotion. Let us allow our guests to rest for now. In the evening, we shall dine together and converse at that time. When Chang'an returned with a plate of grapes, meticulously washed several times, he found a gathering in the study. Upon spotting Yun Yao, he understood that the young lady had returned, accompanied by a group of friends, likely acquaintances from outside. With Chang'an's arrival, Yun Yao instructed him to arrange accommodations for the guests. In an instant, the once lively study was reduced to a solitary Yun Heng. With his eyes half closed, he gazed at the plate of grapes recently brought by Chang'an, the very ones Wanyan had expressed a desire to eat. After a brief pause, he picked up the plate and made his way towards the Liuguang pavilion. As Chang'an settled the guests, he chanced upon his master heading towards the pavilion. Young master, the guests have been accommodated, he announced. Yun Heng responded with a soft acknowledgement. Chang'an continued, Are you delivering grapes to Miss Qiao? If not, I can take them for you. No need. Chang'an halted his steps, choosing not to speak further. He silently watched his master's retreating figure, sighing softly after a moment. Uncle Zhang had remarked that the pot of Qingxin Dan and the pot of Jingxin Wan were a waste, failing to serve their intended purpose. At this moment, he shared that sentiment, having consumed 2 full jars, yet his heart remained restless. Had it not been for Miss Qiao's arrival at the Apothecary Valley, he would never have believed his master possessed such a countenance. Her act of setting the apothecary on fire was not intentional. There were justifiable reasons behind it. As a young lady of the boudoir, it was only natural for her to require careful attention. Her gentle nature made her susceptible to being mistreated, and her willingness to forgive after being innocently abducted showcased her inherent kindness. She is not a bad woman. Reflecting on the earnestness with which his master had spoken those words, Chang'an couldn't help but feel that his master had likely been possessed. Yet, when Miss Qiao smiled at him, he found that he believed she was right in all her actions. At the Liuguang Pavilion, Miss, it is such a relief to see you safe. The master and madam have been beside themselves with worry. The master has even gone so far as to contain the news of your disappearance, fearing it would tarnish your reputation. Qiao Wanyan replied, 3 days ago, I asked Yun Heng to send a letter home. It should have reached my parents by now, putting their minds at ease. Zi Yuan circled around her several times, contemplating how much her absence must have troubled her mistress. However, upon observing her mistress's good spirits, the words of suffering remained unspoken. Observing young Master Yun attending to his lady, she felt that her mistress was not bound to endure suffering at the Apothecary Valley, but rather revered as an ancestor. Indeed, her mistress was a cherished blossom, adored by all except the blind. Was the Crown Prince anxious about my disappearance? Ziyuan nodded, confirming that His Highness was indeed quite distressed. Initially, he hurried ceaselessly to the Apothecary Valley, only to find Qiao Yihuan succumb to a chill and fever. The prince had intended for her to remain and recuperate, but she insisted on accompanying him, causing him to divert his attention to her care. Ziyuan chattered incessantly, her words laced with reproach, her frustration boiling over as she longed to confront Qiao Yihuan and express her grievances. Not only did she scold Qiao Yihuan, but she also berated Xiao Ying and that Lu Yinran. You have no idea, miss, how Lu Yinran dotes on Qiao Yihuan as if she were her own daughter. I've never encountered someone so foolish. It's not even her own flesh and blood, and yet her overzealous concern is utterly nauseating. Qiao Wanyan, unable to suppress a laugh at Ziyuan's exaggerated expression, watched her pout in response. Miss, are you mocking me again? By the way, did young Master Yin provide you with any scar-removing ointment? Qiao Wanyan remained silent, merely unbuttoning a few fastenings to reveal the area where a wound had once lingered on her shoulder. At that moment, not a trace of a scar could be seen. Her skin was as smooth and pristine as a freshly shelled egg. Truly, he was a miraculous healer, as the marks had vanished in merely 2 or 3 days. However, it could also be attributed to her previous use of Wanyan jade ointment. Alternating between the two likely yielded such splendid results. Miss, what are those boxes piled up? Ziyuan had been meaning to ask since entering, noticing several layers of wooden boxes stacked behind the screen. Qiao Wanyan smiled faintly, a glimmer of pride illuminating her features. They are butterfly grass. Yun Heng said these are all gifts for me, and from now on, he will ensure that butterfly grass is sent to me each year. Prior to this, she had tirelessly transported each box of butterfly grass back to the Liuguang Pavilion, exhausted from the endeavor yet invigorated after a refreshing bath before attending to significant matters in the medicine room. Butterfly grass. Ziyuan gasped, realizing that henceforth, the miss would have butterfly grass to create her cosmetics annually. Last time, when the miss's maternal grandfather had sent butterfly grass, she had been quite fond of it. But unfortunately, it became impossible to procure later, leaving her in sorrow for quite a while. Qiao Wanyan shared in the joy. Recognizing Yun Heng as a person worth forging a deep connection with, her visit to the Apothecary Valley had not been in vain. Indeed, she felt grateful that he had inadvertently brought her here without fully understanding the situation. Suddenly, the door swung open, and both mistress and maid instinctively turned towards the entrance. He Ji-yu, adorned in a frost-white brocade cloak, his hair elegantly bound by a jade crown, emanated an innate nobility and commanding presence. His profound gaze, veiled in a frosty veneer, concealed the emotions lurking beneath, while the northern winds billowed his garments. Standing against the light, the warm winter sun cast a halo around him, rendering him a vision of ethereal beauty, akin to a meticulously crafted painting that evoked an almost surreal impact. Servants pay their respects to your highness. Ziyuan was the first to offer her greetings. Qiao Wanyan rose, her voice devoid of its earlier vivacity, softly uttering, "This subject pays her respects to your highness." He Ji-yu, a native of the capital, was perceived by all as a person of noble stature, yet he treated others with warmth and courtesy. However, no one knew the true nature concealed behind his mask. It was precisely due to his experiences of injustice, his royal lineage, and his inherent disposition that he harbored a profound disdain for those steeped in cunning and malice. This was Qiao Wanyan's first encounter with such a side of him, leaving her feeling somewhat estranged. Thanking someone who disregards the law and harms you is a grave error. You should not express gratitude, but rather plead for their demise. Chapter 74. Have you considered whether you are worthy? Indeed, Yunheng disregarded my will and brought me here. Yet his intention was merely to entice Yao Yao to return home. I find it hard to comprehend why one would implore a prince to take his life. A flicker of dark light stirred in He Zhiyu's eyes. Have you pondered the consequences should news of your disappearance spread? Could you continue to exist in the capital? The disappearance of a noble lady would prompt no one to investigate the details. Rather, it would lead to rampant speculation regarding her fate. 3 years prior, the second daughter of the Minister of War was abducted in broad daylight, only to return home days later, before tragically perishing the following day. The entire capital knew who was responsible, yet no one dared to speak of it openly. Qiao Wanyan replied. Ziyuan mentioned that father and mother have suppressed the news. As long as your highness and my sister remain silent, no rumors will arise. He Zhiyu regarded her with a chilling gaze, surprised to discover her sharp tongue. Qiao Wanyan averted her eyes, feeling the oppressive atmosphere prickling her scalp. I understand your highness's concern for me, but this demeanor frightens me. The beauty's display of vulnerability inexplicably softened He Zhiyu's icy demeanor. Footsteps echoed behind them, and Yunheng appeared, resembling a steadfast pine, carrying a plate of fresh grapes. Your highness, may I pass? The winter chill renders the open door ineffective against the warmth of the charcoal fire within. Wanyan's frail health has succumbed to the cold. He Zhiyu did not turn to him, but remained silent for a moment before striding inside. Yunheng maintained his usual indifferent expression. Upon entering the Liuguang pavilion and closing the door, he placed the plate of grapes on the table. Here are the grapes you wished for. Qiao Wanyan glanced at He Zhiyu, murmuring her thanks. Yunheng continued, what would you like to eat tonight? You consumed quite a bit of the 8 treasure duck last night. Do you wish for more today? Ziyuan observed the exchange, feeling an inexplicable pressure that made it hard to breathe. I would still like the dong and chicken, Qiao Wanyan replied. Yunheng nodded slightly. Very well. I shall inform Aunt Zhang. You rose early today. Rest for a while, and I will call for you when it is time to dine. Qiao Wanyan nodded in agreement. Following Yunheng's departure, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Neither Qiao Wanyan nor He Zhiyu broke the stillness, their gazes locked in a contemplative standoff. Ziyuan's gaze flitted back and forth, and just as she mustered the courage to speak, her lady voiced her thoughts. Your Highness, I find myself rather fatigued and wish to retire. Keishiyu had anticipated her words, yet was met with an abrupt dismissal. Speechless, he turned to leave. Ziyuan clicked her tongue. My lady, the prince has been quite concerned for you throughout this journey. It is markedly different from before. Why must you cast him aside at such a favorable moment? The crown prince was indeed vexed. Qiao Wanyan seated herself and began to eat a grape. Ziyuan furrowed her brows. I can perceive it, my lady. The prince was not so intimidating upon his arrival. What has caused the sudden change? Qiao Wanyan replied languidly. His anger signifies his concern. If he cares, it implies that he will have grievances in the future. However, his heart is still occupied with Qiao Yihuan. Until he has completely relegated her to the depths of his heart, he must personally experience all the sacrifices I have made in the past. He must endure the uncertainties and anxieties of longing. After dinner, everyone retreated to their quarters. Qiao Yihuan was perplexed as to why the crown prince had not confided in Yunheng regarding the purpose of their visit, which could have led to an antidote for the lingering toxins in her body. The atmosphere during the meal had been stifling and quiet, leaving her with no appetite. As night fell, Qiao Yihuan resolved to be bold for once. She sent Xiaoying to rest and ventured out alone, following the route she had memorized during the day toward Tingyu Pavilion. A knock echoed through the stillness, and the darkness within the room was suddenly illuminated by candlelight as Yunheng opened the door. Is there something you need? He inquired, standing firmly at the threshold without offering entry. Qiao Yihuan spoke softly. Young Master Yun, I have a request I wish to ask of you. After a moment of silence, Yunheng finally responded, What is it? She exhaled a breath of relief, placing her delicate hand on her shoulder, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. I have sustained an injury in the past. Though I have used certain medicines, they only allow the wound to scab over without eradicating the scar. She paused, gathering her thoughts. I wish to request that you concoct a salve to remove the scar. If you would be so gracious as to assist me, I would be eternally grateful." With that, she timidly lifted her gaze to meet his, hoping for a favorable reply. Deep down, she was convinced that Yun Heng would acquiesce to her request, as though she had foreseen the future. He would unconditionally grant her every desire. This newfound confidence was an inexplicable sensation, akin to a sixth sense. "Why should I help you?" he uttered coldly, his words devoid of warmth. Qiao Wanyan was momentarily taken aback, questioning if her ears had deceived her. She murmured, "What?" Yun Heng, rarely patient, reiterated, "Why should I help you?" At a loss for words, Qiao Wanyan found herself speechless. This was their first encounter, so why did he harbor such animosity towards her? Why make her feel so uncomfortable? Even deliberately placing her in an awkward position? After a prolonged silence, she finally replied, "You are a healer, and healers possess benevolence. I only save those who resonate with my sentiments. Devoid of feelings, I refuse to assist those who are insincere, those with deceitful hearts." Qiao Wanyan was perplexed. Did the young master harbor some misunderstanding towards her? She had never harmed anyone. Growing up, she had always been the one bullied. How could she be the person the young master described? Yun Heng found her utterly shameless, her words mere fabrications. The arrow wound on your shoulder is a consequence of your actions. If you had never sown the seeds of intentional harm, you would not bear such fruit. Qiao Wanyan's body stiffened momentarily, and she hurriedly asked, "Did Qiao Wanyan say something to you?" Yun Heng's expression grew even colder. Wanyan is a kind-hearted individual. Even when you mistreated her, she would still speak up for you, urging me to assist you and provide you with an antidote. But perhaps you should ponder this. Do you truly deserve it? "I do not comprehend what you are saying," Qiao Wanyan replied, shaking her head. Yun Heng intoned gravely, "Do I need to enlighten you on how Wanyan acquired her shoulder wound? Can you even utter a denial?" Qiao Wanyan was momentarily speechless, her eyes wide with disbelief. The door slammed shut with a resounding bang, leaving her fingers icy cold. She had never anticipated encountering such a rejection. This should not be the case. She was the protagonist of this world. Everyone ought to clear the path for her. Chapter 75. I possess the antidote, but I shall not grant it to you. Qiao Wanyan knocked on the door once more, but moments later, the candlelight within extinguished abruptly, and Yun Heng showed no intention of reappearing. Qiao Wanyan clenched her delicate fists, bewildered by how circumstances had spiraled. Just months ago, although she was still bullied by Qiao Wanyan at home and looked down upon by the servants outside the Qiao residence, whether it was the young marquis or the crown prince, they treated her with utmost kindness. Such kindness was profoundly distinct. Their care for her was unlike that afforded to ordinary women, entirely different in nature. All of this was due to Qiao Wanyan. If it were not Wanyan bound here but herself, would Yun Heng still treat her in this manner? Surely, Qiao Wanyan and Yun Heng must have conspired together, deceiving him with lies. "Miss, where have you been?" Xiaoying returned from using the restroom just in time to spot her mistress and hurried over. Qiao Wanyan shook her head, lacking the mood to converse. Xiaoying felt a surge of concern. "Did Qiao Wanyan bully you? Tell me, and I shall help you seek justice." Qiao Wanyan's expression was sorrowful. "Xiaoying, do you think destiny has never favored me? Is my unwillingness to compete inherently a mistake? Miss, what is troubling you?" Qiao Wanyan sighed deeply. "Never mind, you should rest. I wish to be alone for a while." In the pitch-black room, Yun Heng slowly opened his eyes, throwing off the covers and rising from the bed. "Who goes there?" From the corner, a tall figure emerged, advancing slowly. The aroma of soft bone powder from the apothecary valley wafted through the air, effectively warding off many dangers. Lu Jinya's tone was icy. "I would like to request young Master Yun's assistance. If you are willing to help me, I am prepared to eliminate someone on your behalf." As he spoke, he added, "No matter who it is, even if it is the one from the palace, I will do my utmost to fulfill the task." Yun Heng fell into a momentary silence. Indeed, many had come seeking medicine today. What else could one possibly seek at the apothecary valley, if not for remedies? Social visits, perhaps? During his time in Yongzhou, he had always yearned to find the apothecary valley, to seek out the renowned medical genius Yun Heng. Yet, the whereabouts of the apothecary valley remained a mystery to him. And who would have thought that by a twist of fate, he would find himself here? How could he let such an opportunity slip away? The assassins nurtured by Lingshu Pavilion, raised amidst the mountains of corpses, had once ravaged the establishment. After a near-death experience, he had been rescued by the beast arena and transformed into a human beast. Now he sought to procure what kind of medicine? Lu Jinya's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light, The elusive young Master Yun seemed remarkably well-informed. Yun Heng maintained his indifferent tone. Though I reside in seclusion, it does not render me deaf or blind. Therefore, young Master Yun, might you furnish me with the antidote? Without uttering a word, Yun Heng stepped into the dim moonlight, grasped Lu Jinya's hand, and began to feel his pulse. Moments later, he spoke, maternal and filial gu. Should the host of the maternal gu perish, the host of the filial gu will also meet their demise. However, the opposite is not true. Releasing his grip, Yun Heng continued, I possess the antidote. Yet I shall not grant it to you. A flicker of murderous intent surfaced in Lu Jinya's gaze. Why not? Yun Heng provided his reasoning. You are associated with Wanyan, and she is likely aware of the gu residing within you. Her silence regarding the antidote suggests that she requires the maternal gu to keep you in check. Those who are restless certainly need poison to restrain them. Lu Jinya scoffed coldly. Are you not afraid I might kill you? Unfazed, Yun Heng replied, You may indeed kill me, but you shall not escape this courtyard. The guests have been afflicted by the soft bone powder, yet the people of the Apothecary Valley are not so easily subdued. Lu Jinya fell silent for a moment, then turned on his heel and departed without a word. He could easily slay Yun Heng, but as the latter had stated, his internal energy was suppressed, and he would perish within the Apothecary Valley should he attempt to escape. His desire for the antidote stemmed from a reluctance to meet his end so readily, unwilling to have his fate dictated by another. Impulsiveness was hardly a prudent solution. If Yun Heng would not yield, perhaps he could extract the antidote from Qiao Wanyan. At that moment, Lu Yanran spotted a figure in the distance, and upon gauging the height, she surmised it was Lu Jinya. She hastened towards him. Lu Jinya. Lu Jinya cast a sidelong glance, but did not halt his pace. I'm calling you. Did you not hear me? Lu Yanran's tone was tinged with irritation. Where have you been? What business is it of yours? Lu Jinya retorted bluntly. Lu Yanran was well aware of his temperament. In the early chapters of the novel, he was a perilous figure, yet later transformed into a devoted and submissive companion to Yi Huan. He would do anything for her, a veritable madman devoid of boundaries. Indeed, it was Lu Jinya who, for the sake of Yi Huan, had brutally slain Qiao Wanyan, the wicked supporting character, employing the most ruthless methods. She recalled with glee the moment she witnessed that scene. I advise you to keep your distance from Qiao Wanyan. Such a person will not treat those around her kindly. She is a harbinger of calamity. Her parents will suffer because of her, and those by her side will be pushed forward to take the blows. Remaining near her will lead to nothing but a grim fate. Lu Jinya paid her no heed. Is there even a need to mention the future? What favorable outcome awaits me now? The delicate and malevolent woman, when displeased, would inflict harm upon herself, and in her boredom, would venture outdoors clad in scant attire. Kneeling in the cold, when in high spirits, she would compel herself to kneel and hold candles for her, enduring such torment throughout the night. While the arena inflicted physical agony, being in the presence of Qiao Wanyan was a torment of both body and spirit. One had never encountered a woman so adept at tormenting others. It felt as though one were merely her plaything, amusing her in moments of joy, yet cast aside to fend for oneself when she was in a foul mood. When the day comes to break this curse, he would ensure she receives her due retribution. After having had his fill of amusement, he would slay her in the most merciless manner. Why do you ignore me when I speak? I am merely offering you sound advice. If you disregard me, you shall suffer the consequences. Lu Yanran kindly informed him that Yi Huan was a most admirable woman, and he ought to remain by her side to protect her, for Yi Huan would never treat him as harshly as Qiao Wanyan did. Lu Jinya finally bestowed a glance upon her, as if granting a rare favor. Do you take me for some lowly creature, bound to linger beside a woman? Lu Yanran was momentarily taken aback, standing frozen for a few seconds before calling out to his retreating figure with ire. How can you be so oblivious? I offer you my good intentions, yet you fail to recognize them. Chapter 76. Imperial jade liquor. The boundless sky resembled a vast expanse of black satin, shrouding the tender sunlight of day. Qiao Wanyan sat before a bronze mirror, gazing at her reflection. During her days at the Apothecary Valley, Aunt Zhang had infused the dishes with medicinal herbs as per Yun Heng's instructions, resulting in a noticeable improvement in her complexion. Her pallor now radiated a healthy glow. Miss, your friendship with young Master Yun has blossomed. Why not discreetly speak to him and request that he refrain from providing the antidote for Qiao Huan? Qiao Huan had previously ingested a considerable amount of mandrake, nearly succumbing to its poison. The imperial physicians had pulled her back from the brink of death. yet they could not eradicate the lingering toxins within her body. Thus, it was with great effort that they had come to the Apothecary Valley, inadvertently allowing the mist to forge a connection with the renowned healer. One could only wonder if this misfortune might ultimately lead to fortune. If Qiao Wanyan were to perish, the mist would no longer need to fear someone taking the crown prince from her, who in the capital could wrest the prince from her grasp. Ziyuan contemplated this, yet remained unaware that the mist had refrained from taking lethal action against Qiao Wanyan. Opportunities would surely arise when the time came. Even if the truth pointed to the mist, her father would protect her. Qiao Wanyan squinted at the golden hairpin in her hand, the murderous intent within her gradually suppressed. She could not bring herself to harm Qiao Wanyan. Merely attempting to strike her had led to her sudden fainting spell. If she truly attempted to kill Qiao Wanyan, she was uncertain how long she would remain unconscious or if she would awaken at all. Furthermore, even if she did manage to harm Qiao Wanyan, there was no certainty that she would perish. In the dream following her fainting, she had once pondered whether, should Qiao Wanyan become a villain, no longer the gentle and kind flower she once was, would the heavens still favor her? The mist offered no answer, instead shifting the topic entirely. Thus, one finds the opportunity to alter their destiny. One must prioritize oneself, for the universe shows no mercy to those who do not. Born into nobility, one excels in the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, painting, and the manners of etiquette, all in pursuit of glory and the status of the most esteemed woman. Why should one sacrifice their life to elevate a so-called daughter of destiny? The notion of fairness is irrelevant. She is indifferent to whether she stands on the side of injustice. In this world, fairness has never existed, nor has there been absolute right or wrong, only victory and defeat. Only the victors possess the authority to write the laws and judge the moral compass. In the century since the establishment of the Great Yu dynasty, the previous emperor was not a foolish and tyrannical ruler, but merely a puppet. It was the ancestors of the He family who instigated rebellion, using the pretext of the emperor's immoral governance to liberate the people from calamity. The truth of the matter has long been forgotten, a century hence. How could the common folk discern the realities of that time? Even if they did, what difference would it make? Qiao Wanyan gently stroked her long hair, gazing into the mirror as a smile graced her lips. Ziyuan, I am a person of kind heart and compassion. How could I disregard my sister? Ziyuan was perplexed. While the young lady was truly admirable, it bore little relation to compassion. Qiao Wanyan chuckled softly and added, I shall certainly seek medicine for my sister in front of everyone, but whether the antidote reaches her hand and counteracts the poison is a matter of chance. Just as Ziyuan was about to speak, she swallowed her words, suddenly turning towards the doorway and rushing to open it. Halt! She commanded sharply. Lu Yanran, having taken a few steps out, was forced to stop, feeling both awkward and irritated. She had come intending to have an open and sincere conversation with Qiao Wanyan, wishing to ascertain whether Qiao Wanyan was also a character from the book. Otherwise, how could Lu Jinya, who was meant to be by Yihuan's side, be seen with her? How could Yun Yao, who ought to trust and depend on Yihuan, also be present with her? The crown prince, who should have been cold and indifferent towards her, now displayed considerable concern. Even the life-saving gratitude Yihuan received from blocking an arrow for the crown prince had somehow transferred to Qiao Wanyan. This was exceedingly peculiar. The only explanation was that Qiao Wanyan, like her, had traversed into this narrative, seizing the opportunities meant for Yihuan. If Qiao Wanyan were indeed another character from the book, she might, out of camaraderie, advise her against opposing Yihuan. The protagonist is the protagonist. Standing against her leads to dire consequences. In the end, one would find themselves trampled underfoot, their family shattered, meeting a tragic demise. Do not be a gambler. Obediently follow the protagonist. For even if one cannot partake in the feast, they may at least savor the broth. Ziyuan ushered Lu Yanran into the room and closed the door. Miss. Lu Yanran was lurking at the entrance, seemingly up to some mischief. Qiao Wanyan, clad in a pale pink nightgown, appeared ethereal as the delicate fabric flowed with her graceful movements. With a naturally unadorned face and cascading hair as dark as silk, even Lu Yanran had to concede that the venomous female antagonists in antiquated novels often possessed breathtaking beauty. Yet, no matter how exquisite, they could not rival the fortune of the slightly less beautiful protagonist, who effortlessly garnered the affection of all. Palace Jade Liquor, Lu Yanran suddenly uttered an unexpected remark. Qiao Wanyan did not spare her a glance, sitting languidly in the grand chair, lifting the teacup to sip, her tone imbued with an air of indifference and fatigue. There was no need for cautious probing. If there were matters to discuss, one might as well speak plainly. The mention of imperial liquor seemed either madly audacious or a subtle attempt to gauge her response. What she sought to ascertain remained unclear, yet she was resolute in not revealing any hint of trepidation. Perhaps this would lead to the unearthing of something intriguing. A mere commoner dared to extract information from her, as if she had not been raised within a prestigious family, where her parents imparted lessons of wisdom. Lu Yanran felt a twinge of surprise. She had anticipated that upon hearing her words, Qiao Wanyan would either dismiss her with a scoff or display a look of bewilderment. This would have confirmed whether Qiao Wanyan was indeed a character from the book. However, the current situation left her in uncertainty. Qiao Wanyan's calm demeanor and lack of inquiry led her to suspect that she might very well be a character from the narrative, perhaps too disdainful to engage in their unspoken dialogue. Otherwise, how could she remain so unperturbed? Lu Yanran pressed on with her inquiry. Do you know who the female protagonist is? Qiao Wanyan paused her tea-drinking motion, lifting her gaze to meet Lu Yanran's. Her eyes deep and unfathomable. I prefer to speak candidly. What you say will determine whether I wish to continue this conversation, Lu Yanran replied earnestly. Qiao Wanyan set down her teacup, her gaze fixed intently upon Lu Yanran. After a moment, she replied, Qiao Yihuan. Lu Yanran furrowed her brows. Indeed. Qiao Wanyan was as she suspected, another character from the story. Armed with knowledge of the plot, she sought to usurp all that rightfully belonged to the protagonist. Chapter 77. One should assist their fellow countryman, Lu Yanran declared, since you are aware that the female protagonist is Yihuan. Why continue to torment her as the original character did? We are modern individuals from the 23rd century. Our minds should be open yet principled. We cannot ascend the social ladder at any cost, trampling upon the blood of countless others. Qiao Wanyan was bewildered by the mention of the 23rd century and modernity. But if I do not strive for success, my fate will be dire, she replied. Lu Yanran suddenly grasped her hand, sighing, Sister, you are choosing a narrow path. As long as you do not engage in the same heartless deeds as the original character, you shall not meet a tragic end, Lu Yanran urged. If we earnestly cling to the protagonist's side, even if we cannot secure the prime cuts, we might still enjoy some meat, no? The position of the crown princess is destined for Qiao Yihuan, yet as long as you stir no trouble, marrying into a wealthy family is entirely feasible. I may not know your background in the modern world, but in this era, you can at least halt your reckless descent and live a life of comfort and prosperity. How delightful that would be. Qiao Wanyan observed Lu Yanran's hopeful expression, filled with expectations that she might heed her words, suppressing the urge to push her away. She finally inquired, How do you know all this? Lu Yanran smiled. Where else could I have learned it, but from a novel? Surely you must have read it too. Otherwise, you would not know how the plot allows Lu Jinya and Yun Yao to secure Yihuan before you do. Although you have erred, we still have a chance to amend our mistakes. A novel? The plot. Lu Yanran's reference to the novel must pertain to the narrative scrolls, perhaps. However, she does not appear to be a person of great significance. He Jiyu is destined to be the male protagonist, destined to ascend from the position of prince to that of emperor. The female lead is destined to be Qiao Yihuan, destined to rise from the status of consort to that of empress. If we cling to the future empress, will we not reach the pinnacle of our lives? Lu Yanran held a beautiful expectation for the future and felt less guarded towards her fellow townsfolk. Qiao Wanyan's enchanting eyes were half closed. He Jiyu was indeed the male protagonist, destined to become emperor, though she had not yet reached the conclusion of her story. With He Yanli raising an army in rebellion, she dared not confirm who would ultimately claim the throne. Yet now, Lu Yanran spoke with such conviction that He Jiyu would be the future emperor. Just like Qiao Yihuan, others would find it difficult to take his life easily. Her own aspirations had thus become clearer. Why should we take risks? Do you not agree with my perspective? Lu Yanran asked with sparkling eyes. Qiao Wanyan nodded slightly. Lu Yanran smiled brightly. It was reassuring that you could understand. We, as fellow townsfolk, must assist one another. You must ensure that Yunheng concocts the antidote to alleviate Yihuan's poison, and it must be genuine. Furthermore, you should have Yunheng provide Yihuan with some scar-removing ointment, for your previous actions were indeed excessive. Qiao Wanyan understood the implication of Lu Yanran's earlier words. She had overheard them in the room. That despicable scoundrel Lu Jinyi had deliberately allowed people to eavesdrop, clearly deserving of a lesson. After this incident, she should be more cautious about what she says. Lu Yanran was inexplicably comforted. as if she had suddenly encountered family after feeling so alone. Qiao Wanyan had many questions but refrained from inquiring hastily. She was not the fellow townsfolk Lu Yanran spoke of, and speaking too much could inadvertently raise suspicions. It was truly unexpected that such a rare occurrence would lead her to meet a fellow townsfolk. Henceforth, we must mutually assist each other in helping Yi Huan attain the position of crown princess. I merely inhabit the body of a passerby, while you have become the malicious second female lead. Indeed, your plight seems worse than mine. Qiao Wanyan raised an eyebrow. Worse? Lu Yanran replied. Is it not pitiful? To be in the body of such a repulsive person, how unfortunate. By the way, where are you from? Perhaps we truly are fellow townsfolk. Qiao Wanyan countered with a question. Where are you from? Lu Yanran responded. I am from the northern city, and you? Qiao Wanyan's face displayed a hint of surprise as she exclaimed. What a coincidence. I am also from the northern city. Lu Yanran exclaimed with delight. Really? How incredibly fortuitous. Just the other day, I was enjoying hot pot with friends, and the next morning, I met with a fatal car accident on my way to work and ended up here. How did you arrive? What do you mean by a car accident? Did you come here after dying? What is Lu Yanran truly? Initially, Qiao Wanyan thought Lu Yanran was not from the Great Yu Kingdom, perhaps from a neighboring country, but now it seems she might not even belong to the 9 provinces. Such thoughts sent shivers down Qiao Wanyan's spine. Died from illness. Lu Yanran's face bore a look of concern as she asked, Died from illness? What ailment did you suffer from? Qiao Wanyan calmly stated, It's tuberculosis. A few years ago, the young son of Inspector Zhu succumbed to this illness. It is a disease that cannot be cured, only endured until death. Having had no prior encounters with such ailments, Qiao Wanyan randomly mentioned a terminal illness she had heard of. Lu Yanran paused momentarily, puzzled by the notion that tuberculosis could be fatal. Observing Qiao Wanyan's composed demeanor and cheerful smile, an unsettling sensation coursed through her. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that Qiao Wanyan had never voluntarily shared anything. It was always Lu Yanran doing the talking, with Qiao's responses remaining ambiguous. A chill gripped Lu Yanran's heart as she suddenly contemplated a horrifying possibility. Could it be that she was not merely a character in a story? How could she possibly know that Yi Huan was the protagonist? She was probing for information. Lu Yanran struggled to maintain her composure, lamenting that she would no longer be able to savor the unique delicacies of Beishir, particularly the snail rice noodles, which was truly disheartening. Qiao Wanyan replied with a smile. Indeed, that flavor is truly nostalgic. Lu Yanran stiffened, her smile faltering at the response. A wave of dread surged from her toes, causing her breath to quicken. The signature dish of Beishir was far from the snail rice noodles. She was indeed not a transmigrator. Yanran, you are right. I should amend my ways. When I arrived, I had yet to finish reading the novel. Would you be so kind as to enlighten me on what transpires next? Qiao Wanyan's smile appeared weak and harmless. Yet to Lu Yanran, it felt akin to being preyed upon by a beast of the wilderness. Lu Yanran forced a laugh. Wanyan, perhaps another day? It's quite late already. Once we return to the capital, we can have a thorough discussion, perhaps even through the night. With that, she turned to leave in a flurry. Yet, in the next instant, her hair was yanked back with great force. Caught off guard, she stumbled backward, nearly losing her balance. Qiao Wanyan maintained her enchanting smile, firmly gripping Lu Yanran's hair, compelling her to tilt her head slightly upward. Leaning in closer, Qiao whispered near her ear, Oh dear. Which of my words has revealed the truth, I wonder? Chapter 78. The mediocre remain mediocre everywhere. Lu Yanran struggled desperately, but her hair was held fast in Qiao Wanyan's grip. No matter how frightened she felt, escape was futile. She bared her teeth, longing to burst through the door. Yet it was nothing but a distant dream. The voice that reached her ears resembled that of a female demon emerging from the depths of hell. Though the words were gentle and laced with jest, they offered no warmth. It felt as though a defenseless prey was ensnared by a predator, toying with its quarry before devouring it whole. The fear was palpable, overwhelmingly so. Since Qiao Wanyan was not a transmigrator, how could she possess knowledge of future events? How could she so calmly assert that the protagonist was Qiao Yi Huan? The questions haunted Lu Yanran, who felt herself plummeting into despair. Every muscle tensed as a chill enveloped her being. What are you trembling for? Qiao Wanyan inquired softly. Are we not meant to assist one another? Why? When I seek your insight into the future, do you wish to flee? How can we assist each other? Qiao Wanyan's tone was languid, as if she were inquiring about an utterly mundane matter. Yet, Lu Yanran was engulfed in fear, trembling at the mere utterance of a single word from Qiao Wanyan. Unable to remain steady as her hair was tightly gripped, forcing her to tilt her head back, obscuring her view of the mockery etched on Qiao's face. "Let me go? You must release me." Lu Yinran's desperate cry seemed to ignite a flicker of courage within her, prompting her to struggle fiercely and flee toward the door. In an instant, Qiao Wanyan withdrew the only hairpin from Lu Yinran's hair and pressed it against her throat, letting out a soft cluck of disapproval. Qiao Huan was the protagonist, after all. As the leading lady, she was entitled to whatever she desired. Yet, as her lackey, how pitiful it was that Lu Yinran possessed nothing but a cheap silver hairpin. Noticing Lu Yinran's sudden paralysis, Qiao Wanyan chuckled lightly. Indulging in the finest delicacies, even if one cannot savor the ribs, they can still relish the meat. Perhaps you should consider being my dog instead. At least it would amuse me, and I could toss you a bone to taste. Lu Yinran could distinctly feel the sharp silver pin pressing against her skin, knowing that even the slightest movement would surely draw blood. Moreover, having now experienced Qiao Wanyan's terrifying nature firsthand, she understood that a mere flicker of displeasure from Qiao could easily lead to her demise. To someone as malicious as her, human life was as insignificant as weeds. Reluctant to respond to her deliberate torment, yet too fearful to utter words that might provoke her ire, Lu Yinran found herself in a precarious position. Previously, she had harbored a sense of superiority over the antiquated people and customs of this ancient world, believing that as a modern individual, her intellect and access to information far surpassed that of these archaic beings. After all, everything around her was derived from a book she had once read. She was well aware of the unfolding events and had confidently clung to the protagonist's coattails, anticipating the day she would become a princess when the heroine ascended to the throne, living a carefree life in luxury. However, one fateful day, the most malevolent second female lead in the story seemed to awaken a self-awareness, and by an unfortunate twist of fate, Lu Yinran collided with that reality. This sensation was akin to watching a midnight horror film alone, only to truly encounter a ghost. Lu Yinran came to terms with the truth. She had never been the most brilliant student favored by teachers, nor the mischievous troublemaker who charmed their way into the hearts of those around her. Instead, she was merely an inconspicuous presence, lingering in the middle ground, nearly invisible to her educators. As she matured and entered the workforce, devoid of any special talents, she could only secure a position within a mediocre company as an employee easily replaceable without any impact on the organization. She had believed that as a modern person, well-versed in the complexities of a highly civilized world, her life in the past would be smooth and prosperous. Yet now, she comprehended that mediocrity was a universal constant. No matter the era, a person of average standing would remain just that. In this strictly hierarchical society, she, a modern individual accustomed to the notion of equality, found herself utterly unable to adapt or accept her place. At this very moment, even if Qiao Wanyan were to take her own life, her father would be unable to seek justice. Perhaps, in the pursuit of vengeance, he would perish without a trace. If you are willing to stand by my side, I shall grant you everything within my power. Qiao Wanyan extended an olive branch. However, should you refuse to assist me, I cannot allow someone who poses a threat to my existence to remain. You must understand this. Lu Yinran was aware of the forthcoming events, and her advantage lay in her knowledge of the future, which enabled her to alter her current predicament. Yet, if Qiao Huan were also privy to this knowledge, her chances of losing would diminish, but she would undoubtedly encounter a multitude of troubles. She despised complications and preferred to stifle them in their infancy. Why even ponder it? Ziyuan observed her hesitation with growing impatience. To follow my lady is a blessing from your past life. You are given an opportunity, yet you prove to be utterly ineffectual. Qiao Wanyan remained silent, not curbing Ziyuan's arrogance. In her eyes, her people were entitled to such audacity. The silver hairpin in her hand glided softly across Lu Yinran's skin, gradually shifting to the front of her neck. With a mere thrust, a living being could perish before her very eyes. Lu Yinran dared not breathe, for in the face of life and death, all morals and ethics vanished. She only yearned to survive. I am willing to assist you. Lu Yinran spoke cautiously, fearful that any sudden movement might lead to the hairpin piercing her. Qiao Wanyan inquired, then tell me, after my death, will Qiao Yihuan firmly secure the position of empress? Will He Yin's rebellion reach the imperial city, annihilating He Zhiyu and ascending to the throne? Lu Yinran's mind raced. A singular thought consumed her. This was her trump card. If she divulged this information, she would certainly fall victim to Qiao Wanyan's wrath, as such a person possessed no moral boundaries. Yet, if she remained silent, at least she could survive for the time being. From this day forth, she might even negotiate her survival with Qiao Wanyan using this secret. But with the silver hairpin pressing against her neck, how could she escape her dire predicament? Lu Yinran's thoughts were a chaotic tangle, desperately searching for a solution while her mind remained a blank slate. Are you mute while speaking with my lady? I see you profess to assist her, but in reality, you are merely stalling for time, aren't you? Your reluctance is infuriating. Ziyuan snapped. Qiao Wanyan narrowed her eyes, directing the silver hairpin toward Lu Yinran's skin. Lu Yinran felt a sharp pain, her pupils dilating in response. Just as she was about to plead for mercy, a voice resounded from outside. Chapter 79. The fragrance of my great elbow is unmatched. Wanyan, is Yinran with you? Qiao Yihuan's voice echoed from beyond the door. Qiao Wanyan dismissed the visitor's presence, but the next moment, she heard Qiao Yihuan speak again. Your Highness, Lu Jinya mentioned that Yinran was headed towards Wanyan's courtyard, so I presumed she would be here. I shall knock and inquire further. Qiao Wanyan furrowed her brow. The crown prince was also at the door? Qiao Yihuan gently knocked on the door, pondering the flickering candlelight within, which indicated that someone was indeed present. Yet, despite her knocking, there was no response, nor did anyone approach to open the door. Perhaps they were merely walking in this direction without intending to come to her side. After all, she could not simply vanish within the apothecary valley. There was no cause for concern. He spoke in a calm tone. For the first time, Qiao Yihuan lowered her gaze, neglecting He Zhiyu's words, and rapped on the door again, as if something unseen was guiding her. Wanyan, have you gone to bed? With a creak, the door swung open from within, revealing Ziyuan, who respectfully bowed. This humble servant greets your highness, and has seen the young lady. Qiao Yihuan's tone was gentle and kind, seemingly unconcerned with any rift between her and Qiao Wanyan, treating her maid with equal warmth and friendliness. Ziyuan, has Yinran come to see you? She inquired as she stepped inside. Instinctively, Ziyuan stepped forward to block her path, a sense of unease gnawing at her heart. Ziyuan, why do you prevent me from entering? Qiao Yihuan questioned, her voice tinged with urgency and confusion, sensing that something unsightly might be transpiring within. He Zhiyu did not glance inside. He merely stood at the entrance, observing Ziyuan's strained composure. Yet, the calmness was clearly forced. There must be something concealed within. Yinheng, he is already retired and cannot possibly be here. Yihuan, it is late. Lu Yinran is no naive child. You should return and rest. You will likely see her first thing tomorrow morning, Ziyuan hastily added. Indeed, your highness, Miss Lu has not visited us. My lady has already gone to bed. I was just about to extinguish the candles. Qiao Yihuan bit her lip but insisted, nevertheless, your highness, this is the apothecary valley, a place unfamiliar to me. I fear Yinran may have inadvertently lost her way. He Zhiyu reassured her, do not worry. I shall instruct Jing Yuan to investigate and ensure you can see her by dawn. Though reluctant, Qiao Yihuan recognized that persisting would only lead others to perceive her as thoughtless. She could not allow the prince to think her foolish or pretentious. Nodding in acquiescence, she watched as He Zhiyu turned without hesitation to escort her back. At the door to her chamber, Qiao Yihuan felt a tinge of bashfulness as she expressed her gratitude. Thank you, your highness, for accompanying me back. There is no need for such formality between us. Rest early, he replied. Qiao Yihuan nodded, adding, you too, your highness. It is quite late, and the night air is cool. You should return and rest as well. Within the Liuguang pavilion, Ziyuan contemplated how to deal with the unconscious woman lying on the bed. Miss, should we end this swiftly and kill her? She suggested. Yet, a moment later, she hesitated and inquired, but the inquiries you wish to make have yet to be posed. Would it not be too regrettable to eliminate her now? If we were to kill her here in the apothecary valley, disposing of the body would be troublesome. What should we do, miss? Qiao Wanyan replied, Ziyuan, did you not hear what we just discussed? Do you have no questions? Ziyuan shook her head, expressing her inability to comprehend the conversation between her mistress and Lu Yinran, which piqued her curiosity. However, if her mistress wished to confide in her, she would naturally do so. If not, it indicated that Zin was not meant to know. So why should she inquire? With a simple mind, she complied with whatever her mistress instructed. Her head was filled with so many thoughts that even indulging in a large piece of meat no longer brought her joy. Qiao Wanyan smiled gently. reaching out to pinch the soft flesh of her cheek, remarking how obedient she was, and that her affections had not been in vain. In the tales, Ziyuan remained devoted to her own interests until her last breath. As she lay dying, she clutched her hand, feeling the excruciating pain of a sword piercing her chest. Yet her lips curled into a smile as she reassured herself, "Mistress, do not cry. I am not in pain, truly." She resolved to seek out the master and mistress below, to take care of them on behalf of her mistress. A profound sadness clouded Qiao Wanyan's eyes. In this lifetime, she would never allow herself to descend into such a plight. "I cannot take a life. I still have questions that remain unasked. It is inconvenient here in the Apothecary Valley. We shall inquire slowly upon our return to the capital." Ziyuan interjected, "But mistress, how can we ensure that Lu Yanran keeps quiet and accompanies us back to the capital? If she speaks recklessly in public, it would surely bring trouble to you." Qiao Wanyan's gaze fell upon Lu Yanran's unconscious face. For the impoverished, wealth could be a lure. For those who lack not, ideals and aspirations could be discussed. For the dutiful, family ties could serve as leverage. Yet for someone like Lu Yanran, her own life was of utmost importance. Ziyuan's eyes brightened, realizing her mistress's intent. Qiao Wanyan, with her clear eyes, looked at her. "What is it? Let me hear if your thoughts align with mine." Ziyuan pouted, her once bright eyes dimming again in shyness. Murmuring, "I do not know. I merely feigned understanding to appear clever." Qiao Wanyan's eyes sparkled with amusement. Ziyuan remarked, "Mistress, you tease me again. Stay here and bar anyone from entering. I shall visit the Listening Rain Pavilion to find Yunheng." Yunheng felt that in his 20 years of life, he had never encountered a night so arduous. Each time he was on the brink of sleep, someone would disrupt him. Now, he wished to expel everyone from the Apothecary Valley, barring Qiao Wanyan. He desired to rid himself of all intruders, all of whom were bothersome and ill-mannered. A flicker of irritation crossed his refined features as he stood at the door, refraining from opening it, dismissing any requests for medicine. The late hour was indeed vexing. His aversion to trouble had led him to seek solitude. Had it not been for a Yao's reckless escapade, he would not have allowed so many to intrude. He assumed that even now, they were still wandering outside, destined never to enter. The wind rustled, and outside, there was a sudden silence. Just as Yunheng thought a mere word had deterred the uninvited guest, a melancholic female voice pierced the stillness. "Since you find me so disagreeable, I shall take my leave." Yunheng paused momentarily, then swiftly opened the door, and indeed, he beheld Qiao Wanyan's silhouette departing beneath the moonlight. Wanyan. Chapter 80. Schadenfreude. Qiao Wanyan did not halt her steps upon hearing his call. Yunheng, disregarding everything else, hurriedly caught up to block her path. "Wanyan, I did not recognize you. Please do not be angry. It is my fault for speaking to you in that manner." Beneath the radiant moonlight, silver beams cascaded upon the earth, and Qiao Wanyan's pupils shimmered with its glow as she gazed up at him, noting the hint of guilt etched on his face. "Who has come seeking you?" Yunheng did not conceal the truth, and answered candidly. Qiao Wanyan understood. Lu Jinya had indeed come here, likely hoping to obtain the antidote for the mother-son gu from Yunheng. Yet, how could Yunheng possibly grant him that now? "Did you come for a particular reason?" "It is chilly outside. Let us discuss this indoors." Qiao Wanyan did not refuse. As she intended to procure something clandestine from Yunheng and preferred not to converse carelessly in the open. She lacked martial skills and could not ascertain if anyone was lurking nearby. What if that scoundrel Lu Jinya was still outside, watching? "I wish to request a favor from you." "Speak." Qiao Wanyan said, "I desire a poison that will not cause immediate death upon ingestion." Yunheng regarded her silently for a moment before turning and retreating into the inner chamber. Shortly thereafter, he emerged, holding a small porcelain vial. "Here is Tsanshin. Consume the antidote once within half a month to survive. Otherwise, you will suffer excruciating pain akin to being devoured by insects before perishing within 3 days. The red liquid is the poison, 3 black vials contain life-prolonging antidotes, and the white one is an effective antidote." Qiao Wanyan inquired, "Will you not ask why I seek poison?" Yunheng replied, "Presumably for Lu Jinya, is it not? He is rather disobedient, but the mother-son gu is sufficient. If you are uneasy, administer this to him for reassurance." She had arrived shortly after Lu Jinya's departure, likely aware of his visit. Qiao Wanyan offered no explanation. Since he assumed she intended to use the poison on Lu Jinya, it spared her much discourse. He indeed was disobedient, for certain reasons. "If I do not use the mother-son gu on him, he will kill me." Yun Heng turned once more and returned to the inner room, soon reappearing with another small porcelain vial. I have never been fond of concocting poisons. This is something I developed years ago and have never utilized. He extended the vial toward her. Consume this, and you shall not die, but for 3 hours, you will endure a fate worse than death. Qiao Wanyan blinked, a spark of eager anticipation igniting in her eyes. Is this not a bit excessive? It seems quite torturous. Yun Heng remained silent for a moment before chuckling softly. Wanyan, your eagerness is nearly spilling over. Is it that apparent? Qiao Wanyan returned triumphantly, initially intending to procure poison merely to silence Lu Yanran, yet unexpectedly acquiring a vial for that wretched Lu Jinya as well. How unfair. She cared so deeply for him, yet he exhibited no gratitude, truly a vile dog. As for Lu Yanran, a mere sugar pill would not suffice. Her father was a renowned physician in Yongzhou, and she possessed some medical knowledge herself. Otherwise, she would not have cared for Qiao Yihuan so attentively in Yongzhou. If she were not truly poisoned, she would undoubtedly be able to sense it. Even if she could not detect it, a physician's examination would reveal the truth. To use readily available poison would be tantamount to courting trouble. A cool breeze brushed against her face as Qiao Wanyan tightened her fox fur cloak around her. Bowing her head to gaze at the snow-covered ground, which sparkled under the moonlight, her mind was awash with myriad thoughts. What, exactly, was the 23rd century that Lu Yanran spoke of? Who were these modern individuals? Words like novel and car accident had never graced her ears throughout her life. Lu Yanran was not from Jiuzhou, so where could she possibly hail from? A deity? Almost instantaneously, Qiao Wanyan dismissed that notion. How could a god be so foolish? Even a god could only fall headfirst to the ground. As Qiao Wanyan neared the courtyard, she spotted Lu Jinya's figure and paused, beckoning him with a gesture, indicating for him to approach her. Has a mere few days apart made you forget that you are but my dog? I saved your life, and thus you ought to obediently wag your tail and ensure my safety. Lu Jinya lowered his gaze, his eyes devoid of warmth, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor. On the day we set off for Yaoshi Valley, you were nearby, yet you deliberately chose not to rescue me. Did you know that it was someone from Yaoshi Valley who abducted me? Lu Jinya remained silent, and Qiao Wanyan continued. You wished to venture to Yaoshi Valley to obtain the antidote for the mother and child goo, hence you intentionally allowed me to be captured, hoping to secretly follow and discover the entrance to Yaoshi Valley. Qiao Wanyan grasped Lu Jinya's chin firmly, her grip turning his jaw pale. She clicked her tongue softly, lamenting. What a pity. You, useless as you are, cannot return after being lost. Now, Yun Heng is my friend. He would never grant you the antidote. Qiao Wanyan patted his cheek, yet reassured him, do not worry. I shall not take your life in anger. My courage is too small to kill. I can only make your existence worse than death. After a lengthy silence, Lu Jinya finally spoke, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Truly, my master is benevolent. Qiao Wanyan suddenly laughed, her smile radiating warmth like the spring sun breaking through ice, casting an enchanting glow that dazzled the eye. Yes, that is what everyone says. As she turned to leave, she suddenly recalled something, pivoting back to him, saying, by the way, you will be keeping watch outside tonight. Kneeling while you do so. Upon returning to the capital, I shall delight in witnessing how Lu Jinya is tormented to the brink of despair. For now, I still have important matters to attend to. Lu Jinya glanced towards the direction of Liuguang Pavilion and remarked, may my master enjoy a peaceful sleep tonight. Qiao Wanyan retraced her steps, delivering a sharp slap to him. Threatening, should you dare to threaten me, I will take my time teaching you a lesson upon our return to the capital. As Lu Jinya watched her retreating figure enter the courtyard, a hint of schadenfreude flickered in his eyes. Qiao Wanyan, having left without taking a warming pot, felt her fingertips grow icy due to the time wasted by Lu Jinya. Quickening her pace upon entering the courtyard, she raised her hand to open the door, only to freeze in place. There, in the grand chair directly opposite the entrance, sat He Jiyu, poised and tranquil, with her right hand resting on the armrest. Her fingertips rhythmically drummed a faint sound, akin to a heartbeat that rendered the air stifling. Those inky, abyss-like eyes fixated upon her, their depths unfathomable. Ziyuan knelt beside her, head bowed, scarcely daring to draw breath. Chapter 81. I merely wish to teach you a lesson. Qiao Wanyan paused momentarily at the door before stepping inside, casting a glance toward the inner chamber, yet the screen obscured her view of the scene within, leaving her uncertain whether Lu Yanran was awake or not. If she were to awaken, Had she said anything inappropriate to the crown prince? If she remained unconscious, how could she navigate this predicament? Observing He Zhiyu's calm and composed demeanor, Qiao Wanyan found herself unable to decipher his innermost thoughts, her mind swirling with countless considerations. Your Highness, the servant girl pays her respects. Qiao Wanyan performed a graceful curtsy. Might I inquire what brings your Highness here at such a late hour? Her tone was both distant and courteous. He Zhiyu's profound gaze darkened as he cut straight to the heart of the matter. Why was Lu Yanran here? And why had she just falsely claimed that Qiao Wanyan had not visited? In a state of confusion, Lu Yanran felt a wave of discomfort in her shoulders and neck. Slowly opening her eyes to her surroundings and the sounds that had reached her ears, instantly becoming alert. A commotion erupted from behind the screen, and moments later, Lu Yanran's figure abruptly emerged. Upon seeing the crown prince present, she seemed to grasp at a lifeline, rushing toward him in desperate plea. In an instant, Jing Yuan unsheathed his sword, blocking her path. Lu Yanran gasped, staring at the ominous blade that radiated chill, striving to compose herself as she took a step back. Your Highness, save me. Qiao Wanyan intends to kill me. Qiao Wanyan maintained a tranquil and composed demeanor, feigning perplexity. Pray tell, why would I wish to harm you? Lu Yanran furrowed her brows tightly, seemingly unable to comprehend how she could remain so unperturbed at such a moment, as if she were merely an innocent soul who had never committed any wrongdoing. The more serene Qiao Wanyan appeared, the more agitated and unsettled Lu Yanran became. She yearned to tear away the facade, to reveal to the crown prince the venomous nature lurking beneath, the terror that she truly embodied. Hoping he would come to despise her, perhaps even resolve to eliminate this dreadful person. The notion that characters from a book could possess their own consciousness was utterly terrifying. The mere thought sent shivers down Lu Yanran's spine. She was not foolish enough to be hopelessly reckless. Her recent slip that nearly exposed her modern identity almost led to her demise at Qiao Wanyan's hands. Among these ancient beings, one could not be too candid. To reveal everything would be folly. To suddenly declare to an ancient individual that she was a time traveler, and that they were merely characters in a book, she knew each of their destinies, would not elevate her to a divine status, but rather mark her as a madwoman. Even someone as benevolent as Yihuan had refrained from disclosing her own status as a time traveler. Thus, those with deeper intentions would surely remain silent. Especially regarding He Zhiyu, the male protagonist of the tale and the heir apparent to the throne, whose thoughts are shrouded in darkness and depth. She cannot afford to let her guard down. If he were to imprison her, would she not be courting her own demise? Your malicious intent, driven by jealousy over Yihuan's companionship, has led you to lure me here with the intent to kill. Upon finishing her words, Lu Yanran seemed to recall something, promptly tilting her head slightly towards the crown prince and saying, Your Highness, you may observe that I bear marks of blood upon my neck. I narrowly escaped death just moments ago. He Zhiyu cast a glance, and indeed, there were bloodstains on her neck, likely from a pin's piercing. Such a vulnerable spot, with even a slight increase in force, could have turned Lu Yanran into a lifeless body in an instant. Lu Yanran invoked Qiao Yihuan, Your Highness. Though my acquaintance with Yihuan is brief, our bond transcends that of mere sisterhood. It is a connection akin to that of true sisters. Qiao Wanyan has resorted to such malicious means simply out of resentment for Yihuan's friendships. To have such a person in Yihuan's proximity would surely lead her into an abyss from which there is no return. He Zhiyu, deeply enamored with Yihuan, regarded her as his lifeline. By invoking Yihuan's name and revealing the peril posed by Qiao Wanyan, he would undoubtedly take action against her. Ziyuan felt a seething anger rising within her. You speak nonsense. My lady has done no such thing. Cease your frivolous accusations. Lu Yanran retorted, Nonsense? When I sought out Yihuan, you refused to allow me to stay at the minister's residence. Yihuan, being the lady of the house, had no say in the matter and was compelled to let me reside with her mother outside the city. Was this not orchestrated by your lady? Has she never bullied Yihuan within the household? Lu Yanran continued, Your Highness, Yihuan is subjected to disdain even from the servants, all due to Qiao Wanyan's instigation and indulgence. You cannot turn a blind eye to Yihuan's plight. Qiao Wanyan observed Lu Yanran desperately attempting to shift blame onto Yihuan, and her mind began to churn with thoughts. She refrained from mentioning the peculiarities of the 23rd century, nor the modern world, nor that all of this transpired within the pages of a book. Lu Yanran did not dare to utter such truths. Qiao Wanyan remarked, I am accustomed to the sycophants who thrive on flattery. You, having grown up in Yongzhou, seized upon a chance encounter with my good-natured sister and, unwilling to relinquish this opportunity, abandoned your family to cling to her in the capital. Aware of my sister's status as the daughter of a minister, you sought to leverage her for a life of luxury. Yet, how could someone of your character be allowed to reside in the Qiao household? Do you presume our family to be as spineless as my sister? Incapable of refusing your demands? My sister's offer to let you stay at the estate was already a gesture of goodwill, but you have overstepped by provoking me intentionally. How could I possibly tolerate such insolence? Lu Yanran could scarcely believe the fabrications spilling forth from Qiao Wanyan's lips. You speak falsehoods. Engaging in conflict and attempting to counter the opponent's words only serves to acknowledge defeat. Clinging to one's own reasoning and even casting aspersions allows one to disorient the opponent, leading them to panic and lose their composure. When one is engulfed in panic, how can they maintain their rationality? Qiao Wanyan approached her, standing directly before her. Am I speaking nonsense? How do you explain your willingness to travel alone to the capital for the sake of your sister's friendship after only a brief acquaintance? Would a girl from a respectable family abandon her homeland for a mere friend? Lu Yanran was rendered speechless, unable to utter a single word in response. Qiao Wanyan continued, I am uncertain of your intentions in remaining by my sister's side, but it is evident that keeping someone like you near her is akin to leaving a calamity that will inevitably befall her. You claim that I wish to harm you. If I truly desired your demise, would you still be standing before me? Why would I halt my actions midway, allowing you to be a lingering threat? Qiao Wanyan's words pierced Lu Yanran's heart like daggers, leaving her defenseless. I merely aim to teach you a lesson and encourage you to retreat. Yet, here you are, audaciously confronting me in front of the court. Your despicable nature genuinely frightens me. Chapter 82. The ferocity of Qiao Heir's temper. Lu Yanran was unnerved by Qiao Wanyan's feigned shock, despite having every advantage. A few of Qiao's words left her unable to defend herself. She could not justify her reckless decision to come to the capital in search of Yihuan. Nor could she explain why Qiao Wanyan spared her life after striking her. She was at a loss for words, even when Qiao Wanyan accused her unjustly. Her heart raced, and Lu Yanran felt on the verge of madness. Qiao Wanyan enunciated each word deliberately. You claim I bully my sister. Who would believe such a fabrication? If I truly oppressed her, you would not have had the opportunity to provoke and challenge me so brazenly. Lu Yanran's mind buzzed with confusion as she instinctively pushed Qiao away, yearning to distance herself. As Qiao Wanyan stumbled back, she witnessed He Jiyu deliver a forceful kick, sending Lu Yanran crashing to the ground. The impact was severe, causing Lu to collide forcefully with a nearby table and groan in pain. Qiao Wanyan felt nothing but disdain. For those with weak resolve, driving someone to the brink of collapse often results in irrational actions. In essence, Lu Yanran was no different from Xiaoing. Are you all right? He Jiyu inquired as he approached her. Qiao Wanyan stepped back to maintain her distance, her tone deliberately detached and polite. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I am unharmed. He Jiyu's outstretched hand hesitated in the air, then he withdrew it after casting a brief glance at her. Qiao Wanyan spoke softly, Your Highness. You should have clarified your misunderstandings by now. May I rest? Being wrongfully accused of attempted murder has left me rather fatigued. I did not mean. The words lingered on He Jiyu's lips, but remained unspoken. He certainly did not believe her. During their time in the palace, he had misjudged her intentions, and now he sought merely to clarify matters. Lu Yanran's fate, whether she lived or died, was of no consequence to him. I do not consider you a criminal. Qiao Wanyan averted her gaze, turning her head slightly, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing as she uttered, I do not believe it. As the words fell, a single tear cascaded down her cheek, perfectly timed, like the final stroke of a painting, evoking a subtle tremor at the fingertips of He Jiyu. Even her proud and willful demeanor failed to appear contrived. Rather, it felt as though a boulder had plummeted into her heart, stirring countless waves within. Jing Yuan silently pulled Lu Yanran away, covering her mouth, while his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Zi Yuan, contemplating having her leave as well. To his surprise, Zi Yuan did not even glance at him, kneeling on the ground, secretly observing the two with an air of curiosity. Jing Yuan, feeling helpless, extended a hand to pull Zi Yuan out, leaving the door ajar. Once outside, Zi Yuan forcefully shook off Jing Yuan's grasp, twisting his arm with all her might. The sudden pain made Jing Yuan grimace, yet he dared not voice his discomfort. How could this girl still twist someone's arm? He had only intended to help, yet she exhibited no awareness of his good intentions while serving near the master. He Jiyu took out a handkerchief, gently wiping away the tears at Qiao Wanyan's eyes. The candlelight illuminating her figure was obscured by He Zhiyu's tall stature. From the back, Qiao Wanyan was completely shielded from view, leaving the two at the doorway unable to see anything. Jing Yuan sighed inwardly, realizing the prince was truly enchanted. What was the purpose of soothing the second miss of the Qiao family? She was merely putting on an act. In the past, she had scolded him mercilessly for being her watchdog, and she was not the type to be genuinely aggrieved by a mere slight. That day at the Minghua Pavilion, he had wished to explain to you, for he had misunderstood you. Qiao Wanyan remained silent, her gaze cast downward, her long lashes trembling slightly, casting a shadow that concealed her impatience. The empress did not favor frivolity, so he had to fabricate a lie, claiming he sought medicine for you, leading you to the apothecary valley. That day you went to the Kuan-Ning palace. He thought you had unveiled his deception, thus he had intentionally treated you with coldness. He acknowledged it was his fault. Jing Yuan silently withdrew his gaze, astonished that the prince would apologize to a subject's daughter. He suddenly felt uneasy. The prince, a person of such stature, would never easily extend an apology. He was the crown prince, second only to the emperor. Even if someone were to sacrifice their life for him, it would be deemed natural, yet here he was, apologizing to a mere woman. Jing Yuan sensed that the prince was being led astray by Qiao Wanyan's proud temperament. Such a transformation, such indulgence, was troubling. Qiao Wanyan gradually directed her gaze to his noble, ascetic face. Her eyes, like autumn waters, glimmered with tears reminiscent of weeping pear blossoms. In that fleeting moment their eyes met. He Zhiyu felt a tremor in his heart, an indescribable sensation rising from his feet to his head, flooding his mind with a buzzing sound. The prince was the crown prince, exalted above all. How could he be anything but admirable? Qiao Wanyan appeared as delicate as paper. A beauty in tears was inherently heart-wrenching, and how much more so for one of such extraordinary grace. Even when cursing through her tears, it was impossible to harbor any anger against her. Instead, one would feel utterly guilty. Jing Yuan pursed his lips and couldn't help but mutter to Zi Yuan beside him. Why does your young lady have such a temper? Even His Highness has offered her a way out, yet she still throws a tantrum. Zi Yuan scrutinized him from head to toe and finally shot him a scathing glare. Her cherry lips parted, but no sound escaped them. Yet Jing Yuan could visibly see his eyes widen in astonishment. Was it truly necessary to be so foul-mouthed? How could such a young girl be so brash? Qiao Wanyan lowered her gaze, not blaming His Highness, but rather lamenting her own misfortune. That day at Minghua Tower, she had encountered Prince Jing once more, who had also treated her unfairly. Did she truly appear so easy to bully? Her voice was soft and tinged with grievance. And He Zhiyu suddenly felt she resembled a kitten that had been provoked, its fur bristling, revealing sharp claws yet devoid of true aggression. Do not cry. I shall never doubt you again, he said, lacking experience in comforting young ladies. Compared to Yi Huan, Qiao Wanyan was indeed difficult to appease, not one to forgive with mere apologies. Nevertheless, he felt no impatience, only pondering how to prevent her tears. He Zhiyu shifted the topic. Where have you just been? Qiao Wanyan suddenly looked at him. Does His Highness think I went somewhere? He Zhiyu fell into a contemplative silence. Qiao Wanyan's delicate brows furrowed. Does His Highness suspect I sought out Yin Heng? Do you think it improper for me to visit a gentleman's quarters at such an hour? I did not mean that. He Zhiyu hastily clarified. Why is Miss Qiao's temperament so fierce? Have I truly angered you so easily? Chapter 83. I privately have health supplements and nutritional powders. Qiao Wanyan replied. Indeed, I went to see Yun Heng. My sister has not fully recovered from the poison, and I went to ask Yun Heng to prepare an antidote for her tomorrow. Yet whatever I do is wrong, and His Highness seems to think I am at fault. With that, she turned and strode into the inner chamber, ignoring everyone else. He Zhiyu was left in a state of bewilderment. Had he broached the wrong subject? He was left standing alone, listening to Qiao Wanyan's rapid-fire words as she departed, leaving him with no opportunity to explain. It was inevitable that their interactions held some contradictions, be it familial, friendly, or romantic. Apart from his parents, he had never truly humbled himself before anyone. With Yi Huan, a mere gesture of comfort would elicit understanding and forgiveness. Yet, the second daughter of the Qiao family was headstrong and spoiled, making her particularly challenging to soothe. For the first time in his life, He Zhiyu encountered a situation where he was met with disdain not in the conventional sense, but through veiled sarcasm. And he found himself unable to harbor anger towards her. Jing Yuan observed his master suffer in silence, feeling a buzzing in his head. On the moonlit path, He could not restrain himself any longer. Your Highness, you are of noble status. How can Miss Qiao treat you with such disrespect? He Ji remained silent for a moment, glancing at him. She has misunderstood me and is already seething with anger. Should I still smile at those who provoke me? Jing Yuan felt a surge of frustration. How was this his concern? Why did it seem as though the ire directed at him from Miss Qiao was being unleashed upon himself? However, Your Highness is the Crown Prince. Miss Qiao heir should not act rashly even when angered. He Ji, you spoke softly. What do you understand? How many young girls lack a temper? Although she may be a bit willful and delicate, her essence is kind-hearted. It is my fault for having hurt her. She is not only troubled by my misunderstanding, but also concerned for her elder sister's health. She sought out Yunheng for medicine on behalf of her sister, and now her heart must be feeling even more aggrieved. Indeed, otherwise, why would she seek Yunheng so late? Jing Yuan inquired. Then, Your Highness, how should we deal with Lu Yanran? He Ji lowered his gaze, recognizing that those with ill intentions pose a danger when close to Yihuan. This incident tonight should silence her. If I discover she has been scheming against Wanyan in front of Yihuan, I will have no choice but to intervene. Understood. Your Highness. He Ji replied indifferently, recalling the incident at Liuguang Pavilion when that woman pushed Wanyan. After leaving the Apothecary Valley, I shall deal with it discreetly. Within the inner chamber of Liuguang Pavilion, Qiao Wanyan was comfortably immersed in a bath, enjoying the warm water enveloping her. Miss, I was nearly frightened to death. I thought Your Highness had discovered your handling of Lu Yanran and would question you, the maid exclaimed. Who would have thought, miss, that you somehow turned the situation around, shifting from the weaker side to the stronger side, and even managed to ensnare the Crown Prince? Qiao Wanyan gently caressed her skin, gliding from her wrist to her shoulder, and remarked leisurely, the Crown Prince appears gentle, but harbors a dark and indifferent nature. He is not as easily manipulated as Lu Yanran. I merely took advantage of his lack of vigilance. Ziyuan thought her mistress was remarkable, but she worried. Miss, since you have not forgiven the Crown Prince, will he not distance himself from you in the future? Wouldn't that benefit Xiao Yihuan? Qiao Wanyan chuckled softly. He will not. In fact, he will remember that I am not easily appeased, so he should not dare to take advantage of me. Ziyuan, perplexed by the male psyche, wondered if it wasn't a foolish notion. Miss, Lu Yanran has escaped from us, and you promised to let young Master Yun provide Qiao Yihuan with the antidote. This is quite a loss for us. Letting Qiao Yihuan fend for herself would be better. Why provide her with an antidote? Qiao Wanyan remained silent. Even without the antidote, Qiao Yihuan would not perish. Since she cannot die regardless, what harm is there in preserving my reputation? The process is inconsequential. The outcome is what matters. Upon returning to the capital, I shall capture Lu Yanran. I have questions for her. Qiao Wanyan added, make it discreet. Do not let anyone notice. As dawn broke, the horizon glimmered with a pearly white. The sun, radiating warmth, slowly ascended, as if releasing the energy it had gathered throughout the night, casting countless rays of light upon the earth. When Qiao Wanyan awoke, she saw Ziyuan hastily approaching. Miss, Qiao Yihuan has returned. Qiao Wanyan furrowed her brow slightly. Returned? To the capital? Ziyuan nodded. I heard someone was looking for people outside the Apothecary Valley. Young Master Yun's companion, Chongqing, happened to encounter them and brought the news. Qiao Yihuan left early because she was worried about her mother. This morning, I went to find young Master Yun, and he reluctantly provided the antidote to Qiao Yihuan. After Ziyuan finished speaking, she felt both surprised and bewildered. For some inexplicable reason, His Highness the Crown Prince did not leave with her. He mentioned that the young lady had been frightened, and thus he would accompany her back to the capital. Inside the carriage, Qiao Yihuan inquired with concern, Yanran, where did you go last night? I could not find you anywhere. Lu Yanran's complexion appeared rather unfavorable, her lips curling into a stiff smile as she awkwardly replied, I might have gone to the restroom. Did you need me for something? Qiao Yihuan shook her head, expressing that she was simply feeling a bit down and wished to have a heart-to-heart conversation. Lu Yanran hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge the events of the previous night, but ultimately swallowed her words. She dared not speak, fearing that if the Crown Prince were to learn of it, her life would be in jeopardy. She could not take such a gamble. In this unfamiliar place, she had to abandon her previous carelessness. Just then, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, causing the occupants inside to stumble. Xiaoying immediately asked, what happened? The coachman responded, Miss, a richly dressed young woman has blocked our carriage. Outside the carriage, a strikingly beautiful young woman clad in a silk gown stood in their path. her face etched with terror as she pleaded, "Please, save me." At that moment, Baozhu felt an overwhelming urge to curse. She had maintained a regular routine for years. And now, after finally wishing to enjoy a night of gaming with friends, she found herself in this predicament. Although she often joked about not wanting to live anymore, privately, she diligently took her health supplements. If she were to collapse, so be it. Who could have anticipated ending up in such a bizarre place? Only to find herself fleeing from a group of pursuers? With her heart racing, she dared not think and simply scrambled to her feet, running for her life. Overwhelmed with despair. Chapter 84. As long as you speak, anything is possible. After spending many days at the Apothecary Valley, Qiao Wanyan was finally ready to return to the capital. Ziyuan busily packed belongings. Although the young lady had arrived empty-handed, she was now returning with an abundance of items. Boxes of butterfly grass were loaded onto the carriage, filling it to the brim. At the entrance of Liuguang Pavilion, Jiyu watched as Qiao Wanyan emerged from the house. The moment their eyes met, she averted her gaze, seemingly still upset. Jiyu, having allowed Yihuan to return to the capital alone while he stayed behind to accompany her, felt disheartened. Despite spending the entire night together, she remained unyielding. As her future brother-in-law, he believed he had done well enough, yet his spirits were low, realizing he had been rather muddled lately. Wanyan would one day be his sister-in-law, and he ought to take more care of her, but excessive indulgence would be unwise. His thoughts should be directed towards Yihuan instead. "Yan, I still want to go out and play with you," Yun Yao pouted, her face a picture of reluctance, feeling that her outdoor adventures had not yet been fulfilled. Qiao Wanyan gently caressed her cheek, her touch imbued with utmost tenderness. Lu Jinya stood nearby, arms crossed, observing the scene with a sense of irony. It seemed that such a gentle hand could touch another's face so softly. He wondered if she was not concerned about slapping someone inadvertently, losing control and striking Yun Yao instead. It would be all too easy for her to strike herself. Upon arriving at the Apothecary Valley, Qiao Wanyan discerned that Yun Yao was unlike her brother. She possessed an exceptional affinity for concocting various poisons. Since she was not merely a frivolous young girl, having her by her side posed no issue. "If you are willing, I can discuss it with your brother. Should he consent, I shall escort you back to the capital." A glimmer of hope ignited in Yun Yao's eyes. "Is that truly the case?" Qiao Wanyan nodded affirmatively. Overjoyed, Yun Yao leapt with delight. At such an age, innocence and exuberance rendered her unable to contain her happiness, clinging tightly to Qiao Wanyan's arm. "Sister Ayan, you are wonderful. Yao, do not be disrespectful to Wanyan." Yun Yao huffed softly, reluctantly releasing her hold. Yun Heng, having softened his earlier reprimand, said, "Wanyan, if these butterfly herbs are insufficient, I shall send more your way. From now on, I will ensure that Chang'an prepares extra for you each year." "Yun Heng, you are truly kind." Qiao Wanyan's eyes sparkled with delight, and Yun Heng felt his heart tighten, his ears burning as though aflame. Yun Yao cleared her throat and winked at Qiao Wanyan before saying, "Yun Heng, I wish to discuss something with you." "Of course," Yun Heng replied. "Will you not inquire about what I wish to discuss?" "Anything is permissible," he responded. Yun Yao blinked, pondering whether the familiar visage before her had undergone some transformation. Qiao Wanyan chuckled lightly. "What I wish to say is, if you are agreeable, I would like to take Yao Yao back to the capital for a while. I will strive to ensure her safety." Yun Heng paused, casting a glance at Yun Yao. "Yao, do not cause any trouble. The outside world is not like the Apothecary Valley. You must take good care of Wanyan." Yun Yao acquiesced, though she mused that she seemed significantly younger than Sister Ayan. Was it not customary for older children to look after the younger ones? Why then, did it seem reversed with her brother? "I understand, brother." Yun Heng appeared hesitant to speak further. Qiao Wanyan perceived this and asked, "Is there something else you wish to convey?" After a moment of silence, he candidly stated, "Ayan, should you find the time in the future, the Apothecary Valley will always welcome you. If you ever wish to marry. The hour grows late. We must take our leave." Yun Heng turned to glance at He Jiyu, his expression cloaked in coldness, visibly displeased that his moment of courage had been abruptly interrupted. He Jiyu had already turned away. Qiao Wanyan gleaned some of the unsaid words lingering in Yun Heng's mind. "Then we shall depart." Yun Heng watched as Qiao Wanyan's figure vanished from sight, reluctant to withdraw his gaze. In that fleeting moment, he felt an emptiness within, akin to a heart once brimming with water suddenly parched. "Chang'an, I believe I require a clear heart pill." Chang'an pressed his lips together, stating a plain truth, "Young master. It seems the clear heart pill is no longer effective for you. it would be prudent not to waste it. The entire jar of clear heart pills had proven futile, serving no purpose whatsoever. A palpable sense of despondency washed over Yun Hong, rendering him disinterested in all pursuits. He remained silent, staring in the direction where Qiao Wanyan had disappeared for quite some time before finally retracting his gaze and entering the flowing light pavilion. When Qiao Wanyan first arrived, she did not travel in her own carriage. In her moment of haste, Ziyuan had not prepared. Thus, the carriage that Yunheng arranged was now brimming with butterfly grass, compelling Qiao Wanyan to board the prince's carriage instead. He Ji remained silent, resting with his eyes closed, while Qiao Wanyan, seated beside him, also refrained from speaking. The two seemed to be in a stalemate. Outside the carriage, Ziyuan was filled with concern. Such a splendid opportunity. Why did the young lady not engage the prince in conversation to cultivate their relationship? Jing Yuan held a viewpoint entirely disparate from hers. He believed that the prince of today was indeed the prince he remembered. His Highness had never favored Miss Qiao, for her inherently headstrong and willful nature rendered her ill-suited for prolonged acquaintance. It was only natural that His Highness, who harbored a deep aversion to such women, would keep his distance. After a night of contemplation, he must have reached clarity. You did not eat much this morning. Would you care for some pastries? He Ji finally broke the silence after a prolonged pause. Outside the carriage, Jing Yuan observed. Qiao Wanyan glanced at him, hesitated briefly, and eventually raised her hand to take a piece, savoring it in small bites. She reluctantly accepted this gesture, not for any reason other than her fondness for osmanthus cake. A touch of petulance serves as a seasoning, yet if one continuously indulges in such whims, how does it differ from the characters in romantic tales? He Ji felt a measure of relief. He had expected the young girl to persist in her pouty demeanor. Qiao Wanyan spoke softly. Your Highness, I felt quite sorrowful when you misunderstood me that day. However, today, I am delighted that you chose to remain here with me instead of leaving with my sister, though it does leave me somewhat anxious. Her words were imbued with a tinge of vulnerability, evoking an immediate instinct to protect her. Sweet nothings may sound insincere, yet they are pleasing to the ear. Coupled with her earnest expression, it was utterly disarming. Why the unease? Qiao Wanyan paused briefly, contemplating whether her sister would misconstrue her actions, feel discontent, or think that she had usurped the prince's affection meant for her. He Ji understood her intrinsic goodness. Even with her own feelings in mind, her first concern was for Yi Huan's emotions. Yi Huan was not the type to harbor jealousy, especially towards her own sister. She would not misinterpret your intentions. Rest assured, do not fear. Chapter 85 Su Shu Jian. Qiao Wanyan smiled, but remained silent, feeling no sense of gratitude for the prince's decision to accompany her back to the capital. Initially, the prince had feigned a desire to accompany her to Yaoshi Valley in search of scar-removing ointment. Naturally, his return to the capital necessitated her company, merely to maintain appearances. Who truly believed he would leave Qiao Yihuan to return alone? Flowery words can be uttered by anyone. Did he really think she would be filled with gratitude? With her gaze lowered, she indulged in the osmanthus cake, her heart heavy with a desire for retribution. Having been misunderstood and neglected by the prince, she felt compelled to accept his overtures, but in the future, she would seek her revenge. She would ensure he fell in love with her only to abandon him for another man, and she would deliberately ignore him due to misunderstandings. Suddenly, the sound of urgent hoofbeats echoed outside the carriage, followed by a man's voice. Your Highness, Miss Qiao encountered the 10th princess on her journey back to the capital. She is being pursued. The number of subordinates is insufficient. They can barely protect the princess and Miss Qiao, yet they find themselves trapped. I risked my life to come back with this information. Qiao Wanyan furrowed her brows. The 10th princess? Isn't she far away in her fief? How could she suddenly return to the capital? This twist was not in the tales. It merely stated that the 10th princess had died unexpectedly shortly after her marriage, buried in her fief due to her mother's low status and lack of favor, with her remains never returned to the royal mausoleum. She glanced at He Zhiyu's worried expression, knowing that even if she tried to stop him, it would be futile. Instead, she compassionately urged him to hasten to save the others. Wanyan, I shall remain in the capital to ensure your safety. My sister's unexpected return to the capital and subsequent pursuit demands my personal attention. Your Highness, please take care. I will await your return at my sister's estate. He Zhiyu replied, nodding. He instructed Jingyuan to take the main roads back with only a few men and hurriedly set off on a shortcut. He recalled Yi Huan's urging to return swiftly to the capital, hence his choice of the back roads. Once he departed, Qiao Wanyan furrowed her brows in contemplation. This trajectory was entirely different from the tales. Could it be that her own alterations had precipitated these changes? Second miss, Jing Yuan's voice suddenly rang out, coinciding with the stop of the carriage. Qiao Wanyan withdrew from her thoughts. What is it? Jing Yuan pointed to a young man lying by the roadside, appearing to be a scholar. Second miss, there is a man by the roadside who seems to have fainted. He looks as though he hasn't breathed his last yet, but if left unattended in this weather, he may truly perish. Qiao Wanyan tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her tone languid. That is indeed unfortunate. Jing Yuan fell silent, waiting for her to continue, but after a long while, she offered no further words. Was it not just a moment ago that you spoke so gently in the presence of His Highness? Why the change now that he is gone? Do you presume I am unaware of your true nature, hence you feel no need to feign kindness before me? Are you not concerned he might convey this to His Highness? Jing Yuan sighed quietly, preparing to drive away when he noticed the man seemed to be regaining consciousness, albeit without the strength to rise. The man's feeble voice called out, "Please, young sir, save me. I am a student of Master Qiao." Jing Yuan was taken aback. Master Qiao? Is that not the second Mrs. Father? With a creak, the carriage window opened, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. Qiao Wanyan regarded the man, finding not a trace of recognition in her memory. Her father had many students. As the Minister of Revenue and the head of a prominent family, he had many eager to learn from him. Such families monopolized knowledge, and those from humble backgrounds seeking to navigate the imperial examinations often sought to apprentice under them for access to scholarly resources. She had encountered several of her father's esteemed pupils, yet this man's visage bore no resemblance to any in her recollection. Qiao Wanyan closed the window, seemingly content with merely glancing at him. Even if she had previously met him, she had no intention of extending her hand to save him. The man continued, "I am a student of Master Qiao. My name is Su Shujian. I implore you, miss, have mercy and save me." "Stop the carriage," Qiao Wanyan commanded. The carriage came to a halt, and Ziyuan inquired, "Miss, what is the matter?" Qiao Wanyan's expression shifted subtly as she recalled the name Su Shujian, which she had encountered in a novel. Although the portrayal in the text was rather cursory, it sufficed to convey that he was a scholar of humble origins. He achieved remarkable success in the provincial examinations, capturing her father's attention, which led to his subsequent rise in the capital as her father's most esteemed pupil. Su Shujian did not disappoint, later excelling in the metropolitan examination and achieving the rank of a top scholar in the palace test. He was destined to be the foremost candidate. However, due to his strikingly handsome appearance, he was instead designated as the third place, the Tanhua. Under normal circumstances, given his intellect, the title of Zhuang Yuan would have been easily within his grasp. She never paid heed to individuals unrelated to her, and her recollection of this character stemmed from her father's deep admiration for him, which was tinged with a respect that she found difficult to comprehend. Subsequently, her father subtly suggested that she abandon her infatuation with the crown prince and instead consider marrying Su Shujian. Regrettably, her vehement refusal and anger led her father to refrain from mentioning it again. Su Shujian was rescued. Yet the carriage belonging to Qiao Wanyan would not allow him to board. He was instead placed in a carriage laden with butterfly grass, alongside the coachman. Rather than returning directly to the capital, Qiao Wanyan chose to proceed to a village outside the city. Upon arriving at the estate, Madame Wu erupted in fury, demanding to know whether they had informed Di Huan of her illness. "Do you regard me with such disdain? My daughter is to be the crown princess, which makes me the future mother-in-law of the crown prince. How dare you treat me so dismissively?" One of the maids replied, "Madam, I visited the residence recently and conveyed your grave condition. The household informed me that the young lady was not at home, so I discreetly sent money to have someone inform the apothecary valley. I am uncertain whether the young lady has received the news." Madame Wu scoffed, "You don't know? Is it your purpose to remain oblivious? Even as I suffer from a cold, you treat me with such indifference? Do you look down upon me?" Her ire flared. Yet the two maids, accustomed to her temperament, remained silent. In the years since being cast aside by the minister, Madame Wu initially exhibited some restraint. However, as time passed, her true nature emerged. Her innate feelings of inferiority and resentment were vented upon them, rendering their situation quite unfortunate. Jing Yuan, following the second miss, was about to enter when he overheard a familiar and scathing tirade from within. He had been tasked by the prince to deliver some items to the young lady's mother, but each time he encountered her, she was excessively courteous, even warmly welcoming him, leaving him quite flustered. In a startling moment, Qiao Yihuan gasped as her eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before her. He Chun Wai's expression was grim, his brows furrowed, as an arrow struck his chest. Yet he felt no pain, only the sound of the jade pendant shattering against his skin. Without hesitation, he seized the bow from a nearby guard, knocking an arrow and shooting through the calf of the last assailant, ensuring a captive was left alive. The guard immediately nodded in compliance. Qiao Yihuan rushed forward, and He Chun Wai retrieved the shattered jade pendant from his chest. In the time of Yongzhou, Yin was presented with a jade token that ultimately shielded her from a fatal blow. "Your Highness, are you unharmed?" Qiao Yihuan inquired, her forehead glistening with cold sweat as she anxiously pressed against his chest, relieved to find no blood seeping through. "I am fine. Do not worry," He Zhiyu reassured her. Collecting the shattered jade token, He Baozhu, still shaken, pondered how someone who could scarcely bear to harm even a chicken, and who only indulged in light-hearted romances on television, could withstand such pressure. Abruptly thrust into this unfamiliar ancient realm, she found herself amidst a life-and-death struggle. The assassins fell one after another, blood gushing from their necks, leaving her in a state of shock. It was terrifying. Witnessing murder firsthand, she felt an urgent need for psychological counsel, preferably from a remarkably handsome therapist to soothe her fragile spirit. "Baozhu, how did you come to be here? Shouldn't you be in Yinqi City?" He Zhiyu questioned. Caught off guard by the inquiry, He Baozhu struggled to grasp her surroundings. Since opening her eyes, she had been ensnared in this real-life battle for survival. But as her thoughts began to settle, the memories of the original owner of this body came flooding back. She was no ordinary individual. She was the 10th princess of the realm. He Baozhu's eyes brightened with realization. A princess? How fortunate. The assassins pursuing her were none other than those sent by her own consort. Although she held the title of princess, she had been neglected since childhood, leading to her timid and cowardly nature. Upon reaching a marriageable age, she was wed by imperial decree and subsequently sent to a remote fief. Over time, her consort recognized her meek disposition and revealed his true colors. He not only took concubines without restraint, but also allowed them to disrespect and bully the princess, relishing in the idea that, despite being a consort, she was bound to live according to his whims, which inflated his vanity and further encouraged his cruel amusement at her expense. The original owner was indeed a more pitiful figure than she. Not only did she lack the courage to resist, but her position in the princess's residence was devoid of any authority. Consequently, when she became pregnant, a concubine orchestrated a miscarriage, and after enduring enough, she summoned the courage to secretly return to the capital to seek justice from the emperor. However, her consort took drastic measures, directly sending assassins after her. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a kind stranger and her imperial brother, the crown prince, she likely would have perished upon her arrival. "Your Highness, the princess has just experienced a fright. Perhaps it would be best for her to rest before we inquire further upon our return to the capital," Qiao Yihuan suggested gently. He Baozhu gazed at Qiao Yihuan, warmth blossoming in her heart. Such a gentle soul, not only had she saved her, but now offered her kindness and solace. He Zhiyu nodded slightly, acknowledging Qiao Yihuan's thoughtful nature. "Let us board the carriage and return to the capital." He Baozhu naturally joined Qiao Yihuan in the same carriage, still gripped by a lingering fear, unwilling to ride in the same carriage that had brought the original owner to this dire situation. "Princess, do not be afraid. His Highness will surely protect us now," He Baozhu's companion reassured her. She nodded in silence, aware that as a time traveler, speaking too much could lead to missteps. Moreover, given the original owner's timid disposition, it was prudent to remain cautious and observe the unfolding events. Qiao Yihuan remarked, "My father is the Minister of Revenue, and I am Qiao Yihuan. This is my friend, Lu Yinran." Lu Yinran discreetly observed the suddenly appeared princess, who seemingly had no significant role in the narrative and should not have encountered Yihuan at this moment. She recalled that this disregarded princess was supposed to have met a tragic end, with the news reaching the capital in early spring. He Baozhu said, "Thank you for saving me." Qiao Yihuan replied with warmth, "It is my honor to assist the princess. As long as you are well, that is sufficient. The charcoal fire in my carriage is not very strong. I hope the princess does not mind." He Baozhu shook her head, remaining silent, clearly too frightened to speak. Qiao Yihuan poured a cup of hot tea and offered it to her, suggesting, "If only my sister were here, her carriage is always warm, and you wouldn't have to suffer from the cold." The original host had little understanding of the capital's inhabitants, having grown up in the palace with scant knowledge of the previous dynasty and its affairs. However, through their interaction, she found Qiao Wanyan to be exceptionally kind and gentle, possessing an affable nature that facilitated ease of conversation, devoid of the haughty temperament typical of noble ladies from ancient highborn families. He Baozhu closed her eyes, meticulously processing the original host's memories, feeling increasingly stifled. It was utterly unheard of for a princess to be in such a pitiful state. The carriage did not proceed directly into the city, but halted outside a village. Qiao Wanyan remained outside the village, instructing the coachman to take the butterfly grass and Su Shujian home first, while she waited in the carriage for the crown prince and his entourage. Upon hearing Ziyuan's voice, she promptly descended the carriage and hurried towards the crown prince, her eyes betraying her unmasked concern. "Your Highness, are you unscathed?" He Ziyu shook his head, replying, "Thanks to you, I am fine." Qiao Wanyan did not comprehend the connection between them. "Wanyan?" The voice of Qiao Yihuan called from behind. Turning around, Wanyan glanced at the unfamiliar woman beside Qiao Yihuan, deducing that she must be the neglected 10th princess, He Baozhu. Wanyan had met the princess before. She slightly inclined her body in a courteous bow, her movements graceful and poised. With an ethereal beauty, she bore a gentle smile. As the soft sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a divine glow upon her, rendering her an enchanting vision, He Baozhu was momentarily taken aback. The striking image made her heart race and her mind buzz. Was this truly not a sister, but someone who could appear so exquisite? She was even more beautiful than herself. Qiao Wanyan, observing He Baozhu's unwavering gaze upon her, felt puzzled and approached, offering her a hot water bottle. "Your Highness, your nose is quite red. Are you feeling unwell?" He Baozhu numbly accepted it, and at the moment her fingertips made contact, she sensed something trickling from her nose. Chapter 87. The Hindrance of a Young Lady. "Your Highness, you are bleeding from your nose," Qiao Wanyan exclaimed in astonishment. Qiao Yihuan also turned her gaze towards He Baozhu, and sure enough, she noticed crimson blood streaming from her nose. He Baozhu's face flushed instantly. She tilted her head back, intending to staunch the flow of blood, but was gently restrained by Qiao Wanyan's hands cradling her cheeks. Their eyes met in a serene moment, alarmingly close. Qiao Wanyan watched helplessly as He Baozhu's nosebleed worsened, suppressing the urge to push her away to avoid getting stained, and instead took out a handkerchief to block her nose. He Baozhu stepped back 2 paces and turned away. She could not allow this seemingly delicate and striking girl to touch her face any longer, for her life, which she had fought so hard to preserve, was in jeopardy. Qiao Wanyan's hands hung suspended in the air, observing as Qiao Yihuan kindly assisted He Baozhu in staunching the bleeding before turning around, anxiety evident in her voice. "Your Highness, does the princess dislike me?" At these words, Qiao Yihuan cast a glance her way, a hint of resentment flickering in her eyes, seemingly displeased that she would trouble the crown prince over such trivial matters. "No," Baozhu was merely startled. "She did not intend to avoid you." A hint of relief washed over Qiao Wanyan's exquisite features, and she extended her hand, sweetly exclaiming, "Your Highness, my hand has gotten stained with blood." Having given her handkerchief to the 10th princess, she was now without anything to wipe it clean. He Ziyu offered her his own handkerchief, while Qiao Yihuan's gaze fixated intensely on the handkerchief in Qiao Wanyan's hand. Her clear eyes momentarily clouded with feelings of betrayal and sorrow. Lu Yanran furrowed her brows slightly, wondering if the crown prince could not see through such a manipulative display. The way Qiao Wanyan spoke in a coy manner before Qiao Yihuan was clearly intended to provoke her, an undeniable act of bullying. The crown prince, who was supposed to be devoted to Qiao Yihuan, should have seen no other woman but her. He was a paragon of male virtue. Yet now, he appeared to be a scoundrel. Unbeknownst to him, he was betraying Qiao Yihuan. Ziyuan had somehow drifted to Qiao Wanyan's side, and upon meeting her gaze, she softly suggested, "Your Highness, shall we head inside? It would allow the princess to change and tidy herself." He Ziyu nodded slightly. "Yihuan, since we are here, let us go see your mother first. This way, you can find peace." Qiao Yihuan nodded in agreement, and once He Baozhu's nosebleed had ceased, the group made their way towards the long-closed doors of the estate. As they approached, a harsh sound reverberated from within, a metallic clang of copper hitting the ground. "Bah! What friend of Yihuan? Just a girl trying to climb up by stepping on our Yihuan. Just like that little vixen born of the Jin family." An elderly matron quickly interjected, "Madam, please do not speak so. That is the second young lady. After all, she is the elder sister's sibling." Wusher scoffed. "What of it? That wretched Jean girl refuses to acknowledge me. Otherwise, would I reside alone in this dilapidated estate? A jealous vixen like her mother. What good can her daughter be? The more Wu Shi spoke, the more her resentment grew. As a woman of the same master, her treatment was worlds apart. After all these years, the bitterness had nearly twisted her heart. She knew the crown prince held no affection for her, yet continued to pursue him, merely seeking to elevate herself at the expense of her Yihuan. The little vixen, much like her mother, was merely a seductress devoid of substance. Outside, Qiao Wanyan's face turned as pale as death. Jing Yuan instinctively glanced at her, anticipating that the second young lady would rush in to reprimand, causing a commotion, while the eldest lady would surely defend her mother, leading to a headache for His Highness. However, the second young lady did not charge in. She merely stood frozen, her eyes reddening. He Jiyu's expression was dark, shrouded in an ominous cloud, his profound gaze icy. He had never personally visited this estate, only occasionally sending Jing Yuan to deliver items. He had once heard Jing Yuan mention that Yihuan's mother was exceptionally warm-hearted, yet she appeared entirely different now. I did not, came a quavering cry. He Jiyu looked towards Qiao Wanyan, whose delicate face, like a blooming peach blossom, was ashen, further accentuating her tear-stained eyes. She resembled the most beautiful clouds at sunset, splendid against the pale blue sky. A single tear fell, and Qiao Wanyan quickly wiped it away. Your Highness, I feel unwell and wish to return home, she said, turning to leave in haste, as if she were fleeing from a great injustice. Qiao Yihuan wanted to explain, but before she could speak, the crown prince interjected. Yihuan, I shall escort your sister home. Without waiting for her response, He Jiyu added, Jing Yuan, take Baozhu back. Qiao Yihuan froze. Your Highness. Xiaoying hurried to console her. Miss. His Highness merely wishes to escort the princess back to the capital and to return the second young lady as well. Do not overthink it. His Highness has said nothing further. Qiao Yihuan bit her lip, watching the two board the same carriage. Do not overthink it? He has said nothing further? If His Highness had not contemplated, he would not accompany Qiao Wanyan back to the capital. Her mother, why must she speak so indiscreetly at this moment? She had repeatedly warned her to speak with caution, yet why did she never heed those words? Miss, shall we go inside to check on mother? Xiaoying gently comforted her, feeling increasingly pained by the unjust suffering inflicted upon her miss. It was clearly her mother's thoughtless words that displeased His Highness. Yet it was the miss who bore the brunt of the grievance. Qiao Yihuan clenched her fists. Forget it, my mother speaks with such vigor. Her condition cannot be too grave. Let us return. Had it not been for the messenger who reported her mother's severe illness and her desire to see her one last time, she would not have left the apothecary valley in such haste. She had endured immense hardships, even consuming an overdose of toxic herbs, all to ensure that the crown prince would accompany her to the apothecary valley. She had intended to obtain a scar-removing ointment, yet instead of that, she had inadvertently implicated herself with the crown prince. She pressed her hand against her injured shoulder, her expression grim. Within the estate, two maids endured a lengthy scolding from Madame Wu before they could excuse themselves to clean the back courtyard. One of the maids handed her half of the silver from her purse, estimating, this should suffice for our lengthy conversation, right? Another person quietly nodded, acknowledging Wu's fiery temper. After serving her for so many years, how could we not know what would provoke her to unleash a torrent of abuse? Mama chuckled, finding the reasoning sound. Indeed, it is the second young lady's generosity that has allowed us to endure that woman all these years. If it weren't for the ample monthly allowance from the family, I would have truly struggled to tolerate her. The two exchanged knowing smiles, contentedly taking their brooms to the backyard. Chapter 88. A submissive wife within the minister's residence. Minister Qiao and Madame Jean courteously saw off the crown prince. Wanyan, it is evident that His Highness takes a special interest in you, Madame Jean mused, her heart swelling with joy. But what of Qiao Yihuan? Did she not leave with the crown prince? Why has she not returned? Minister Qiao was aware of the situation. She must be at the estate. It was said that the woman had fallen ill, and Qiao Yihuan had hurried back from the apothecary valley to care for her ailing mother. The mention of that woman darkened Madame Jin's mood, and she swiftly changed the subject. Wanyan must have suffered. Your mother was beside herself with worry upon learning of your disappearance. Qiao Wanyan reassured her. Do not fret, mother. I have returned safe and sound. I intended to visit the estate, but upon hearing Wu's scathing remarks directed at mother and me while at the gate, His Highness accompanied me back before I could even enter. Upon hearing this, Minister Qiao's expression shifted. Madame Jean shot him a glare. This is the consequence of the romantic entanglements you left unresolved before marrying me. What was your promise back in Yongzhou? You vowed that I would be your one and only, ensuring my peace of mind as I married into the Qiao family. And now, I am subjected to scorn, along with our daughter. Madame Jean took Qiao Wanyan's hand and led her to the backyard, ignoring him. Come, Yin Yan, let us not pay heed to your despicable father. Qiao Wanyan glanced back at Minister Qiao, her eyes sparkling with mischief, embodying the innocence of a daughter who could not be exasperated before following her mother. Minister Qiao shook his head helplessly and hurried after them, offering no explanation, only apologies. It is all my fault. Dear wife, please do not let anger affect your health. Madame Jean continued walking, unfazed by his words, while Minister Qiao felt no anger rise within him. As he watched the figures of his wife and daughter fade from view, he instructed the steward beside him. Since we have lost all semblance of dignity, let us at least see her off properly. The steward nodded in compliance. Understood, sir. You can rest assured. Minister Qiao inquired further, and what of young Master Su? The steward replied, young Master Su has merely caught a chill. It is of no great concern. The doctor advised that with proper rest, he should recover swiftly. As he spoke, the steward cautiously glanced at him and added, such a minor ailment should not have caused him to faint by the roadside, coincidentally being rescued by the young lady. Minister Qiao frowned slightly, his expression becoming grave and profound. Ensure he is attended to with care, but do not make it too conspicuous. Young Master Su is merely a student of mine. Nothing more. Rest assured, sir, I will handle it appropriately, the steward replied respectfully before departing. Turning back, he noticed the eldest young lady had returned. Offering a slight nod of greeting, Miss Chun, Qiao Yihuan acknowledged, then turned to Minister Qiao. Father, I have returned. Minister Qiao's demeanor shifted, losing the tender affection he had just shown to Qiao Wanyan. In a stern voice, he commanded, go to the ancestral hall and kneel there until dinner time. With that, he turned and left. The unspoken reason for her kneeling remained a mystery. Xiaoying felt a sense of dissatisfaction, yet dared not voice her grievances. After all, the young lady was also the daughter of the master. Why did he show such favoritism? The young lady had committed no wrongdoing. So why did the master impose such punishment upon her? A mocking smile graced Qiao Yihuan's lips as she recalled Qiao Wanyan's tearful return home. Surely, her father must feel a pang of sorrow. With their mother absent, it was naturally she who bore the brunt of the punishment. Watching the despondent expression on her face, Xiaoying's heart twisted in anguish, wishing she could shoulder all the injustices that the young lady had endured. A person as virtuous as her deserved to be cherished by all. This was all Qiao Wanyan's fault. Had she never been born, the master would have had only the young lady as his child, and he would not have treated her with such indifference. Kneeling in the ancestral hall, Qiao Yihuan was lost in thought, her mind consumed by the thought of the scar-removing ointment that Yun Heng had refused to provide during their visit to the apothecary valley. She pondered how to rid herself of the 2 scars on her shoulder. She could not allow scars to mar her skin. It was absolutely imperative. Even she found the sight of them revolting, and she must devise a plan to eliminate them. On the following morning, an invitation from the princess's residence arrived at the minister's mansion. The 10th princess had been of little favor during her mother's lifetime, having ascended from the ranks of palace maids close to the queen, which resulted in the queen harboring a strong dislike for her. Having returned to the capital, she was not permitted to reside in the palace, but was instead sent directly to the princess's residence, out of sight, out of mind. He Baizhu, however, was quite pleased. The palace was suffocating with its myriad of rules, while the princess's residence, although not as lavish, offered a sense of comfort and ease. The original owner's father was occupied that day, calling for her to come to the palace the following day to clarify the situation. Today, she would receive her savior at the princess's residence. He Baizhu was aware of her guest's arrival and eagerly went to greet her. Yihuan, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. After speaking, she glanced back. Where is your sister? Why did she not accompany you? He Baizhu had invited 2 young ladies from the minister's mansion, yet only the eldest daughter and her friend Lu Yanran had arrived. Qiao Yihuan replied, Wanyan was not feeling well this morning and couldn't he come out, so I came with Yanran. I thought once she feels better, we could visit the princess together to express our apologies. He Baizhu felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing it was as such. Oh, what apologies? Your timely intervention that day was a matter of life and death. I merely wished to express my gratitude today. She was quite eager to see Huan's sister, as she had not had the chance to admire her beauty properly, feeling she had missed out. Her only inclination was towards those of striking appearance, regardless of gender, a simple, unpretentious admirer of beauty. Witnessing her in tears at the entrance of that estate the previous day had truly reshaped her perspective. Beauty is indeed justice. Qiao Wanyan chuckled softly. Your Highness is being overly polite. Anyone would have acted to save another in such circumstances. Although I was somewhat frightened by those assassins, I simply could not abandon her and leave alone. Lu Yanran interjected, linking her arm with Qiao Wanyan's. Yuan is just kind-hearted, always ready to lend a helping hand. Her gaze fell upon Lu Yanran, and after a profound glance, he Baozhu subtly averted her eyes. Learning from Lei Feng to do good deeds? What Lei Feng could possibly exist in ancient times? He Baozhu mused. This Lu Yanran cannot possibly be like me, a person from the modern era, can she? A sudden shock coursed through her mind. Could it be such a remarkable coincidence? Having already been astounded by her own bizarre time-traveling experience, the thought of encountering a fellow compatriot seemed unfathomable. Princess, are you all right? Qiao Wanyan inquired, noticing her distracted demeanor. He Baozhu smiled lightly and shook her head. It's nothing. It's quite chilly outside. Let us retreat indoors. The saying people of Hua do not deceive one another had often echoed in her mind during modern times. Yet it seemed that the majority of deceptions arose from those who claimed to be her own kind. Although it was plausible that Lu Yanran was also from the modern world, she was acutely aware that in a vast forest, one could encounter all manner of creatures. She had no means of discerning the true nature of Lu Yanran's heart. Without familiarity, what if an impulsive act of intimacy led her into a predicament? Or worse, what if Lu Yanran proved to be foolishly malicious, leading her astray? She had assumed the role of a princess, albeit one who lacked favor. Yet she was still free from the worries of sustenance. Thus, she resolved to proceed with caution, considering her own welfare diligently. Chapter 89. Your ramblings are excessive. Qiao Wanyan rose late, lounging languidly on the soft couch, as Ziyuan approached with a jade comb to style her hair. Miss, I have heard that the 10th princess has invited Qiao Wanyan to the princess's residence, Ziyuan remarked, somewhat petulantly. She certainly has remarkable fortune, returning to the capital just to encounter a princess. With her savior, the prince's guard, she has transformed into a heroine, now favored by the princess. Qiao Wanyan raised an eyebrow. Is that so? When did this occur? While you were asleep, a formal invitation arrived this morning. Amused by Ziyuan's vexation, Qiao Wanyan chuckled. What is there to be upset about? A princess with little influence. What can saving her truly accomplish? Can she help Qiao Wanyan ascend into the circle of noble women? The 10th princess had seldom ventured outside the palace and had never mingled with the eligible young ladies of the capital. Lacking connections, Qiao Wanyan's association with her hardly constituted an advantageous alliance. It is merely two pitiful souls befriending one another. Your words hold merit, Ziyuan conceded. However, the Wanshou festival approaches. Have you considered what gift to prepare for the emperor? This year marks the emperor's 60th birthday, and all prominent officials will bring their families into the palace. Naturally, you must attend. The matron had insisted that this time, Qiao Wanyan should make a striking impression, becoming the most distinguished lady in the capital, thus capturing the prince's attention even more fervently. Qiao Wanyan, her beautiful eyes half closed as she admired her nails, mused. I shall present the jade-clear elixir that Yun Heng gifted me before. The emperor of the capital lacks for nothing, yet this jade-clear elixir, crafted by the renowned medicinal genius of the Yaoshi Valley, is indeed a rarity. Ziyuan nodded in agreement. That is a splendid idea. You are truly clever, miss. However, I have heard from the steward that Qiao Wanyan will accompany the master on this journey, as His Highness the Crown Prince has intervened, leaving the master no choice but to take her along. Qiao Wanyan's expression shifted slightly. Has Qiao Wanyan prepared any gifts? She was not particularly surprised that Qiao Wanyan would be attending, for she had participated in the longevity festival in the tales. Yet, in those stories, she herself did not attend. On the day of departure, she had fallen ill from something she ate and was unable to go. While Qiao Wanyan had gracefully received praise from the emperor at the banquet, commending her father's upbringing of his daughters. How did the tale continue? A servant from Mingxiang Pavilion inadvertently overheard Qiao Wanyan reprimanding Xiao Ying for administering poison to her on the day of the festival, declaring such behavior utterly unacceptable. For despite their lack of respect, she was still her sister and should not act so. Later, that servant, seeking favor, informed her that Xiao Ying had been punished by her, confined to bed for 3 days. Perhaps it was time to turn the tables. After finishing her grooming, she was informed that His Highness the Crown Prince had arrived at the estate, not to see Qiao Yihuan or Qiao Wanyan, but merely to discuss matters of state with Minister Qiao as he passed through the minister's residence. Qiao Wanyan instructed for a bowl of sweet soup to be prepared and sent Ziyuan to accompany Yun Yao out to play before heading towards the study. As she entered the study, she caught sight of a figure in the corridor, one both unfamiliar and familiar. Unfamiliar, for she had never formally met this person. Familiar, for she had glimpsed half of his face by the roadside. Su Shujian was clad in a long robe of pale reed color, a jade-white silk belt cinching his waist, adorned with a translucent jade pendant. His deep eyes sparkled like black jade, and his complexion was fair, exuding a clean and ethereal aura. He bore a strikingly handsome visage, and his every gesture radiated the scholarly elegance one might expect, yet his unstudied grace dispelled any notions of awkwardness. It was as if the very air around him had become invigorated. Qiao Wanyan paused, unabashedly appraising him, thinking to herself how she initially believed he was merely using her father's connections to seek her assistance. Yet here was a most fortuitous encounter. Su Shujian smiled, his demeanor as poised as that of a pine or cypress. The second miss has a kind heart. Had I not been fortunate, I might have perished in that frigid wilderness. He inclined his body in a bow, expressing gratitude for her life-saving intervention. Qiao Wanyan felt a twinge of sentiment. She had indeed been involved in many rescues of late. Soon, she might be regarded as a benevolent goddess. With candor, she replied, I am of a kind disposition. Saving your life is no great matter. As the saying goes, saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Consider it a boon for my own fortune. Su Shujian chuckled lightly. Is that so? Yet, had I not revealed my status as a student of Minister Qiao, you would not have acted to rescue me. The second miss has a penchant for little fibs, he continued. I shall forever remember your kindness. Should you ever require my assistance in the future, I will do my utmost. Su Shujian's gaze held hers, and she noticed a flicker of mockery and derision in her eyes as he finished speaking. The expression on his face seemed to convey, what can a mere scholar from a humble background do for a noble lady from an esteemed family? Qiao Wanyan softly replied, it is enough that you have the intention. A fallen scholar should not aspire to climb high branches or seek shortcuts, yet he brazenly uttered such words. Amusement. Is the second young lady seeking the Minister of Rights? The minister is currently engaged in important discussions with the Crown Prince. The second young lady may need to wait a moment. Qiao Wanyan appraised him from head to toe. You are being verbose. Su Shujian took a step back and slightly bowed his head. I have been presumptuous. Please, second young lady. Qiao Wanyan chose to disregard him and walked past. In the next moment, Su Shujian's gentle voice called out, second young lady, wait. She turned back, seemingly impatient, wondering what more he had to say. A plum blossom has fallen upon the second young lady's head. Qiao Wanyan raised her hand to touch her hair. She had passed through the plum blossom garden earlier, and perhaps one had inadvertently landed upon her. After feeling for a while without success, she commanded, what are you dawdling for? Help me remove it. Lacking any discretion, though he did not appear to be a mere bookworm, he indeed was one. Su Shujian complied and stepped forward, a refreshing scent of pine and cypress wafting through the air. He Jiu emerged from the study and immediately noticed the close proximity of the two. Su Shujian carefully removed the plum blossom from her hair, gazing down at the delicate crimson petal in his hand. In the winter, when all flowers wither, only this proud plum blossom flourishes, elegant as snow yet radiant like a blazing fire. Though it had accidentally landed in the second young lady's hair, it served as a striking embellishment. Qiao Wanyan glanced at the plum blossom in his hand. She had always favored peonies, cultivating only those or other rare flowers in her home. However, upon hearing his words, she found the red plum quite charming. Does this red plum truly look good on me? Su Shujian smiled, his demeanor calm and poised. It is an enhancement. Qiao Wanyan grinned, taking the blossom and pinning it into her hair before turning to leave. She noticed the crown prince had emerged from the study and was speaking with her father, and she hastened towards them. Your Highness, father. Minister Qiao beamed upon seeing his daughter, his eyes filled with a fatherly affection. Yin Yin. Have you come to bring your father some treats? Internally, Minister Qiao scoffed, for his precious daughter only visited the study with food when the crown prince was present. What could he do, knowing her intentions were not purely for the food? He indulged her. He played along, crafting the image of a dutiful daughter who brings her father treats every day. Qiao Wanyan smiled sweetly, though her smile bore a hint of bitterness as she deliberately avoided He Jiu's gaze, responding lightly to Minister Qiao. He Jiu's eyes fell upon her, seemingly sensing her deliberate evasion. Minister Qiao, please stay. We must pay close attention to the tax collection in Qingzhou. Minister Qiao assured, Your Highness, rest assured. I shall handle this matter well. I bid you farewell. Qiao Wanyan also performed a curtsy. The steward promptly followed suit, escorting the crown prince away. He Jiyu took a few steps before suddenly pausing to glance back, his tone somber as he remarked, The red plum is too gaudy. It does not suit you. The abruptness of his statement left Xiao Shu momentarily taken aback. Casting a glance at his daughter, he pondered how the red plum, which symbolized resilience and pride, could possibly be deemed unsuitable. Not to mention, even a wildflower would appear resplendent atop Yan Yan's head. What could the crown prince possibly mean by this? Before anyone could respond, He Jiyu turned and departed. In that fleeting moment, as Jing Yuan turned around, he caught sight of the second Miss Qiao rolling her eyes dramatically. Jing Yuan rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had he truly witnessed such a reaction? Despite her haughty demeanor, the second Miss Qiao would not dare to disrespect the crown prince, would she? Qiao Wanyan felt no internal conflict. She did not truly believe the red plum was unfit for her. Instead, she merely considered the crown prince to possess a lack of aesthetic sensibility. Otherwise, he would not have taken a liking to Qiao Yihuan. In the corridor, Su Shujian respectfully stepped aside, bowing slightly. He exuded the air of a scholarly gentleman, tinged with the faint self-doubt characteristic of a humble scholar newly arrived in the capital. Before the noble crown prince, he felt as insignificant as dust. He Jiyu halted, slightly tilting his head to regard him. Are you a disciple of Qiao Shangshu? Su Shujian replied, In response to your highness, I am Su Shujian, the top candidate from the autumn examination in Huzhou last year. I have come to the capital to participate in this year's imperial examination, but unfortunately caught a chill on my journey, resulting in a high fever and fainting by the roadside. Thankfully, the second Miss Qiao happened to pass by and save my life. Today, I am here to express my gratitude to Qiao Shangshu for his hospitality and to the second Miss for her life-saving intervention. He Jiyu furrowed his brow slightly. Life-saving intervention? When had Wanyan rescued him? Jing Yuan interjected, Your Highness, it is indeed true. On her way back from the Medicine Master Valley, the second Miss came to his aid. When they were at the estate outside the city, she sent someone to take him into the capital for medical treatment. He must have been taken to the Shangshu residence for his recovery. He Jiyu withdrew his gaze, wordlessly resuming his departure. In the study, the sweet soup brought by Yan is truly delightful. Qiao Shangshu exclaimed, savoring a hearty spoonful. Qiao Wanyan inquired, Father, what is the background of that Su Shujian? He is merely a top candidate from a local examination, and yet you have offered him residence in our home. It seems rather excessive. A flicker of intrigue crossed Qiao Shangshu's eyes as he chuckled. What background could he possibly have? He is merely a talented youth from a humble family that I have taken a liking to. His writings are exceptional, and anyone competing against him in this year's examination would be unfortunate indeed. Qiao Wanyan understood, realizing there was nothing particularly remarkable about it. Her father simply recognized the young man's talent and scholarship. Her father's discerning eye had always been reliable, and she was confident that Su Shujian would achieve a place among the top 3, proving her father's judgment to be astute. Qiao Shangshu remarked, It seems you also hold some admiration for Su Shujian. She casually flipped through a book, saying, I wouldn't say admiration. I simply find him not unpleasant. Despite his scholarly demeanor, he speaks with such decorum that it is quite pleasant to listen to, without causing any annoyance. Qiao Shangshu paused, then advised, Yin Yan. While Su Shujian is indeed a commendable individual, he remains an outsider. It would be prudent to limit your interactions with him for now. Qiao Wanyan nodded in understanding, acknowledging his counsel. The story recounts that initially, my father forbade any association between myself and his favored student, Su Shujian. However, once Su Shujian attained the status of a successful candidate in the imperial examinations, my father inquired whether I would consider marrying him. Should I wed Su Shujian? My father's influence would ensure that I would be the mistress of the household, free from the chaotic affairs of the inner quarters, and I would not have to fear Su Shujian's potential mistreatment. Yet, how could a mere mistress ever rival the position of a national matriarch? The disparity is immense. I would never settle for being second best while watching Qiao Yihuan ascend to a higher position. By the way, Yin, my father recently received a night pearl, roughly the size of a soccer ball. For the upcoming longevity festival, you shall present this night pearl as a tribute to the emperor. Qiao Wanyan replied. but I have already prepared the Yuling Dan from the Apothecary Valley as a gift for the festival. The Yuling Dan can counteract countless poisons, correct? Qiao Wanyan nodded. As Yunheng had mentioned, Xiao Shangshu advised, save the Yuling Dan for your own use. Present the Night Pearl as a gift. I will ensure everything is prepared. You need only adorn yourself beautifully. While the Yuling Dan is indeed precious and would surely please the emperor, merely eliciting his delight does not yield any tangible benefits. If it could secure Yan Yin a position as a favored consort, it would be worthwhile. However, given the emperor's recent inclinations, the likelihood appears slim. It is better to retain it for Yan Yan's potential future needs. At that moment, a servant knocked and entered. Sir, we have received word from the princess's residence that she wishes to keep the eldest young lady overnight. She will not be returning tonight. Qiao Shangshu remarked. Such trivial matters should not be brought to my attention in the future. Yan Yin, shortly, I will have someone deliver the Night Pearl to you. You may return home now. Qiao Wanyan stood up and replied, Yes, father. Chapter 91. A short-lived individual outside the city, within the estate, Mrs. Wu sat comfortably by the charcoal stove, squinting her eyes in pleasure as she vaguely heard a commotion outside, her face registering impatience as she rose and stepped out. It's midday. Do they not know I am resting? What is all this noise? Before even catching sight of anyone, Mrs. Wu began to scold. Inside the main room, only shadows could be discerned through the window, and it was unclear what the two individuals were engaged in, as they remained silent despite the noise. Mrs. Wu's dissatisfaction grew, and her temper flared as she strode toward the room where the two maids resided. Did you two fools not hear me calling? What are you packing for? Mrs. Wu furrowed her brows, seemingly perplexed by the sight of the two maids busily gathering their belongings. It appeared as though they were preparing to leave entirely. If one did not know better, one might think they intended to resign and never return. The two maids continued to ignore her, efficiently packing their things and preparing to leave with their bundles. Mrs. Wu refused to yield, blocking the doorway and sternly declaring, Where do you think you are going? You two are servants of the Qiao household and should be here attending to me. Are you attempting to escape? Be careful. I will inform the master and have you sold. Do not forget, your lowly status remains in the hands of the Qiao household. One of the maids let out a cold laugh, stating, Our lowly status lies in the hands of the minister's residence, not yours. What audacity do you possess? Moreover, do you think the master is someone you can visit at will? After more than a decade on this estate, have you ever laid eyes on him? Do you dare to inform him that you can even enter the gates of the minister's residence? Wu was momentarily taken aback, clearly not anticipating that these two subordinates, usually meek and often berated by her, would dare to speak to her in such a manner. After all, she was the mistress of the Qiao family, the sovereign over this group of lowly servants, and they had the audacity to defy her. The two women brushed past Wu with their shoulders, striding out of the estate with a sense of satisfaction and relief. Wu chased after them, cursing loudly at the entrance. Yet, no matter how fiercely she railed, the two women did not glance back. After a prolonged tirade that left her throat parched, Wu returned sheepishly to the courtyard. Alone in the now desolate estate, she found herself bewildered. Why had those two maids left so suddenly? Without their master's command, they would hardly dare to depart, for their lowly status was firmly held by the Qiao family. To leave without permission would be to break the law, subjecting them to the risk of being pursued by the authorities. Could it be the scheming of that wretched Jean? Yesterday, when Lu Yanran returned, she had mentioned that her scolding of Jean and her cunning daughter had reached the ears of the crown prince. In hindsight, it was highly probable that the little vixen had gone back to inform Jean, inciting her to take revenge. With this thought, Wu resolved that upon Lu Yanran's return tonight, she must inform her of Jin's malicious deeds, so that Lu Yanran could relay the message to Yi Huan, who would then inform the crown prince. She did not feel anxious about her previous indiscretion overheard by the crown prince. After all, she was Yi Huan's mother. The crown prince had made his affections for Yi Huan, the eldest daughter of the Qiao family, known throughout the capital. Such blatant favoritism, she believed, was a trivial matter he would not dwell upon. Only Jean and her daughter were small-minded enough to hold grudges. However, as night fell, Wu awaited Lu Yanran's return but instead was met by a group of unfamiliar, burly men. 3 or 4 men clad in dark garments scaled the walls, and Wu, while cursing and tending to the fire, felt her stomach grumble with hunger. Suddenly, the door was kicked open, startling her. Upon seeing that the intruders were not the long-awaited Lu Yanran, but rather a group of masked strangers, her heart sank, and she instinctively took a few steps back. Who are you? she stammered. The men remained silent, advancing step by step. The night was eerily silent. Meanwhile, Qiao Wanyan was blissfully unaware of the turmoil unfolding within the estate, her demeanor serene as she engaged in heartfelt conversation with He Baozhu, enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere within her chamber. "Thank you for your kind intentions, princess, but my mother would likely disapprove. I must attend to my father and mother." He Baozhu replied, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Having unexpectedly found herself in ancient times, she had felt quite unsettled. However, after spending time with Qiao Wanyan today, she felt considerably more at ease. At least in this unfamiliar ancient setting, she had made a friend so gentle. Qiao Wanyan suggested, "Why not let Yanran stay with the princess? Yanran is my dear friend who has traveled from Yongzhou. Since her family is unwilling to let her stay, I can only allow her to temporarily reside at a village outside the city with my mother. She is quite young and has little in common with my mother. If she could stay with the princess, we could play together." There was a hint of anticipation in Qiao Wanyan's tone, and He Baozhu graciously agreed. Lu Yanran felt a surge of joy. The residence of the Long Princess was undoubtedly far superior to the village outside the city. Although she was merely a neglected princess, she still held a higher rank than Qiao Wanyan. If she could cultivate a good relationship with the princess, perhaps she could avoid further targeting from Qiao Wanyan, or even being coerced into revealing the secrets she wished to keep hidden. "Wanyan, how is your knee feeling?" He Baozhu inquired. "How could Xiao Shangshu punish you so severely for your mother's mistake? If I had a daughter as obedient and lovely as you, I would cherish her so much that I would fear she might stumble." Throughout the day, He Baozhu gathered some insights. It became evident that Xiao Shangshu and his wife were quite harsh towards their legitimate daughter. Just yesterday, due to an indiscreet remark from Wanyan's mother, Wanyan had been punished to kneel in the ancestral hall by Xiao Shangshu. Wanyan had walked with a slight limp, and it was unfathomable to imagine the hardships she endured daily. Lu Yanran sighed. "We are both daughters of Qiao Shangshu, yet one is treasured while the other is coldly overlooked. It has been difficult for Wanyan all these years. If Qiao Wanyan hadn't reported her, Wanyan would not have had to suffer such torment." Lu Yanran subtly influenced He Baozhu's perception of Qiao Wanyan's malevolence. He Baozhu, taking a bite of peanut candy, casually remarked, "But this doesn't relate to Miss Qiao, does it? She merely spoke the truth." Qiao Wanyan paused for a moment, then smiled lightly. "Yanran, this indeed does not concern my sister. If my sister has suffered, then it is only right that I bear the punishment in place of my mother." He Baozhu reflected inwardly. She had previously found those White Lotus characters particularly irksome in dramas. Yet now, she perceived Wanyan as such a White Lotus, albeit one that was utterly endearing. Beautiful and harmless, she evoked a desire for closeness. "By the way, Wanyan, you mentioned wanting to prepare a gift for the Wanshou festival. Why not let me help you come up with an idea?" He Baozhu proposed. Qiao Wanyan beamed in response. "Then I shall trouble the princess with this." Chapter 92. Using a knife to kill from a distance. A fortnight passed, the biting winds began to wane, and the gloom of winter gradually lifted. The frozen earth thawed. Clouds floated like cotton, and migratory birds returned in flocks, chirping cheerfully atop the eaves of the Shangshu residence. On this day at noon, a distinguished guest arrived at the Jin family courtyard. The lady of the Jing'an Marquise came for a brief visit, while Qiao Wanyan sat beside her, wearing a gentle smile as she listened to their polite exchanges. "You certainly have it easy, raising such a well-behaved daughter. I wish to have a daughter myself, but alas, I am not blessed with such fortune and have only given birth to a mischievous little monkey." Though the Marquis's wife spoke thus, her words were laced with affection for her own son. "Contemplating the desire for occasional companionship from my son, I found myself disheartened, for he lacks the attentiveness of his sister. He spends his days gallivanting about, and now, it seems he frequently visits the princess's residence. A source of great vexation for me." Madame Jean chuckled, remarking on the young lord's striking appearance, suggesting that many noble ladies in the capital are enamored with him, and that I should secretly revel in this. However, the sudden return of the 10th princess has indeed taken everyone by surprise. The prince consort has shown audacity by acting brazenly in Yunxi City and now dares to pursue the princess with lethal intent. Recently, the emperor issued a decree declaring that the concubines taken back by the prince consort would be relegated to military brothels, with the prince consort facing execution and his entire clan exiled, never to leave Lingnan. Given the 10th princess's lack of favor, one would not expect such a grave response from the emperor. Yet, The prince consort's contempt for imperial authority has undeniably struck a blow to the emperor's dignity, leaving no room for leniency. Such folly ultimately begets one's own downfall. When individuals of humble origins attain power, they ought to tread carefully and conduct themselves with propriety. Aspirations to ascend the social ladder often lead to ruin. Madame Ho's words were laden with meaning, and as our eyes met, we shared a knowing smile. It has come to my attention that the eldest daughter of the minister's household has been frequently seen in the company of the princess. My Qi Yun has also been a regular visitor at the princess's residence, reportedly assisting your eldest daughter in preparations for the upcoming longevity festival. I am uncertain how it came to be, but it seems she has enlisted my Qi Yun's help, resulting in his recent busyness. Madame Jean raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is that so? This young lady has been out early and returning late. I wonder what keeps her so occupied. It turns out she is preoccupied with this matter. Upon further reflection, I recalled Qi Yun mentioning that your eldest daughter requested him to procure several hundred pounds of ginger, leaving the Ho residence reeking of it. Though I am left puzzled as to her intentions. After a brief pause, she continued, I happened to catch a glimpse of her placing the ginger into a large barrel. These young ones possess such peculiar ideas, which we, as elders, struggle to comprehend. Madame Jean concurred, a barrel of ginger? This truly is perplexing. Could it be that this girl intends to present a barrel of ginger as a tribute to the emperor? Such nonsense. In the afternoon, after Madame Ho departed, Qiao Wanyan returned to Yoning Pavilion. Miss, said Ziyuan, if Qiao Yihuan truly intends to prepare a barrel of ginger, she will surely make a fool of herself. Qiao Wanyan furrowed her brows, pondering the notion of a barrel of ginger. Qiao Yihuan is not the type to act foolishly, while she may appear timid. She is not cowardly enough to present a barrel of ginger in a naive attempt to impress the emperor. Lu Yanran has been residing at the princess's palace lately, and though she has yet to find an opportunity to capture her, it is prudent to remain cautious that she might devise some scheme against Qiao Yihuan. Furthermore, the 10th princess and Jiang Qiyun are collaborating with Qiao Yihuan, ensuring that her tribute for the longevity festival will not be simplistic. A barrel of ginger? Qiao Wanyan's expression turned grave. Ziyuan, unabashed, remarked, Miss, look. With winter gone and spring arrived, the snow in the courtyard has melted, and the little snowman we piled up has lost half its face, looking quite ridiculous. Qiao Wanyan glanced over to see the servants removing the now-melting snowman. Just as snow can be shaped into a snowman, ginger piled in a barrel could form a small mountain. Qiao Wanyan paused, lost in thought. A mound of ginger? A ginger mountain? A kingdom? Qiao Wanyan suddenly turned to the side and touched Ziyuan's cheek, saying, Ziyuan, you truly are my little lucky star. Ziyuan opened her eyes wide, somewhat perplexed as to why Miss Qiao was unexpectedly praising her. A bucket of ginger mountain, unifying the realm, though homophonic, reveals an exceedingly clever thought. Despite the century-long establishment of the Great Yu dynasty, the northern territories remain unconquered, a matter of great concern for every emperor. He Yanli, stationed in Baiming City, successfully reclaimed Luan City, earning the emperor's favor and a special amnesty to return to the capital. Many now speculate that the emperor is deliberately granting He Yanli an opportunity. It remains uncertain who will firmly secure the position of crown prince. Should this bucket of ginger mountain be presented as a tribute for the longevity festival, the emperor would undoubtedly be pleased and bestow generous rewards. The preparation of this gift is astute, indeed. The countess truly lives up to her title as the matriarch of the house. Ziyuan inquired, Miss, what do you mean by that? Qiao Wanyan entered Yoning Pavilion and accepted the warm tea offered by a maid. The countess, a woman of high standards, typically mingles only with the empress and favored consorts, disdainful of associating with the wives of officials in the capital. Today, her sudden visit to the minister's residence, specifically mentioning the ginger prepared by Qiao Yihuan through Jiang Qiyun, seems to suggest an ulterior motive. Ziyuan was left bewildered, pondering for a long time without grasping the meaning. Qiao Wanyan chose not to burden her simple mind with such complexities. Jiang Qiyun, constantly entangled with an unremarkable illegitimate daughter of the minister, would naturally be looked down upon by someone as self-important as the countess. Yet, it would sound ill of a countess to take action against a mere girl. Allowing the daughters of the minister's household to resolve their own grievances while she enjoys the spectacle would be much more advantageous. Otherwise, why would she come to the minister's residence and insist on having a conversation with her? Although she may be used as a pawn, she is quite willing to play that role. She would certainly assist her sister, Qiao Yihuan, with this bucket of ginger mountain. At that moment, a maid hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Miss, something's wrong. Miss Yun is in trouble." Qiao Wanyan frowned and asked, "What has happened?" The maid swallowed hard and replied, "Prince Jing has recently been commanded by the emperor to deal with the remnants of the previous dynasty in the capital. It seems that at a critical moment, Miss Yun caused a disturbance, allowing the culprits to escape. Miss Yun has been detained by Prince Jing, and he has stated that whoever she belongs to may come to fetch her." Chapter 93. Such unrestrained might the luxurious carriage glided along the lengthy street, its curtains billowing gently in the breeze. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, epitomizing symbols of wealth and power. Inside the carriage, Qiao Wanyan picked up a piece of osmanthus cake from the plate, took a bite, and paused. "Isn't this the osmanthus cake from Mingyue Tower?" Ziyuan nodded. "Indeed. It is from Mingyue Tower, but the proprietor mentioned that the young maid who made the osmanthus cake has suddenly gotten married and will no longer work there. So the taste of the cake is no longer the same as before." Qiao Wanyan set down the osmanthus cake, perplexed. Why would she marry? The maid shrugged. Perhaps she encountered an exceptionally good match. The carriage came to a smooth halt at the entrance of the Ministry of Justice, where the coachman carefully set the horse stool in place. Ziyuan extended her hand to assist Qiao Wanyan in descending from the vehicle. She gazed upward at the grand characters inscribed on the plaque, her delicate, palm-sized face glistening like jade, radiating a subtle pink hue reminiscent of peach blossoms in spring. Soft and enchanting, the two guards stationed at the entrance could not help but steal glances. Their usual encounters were with ruthless criminals, and they had never before laid eyes on such an exquisite and elegant young lady from an esteemed family. In an instant, it felt as though the entire street faded into shades of gray, overshadowed by this singular, resplendent flower of wealth and beauty. "Only those of noble birth may enter the Ministry of Justice," one of the guards announced. The other guards stared at him in disbelief. He was typically brusque with those who dared to approach this place. Yet today his voice was unexpectedly gentle, sending chills down his spine. It was as if a middle-aged man in his 40s had encountered a charming young girl, fearful of startling her. Ziyuan replied, "My lady has come to seek His Highness King Jing. Is he currently here?" The guard's heart skipped a beat at the mention of that formidable figure. Ever since King Jing had taken charge of dealing with the remnants of the previous dynasty, he frequently visited the ministry, and they had witnessed firsthand the ruthless methods of this legendary executioner. It was a brutality they had seldom encountered in their years of service. For a criminal to fall into his grasp, death was often the most coveted fate. "He is not here at present, but I have heard he will arrive this afternoon. If your lady is in a hurry, she may enter and have a cup of tea while she waits," the guard suggested. Ziyuan turned her head to glance at her mistress, who nodded in agreement before she said, "Then I shall trouble you both to guide my lady." As she spoke, she produced some silver coins and pressed them into their hands. At this, the guards immediately became courteous and opened the door, one of them leading them inside. "Have you recently received a young lady named Yunyao?" Qiao Wanyan inquired. "She always wears her hair in two buns and dons a dress of greenish-blue hue." The guard nodded. "Yes, we seldom have young ladies confined here, so I remember her well. However, it seems she has released a remnant of the former dynasty that King Jing is pursuing, and she will likely not be leaving anytime soon. Could you take me to see her?" Qiao Wanyan asked. "Certainly, this way please. But you must be swift. If the prince finds out, my life may be in jeopardy." "Thank you," she replied. The prison was dark and damp, the flickering oil lamps casting a dim light that illuminated the moss and grime on the walls, creating a chilling atmosphere. Qiao Wanyan cast a discreet glance at the prisoners held within, quickly averting her gaze. This was a place she had never anticipated stepping foot in during her lifetime. "Well, if it isn't Qiao Wanyan, how rare it is to encounter you here." A young man suddenly appeared around the corner. He was the sixth son of the Earl of Pingyang, the most favored child of his family. With a slight arch of his brows and a hint of a smile at the corners of his mouth, Situ inquired, "What brings you here? Did you come specifically to find me?" Qiao Wanyan scrutinized him with a hint of disdain, retorting, "And you are?" Situ was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the biting remarks of someone he hadn't seen in ages. Qiao Wanyan recalled him vividly. Her memory was sharp, and even those with whom she had scarcely conversed left an impression, particularly this foolish man with whom she had previously quarreled. Yet, she took pleasure in provoking him further. When it came to discomforting others, she was truly adept. "You don't remember me? I'm Qiao Wanyan. Surely you jest?" Situ's tone was tinged with irritation, the mocking smile he had just worn evaporating entirely. Qiao Wanyan maintained her indifference, stating, I tend to forget the faces of inconsequential people. Might you step aside? Situ furrowed his brows. Am I merely giving you face? Qiao Wanyan remained composed. You initiated the greeting, presumably wishing to convey something. However, I do not recognize you and have no words to share. Perhaps I should offer incense and bow thrice? Qiao Wanyan. Situ was livid, particularly incensed by her nonchalant tone. The guards beside them widened their eyes. Moments ago, outside the Ministry of Justice, their first impression of this lady had been one of beauty and fragility, someone who would weep at the slightest provocation. Yet now, her verbal prowess was astonishingly formidable, effortlessly provoking him to the brink of fury. My name is indeed melodious, but when uttered from the mouth of a cur, it loses its charm, Qiao Wanyan remarked. Would you kindly refrain from calling me by my name? She could easily feign innocence with those who might be of use, yet had little patience for impertinent fools who were utterly irrelevant to her. Unworthy of her consideration, she would act as she pleased, indifferent to whether he was infuriated or not. Situ, caught between laughter and rage, pointed an accusatory finger at her, only to be interrupted as Ziyuan intervened, swatting his hand away. Do not point at my lady. Qiao Wanyan showed no inclination to intervene. Step aside. Do not block my path. Situ glared at her. What do you think you are? The crown prince would reject you even if you were offered to him for free. Yet you still dream of marrying into the Eastern Palace? You saved the crown princess' life, but what has come of it? Has he ever shown any inclination to repay that debt with a proposal? Situ derided, a self-important legitimate daughter, yet inferior to a mere illegitimate one. This only illustrates how utterly repugnant you are. The guards stood in stunned silence, afraid to breathe, feeling the heavy air of tension. Such words were cruel beyond measure. Even the strongest of women would likely leave in tears, overwhelmed by the unfairness of it all. How could the sixth son of the Earl be so devoid of compassion? Chapter 94. It's not fear, just trembling legs. The guards of the Ministry of Justice began to hesitate, contemplating whether to intervene and alleviate the awkwardness of the young lady. Just as he was about to speak, after much deliberation, a clear voice rang out. Qiao Wanyan showed no signs of tears on her face. Her palms burned with intensity as she transformed her inner displeasure into strength. Crying? What purpose would that serve? Making the other party weep would bring her a sense of relief. She would never be the type to lie awake at night, regretting her performance after losing an argument. If she couldn't argue her way through, would she not resort to physical confrontation? So what if the opponent was a prince? A declining earl's household could certainly be dealt with. Her father would handle the aftermath. The guard's pupils momentarily constricted in disbelief at the scene before him. Was it really happening? Without any prelude, the fight had commenced? You dare to strike me? Situ's eyes widened in fury. Qiao Wanyan scoffed derisively. What do you consider yourself? As the legitimate sixth son of the Earl, the heir is actually the illegitimate eldest son. This clearly illustrates your ineptitude, clinging to the favor of the Earl of Pingyang while failing to attain a title. Situ's face drained of color, his eyes ablaze with intense rage as he clenched his fists tightly, glaring at the woman who mocked him. Qiao Wanyan showed no fear of his wrath. You, a worthless being living under your father's wing and later subsisting under your half-brother's shadow, dare to act brazenly before me. I previously warned you at the palace banquet. When you see me again, keep your tail tucked and avoid me. Yet here you are, foolishly seeking my ire. In the capital, Situ had a notorious reputation. Even the noble ladies would avoid him, fearful of his unpredictable antics. The Earl of Pingyang's standing had significantly diminished in court, with little power left to wield. Although the eldest son was the most exceptional among the household's offspring, he paled in comparison to the many other talented individuals. The Earl's household remained in the capital only because his daughter had entered the palace years ago and garnered favor, thus preserving their temporary status. Otherwise, would Situ still dare to be so audacious? At last summer's banquet, emboldened by intoxication, Situ had brazenly declared his desire to marry her and even dared to lay hands on her. Her father had sent someone to teach him a lesson, and the Earl had said nothing. Now, for him to seek trouble with her again was simply an invitation for her to retaliate. Your arrogance will bring you retribution. Situ gritted through clenched teeth, glaring at her with malice. Qiao Wanyan replied, If I were a soft target, the words you just spoke would belong to me. The guards silently nodded. The sixth son was merely seeking trouble without having done anything to provoke her. If this young lady truly were a pushover, then he would be even more audacious now. Situ fixed his gaze on her retreating figure, as if attempting to pierce through her essence. After a long moment, when her silhouette vanished around the corner, He ground his teeth in frustration. Wait for me. Sister suggested finding a way to marry that wretched woman and establish a connection with the Qiao family to preserve the honor and status of the Situ clan. Yet, he would not deign to wed such an arrogant individual, not even a commoner. He was resolute in his determination. A mere woman could be dealt with in myriad ways to ensure her survival in the capital became untenable. The last time he was beaten by the envoy of the minister Qiao, it was in front of Situ Shi, a humiliation he would not easily forget. With both old grievances and new enmities, he was determined to make Qiao Wanyan aware that he was not one to be trifled with. As they ventured deeper, the dampness intensified. Qiao Wanyan inquired, "What brings Situ you to the Ministry of Justice?" The guards of the ministry replied promptly. The sixth young master forcibly abducted a maiden as his concubine. The maiden's brother approached the earl's residence seeking justice, only to be severely beaten by the sixth young master's men. When the officials turned a blind eye, he persisted in seeking redress at the Earl of Pingyang's estate. The guard paused before continuing. It is said that a warden at the ministry is a friend of the sixth young master. The warden has detained the man in the ministry's dungeon, and the sixth young master is here today to seek him out. Qiao Wanyan's expression remained impassive. It was indeed unfortunate. The guard added, "The maiden is quite pitiable. Her father perished from hard labor in his youth, and her mother lies bedridden with illness. Her brother toils earnestly in the fields, while her sister works in the kitchen of a tavern. Their once harmonious family has met with misfortune." Qiao Wanyan chose not to respond, nor did she intend to meddle further. However, the maiden's culinary skills were commendable. The esteemed guest of her household had once praised the osmanthus cake she prepared. Unfortunately, her monthly allowance was limited, making it impossible to indulge in daily purchases, and soon it would be an unattainable delight. Furrowing her brow, Qiao Wanyan asked, "Osmanthus cake? Where does she make it?" The guard replied, "At Minghua Tower." The proprietor is a kind-hearted man. He typically does not employ women, but upon seeing the maiden's plight, he took her in, unaware that such troubles would befall them. Qiao Wanyan coughed lightly, appalled by Situ's brazen act of abduction and the arbitrary detention by corrupt officials. "What is the name of that maiden's brother?" "Sun Gui," came the response. Upon encountering Yun Yao, Qiao Wanyan noted that the girl's usual twin buns had drooped dismally. Crouched in a corner, she hugged her knees, and when she heard movement at the cell door, she looked up. Upon recognizing a familiar face, she dashed to the entrance, weeping profusely. "Sister Ian, I feel like I'm going to perish. I truly do not know who that man was, a remnant of a fallen dynasty. He told me to help him evade those pursuing him by revealing the finest places in the capital, and so I assisted him. Sister Ian, please tell my brother that in the next life, I still wish to be his sister." Qiao Wanyan retorted, "What brazen scoundrel deceives a child? Is it not evident that the child has little experience of the world?" She consoled Yun Yao tenderly and waited for the girl to regain her composure before departing the prison. Ziyuan remarked, "Miss, do you think King Jing will release Miss Yin?" Qiao Wanyan glanced at her trembling legs and replied, "I cannot say, but Ziyuan, what is there to fear? We are not trapped within the ministry." Ziyuan shook her head. "I am not afraid. I merely feel a bit shaky." Qiao Wanyan pressed her lips together. Although her legs felt weak, her spirit remained unyielding. "If you are afraid, then wait for me outside the Ministry of Justice." Ziyuan shook her head in response. "I refuse to leave. I must stay here to accompany my lady." Though fear gripped her heart, it paled in comparison to her concern for her mistress. She resolved to remain by Qiao Wanyan's side, for even death would be a worthy sacrifice in service of her lady. Chapter 95. A gentle breeze at the city gate. Mo Xiao tightened the reins and brought the carriage to a halt. He dismounted with agility and strode over to the carriage. "Your Highness, we have captured the person." He Yanli toyed with the jade pendant in his hand, his expression shifting slightly at the news. "Is he still alive?" Mo Xiao replied, "Yes, he is alive. The rebel attempted to bite his tongue and take his own life, but my subordinate intervened. He has now been dispatched to the Ministry of Justice's prison. Would your Highness like to go there to interrogate him?" Initially, the rebel was as good as caught, easily apprehended within the capital. However, an unexpected young girl, skilled in the use of poison, had caused chaos, leading to all pursuers suffering from severe distress as they rushed home, leaving a most unpleasant odor wafting through the streets. Upon capturing the girl, it was discovered that she was associated with Miss Qiao Air. He Yanli placed the jade pendant into his pocket and decided to return to the estate. Mo Xiao felt puzzled, with the rebel in custody. Was it not prudent to interrogate other remnants of the previous dynasty within the capital? yet he refrained from questioning further, merely instructing the coachman to head back to the estate. Qiao Wanyan had waited at the Ministry of Justice for the better part of the day without seeing He Yanli. After instructing Ziyuan to inquire further, she learned that the king of Jing would not be coming today and would only arrive the following day to interrogate the prisoner. My lady, these people are truly inconsiderate. Knowing that the prince would not come today, they failed to inform you, leaving you to wait in vain, Xin grumbled. Qiao Wanyan replied, it is highly likely that he did this on purpose. Then, my lady, should we still go to the king of Jing's residence? Perhaps we should wait until tomorrow? You have already waited here for so long. You must be weary. It would be better to return and rest, then visit again tomorrow. Suddenly, the image of Yun Yao, with tears streaming down her face as she clutched Qiao Wanyan's sleeve pleading for rescue, flashed in her mind. She sighed softly. It was futile. Very well, let us go to the king of Jing's residence. Meanwhile, He Yanli sat in his study, gazing at a newly received secret letter. After perusing its contents, he burned it in the candlelight, watching it turn to ash. His obsidian-like eyes reflected the flickering flame, resembling an eternal fire born of the coldest depths, devoid of warmth. The vast sky was painted with a stunningly vibrant sunset, as the afterglow streamed through the window, casting its light upon He Yanli's brow. As the radiant hues shimmered, he peered at the closed door with narrowed eyes. I knew she was ungrateful. Her companion has been imprisoned, yet she remains unconcerned about rescuing him. At that moment, Imo Xiao entered the room. Your Highness, dinner is ready and awaits your presence. But why does your countenance seem so grim? Has something occurred in Baiming City? He Yanli responded with a faint acknowledgement. Within the Qinyan Hall, the table was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, their colors and presentation captivating. He Yanli regarded the sumptuous spread with a sense of ennui and commanded, remove it all. I lack appetite. Just as the servants were about to comply, a young attendant entered, reporting, Your Highness, Miss Qiao has arrived, stating she has urgent matters to discuss with you. She has been waiting at the Ministry of Justice for quite some time, and upon not seeing you, sought you here at the manor. He Yanli furrowed his brow, puzzled by her presence at the ministry. Why would she wait there? Is she not aware that such a place is ill-suited for someone of her upbringing? Has her mind been muddled? The young attendant shook his head, admitting ignorance. Shall I inquire with Miss Qiao? He Yanli replied tersely, what is there to inquire? One might think I hold her in high regard. Tell her to enter. Qiao Wanyan was well acquainted with the location of Qinyan Hall, having frequently visited during her childhood when the King's manor was still a royal residence. Thus, she needed no guide to navigate her way. Upon pushing open the door to the hall, she found He Yanli engrossed in his meal, not sparing her a glance. He sat with the poise of a pine tree, deftly wielding silver chopsticks to pick up a piece of vegetable, each movement exuding the unique grace and nobility of royal lineage. His striking features, while captivating, softened slightly as he focused on his meal. Rarely did Ziyuan forego the customary gesture of respect, but she refrained from kneeling this time. I greet your highness. Her voice resonated like a melodious bird in the mountains, stirring the heartstrings of those who listened. He Yanli remained silent, his gaze fixed on his plate, seemingly intent on ignoring her presence. Qiao Wanyan spoke again, Your Highness, have the remnants of the previous dynasty been apprehended? To which He Yanli replied indifferently, What if they have been captured, or if they have not? It bears little significance. Qiao Wanyan continued, Yun Yao is still quite young, having seldom ventured beyond her home. Now that she is in the capital, she is unaware of the treachery lurking outside and may inadvertently obstruct your endeavors. However, she did not act with malice. I implore you to show compassion for her inexperience and let her go. She added, although Yun Yao's actions led to the guards pursuing the traitors being poisoned, the toxin merely causes mild discomfort and poses no lasting harm. I am willing to compensate the guards to ensure their satisfaction. Imo Xiao, observing from the side, noted the gravity of the situation. The traitors had indeed been captured, making the matter seem trivial or significant depending on perspective. Had it been the former king, he would have swiftly resolved the situation without waiting for Qiao Wanyan's pleas, returning the young girl home without further ado. However, given the years he had spent understanding the current king, it seemed unlikely that the girl would be released this time. Qiao Wanyan's visit appeared to be in vain. To obstruct my investigation and expect compensation for the guards in exchange for her release is sheer folly, He Yanli stated, finally setting down his chopsticks and raising his gaze to her. His eyes briefly flicked to the stains on Qiao Wanyan's skirts, likely acquired from the dungeons of the ministry. He surmised that had she seen them, She would not have dared to come here, but would have returned home to change, discarding this attire altogether. Picking up his teacup, he found it empty. Mo Xiao immediately stepped forward to serve tea, but was halted by He Yanli's piercing gaze, retreating to the side. Observing the prince's demeanor, it was clear that the second young lady would not fare much better today. Qiao Wanyan understood this well and approached to pour tea from the purple clay teapot. However, the tea was scalding hot, and in an instant, she accidentally burned her hand. Reflexively, she released the teapot, splattering hot tea onto herself. Hissing, Qiao Wanyan drew in a sharp breath. Just as she attempted to retract her hand, He Yanli swiftly grasped her wrist and brought it to his lips, gently blowing on it. In the next moment, He Yanli froze. The air was as still as a frozen glacier, enveloped in an extreme tranquility. Chapter 96. So delicate. Qiao Wanyan looked down at his stunned expression. A smug smile blooming on her palm-sized face, proudly resembling an elegant and noble little white cat. "Your Highness, does my hand feel nice to touch?" she teased. The next moment, He Yanli released her hand, averting his gaze to continue his meal. Qiao Wanyan reached out again. "Your Highness, it still hurts. The tea has burned my hand red. You should take a look." He Yanli cast a cold glance her way, replying curtly, "Your burnt hand has nothing to do with me. Blow it yourself." He glanced back at her hand, which indeed bore a small red mark. Qiao Wanyan pulled a chair closer and sat, tilting her head slightly to observe him, remaining silent, adopting a pitiful demeanor. Everyone could see that she was deliberately feigning vulnerability to elicit sympathy, yet remarkably, it did not come across as irritating. Mo Xiao bowed his head, fearing that if he continued to watch, he would truly begin to waver. The princess' experiences over the years were not trivial. Having once earned the special attention of the second young lady was already a significant blessing, and enduring a bit of hardship afterward was worth it. He recognized that such thoughts were somewhat disgraceful, but gazing upon the second young lady's face, her beauty was indeed justice, compelling one to instinctively defend her. Mo Xiao inwardly chastised himself, feeling unworthy for not aligning with the prince. "It hurts." She elongated the last syllable, her eyes glistening like autumn waters, captivating anyone who dared to look. Yet, He Yanli resolutely ignored her. "Your Highness, is there any burn ointment in the residence? My hand is red from the burn. If I don't apply ointment soon, it will scar," Qiao Wanyan continued. He Yanli turned his head to glance at Mo Xiao behind him, who quickly grasped the unspoken command, nodding and loudly declaring no. Having served the prince for many years, he could decipher the prince's intentions with a mere glance. He could even discern the essence of the prince's very breath. He Yanli slightly furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice. "I told you to fetch it." Just moments ago, proud of their seamless cooperation, Mo Xiao's mind went blank, his face darkening with disappointment as he left. Passing the doorway, he overheard Ziyuan's soft mutter. "What a spectacle!" Mo Xiao grimaced. A moment later, He Yanli was partaking in a meal, while Qiao Wanyan sat nearby as Ziyuan applied burn ointment to her. The robust scent of the medicinal salve wafted through the air, overpowering the aroma of the exquisite dishes laid out on the table. Once Ziyuan had meticulously applied the ointment, Qiao Wanyan rose and approached the purple clay teapot, only to find He Yanli's large hand pressing down on it, preventing her from picking it up. "What are you doing?" she inquired. "I am serving tea to the prince," she replied obediently. As a delicate woman, I am at a loss as to how I might persuade the prince to release Yun Yao, so I can only engage in actions within my capacity that may bring him some joy. "Put it down and step aside," He Yanli commanded, relocating the teapot to the other side. "The burn ointment in this royal residence is quite costly, and your maid seems to scoop it out like a bandit, treating my possessions as if they are free for the taking." Qiao Wanyan blinked, inwardly chastising him as miserly. She removed the handkerchief from her waist and stepped closer, attempting to wipe the corner of He Yanli's lips. He did not shy away, but merely raised his gaze to her, seemingly oblivious. She continued to dab at his forehead with the cloth. "What are you doing?" he asked. "I noticed the prince frowning, and I thought I might smooth it out for you," she replied candidly. He Yanli was amused by her audacity. "I often find myself curious about what occupies your mind. Yet, I know that whatever it is akin to glue, only varying in thickness." Qiao Wanyan, appearing obedient, thought to herself, "Your tongue is as sweet as honey. If my mind is glue, then yours must be honey." He Yanli spoke in a calm tone, "Though I may despise you, I am not one to be devoid of compassion." Qiao Wanyan's eyes sparkled like stars, radiant and captivating. The implication was clear. I have just dined and now desire a sweet soup for dessert. If you personally prepare a bowl that pleases my palate, I shall consider your request favorably." He Yanli's eyes twinkled with subtle brilliance. "Thus, this is not an unreasonable demand, is it?" "Not at all," Qiao Wanyan immediately responded. Accompanied by Ziyuan, what was a mere bowl of sweet soup? With Ziyuan's assistance, even a royal banquet would be manageable. Ziyuan silently pressed her lips together. "Sweet soup? Who can make that, miss? It would be a miracle if she didn't set the kitchen ablaze. As for myself, I can only braise pork knuckles. Surely, I cannot simply sweeten the broth for the prince with a touch of sugar." The thought of failing in the prince's residence was daunting. After leaving Qingyan Hall, Mo Xiao inquired, "Your Highness, Miss Qiao does not seem like someone adept at making sweet soup. You have granted her a concession, and she must be overjoyed." He Yanli glanced at the handkerchief she had forgotten. Joyful? Her skills are such that she could scarcely boil rice, let alone prepare sweet soup. Whatever she produces, she shall consume without alteration. He Yanli waved his hand, and the servants promptly cleared the table. He then took up a military treatise and settled into the grand chair, quietly engrossed in his reading. Approximately the duration of 2 incense sticks later, the somewhat weary He Yanli suddenly heard a dull sound from outside. Before long, a young servant entered, addressing the prince and mentioning Miss Qiao. He Yanli immediately rose, inquiring about her well-being. The servant hesitated to speak, finally revealing that Miss Qiao had blown up the kitchen. He Yanli fell silent for a while, asking where she was. The servant shook his head, indicating he had searched for a long time but could not find her, unsure if she was hiding or had fled. At that moment, outside the west side back door of the Jing Wangfu, 2 young women stared wide-eyed at each other. "Ziyuan, I'm scared," one of them said, her voice trembling. "Miss, I'm scared too. If we run away like this, will the Jing Wang pursue us?" Qiao Wanyan pressed her lips together, uncertain. "But if we return to the Shangshu residence, father will surely protect me." "But what?" Qiao Wanyan hesitated. Yunyao might be in a perilous situation. Chapter 97. Are you not going to run? Are you waiting for me to catch you? The door creaked open, causing both Qiao Wanyan and Ziyuan to shiver in unison, goosebumps rising on their arms. After a tense moment, they slowly turned to face He Yanli at the doorway. They gasped in shock. He Yanli observed Qiao Wanyan's pitiful, trembling figure, marked by soot and grime from the kitchen, her clothing visibly stained as if she had fled from a disaster. Leaning against the doorframe, He Yanli looked down at the shorter Qiao Wanyan and said, "Are you not running? Are you waiting for me to catch you?" As soon as the words left his lips, Qiao Wanyan grabbed Ziyuan and dashed away. "Yunyao, sister has done her best. In times of great peril, even birds of a feather may abandon one another. We have known each other for less than half a year. At this moment, I can only protect myself. May fortune favor you. At your funeral, Sister Ayan will surely give you a grand send-off." Mo Xiao, trailing behind, remarked, "Your Highness, Miss Qiao has left just like that. What shall we do about the kitchen?" He Yanli turned, questioning, "Do you think leaving the kitchen in her wake means it will return to its former state? Are you expecting that delicate creature, who can't even carry a shoulder pole, to rebuild the kitchen for you? Or do you wish for her to set my study ablaze as well?" Mo Xiao fell silent for a moment, contemplating that it was indeed a valid point. However, could they simply let Miss Qiao go after she had blown up the kitchen? His mind was in turmoil. He recalled how the prince had expressed a palpable disdain for Miss Qiao when in Baiming City. He had always believed that upon returning to the capital, Miss Qiao would not escape unscathed. Yet, it had already been a while since their return, and not only had she not faced any punishment, but not even a single hair had been touched. Was he perhaps plotting an elaborate revenge? Or had the resentment accumulated over time dissipated the moment he laid eyes on her again? Mo Xiao gazed at his prince's retreating figure, lost in thought. Yin Yao was returned the following morning, her face covered in dust and her spirit deflated as she made her way back to the minister's residence. The young servant at the entrance nearly failed to recognize her and almost shooed her away. In Yoning Pavilion, Qiao Wanyan was enjoying her breakfast when she suddenly spotted Yun Yao's figure at the door. The young girl stood there, wearing a forlorn expression, as if she had endured unimaginable torment, devoid of her usual sunny demeanor. Sister Ayan, upon seeing her, the pent-up grievances within Yun Yao burst forth into tears. "Sister Ayan, you are so kind. Even after I made such a grave mistake, you managed to rescue me. I shall follow you for the rest of my life." Qiao Wanyan paused for a moment, taken aback. You were rescued by me?" She approached Yun Yao, her tone gentle. "Do not be afraid, Yao Yao. As long as you are with your sister in the capital, I will do everything in my power to protect you." even if it costs me my life. I will ensure your safety." Yin Yao blinked her eyes, and the next moment, she let out a wail. "Sister Ayan, you are truly wonderful. You are even better than my brother. You are the best person in the world to me." Qiao Wanyan smiled softly. "All right, let's first return to your room. Take a bath and change your clothes. I will have someone prepare breakfast for you and bring it to your room. After you eat, make sure to rest well." Yin Yao nodded vigorously. For several days, Qiao Wanyan remained at home, diligently preparing for the upcoming Wanshou festival, selecting attire and accessories in Yongning Pavilion. "My lady, the master requests your presence in the study," a maid announced respectfully from outside. Upon seeing his daughter, Minister Qiao smiled warmly. "Yin Yin, regarding the matter you entrusted to me, I have taken care of it. That individual named Sun Gui has been released from the prison of the Ministry of Justice. The jailer, who acted without permission, was pressured by the Earl of Pingyang and did not dare to implicate anyone else. He alone bore the responsibility and was executed as a lesson." Qiao Wanyan was indifferent to this. "What about Sun Gui's sister? Since she has left Minghua Tower, why not allow her to work in our household? Specifically to make osmanthus cakes for me. That way, we need not send someone out to buy them in the future." Minister Qiao expressed his approval. "My sweet girl, with such a kind heart, whoever you marry in the future will be fortunate indeed. Rest assured, my daughter, you seldom ask me for anything. I will certainly fulfill your request beautifully." Qiao Wanyan beamed. "Father, you are truly wonderful. Where is she now? I will have Ziyuan look for her." Minister Qiao raised an eyebrow, seemingly puzzled. "What do you need to find her for?" "I have already sent her to the palace's imperial kitchen, since she possesses culinary skills. I thought she could gain employment there, earning a decent wage to support her family. How does that sound? Isn't it splendid?" Minister Qiao chuckled, adding, "Do not worry, my dear. I have specifically instructed the head of the imperial kitchen to take good care of that girl. No one will bully her." However, Qiao Wanyan's smile abruptly faded. "Father, what's wrong, my dear? There is no need to thank you, for it is only right that I do things for you," Minister Qiao replied, his face brimming with affection, completely at odds with the stern demeanor he exhibited among his colleagues. Qiao Wanyan coldly declared, "Father, I want mother to find me another father." With that, she turned and walked away. "Wait." Qiao Shangshu was filled with confusion, pondering what had transpired with the girl. On her way back to Yongning Pavilion from the study, Qiao Wanyan encountered her sister, Qiao Yihuan, who was just about to step out. In recent days, Qiao Yihuan had been visiting the princess's residence daily, rarely spending time at home. "Sister," Qiao Yihuan greeted her warmly. However, Qiao Wanyan did not even glance in her direction and continued on her way. Qiao Yihuan stepped back, allowing her to pass, and turned to gaze at her retreating figure, her expression growing cold. Xiao Ying quietly murmured, "The second young lady is truly something. You greet her, and she feigns ignorance, deliberately giving you the cold shoulder. She pretends to be close in public, yet shows no pretense at home." Suddenly, Qiao Wanyan paused but did not turn back. Instead, she whispered something to her companion, Ziyuan, who nodded slightly. After watching her mistress walk a distance away, she turned and hurried to catch up with the duo. Qiao Yihuan was eagerly anticipating the upcoming Wanshou festival. Baizhu had proposed an excellent idea, and with Qi Yun's assistance in preparing hundreds of pounds of ginger, she was determined to make a splendid impression on the emperor the next day. At that moment, she would no longer be the obscure young lady of the Shangshu residence. Lost in her anticipation, she was suddenly confronted by several maidservants blocking her path. "What do you want?" Ziyuan stepped forward, raising her chin slightly. "Miss, you have neglected to discipline your maidservants. Allow me to assist you in teaching them a lesson. At the very least, Xiao Ying must understand that disparaging her mistress is unacceptable, whether at the Shangshu residence or elsewhere." The maidservants seized Xiao Ying, while two others obstructed Qiao Yihuan from intervening. "What are you going to do to Xiao Ying?" Qiao Yihuan asked anxiously. Ziyuan replied coldly, "Now you are concerned, miss? You have overlooked Xiao Ying's loose tongue in the past. Her punishment is a consequence of your negligence. Perhaps her words were merely what you wished to express but found difficult to articulate, which is why you have never reprimanded her." "You." Qiao Yihuan's brows knitted together, her chest rising and falling with indignation. With a scoff, Ziyuan declared, "Xiao Ying has shown a lack of decorum in criticizing her mistress. She shall receive 30 strokes. Take her away." Chapter 98. A Common Attack. Art Mastery. Backstab. After enduring 30 strikes, Xiao Ying was unable to walk, yet no one among the servants offered assistance. Qiao Yihuan could not command them either, So she gritted her teeth and supported Xiaoying back to Mingxiang Pavilion alone. Xiaoying, Yanran knows medicine. I will find her to tend to your wounds. Xiaoying's face turned pale as she weakly agreed. Qiao Yihuan hurriedly left the residence towards the princess's estate, but upon arrival, Lu Yanran refused to accompany her. Yihuan, it's not that I do not wish to help you, but my medical skills are not particularly proficient. It would be wiser to seek a physician. That would be more reliable, Lu Yanran declined. She was genuinely afraid to approach the Shangshu residence, fearful that Qiao Wanyan, in her madness, might send someone to forcibly abduct her. If she fell into Qiao Wanyan's hands again, she knew she would have no chance of escaping her clutches. As she recalled that night in Yaoshi Valley, she felt a wave of dread. In the past few days, she had been tormented by nightmares. But her time at the princess's residence had provided some solace, allowing her to gradually recover. Qiao Yihuan was somewhat taken aback by her refusal. Yet, Yanran, during my last visit to Yongzhou, it was you who tended to my injuries. This time, the punishment is even less severe than before. Why do you hesitate to assist me now? Lu Yanran appeared troubled. Yihuan, it's not that I am unwilling to help you. Rather, my medical skills are limited. I am also considering Xiaoying's well-being. You should seek a proper doctor instead of wasting time. Qiao Yihuan cast a deep glance at her and sighed. Very well. If you are unwilling, I shall not press you. I will take my leave. As she turned to depart, she encountered He Baozhu on her way out of the estate. He Baozhu immediately discerned the weight on her mind and inquired, Yihuan, what troubles you? Has something occurred? Is your sister's cold still not resolved, and you are overly anxious? Are the physicians in this era truly so ineffectual? It has been quite some time. How can a mere cold remain untreated? In modern times, it is merely a trivial ailment. Qiao Yihuan hesitated to speak. Do share, there is no need for formality between us. If there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to let me know. Qiao Yihuan pressed her lips together. Actually, this morning, I coincidentally encountered Wanyan in a foul mood. Xiaoying spoke a few words in my defense, and Wanyan ordered her punishment. My funds are limited, so I thought to ask Yanran to examine Xiaoying, but she refused, leaving me in a predicament. Punishment? He Baozhu was taken aback. What could Xiaoying have said to invoke such a response from your sister? Qiao Yihuan's expression faltered. Nothing too outrageous. It was merely because I greeted Wanyan, who ignored me, and Xiaoying, feeling indignant on my behalf, spoke a few imprudent words. I did admonish her. Yet Wanyan remains unsatisfied. Her face was etched with guilt, as if uncertain of how to proceed, her delicate features marred by sorrow. He Baozhu gently patted her shoulder. Do not fret, I will send someone to fetch a physician from the Ministry of Rites. You should return home for now. Qiao Yihuan was profoundly touched. Thank you, princess. He Baozhu dispatched someone to the Imperial Medical Office to seek a physician. Upon arrival at the Ministry of Rites, the physician was momentarily stunned to learn he was to treat a maidservant, yet he said little. After a brief assessment, he did not examine the injury closely and merely prescribed a potion before departing. However, the physician from the Imperial Medical Office was diligent, and after a night had passed, though there was still some pain, at least she could move about independently. Xiaoying had spent the entire night awake, lying face down on the bed, her mind racing with thoughts of how to avenge her mistress. What if the second young lady could not attend the longevity festival? Surely, she would be furious. The mistress had meticulously prepared a splendid tribute for the festival with the princess and the young marquis's assistants. Undoubtedly, the second young lady would be even more incensed when the time came. As dawn broke, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds and bathed the earth, and Xiaoying slowly dressed and groomed herself before heading to the kitchen. Due to her injured arm, her movements were somewhat sluggish. After laboring for more than an hour, I finally prepared a bowl of lotus seed soup, which I lifted with one hand and set off towards Yongning Pavilion. The palace banquet was scheduled for the evening, and the noble officials along with their families had entered the palace in the afternoon. Although it was still early, Qiao Wanyan had already begun to leisurely adorn herself. Xiaoying stood respectfully at the doorway, awaiting instructions. Upon hearing a gentle footfall approaching, she turned her gaze toward the source of the sound, her eyes alight with astonishment. Qiao Wanyan glided forward, her delicate steps reminiscent of a rare flower blooming in the summer night, a stunning sight akin to a fleeting night blooming cereus. The gown she wore, crafted from exquisite dark-patterned silk, perfectly accentuated her slender waist, radiating an indescribable brilliance. Her beauty was captivating, with brows resembling distant mountains, dark and unadorned, and lips like cherries. Naturally flushed, a floral ornament, intricately carved from gold leaf, adorned her forehead, enhancing her allure and the unique shyness of youth. Just one glance, and she embodied ethereal grace, rendering even the most poetic descriptions inadequate to capture her essence. Even Xiaoying found herself momentarily entranced. Qiao Wanyan gently touched her temples, inquiring, "What brings you here?" Xiaoying instantly regained her composure, replying, "Miss, I am aware that I spoke out of turn yesterday and offended you. I acknowledge my mistake. It is your kindness that I am still here, and you have not dismissed me." She slightly raised the food box in her hand. "I have personally prepared this bowl of tremella soup this morning, adding white poria and angelica to refine the skin. I hope you do not find it unworthy." Qiao Wanyan cast a glance at the food box, a faint smile gracing her lips. In the story, she had secretly added a laxative to her calming soup the previous night. The effects were slow to manifest, causing her distress until the early hours of the morning and disrupting her attendance at the banquet. Now, having ordered punishment for herself the previous night, she had no opportunity to act and could only watch as Xiaoying approached with hope. Consuming this bowl of tremella soup, she mused, would likely trigger the laxative effects just in time for the palace banquet. "Ziyuan, please find the steward's servant and have this bowl of tremella soup sent to Mingxiang Pavilion," claiming it is from the crown prince for Qiao Huan. Xiaoying's body stiffened. She had prepared this specifically for the second young lady, and yet the second young lady was sending it to the eldest young lady, even fabricating a story that it was from the crown prince. Qiao Wanyan smiled sweetly. "I had a hearty breakfast and cannot eat another bite now. However, how could I refuse your thoughtful gesture? I can only ask my sister to drink this bowl of goodwill on my behalf." As for why she claimed it was a gift from the crown prince, Qiao Wanyan laughed lightly. "The reason is known to us both. There is no need to spell it out." Xiaoying's expression stiffened. Qiao Wanyan waved her hand, instructing her to remain in the inner room. They were not to meet Qiao Yihuan before she departed the residence. Chapter 99. You and he are a match made in heaven. In the imperial garden during spring, though not all flowers were in bloom, the air was filled with their fragrance. Various rare flower species nurtured in the greenhouses had been moved outside, creating the illusion of stepping into a meticulously crafted, resplendent painting amid the coolness of early spring. Clusters of noble women and highborn ladies gathered, chatting and laughing about various topics. However, upon closer listening, it became evident that their conversations merely consisted of mutual flattery, casually revealing their recent acquisitions of jewelry and fine fabrics. Hearing a compliment from others, one may reveal a satisfied smile, only to continue bestowing insincere praises upon others, a mere manifestation of polite jealousy. The moment Qiao Wanyan entered the imperial garden, all eyes turned towards her, each gaze reflecting astonishment. It was not that the attendees had never encountered the daughter of the Minister of Revenue. Although her mother was merely a merchant's daughter, the offspring of a royal merchant could still capture attention. In the eyes of these noble families, such a lineage was hardly noteworthy, unworthy of earnest engagement. Yet, Qiao Wanyan's father was not only the Minister of Revenue wielding tangible power, but also the head of a century-old distinguished lineage. Among the noble ladies of the capital, none could rival her. When Qiao Wanyan was but a child, many speculated that she was destined to become the empress. However, who could have anticipated that the most promising candidate for crown prince, He Yanli, would be embroiled in his mother's family troubles? While the current crown prince was infatuated with her elder sister, a veritable jest throughout the capital, the crowd's attention then shifted to Qiao Yihuan, who seldom graced such gatherings. Recently accompanied by the 10th princess, she had garnered some recognition. Yet, despite the capital's knowledge of the crown prince's affection for Qiao Yihuan, no one approached her. They flocked around Qiao Wanyan, relegating Qiao Yihuan to the periphery. Whether Qiao Yihuan could ascend to the position of crown princess remained uncertain. The crown prince's affection, coupled with the pressure from the emperor and empress, rendered the prospect of a concubine's daughter claiming such a title implausible. With her head held high, Qiao Wanyan greeted the assembly with poise and elegance, her gaze landing precisely on the somewhat awkward and flustered Qiao Yihuan, a glimmer of mockery dancing in her eyes. It appeared she had no intention of performing a sisterly display, pulling her close for comfort, or introducing her to the crowd. Instead, she silently conveyed, "Behold, this is the chasm that lies between us." Yet, Qiao Wanyan found it ironic. Everyone was aware of the crown prince's affection for Qiao Yihuan, yet no one truly believed she would become the crown princess. In such a setting, no one was inclined to squander time forging connections with inconsequential individuals. Had she not perused that storybook, she too would have thought Qiao Wanyan was merely indulging in a fleeting dream. The absurdity of the world is indeed astonishing. Anything can transpire. Greetings, Your Highness, someone saluted, prompting the others to follow suit as they turned their gazes. Upon seeing the foremost individual, they all bowed in respect. The Shu Fei cast a glance over the happenings in the Imperial Garden, her eyes finally settling on Qiao Wanyan. She appraised her from head to toe, a flicker of envy crossing her features, yet in an instant, she donned a benevolent smile and approached her. Wanyan, it has been a year since we last met. You have grown even more beautiful in this time. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to wed you. Qiao Wanyan replied softly, indeed, it will be a blessed individual. Her tone was neither frosty nor particularly warm, momentarily taking the Shu Fei aback, as if she had not anticipated such a lack of deference. After all, she was now a consort of the emperor. How could Wanyan be so audacious before her? However, Consort Shu did not immediately display her displeasure. She had not forgotten her mother's instructions. For the sake of her family's fortunes, she must exert herself to ensure that Yu marries Qiao Wanyan. Thus, Yu's union with Qiao Wanyan would secure the support of Minister Qiao, alleviating any fears of being overshadowed by that illegitimate son in the future. Besides, the crown prince harbored no fondness for her, and even with a life-saving debt, he showed no inclination to take her as his crown princess, which would still leave hope for the Sidhu family. You speak wisely. Back in my youthful days, I had a fondness for you and often contemplated what sort of man you would marry to ensure your happiness, Consort Shu said, pausing before continuing. I believe that a delicate and charming lady such as yourself should be wed to a man wholly devoted to you, one who would heed your words and care for you deeply, thus ensuring a blissful union. A young woman nearby chimed in with a smile. I have heard that Consort Shu's younger brother remains unmarried. He is indeed a dashing young noble. Upon hearing this, everyone understood the implication. Consort Shu seemed to be attempting to connect her brother with Qiao Wanyan. The sixth son of the Earl of Pingyang was indeed a figure whom even the most esteemed ladies in the capital would hesitate to marry. Consort Shu was audacious in her matchmaking. Yet, Consort Shu was currently the emperor's favored consort, young, beautiful, and adept at winning his affection. Thus no one dared to offend her. Qiao Yihuan quietly observed the scene, noting how those who had previously flattered her now fell silent. All eyes were upon her, but the majority seemed to be merely watching for amusement. With a cold gaze, Qiao Yihuan regarded them. These so-called noble ladies were nothing but superficial and indifferent at their core. Qiao Wanyan chuckled softly, acknowledging yes. I have heard that the sixth son of the Earl of Pingyang is still without a wife. Consort Shu, pleased by her understanding, smiled in approval, saying, as you are both of similar age, should the opportunity arise, it would be beneficial for you to become acquainted. There will be ample topics for discussion. Qiao Wanyan smiled obediently, yet her words were anything but compliant. However, the sixth son is unlikely to lack for suitable conversation partners. If he seeks companionship, he need not look further than the concubines in his own household, or even on the streets, where he could bring home any woman who catches his eye for a leisurely chat. Consort Shu's expression shifted slightly. What do you mean by that? Qiao Wanyan feigned surprise. Oh dear, your highness may not be aware, but recently, the sixth son forcibly brought a girl into his household and even assaulted her brother when he came to reclaim her, simply because the sixth son was displeased. With a light sigh, she added, he is far too busy to entertain me with conversations. The smile on Consort Shu's lips vanished entirely. Ziyuan lowered her head, biting her lip to stifle a laugh, desperately trying to suppress her amusement. The young lady's mischievous demeanor was utterly endearing. It served her right, after all. It was Consort Shu who had placed her in such an awkward position in front of so many people, making it impossible for her to neither refuse nor accept. Qiao Wanyan, observing the barely contained frustration on the other's face, spoke leisurely. By the way, that girl is an acquaintance of mine. She is considered a friend. Upon closer investigation, I discovered that the young lady was unwilling to become a concubine, so I implored my father to escort her away from the Earl of Pingyang's residence. She is now employed in the royal kitchen. Qiao Wanyan remarked with a gentle smile that perhaps in the future, the empress might savor her culinary skills. However, being such a benevolent person, the empress would surely take good care of the unfortunate girl who had suffered at the hands of her own brother, wouldn't she? In chapter 100, the beautiful maiden, concealed beneath the folds of her sleeve, trembled with indignation. Her words were a blatant threat. Should that ignorant commoner encounter any misfortune within the palace, it would inevitably implicate her. With so many witnesses present, She had left her no avenue for retreat, making her intentions to act in private utterly impossible. Such arrogance and malice were intolerable. How could one so young harbor such vicious thoughts and intricate schemes? Your Highness, the princess, came the serene voice of He Baozhu, who arrived just in time to hear the collective greetings from the crowd. In that moment, she felt as though she had been transported back to her childhood days of playing house, pretending to be a princess. The joy surged within her. After over 20 years of toil, to suddenly assume the role of a princess, who wouldn't be exhilarated? Yet, she refrained from expressing this excitement, determined to portray a docile and compliant princess. It was not that she was timid, rather, she aimed to embody the original persona faithfully. Yes, indeed. The sudden appearance of He Baozhu disrupted the previously tense atmosphere. Although Xu Fei suppressed her fury, she was reluctant to let the matter rest. Yet, recognizing that Qiao Wanyan was not someone easily manipulated, she opted to redirect the conversation towards He Baozhu. As a princess, He Baozhu was indeed a fitting match for her brother, but alas, she was a neglected figure and had previously been married, rendering her unworthy of your heir. It has been years since Baozhu returned to the capital. I suppose you do not recognize me any longer, Xu Fei remarked with a smile. Though her tone and expression betrayed a hint of disdain, He Baozhu lowered her head, raising her eyes slightly as she murmured, I am aware, you are Xu Fei, the legitimate daughter of the Earl of Pingyang. Xu Fei's displeasure eased slightly at this acknowledgement. You have been wronged in Yunqi City. Now that you have returned to the capital, live in peace. Should you encounter matters you do not know how to handle, you may always seek my assistance. Xu Fei offered. Thank you, Xu Fei, He Baozhu replied in a voice barely above a whisper, lacking the regal bearing of a princess, reminiscent of the timid 10th princess of yore. Meanwhile, a palace maid announced the group could proceed to Tian Hall, prompting everyone to leave the imperial garden. As Xu Fei whispered something to a nearby maid, the maid subtly nodded and discreetly exited the line. Qiao Wanyan lingered at the back, catching sight of a maid approaching from the western moon gate. She glanced at the front, where Xu Fei was being celebrated by the crowd, and a mocking smile graced her lips. The maid, head bowed, came closer, but just a step away from Qiao Wanyan, she suddenly stumbled forward. In an instant, Ziyuan delivered a swift kick, sending the maid sprawling to the side. Away with all the demons and monsters, keep them far from my lady. The palace maid balanced a bowl of sweet soup expertly, not a single drop splattering onto Qiao Wanyan. A sudden clang startled those in front, causing them to turn and glance back. Ziyuan reprimanded loudly. Why don't you watch where you're going? If it weren't for my quick reflexes, you would have collided with my young lady. Even if you had, my lady is generous and would not make things difficult for you. However, if that sweet soup were to spill on my lady's garments, it would surely hinder important matters. It was a close call, and fortunately, she had reacted swiftly. The crowd shook their heads inwardly, disapproving of the maid's carelessness in the palace. How many heads would roll for such negligence? Thankfully, no accidents had occurred. Ignoring the incident, they resumed their journey towards the Tian Hall. Concubine Xu cast a chilling glance at the kneeling maid, deeming her utterly useless. The maid seemed to sense the oppressive gaze, trembling in fear as she repeatedly bowed her head in supplication. This servant is aware of her mistake. This servant is aware of her mistake. Ziyuan advised. Be more careful in the future. Not everyone possesses my lady's good temper. Qiao Wanyan smiled faintly at the distant figure of concubine Xu. Such trivial tricks she had encountered countless times before. If she were to fall for it now, it would indeed be a jest. The kneeling maid's heart raced with anxiety. Overwhelming dread filled her mind as she contemplated the consequences of her failure. Clenching her teeth, she slowly rose, only to accidentally spill the remaining sweet soup onto Qiao Wanyan's skirt. The mocking smile on Qiao Wanyan's lips abruptly vanished. Concubine Xu, satisfied, turned to leave. Qiao Wanyan gazed down at the kneeling maid, who dared not lift her head. Ziyuan was about to deliver a kick when Qiao Wanyan stopped her. This is the palace. Do not act rashly before taking action. Ziyuan, fuming internally, thought how detestable the maid was, ruining the carefully prepared garments for her lady. It was utterly infuriating. Qiao Yihuan witnessed the scene, glancing back at concubine Xu's retreating figure and then at the maid, seemingly struck by a thought. Such arrogance deserved to be met with scheming. Princess, what are you planning to do? Qiao Yihuan was about to follow the departing group when she noticed He Baozhu returning and quickly approached her. I see your sister's clothing has been soiled. I am familiar with the palace and can take her to change. She added, if she goes in such a state, she certainly cannot enter the Tian Hall. He Baiju's heart raced with excitement as she rubbed her hands together, thinking of accompanying her sister to change clothes. Helping her with dressing and undressing, wouldn't that allow her to glimpse a tantalizing figure? The mere thought sent a thrill through her. It felt akin to the arrival of ovulation, with a handsome male model suddenly appearing. Even the thought was enough to make her nose bleed. Qiao Wanyan watched as he Baiju gulped, intent on ignoring her objections and heading in that direction. Princess, the palace banquet is about to commence. You have only just returned to the capital. If you are absent, the emperor may grow concerned. He Baiju paused, finding some merit in this reasoning. However, she argued, with so many palace maids around, surely one will take Wanyan to change. Let us proceed to the Tian Hall first. This way, I can also inform my father and mother. He Baiju cast a glance at Qiao Wanyan in the distance, grasping Qiao Yihuan's hand. Yihuan, you should go ahead. I am but an unloved princess. My father pays me no heed. I shall seek you out later. So do not linger. With that, she released Qiao Yihuan's hand and ran towards Qiao Wanyan. Beautiful one, hee hee.